Suyu crossed over to a world where magical caves descended, and exotic beasts roamed in a city of another realm, AKT the start. He failed in his talent awakening and, after being dumped, unexpectedly encountered a vampire school beauty on the brink of death. From then on, he embarked on a path of only contracting goddesses. Vampire school beauty, ethereal witch, elven empress. Why is it that everyone else has beast companions, but you're only focusing on goddesses? When all the goddesses of various races are vying for my attention, how will you respond? Chapter 1. After the breakup, I contracted the vampire school beauty. Master, I'm hungry. I need your blood. How could I possibly harm you, master? Suyu was controlled by a woman in a gothic mini-skirt, with pitch-black wings unfurled behind her. Her blood-red lips parted slightly, and her deep purple eyes revealed a heart-stirring yet tender gaze. Before Suyu stood a foreign exchange student, hailed as the school beauty of the magical city spirit university, Alicia Chapezi. This situation arose because Suyu crossed into a modern beast-taming world, where magical caves posed a threat to humanity, and everyone wanted to awaken their beast-taming talents during the awakening ceremony to become beast tamers. Unfortunately, Suyu failed in his talent awakening during the ceremony. He was destined to be an ordinary person. Being an ordinary person wasn't so bad, but outside the awakening hall, Suyu's girlfriend, Jiang Ying, excitedly showed him her talent report. I awakened, and it's in a grade talent plant affinity. Jiang Ying enthusiastically discussed the future with Suyu. But the next day, Suyu, this is where we part ways. I'm working hard to learn about beast taming, and what about you? I'm going to become a beast tamer. I can't marry an ordinary person like you, right? Young Master Wang has been pursuing me recently. You can't stop me from pursuing someone better, can you? Suyu felt this world was somewhat absurd. How could he be dumped even in this situation? Did I really cross over? Jiang Ying originally thought Suyu would break down and curse at her at the very least. He should say something, right? However, Suyu's kind instinct only led him to remind her to consider getting a surgery, which men care about. As a result, he was met with Jiang Ying's furious outburst. On the way home, Suyu gazed at the night sky, feeling a bit melancholic, though he didn't take it too seriously. But Jiang Ying had a point. This society is one for beast tamers. Within the Great Xia, there are 9 major magical caves, with a magical city cave known for its disasters. Since the appearance of the magical caves, society has undergone tremendous changes. Everyone is on edge. Areas closer to the caves are cheaper due to safety concerns, and a large number of civilians are needed to build defensive structures near the caves. Suyu's family was settled in the coastal area, very close to a magical cave about 30 kilometers away. In the shadows of corner, it seemed like he heard his voice, and a stunning figure emerged, capturing Suyu's gaze. She wore a gothic mini-skirt, knee-high socks, a split cloak paired with black arm sleeves, and her winered hair cascaded down to her waist. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with upturned eyes, a straight nose, and luscious red lips, but her complexion was pale. Her clothes were tattered and covered in injuries, with the most severe wounds even exposing her white bones, like a jasmine stained with blood, wandering in the dark river of despair, ready to wither at any moment. Help! Me! Miss, what happened to you? Suyu instinctively rushed forward to support her. Their eyes met, and her purple pupils drew him into a deep abyss. This stunning face could captivate any man. Alicia's beautiful eyes slightly closed, as if making a decision. Sorry, I will compensate you. I won't let you suffer. Huh? Before Suyu could comprehend, Alicia hugged his head and bit into his neck. Why are you biting me randomly? Is this some kind of cosplay? Her sharp teeth pierced Suyu's skin, and as blood flowed, he felt darkness closing in, almost fainting. Could it be a beast from the magical cave? How could a beast invade here? Has the front line fallen? Am I going to die? Amid his doubts, a current of sound flashed through Suyu's mind. Ding! Detected that you have been bitten by the vampire queen. The first male human she bites in her lifetime will become her master. You have established a beast contract and become a beast tamer. Due to the special nature of the subject, the god system has been activated. Host, Suyu. Rank, first level awakening realm. Pet, vampire queen. Mental power, spirit origin realm. Acquired talent S level, fatal temptation. Your blood possesses a fatal allure to all exotic beasts. The higher the rank, the more they are attracted to the unique fragrance you emit. Acquired talent S level, blood crown. Exotic beasts that obtain your blood will become your pets and establish a contract with you. Beasts that receive a large amount of your blood will trigger a reversion phenomenon, while beings that receive a small amount will temporarily become your blood servants. Please increase the number of contracted exotic beasts to gain more abilities. System. At the critical moment, Suyu activated the system. The woman before him is actually the vampire queen? She doesn't seem to want to kill me? A sacred parchment floated in his mind, soaked in blood and radiance. Name, Alicia Chapezi. Race, vampire queen. Rank, number 007. True ancestor of the blood clan. Level, first level awakening realm. Talent, immortal SSS. Abilities, blood queen SS apostles holy song S. Affection, life and death together. Alicia Chapezi. So you recall that this was the cold school beauty of the second year at the magical city Spirit University, frequently reported online. Due to the stark contrast, he didn't recognize her at all. She became a 4-star beast tamer within just 1 year of enrollment, actively participating on the front lines of magical caves and achieving numerous victories. Coupled with her stunning figure and cold demeanor, she was the favorite subject of reporters. So, her true identity is the vampire queen? What exactly happened? How did her realm drop to the first level? How did she sustain such severe injuries? But Suyu, having lost too much blood, blacked out before he could ponder any further. When he woke up again, he found this legendary cold school beauty was actually so passionate inside. What Suyu didn't know was that due to his ability Fatal Temptation, after drinking Suyu's blood, Alicia seemed to smell an enchanting fragrance that made her heart race. Moreover, she had just lost everything, and the first man she encountered who healed her wounds with his blood was enough to make her cold heart intoxicated. The blood contract unique to the vampire queen is sacred to the blood clan once established. It signifies a bond of life and death. She leaned close to Suyu's ear and whispered, "Master, I'm hungry. I need blood." "What? Is that not allowed? I can become your woman." Alicia lifted Suyu's chin, speaking softly. Suyu never imagined that this unattainable beauty, adored by countless people, was now gazing into his eyes. Especially after just being dumped. Who could refuse this? A queen? I'm severely injured, only blood can heal me. Are you willing? Chapter 2. Jiang Ying's attitude. Area the Blood Queen. Humph. It's nothing special. How is it different? The scars on Aria's body were healing at a visibly rapid pace. And her chaotic beauty and the deep gaze she cast at Suyu eased the slight sadness he felt from their breakup today. The frustrating thing was that Suyu had always been so passive. Was she really the campus beauty of the magical city Spirit University? The contrast was just too great. The video showed her with a high ponytail of black hair, resembling a sharp mountain flower, which was hard to connect with the fiery passion she exuded now. Aria's eyes narrowed slightly as she stood up, crossing her legs and returning to her previous proud demeanor. "Little one, what are you thinking?" Suyu felt a black line appear on his forehead. She had just called him master and now referred to him as little one. Who was the master here? Wait. Suyu noticed that Aria seemed to have grown taller. Understanding the confusion in Suyu's eyes, Aria explained, "No need to be surprised. My form changes when I am extremely low on blood." A glimmer of light flashed in Suyu's eyes. Did this mean that she could switch between forms? When they first met, she was not even 1.6 meters tall, and now she was approaching 1.75 meters. "Are you really Aria Kaipezi from Spirit University? How did you become like this?" Aria's face darkened. "I was attacked, little one. Consider yourself lucky. I am immortal, but when I am extremely low on vitality, I fall into a death-like sleep. Unlike ordinary vampires who sleep for a month, I am a descendant of the third true ancestor of the blood clan. My sleep can last up to 70 years, and I cannot afford to wait." After that, Aria fell silent, not wanting to say more. Suyu did not press further. He just sat beside her and held her hand, feeling the warmth in her palm. Aria smiled like the melting ice and snow of early spring. "But the ones who attacked me have been dealt with by me. It's just a pity for my 4 blood attendants, Mylan, Zhu, and Ju. Otherwise they could have become your concubines." Suyu coughed lightly. No? Just having Aria is enough for me." Aria's lips curled up. "Master, the king's contract is only once. From now on, the king will follow you through life and death. But you must also be responsible for me." "Responsible for what?" The next day, Suyu, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, headed with Aria to the enrollment office of Magical City Spirit University. Originally, he was not qualified to enroll. However, he had successfully activated his beast taming talent yesterday and contracted Aria, thus qualifying to enroll as a beast tamer. Today was the enrollment day, and the new student registration area was crowded. "Classmate, let me see your talent report." "Sorry, we do not accept students with a beast taming talent below level." This classmate, having only reached level talent, is not enough. You also need to contract a pet beast. The nearby Pet Beast Association sells pet beast eggs for 1 million each. "Wang Hongxi, here is your enrollment credential." There will be an entrance test at Spirit University tomorrow. If you pass, you will successfully enroll. Suyu squinted his eyes. Being a beast tamer was indeed a money-draining profession, with a pet beast egg costing 1 million, which an ordinary family would have to sell everything to afford. Just as Suyu was about to register, a familiar voice came. Suyu, what are you doing here? Suyu looked over and saw Jiang Ying in a light gray faux two-piece revealing waist dress, standing next to a man, looking at Suyu in surprise. Jiang Ying looked at Suyu's dark circles and felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that his calm demeanor yesterday was just an act. He must have not slept a wink. However, Suyu still came today. Who else could it be for if not for himself? Before Suyu could speak, Wang Hongxi, standing beside Jiang Ying, walked over and said, what else could it be for? Suyu, you don't have beast taming talent. This isn't a place for you. Xiao Ying is a beast tamer with level talent. You don't deserve her, and staying with a penniless loser like you will only hold her back. Suyu frowned. This guy seemed to be the Wang Gongzi Jiang Ying mentioned yesterday. It was said that his family was very wealthy, and his uncle was the head of a college at Magical City Spirit University. Suyu was too lazy to argue and shook his head. No, I'm here to register. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Ying sighed. Suyu, can you stop pretending to be clueless? How can you register without beast taming talent? I know you want to prove yourself to me, but this will only make me look down on you even more. A qualified ex-boyfriend should disappear from sight. We are done. Suyu, you seem to have a bit of an inflated ego. Wang Hongxi stood in front of Jiang Ying and said, Suyu, please leave. You know your family's situation, right? Can you afford the talent reagent? Can you afford a pet beast egg? The argument attracted more and more onlookers. Even the enrollment staff couldn't help but take a few glances. Such things happened every year, but now was a time of war with the magical cave. And the students of Spirit University were already reserve soldiers, not the kind of place for well-behaved kids, so they couldn't be bothered to intervene. Wang Hongxi raised his right hand. Get lost. Suyu, if you keep bothering Xiao Ying, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Hongxi raised his hand and directly summoned his pet beast. A 2-meter-long lion with claws wrapped in flames glared fiercely at Suyu, causing the onlookers to step back. Oh my, is that the sequence 392 fire lion? It's actually in the top 500 sequences. Such a precious pet beast would likely auction for no less than 10 million at the Pet Beast Association. The Wang family was indeed wealthy and powerful. Wang Hongxi arrogantly said, so what's it going to be? Should I make a move, or will you leave on your own? Humph, unable to listen any longer. A cold snort came from behind Suyu. Everyone suddenly noticed that the girl behind Suyu seemed to carry a piercing cold wind with each step, suddenly spreading her pitch-black wings, her deep purple pupils sending chills down people's spines. But her stunning beauty made everyone steal a second glance. Shut up, mixed breed. Arya gently raised her hand and then waved it down. Blood Queen. Wang Hongxi suddenly felt his knees weaken, blood gushing from his calves. Bang! Wang Hongxi's knees slammed hard into the ground, and he knelt directly before Suyu. The golden fire lion, wanting to protect its master, was met with Arya's gentle wave of her finger, which drew out half of its blood, the blood floating in midair, condensing into a blood throne that heavily smashed onto the lion's back. Boom. Ow. The entire fire lion was pinned to the ground, only able to emit a painful wail. Arya sat on the blood throne, looking down at the crowd, and with one foot crushed the skull of the fire lion. She arrogantly said, your blood is really dirty. Hybrid. At the same time, she smirked and pointed at Wang Hongxi. And you, ignorant fool, dare to shout at my master? Are you tired of living? Wang Hongxi covered his legs, wailing in pain. Who are you? Do you know my uncle is? Arya held Suyu's hand and said, me? Of course, I am my master's pet beast, and also his lover. What? All the onlookers widened their eyes, and then an uproar erupted. Chapter 3, Upper Sequence. Exceptional Admission? Transforming pet beasts are a privilege only the upper sequences ranked in the top 100 possess, right? My god, how lucky can one be to hit this jackpot? Upper sequence, worth at least 1 billion at the Pet Beast Association. No wonder the fire lion couldn't even struggle. It turned out to have met a tough opponent. Humph. Mocking others for lacking beast taming talent. What a self-indulgent act. This is a pet beast of the upper sequence. Isn't it you who lacks talent? The key is that it looks so good. Compared to my pet beast, it's just maddening. I could bite my back teeth off. Why isn't the lucky person me? The difference between Elia and her original image is so great that not only did the teachers at the registration office fail to recognize her, but they also felt she looked familiar. Although it was estimated that this couldn't be hidden for long, Jiang Ying was even more taken aback. She had just broken up with Suyu yesterday and specially changed into a sexy and cool outfit today, hoping to get closer to young Master Wang to obtain better beast taming resources. As a result, just a day later, Suyu appeared in front of her with a high-ranked pet. Just now, she really felt like a clown, being overly sentimental in front of Suyu. Wang Hongxi looked at Ilia's stunning face and terrifying power, forcing himself to speak despite the pain. Miss, I don't blame you. Leave Su Yu and come with me. That poor boy can't afford you. Our Wang family has plenty of beast-taming resources. Follow me, and you won't suffer. Despite the excruciating pain in his legs and his resentment towards Ilia and Su Yu, if he could get such a powerful pet and freely vent his anger by snatching her back from Su Yu, it would be worth it. Ilia frowned slightly. What you say is unbearable. This king's lover has, and will always only have one. Your foul blood is truly disgusting. Ilia clenched her hands, and Wang Hongxi felt as if some part of his existence was drained of blood, followed by a wave of intense pain. Ah, you dare. The crowd couldn't help but tremble when they saw this. Wow, that's ruthless. Will that still be usable in the future? Probably not, right? It's all necrotic. It definitely has to be amputated. With so much blood lost, it's definitely ruined. The teacher at the registration office, Ding Li, finally got up and walked over. This is just a small scuffle, but if someone really gets killed, that Dean Wang is not someone to mess with. This student, please stop, after all. This is the university entrance, not a martial arts arena. Su Yu glanced at Ilia, who waved her hand, and the blood that had formed a throne turned into a puddle. Wang Hongxi was also released from the blood restraints. He fell to the ground in pain, and his two bodyguards hurried over to help him. Su Yu, and you just wait. They hadn't finished speaking when he fainted, after being dragged away by the bodyguards. Ding Li kindly said, Alas, you guys are in trouble. Su Yu shook his head. I was just acting in self-defense. May I ask, can I register for school? Ding Li quickly nodded. Yes. Although your talent report is blank, being favored by a high-ranked sequence is enough to allow you to enroll as an exception. Here is your proof. There will be an entrance test tomorrow to determine the colleges and allocate resources. You can check this knowledge manual for related beast-taming information. Good. You're not that great either, are you? Besides your slightly bigger face, I really can't think of why the master would have liked you before. Jiang Ying's face turned red. She was actually quite good-looking, a solid 8 out of 10, but compared to Ilia, she was instantly overshadowed. She was half a head shorter than Ilia, and every aspect of her, figure, face, appearance, and temperament, had significant gaps. Is this your revenge, Su Yu? Huh. Su Yu scratched his head. I never thought I would run into you guys. We ended things a long time ago, didn't we? Can you stop pestering me? Scumbag. Don't get cocky, Su Yu. With your poor family background, why would anyone look up to you? She will leave you sooner or later. Su Yu frowned, about to say something when Ilia interrupted. Isn't it just money? I have plenty. Of course I can support my master. Ilia lightly shook a gold ring engraved with the Beast Taming Association logo. Jiang Ying was completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. The onlookers immediately recognized it. Oh my. ISNT this proof provided by the Beast Taming Association to members who have accumulated over $1 billion in spending? So she is a rich woman. My God. They say beasts are money-devouring creatures. Look at her, taking care of herself and her master. What luck is this? She must not have hatched from a beast egg. She was already doing well in society as a humanoid beast. Sister, I want to be pampered too. Ilia gave a cold snort and glanced at the group. Get lost. Miscellaneous cultivators. Your blood smells foul. Ilia pulled Su Yu away from the crowd, and the boys behind them didn't seem to mind being scolded. Sister's scolding voice is so pleasant. Damn, the new student Su Yu, huh? I'm so jealous, really jealous. TSK, the Wang family is notoriously vengeful. They will definitely retaliate. It has to be said, Su Yu's entrance test tomorrow will probably be. By then, the whole school will be watching. It shouldn't get too out of hand, right? Yes, maybe we can even see the treasure of Magic City Beast Taming University. That Ilia K. Peaksy Sr. Hey, don't you think that high-ranked sequence just now looks a bit like that senior? Ilia's wine-red long hair swayed slightly, huh? Think what? Help me out. Ilia tilted her head. You humans are really hard to understand. Su Yu was quite surprised. Did she not understand human emotions? Huh. Then why did you help me? Ilia put on a thoughtful expression. Well, hearing them talk about you like that made me feel uncomfortable, so I did it instinctively. I thought you would be very happy if I did. Su Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps this was the love of a vampire queen. There was no human concealment or pretense, yet it felt more sincere. Speaking of which, her attitude towards others was very harsh, but surprisingly good towards herself. Then Ilia chuckled. The book I read said that humans usually express their gratitude by giving gifts, right? Su Yu smiled. Sure, Ilia, what gift do you want? I will do my best. I'm hungry. Su Yu adjusted his waist. Indeed, last night was the happiest moment of his life. But he really couldn't handle it, could he? Su Yu declared. Miss Ilia, I must correct your mistaken values. As a girl, you should be more reserved. Ilia looked at Su Yu in confusion. I don't understand. Don't you want to enjoy it with me? Su Yu stood firm. As a man with sound values would never waver easily. I want. Chapter 4, Stunned Family. Wang Hongxi's Malicious Revenge. Satisfied. Ilya got up and changed into a dress. Suyu's legs felt a bit weak. He hadn't stopped since he met Ilya yesterday. However, she looked much better than when they first met. Her injuries had healed, and even the internal injuries were probably almost healed. Suyu looked around. The decor of the small leaf rosewood and the ivory carvings, along with the warm fireplace, gave the house a classical atmosphere. How many years had she lived? This intrusive question ultimately went unspoken by Suyu. Ilya smiled lightly. Little guy, what are you thinking about? You haven't even returned home since last night. But starting today, you will live here with me. No problem. His own home was just a 3-bedroom apartment with poor sound insulation. If Ilya moved in, it would be hard to avoid complaints from the neighbors. At Suyu's home, Su Qifan and Ning Shooting were discussing in the kitchen. Our son and Jiang Ying have been out all day and night. Do you think we are about to have a grandchild? Su Qifan shook his head. I've long thought Jiang Ying is capable of becoming a beast tamer, but unfortunately, our son doesn't have that fortune. Do you think in the future? Ning Shooting frowned. What if we sell the house and buy our son a few beast eggs? As long as he can contract a pet, he can also become a beast tamer, right? Su Qifan took out a cigarette from his pocket, his hands trembling slightly. It was a tough decision. The family's entire savings could only be gambled once, and Su Yu's sister was still in school. Ning Shooting held a spatula. Will it work or not? We can't hold our son back. Listen to me, sell the house. And combined with the hundreds of thousands we've saved, as long as our son and Jiang Ying can. Ning Shooting hadn't finished speaking when Suyu opened the door and heard the conversation about selling the house. No, I was only out for a day. How did the house suddenly disappear? Wait, Mom and Dad, what house are you selling? The housing prices are dropping sharply now. Do you think there will be fools buying? Also, we actually saved so much money. Ning Shooting dropped the spatula in her hand onto the table. Oh, you scared me. Su Qifan walked up to Suyu and patted his shoulder. Son, your mom and I think it's better to sell the house and get you a few pet beast eggs. We can't delay you and Jiang Ying. Suyu raised his eyebrows. After a moment, he realized. Oh, I mentioned yesterday that I was asked out by Jiang Ying. Suyu sighed. All right, Mom and Dad. Don't worry about it. Jiang Ying and I have already broken up. Su Qifan and Ning Shooting were first taken aback, then exchanged glances, seeing a hint of bitterness in each other's eyes. Is the family holding their son back? Ning Shooting wanted to comfort Suyu but couldn't think of what to say. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Suyu lightly coughed. Ahem. However, after breaking up with Jiang Ying yesterday, I encountered some things. In short, I am now a beast master. Ilya, come here. What? Su Qifan and Ning Shooting looked at Suyu in surprise. How did he suddenly become a beast master? Wasn't it said that he had no talent for beast taming? Then, they saw a stunningly beautiful woman, 175 centimeters tall, with an elegant figure, following Suyu. She had changed her hairstyle to a more acceptable black long straight ponytail, wearing a cold-toned dress paired with black stockings, and even under the most discerning eyes, there were no flaws to be found. Hello, I am Ilya Kaipizi, Suyu's pet beast, and also his partner. The two stood there dumbfounded. Not even a moment of mourning for their son's breakup with Jiang Ying, and a perfect daughter-in-law arrived at home. Ning Shooting shot Su Qifan a glance. Men are really fickle. Hello, I'm Suyu's mother, you're his pet beast? Suyu explained. Mom, haven't you seen the information on the Beastmaster website? High-ranking pet beasts can transform into human form, and Ilya is even more special. She has lived in human society. Don't you remember the video you watched the day before yesterday? Ning Shooting suddenly recalled the headline she had seen a few days ago and said in disbelief. Welcome. Old man, don't just stand there dumbfounded. Where's that exquisite Da Hong Pao? Hurry and bring it out. You little rascal, you didn't say it earlier. I wasn't prepared at all. In contrast to the harmonious scene at Su Yu's home, at the first hospital of Magic City, the chief surgeon said to Wang Feng, my suggestion is to cut it off. This part of the blood has been completely drained and necrotic. If we don't cut it, it could be life-threatening. That's right, lying inside is Wang Hongxi. After Wang Hongxi was sent to the hospital, his father Wang Feng rushed over, along with Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying covered her mouth. She had just agreed to date Wang Hongxi, but today, not only was she humiliated by Ilya in front of Suyu, but her new boyfriend was also about to become a eunuch. How could she not feel devastated? Wang Feng's teeth were chattering. Well, let's cut it. After the attending physician left, Wang Feng and several other Wang family members stared at Jiang Ying. You are Hongxi's girlfriend, right? Jiang Ying didn't dare hide it and told them everything, even embellishing and subtly slandering Suyu. Wang Feng sneered. Heh, so his pet beast has ruined my son? Good. Very good, Suyu. In the hospital room, Wang Hongxi's wails could be heard. Ah, what are you going to do? Dad, don't cut it. Please, Dad. Let me keep it. Wang Feng walked in, heartbroken. Son, it has to be cut. Otherwise, you might not even survive. Wang Hongxi cried, and snot ran down his face. Really? Wang Feng replied, of course. Don't worry, son. I will make him pay. Upon hearing Suyu's name, Wang Hongxi screamed in agony. Dad, I want him dead. I want to see him tortured to death. Ah, the butler beside them said, Sir, it was the young master who acted first. We don't have the moral high ground here. After all, it's a society governed by law. They can't just kill people. Wang Feng sneered. Humph, tomorrow, isn't he participating in the entrance test? Let's make the difficulty level max. The butler understood. Yes, sir, you're brilliant. No first-tier beast master could possibly pass. As long as he can't get into school, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him. Wang Feng nodded. Students, as reserve soldiers, need to undergo a life-and-death trial without any preparation. Although the school will take protective measures to ensure everyone survives, there will always be accidents. However, not everyone will be unprepared. Ilea chatted lightly at Suyu's home for a while, and since they had the entrance test tomorrow, Suyu's parents didn't keep them, and the two left early. After leaving, Ilea said seriously, Little guy, we need to prepare for tomorrow's entrance test. Suyu excitedly gestured, Oh, are there new students stronger than us? Even Wang Hongxi and his fire lion were taken down by Ilea in an instant. What other opponents could there be? We are really strong. Ilea smiled lightly. No, it's just a death test with a pass rate of less than 30%. Chapter 5. Promotion to Second Tier Extraordinary Realm. Your encounter with this king is destined. Ilea's words made Suyu tense up. Perhaps this day had been too smooth, causing him to almost forget that this was a dangerous world where life was constantly threatened by the abyss. After returning to Ilea's villa, Suyu asked, So what is the entrance test like? Ilea shook her head. This king is a special enrollment, so there is no test. But I heard it involves a magic cave simulation field for assessment, which is almost indistinguishable from a real magic cave. However, the old folks at the academy probably wouldn't want to truly let students die. They will likely have some protective measures in place. Suyu frowned. A real magic cave? No wonder it's called a death test. Then Ilea, what should I prepare? Ilea leaned back on the lounge chair, casually flipping through a book. How would I know? If it weren't for you, little guy, this king wouldn't pay attention to how a human ranked 999 grows. Humans are actually ranked 999? Isn't that the last place? My goodness, humans are really powerful. But didn't you attend Beastmaster University for a year? Hehe. The book says the best way to avoid exposing your identity is not to speak. Suyu suddenly realized that the coldness of the school beauty came from this. Suyu shook his head, remembering that the school seemed to have issued a knowledge manual. He took it out to flip through. It introduced information about magic caves, pet beasts, and beastmasters. Among them, rankings 501 to 999 are called low tier, 101 to 500 are called mid tier, and the top 100 are called high tier and possess the ability to transform. The top 10 are even more special, referred to as the Divine Era Sequence, an ancient inheritance from the mythological era. The talent ability level is such that only the Divine Era Sequence can possess power above the tier. Beast Masters and pet beasts awaken their talents and become first-tier awakened beings. The first 4 tiers are Awakening, Extraordinary, Transformation, and Nirvana. So you took a deep breath. No wonder the profession of Beast Master appeared. It wasn't that humans chose to be beast masters, but that it was the only path available. Suyu continued reading. The methods for pet beasts to advance vary, but the principles of the first 4 tiers are generally similar. They involve consuming the flesh and blood of exotic beasts to enhance vitality and eating the cores of exotic beasts to enhance magical power. The higher the tier of exotic beast meat and cores, the stronger the effect, but they are also more expensive. Ilea, who was lying on Suyu's back and looking at the manual, complained, Hey, this king doesn't want to eat those filthy blood foods. How did Ilea break through before? In Suyu's mind, the panel information of the Vampire Queen flashed by. Rank, First Awakening Realm, 101000. Being intimate with her could heal her wounds and restore her blood deficiency, but it couldn't help her break through her rank, and her progress hadn't improved. That 10 points of progress seemed to have been raised by sucking Suyu's blood. Ilea said softly, Naturally, blood. Other people's blood smells terrible. I don't want to drink it at all. I only want to drink my master's fragrant blood. I am a descendant of the 3rd true ancestor. And to advance to the extraordinary realm, I need 1,000 liters of blood. But she didn't want to harm Suyu, so her progress was stuck here. Suyu stood up and looked at Ilea, his gaze sharp. Ilea, your blood queen can control all blood cells, right? Suyu pinched her delicate face and pulled it to his neck. Ilea Capersi, please obey your master's command. Use the blood queen to control all my hematopoietic stem cells for infinite regeneration. Then enjoy drinking. A glimmer of light flashed in Ilea's purple pupils, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. It was only at this moment that she truly felt Suyu deserved to be her master. She didn't like weak humans. Her initial encounter with Suyu was both thrilling and a last resort. However, the madness in Suyu's heart made her eyes sparkle. We are not just compatible. Little one, it seems that your encounter with this king is not a coincidence, but fate. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Suyu smiled and closed his eyes. In this dangerous world, the only thing he could trust was his own strength and Aelia, who followed him through life and death. Blood Queen, activate regeneration. Ding. The Vampire Queen drank your blood. Rank progress 10. Ding. Your blood triggered the Vampire Queen's ancestral phenomenon. Blood Queen's control enhanced. The cells of demonic plants and the souls of the undead are all included in the concept of blood. Ding. Aelia Capersi's progress reached maximum level. Breakthrough completed. Rank, second Extraordinary Realm. Extraordinary Realm, body strength and soul strength will greatly leap beyond ordinary people. The Blood Queen's range of magic expands to 200 meters. And the number of undead summoned by the Holy Song of the Undead increases to 5. Holy Song of the Undead. The undead prelude played by the Vampire Queen will capture 5 living beings within 100 meters and make them her loyal undead servants. At the same time, Suyu also advanced to the second Extraordinary Realm. His body strength significantly increased, and every blood vessel seemed to be permeated with the surge of magic. A punch might not be less than 1,000 pounds. Being drained by Aelia didn't hurt. On the contrary, her strength was very light, like a gentle caress, using the Blood Queen's ability to guide the blood to flow slowly and gently. Thank you for your hospitality, Master. The next day, a spirited Suyu and Aelia arrived at the magic capital Spirit University. There were more than 3,000 people registering. Although beast tamers were rare, the number was still considerable given the population of Daxia. Suyu seemed to spot the gloomy Wang Hongxi and his companion Jiang Ying among the crowd. Fellow students, welcome to register at the Magic Capital Spirit University. I am Shangwan Ling, the Dean of the Exotic Beasts Department. As we all know, for 20 years, humanity has suffered from the ravages of war since the emergence of the Demon Cave, and our school bears the responsibility of guarding the second disaster Demon Cave in Daxia, which is also an inescapable responsibility for all enrolled students. The war between races is brutal. It will not tell you the rules and can strike at any moment. Are you really ready to fight for humanity at any time? The entrance test, the Demon Cave simulation field. You will all be teleported into the simulated Demon Cave world we have created. Please do your utmost to survive and complete the tasks. If you wish to give up, please tear up your admission ticket. Someone will come to rescue you. Welcome to the path of racial confrontation. I wish you all great luck in your martial arts. As everyone was still in a daze and had not reacted, beams of light descended from the sky, teleporting thousands of students into the Demon Cave simulation field. A blinding light appeared around Suyu, obscuring his vision. Chapter 6: The Most Unfair Exam. Wait, isn't this the campus bell? As the light curtain disappeared, Suyu gradually opened his eyes. The clear sky of the magic capital was gone, replaced by a dim yellow sky, drifting with dead leaves, countless desolation and bleakness. Deep pits and broken wood everywhere along the roadside, resembling a post-battle apocalyptic scene. Is this the Demon Cave? A faint blue text screen popped up in front of Suyu. Location, Bluestone Gorge. Task name, The Last Informed. Difficulty, Redstone City, a frontline city built by humans in the Demon Cave. Task items, a map, a list, a race introduction. Do you wish to execute the task? Aelia frowned slightly. Bluestone Gorge, what bad luck. Oh, why? Generally, a first-tier beast tamer is only allowed to operate outside the Demon Cave or around Redstone City. Bluestone Gorge must be entered by a third-tier beast tamer or an outstanding second-tier. Vaguely, Aelia sensed a hint of conspiracy. Moreover, this task is extremely unreasonable. New students generally have level tasks, and the difficulty of level tasks is high and their significance unclear. I really don't know what those old men are up to. Aelia thought. Outside the Demon Cave simulation field, the observing seniors and teachers were in an uproar. My God, how could someone be assigned a level task in the entrance test? Isn't this putting them in a deadly situation? Dean, this is unscientific. Isn't the Demon Cave simulation field set up to simulate based on the participant's strength? Shangwan Ling frowned slightly, about to inquire, but was preempted by Wang Yu, the Dean of the Practical Combat Department. Students, quiet. The Demon Cave simulation field is perfectly fine. Look, this student's pet is humanoid, since it possesses a high-level sequence. It has clearly been recognized by the Demon Cave simulation field as capable of executing this task. A senior sister complained. That's too unfair. Wang Hongxi, playing the traitor, has 100 people to stop him. But Suyu has to execute the task alone, and behind him are the blood-sucking ants and the IV Treant chasing him. Is it really okay? Another senior secretly said, I heard that Wang Hongxi is Dean Wang's nephew. It seems Suyu had a conflict with Wang Hongxi yesterday. No way. Is it true? Of course it's true. I saw them fighting at the school gate yesterday. I heard the Wang guy got crippled. No wonder. This must be revenge. The rumors immediately spread like a wave. Wang Yu's face turned somewhat awkward. Damn Wang Feng, if you care about your son, don't make it so obvious. However, Wang Yu immediately said with righteous indignation, nonsense. This dean has managed the Demon Cave simulation field for over 10 years without any mistakes. How could I misuse public office for private gain because of a little conflict between juniors? Besides, do you think that if you encounter a difficult task on the battlefield, you should back down? Is it unfair to you? Do you think that if you fall into a desperate situation, you should give up? How did the predecessors resist the invasion of the Demon Cave to defend the territory of humanity? He sounded righteous and selfless. The students felt something was off but had no way to refute it. The key was that Su Yu's task was truly perverse, with strong enemies ahead and pursuers behind. It was basically a guaranteed death. Given the strength of new students, this task was simply impossible to complete. If you die in the Demon Cave simulation field, then you are truly dead, unless Su Yu gives up the test. Shangguan Ling frowned slightly. In that case, Dean Wang, it's reasonable for new students to be unable to complete level tasks. As long as their performance is acceptable, let them enroll. How about it? Wang Yu shook his head. No. The rule is that tasks must be completed to enroll. Why should one person break the rule? If he finds it difficult to complete, he can choose to give up. We're not forcing him to his death. Shangguan Ling was momentarily speechless. This is a blatant case of personal revenge. Giving up on enrollment would be self-destructive. Even if I want to apply to other beast taming universities, it would have to be a year later. Who can guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen in that year? If I insist on taking the exam, I might really die in there. Wang Yu, your Wang family is too malicious. Shangguan Ling transmitted a message to her beast, letting a feather from the Qing Yuan carry the information to the principal's office. Investigating a dean requires the principal to take action. The students couldn't change Wang Yu's decision and could only quietly watch the screen in the sky. Suddenly, someone said, "Hey, have you guys noticed that the humanoid next to this junior looks a bit familiar?" Inside the mimicry field of the Demon Cave, Su Yu finished reading the task introduction and the race manual, gently pinching his brow. "It's aimed at me." Ailia tilted her head and saw Wang Hongxi's name on the list of traitors, realizing the malicious intent of the Wang family. This isn't a task at all. It's simply a trap to kill me. The task process is straightforward, with no twists or turns. It's obvious that this is the Wang family's underhanded manipulation, openly trying to kill Su Yu, or forcing Su Yu to choose to drop out. Can I not go? I can't, as there are the serial numbered 182 blood ants and 355 Qing vine tree men chasing behind me. And a massive beast tide could surge at any moment to engulf Su Yu. It's simple to win. Su Yu just needs to take down those 100 beast tamers by himself. Ailia blinked her beautiful eyes and held Su Yu's hand, saying, "Do you need me to accompany you to wait another year?" A glimmer flashed in Su Yu's eyes as he gently kissed the back of Ailia's hand. "No need. My queen, let them bring on their schemes and tricks. Ailia, as long as I am with you, I'm not afraid of fighting against anyone." Outside the mimicry field, when Su Yu finally shouted Ailia's name, all the students watching in Rose Square were dumbfounded. Even the teachers responsible for monitoring were wide-eyed in shock. Wait, what was the name he called? Ailia? Isn't that the school beauty who didn't come to watch today? No way, no way. Everyone gasped, their throats trembling, as if realizing something incredible. The originally noisy Rose Square fell into a dead silence. The astonished crowd nearly dropped their jaws to the ground. The silence was broken, and it instantly erupted into a thunderous uproar. What the hell? What the hell? Could it be that Su Yu's contracted beast is the junior Ailia? I thought she looked familiar. Look at the school beauty's eyes. They're deep purple, and so are Su Yu's beasts. The contrast was so great that I didn't even recognize it was Ailia. Hey, you bastard, what are you doing? Ailia's hand is not something you can touch. Junior, you have chosen the path to death. Go die? I was just worried about whether it was unfair to you. Damn it, just die in there. Dean, principal, we want an explanation. Shangguan Ling was also dumbfounded. Ailia Kaipizi, a genius adored by many, had risen to a 4th-level beast tamer in less than a year, surprisingly becoming Su Yu's beast. What's going on? Chapter 7. Everyone tames beasts. Why can you tame the school beauty? It was originally just a regular entrance test, and everyone came to observe the level of this year's juniors and sisters. As a result, all the male students in Rose Square exploded with heartache. The female students were also taken aback, finding it hard to express their surprise. No one could deny that Ailia Kaipizi's unparalleled talent surpassed ordinary people, and her beauty had captured the hearts of all the boys. But now, no one could explain why the jewel of the Demon City Beast Spirit University became Su Yu's beast. No way, everyone is taming beasts. Why can you tame the school beauty? Unable to hold back, the Rose Square was filled with uproar, and Shangguan Ling completely lost control of the situation. Finally, a gust of wind swept in, blinding everyone's eyes. A middle-aged man arrived, soaring through the air with wind wings. The principal of the Demon City Beast Spirit University. Ning Hanwen, descended onto Rose Square. Shangguan Ling said, "Principal Ilea." Ning Hanwen gently raised his right hand. "Students, quiet." Upon seeing the principal's arrival, the students' discussions quieted down, and everyone looked at Ning Hanwen eagerly, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Ning Hanwen slowly said, "Ilea's true form is actually a vampire. I saw her considerable talent and specially recruited her. The other day, she went missing during a mission in the demon cave, and it seems she inadvertently became this new student's beast due to unforeseen circumstances. Vampire, serial number 99, a powerful existence belonging to the upper tier." But Ning Hanwen concealed the information about the vampire queen and the true ancestor of the blood clan. The students suddenly understood. What? So Ilea is a vampire? No wonder. I thought why Ilea's strength had dropped so much. A vampire losing too much blood would indeed fall in rank. Damn it. Why can't I encounter such good luck? I also want to be Ilea's blood bag. Damn it. Why did this good fortune have to fall on this new student? I'm not convinced. If you have guts, come out and duel. Suyu hadn't enrolled yet, and he had already become the male enemy of the entire school. Shangguan Ling transmitted a message to Ning Hanwen, "Principal, Dean Wang might." Shangguan Ling's eyes widened in shock. This means that the mimicry field determined that Suyu was qualified to execute this task. Even without cheating, it's still assigned a high-level task. But his talent report clearly stated, none. Shangguan Ling stared intently at Suyu's every move inside the mimicry field, wondering what kind of secret this new student had. The principal's visit was probably for him, right? Inside the mimicry field, the blood ants, roughly human-sized, are ferocious creatures born to hunt blood, not stopping their killing instinct until they drain blood completely. Got it. Suyu smiled knowingly. Ilea noticed Suyu seemed confident and pondered secretly. Let me see how you handle this crisis. If you are truly qualified, perhaps my clan's tragic wish. Ilea gently pecked Suyu's face. It's nothing, just a little reward before the battle. I sense they are nearby. This small action, originally insignificant, only fueled the anger of the boys outside. Ah, that bastard. I've pursued her for a whole year without even getting a WeChat ad, and he dares to. That guy named Wang Hongxi, take down Suyu. Live market jump. Shangguan Ling rubbed her forehead lightly, realizing this batch of students was hopeless. She also didn't expect that the usually aloof Ilea would have such a passionate side. The two holding hands so intimately, no wonder the boys were going crazy. Finally, under everyone's gaze, with fallen leaves and dry wood, and a stone-paved road, Wang Hongxi stood ominously on the hillside. Dozens of students lined up, ready to summon their beasts at any moment. Seeing Suyu swaggering over, Wang Hongxi felt a twinge of pain and said viciously, "Suyu, it seems your luck has run out." Suyu narrowed his eyes. Why? Wang Hongxi laughed in anger. Why? You really don't understand your situation, do you? Do you think you and a beast can take on us 100? That's simply arrogant. I won't rest until I break your spine and make you kneel before me like a wild dog, begging for mercy. Suyu looked at the others. Are you also helping him? A guy behind Wang Hongxi, who looked like a little follower, named Song Qi, spoke up. Suyu, Wang just wanted to advise you not to bother his girlfriend, and you went all out. That's too much. Moreover, Wang suggested buying your beast, and you even maliciously injured him. People like you don't deserve to enter the Demon Spirit University. Another follower, Liang Chun, said, don't think you can escape responsibility. You have two choices, either forfeit and get lost, or confess here. Suyu gently shook his head. It's really the wicked who cry out first. Who was the one who struck first? They can't possibly be unclear about that. However, Suyu did not have the habit of self-justification. He glanced lightly at the others. What about you? A few girls softly said, my task is to stop you. I don't want to give up my enrollment. In fact, I don't agree, but they offered too much. Once it involves personal interests, who is really willing to uphold justice? Suyu then looked at Jiangying. Jiangying clenched her fists and said, Suyu, no matter what happened before, it's your fault for striking first. Apologize to Hongxi. Wang Hongxi impatiently said, apologize? What are you wasting your breath on? Attack. In the end, about 70 people chose to summon their pets, while the remaining 30 chose to watch, ready to pick up the pieces without offending anyone. In an instant, on the hillside, all kinds of strange pets appeared, towering sunflowers 7 or 8 meters tall, lions wreathed in flames, and skeletons wrapped in earth. Seeing Suyu's calm demeanor, Wang Hongxi felt even more furious. Suyu, are you still trying to act tough when your death is imminent? At the same time, a perverse desire surged in his heart. How about this? As long as you compensate me with your pet, I'll spare your life, and we can wipe the slate clean. What do you think? Suyu coldly replied, who is really facing death? It's laughable that you arrogant fools think you can overwhelm me with numbers. And you, Wang Hongxi, you're not even a man, yet your thoughts are so filthy. I see you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Ilea, attack. Everyone was startled. Was Suyu really planning to take them all on by himself? But with this posture, they felt underestimated. Arrogant. Go. Caution. His pet is likely a high-tier vampire. Be careful not to get too close, or you might be controlled. The demon plant team and the undead team moved first, with exotic beasts sweeping the formation. They followed the prearranged plan, targeting the vampire's weaknesses, sending dozens of demon plants to the front. A golden sunflower spread sunlight over Ilea, countering the cold darkness of the vampire. But she was the true ancestor of the Blood Clan, the king of vampires, and was not afraid of sunlight. Amidst the gasps, Ilea bathed in sunlight. Behind her a massive harp made of blood and bones rose. The harp played a haunting melody from hell, and the captivating tune instantly eroded the mental defenses of the pets. Activate the Hymn of the Undead. Chapter 8. The Crown of Blood. The king's command cannot be defied. The rampant notes caused everyone's eardrums to burst, and the invasive melody forcibly controlled 5 pets, including Wang Hongshi's fiery golden lion. Roar. Wang Hongshi was taken aback. He suddenly realized that the connection with his fiery golden lion had been severed. The lion's eyes were filled with blood. As if under control, it charged at Wang Hongshi. Uffed. Wang Hongshi spat out a mouthful of foam, flying back toward Suyu. Suyu was not polite. At the moment Wang Hongshi flew toward him, he raised his right arm and slammed an elbow into Wang Hongshi's face. Bang! Blood sprayed everywhere, streaming like a river. Wang Hongshi felt as if he were a kite with a broken string, having 7 teeth knocked out. The intense pain pierced his heart. Wang Hongshi screamed, "Ugh! Kill him for me." Song Qi was startled. "He's extraordinary. Damn it, don't engage him one-on-one." "Old Wang, are you okay?" Jiang Ying looked shocked. The sunflower she controlled couldn't affect Ilea at all, but instead allowed her to unleash her power freely in the sunlight. It was as if she were the one shrouded in darkness, while Ilea basked in a light that she could never reach. The students watching from Rose Square had a sudden shift in sentiment. Damn, is Wang looking for death? He dares to target Senior Ilea? That elbow was satisfying. No wonder he has the confidence. It turns out he secretly advanced to the extraordinary realm. With Ilea around, this was indeed possible. But after all, there were 100 of them, making it still very difficult to fight. The advantage in realm couldn't allow one to take on 100. Ilea was the most untainted prodigy in their hearts, and Wang Hongshi's audacity was outrageous, prompting sentiments to sway back towards Suyu. But they were right. Taking on 100 was simply impossible for a low-tier beast master. In fact, Ilea was also struggling quite a bit. She resembled a Valkyrie on the battlefield, condensing blood into blades and blood shields. The flames and ice from the exotic beasts couldn't break through the blood shield's defense, and she had to split her attention to protect Suyu, with limited counterattacks further weakening her opponents. The undead controlled by the Hymn were quickly dealt with. Their numbers were simply overwhelming. Waves of attacks from wind-type and fire-type pets continuously burned the blood, while the undead infiltrated the ground, launching spirit attacks from below that were hard to defend against. The manipulable blood was dwindling, as it seemed that Wang Hongshi and his group were on the verge of victory, while Suyu appeared to be teetering on the edge. Ilea glanced at Suyu, seemingly worried. Suyu took out a small knife and cut open his palm, sprinkling blood into the air. Everyone was puzzled. "What are you doing?" Suddenly self-harming. "Ilea, inject my blood into their bodies." Ilea was confused but complied nonetheless. She condensed Suyu's blood into hundreds of undetectable fine needles, shooting them toward each pet. The fine needles penetrated without causing any visible harm. Wang Hongshi, after receiving treatment, sneered, "Haha, this is getting desperate. Look, it didn't cause any damage at all." Liang Chen laughed along. "Haha, Suyu, so what if you've broken through to the extraordinary realm? Just one person. Do you really think you can defeat all of us?" The others felt a bit uneasy. A person named Lida said, "He and that vampire are indeed strong. It took us a quarter of an hour to make them show signs of fatigue." Wang Hongshi covered his leaking mouth and said, "Go, take him down." Everyone ordered their pets to attack, with Jiang Ying's sunflower charging at the forefront. Ilea leaned on Suyu's back and said, "My king's blood is running low." Suyu patted her. "You've done well. Leave the rest to me." Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Suyu stood before the 70-plus pets, carrying Ilea on his back. His gaze fierce, seemingly unaware of fear. The students observing in Rose Square couldn't help but say, "Is this really the end?" If it weren't for Ilea's drop in realm, they wouldn't lose. This also shows that Suyu is too reliant on Ilea. He has no talent at all. Only Ning Hanwen stared intently at Suyu. A beast master who could subdue a divine series must be extraordinary. Suyu stood on the hill, surrounded by exotic beasts, demon plants, and undead from all sides. He turned sideways, raised his right arm, and extended his right hand with fingers spread wide. "Beasts, I, the king, command you all to take your own lives." His right hand still dripped with blood. That frail figure, clearly on the verge of collapse, exuded confidence, just as everyone was about to sneer. The audience in Rose Square shook their heads. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Those exotic beasts, undead, and demon plants stood upright on the ground, facing Su Yu. And although they couldn't speak human words, they somehow managed to make sounds. Yes, all glory belongs to our king. Level talent, the crown of blood. Those who received a small amount of Su Yu's blood would temporarily become his loyal blood servants. Unable to resist, they could not defy him. The 70-plus pets simultaneously severed their own heads. Blood mist enveloped the area, and blood stained the ground. Broken branches of demonic plants and the heads of strange beasts were everywhere, along with the souls of the undead. Wang Hongxi and the other beast tamers stared in disbelief at the scenes unfolding before them. Shock, fear, trembling, and dread. The fear was almost indescribable, threatening to destroy their willpower. The onlookers in Rose Square were also stunned. How could this be possible? My God, what kind of ability is this? Is it his talent? Or is it Aaliyah's talent? No, Aaliyah is clearly exhausted. This is Su Yu's talent. Why are they suddenly obeying Su Yu? I understand now. Just now, Aaliyah injected Su Yu's blood into the beasts, and that is his talent. What a terrifying talent. Su Yu, carrying Aaliyah, walked up to Wang Hongxi. Wang Hongxi knelt on the ground, trembling. No, this is all fake. Fake. Su Yu sneered. This is the king's command. The king's command cannot be defied. And you do not even have the qualification to be killed by me. Su Yu lifted his foot and stomped Wang Hongxi's head into the ground. Bang. Wang Hongxi struggled for a few seconds before losing consciousness. Then, he glanced at Song Qi, Liang Chun, and the group of people who were crying and begging for mercy, prostrating themselves on the ground, which was quite laughable. Get lost. Su Yu considered that causing a massive bloodshed during the entrance exam might not be a good idea. After all, he would also become a student at the Magic City Beast Spirit University. In the Magic Cave, he would have no time for nonsense and would kill them in an instant. This was just an exam. He couldn't make the school look too bad. The group of people felt as if they had been granted amnesty, tearing up their entrance credentials and escaping the exam. Finally, Su Yu looked at Jiang Ying. Chapter 9, Deadly Temptation. I am a walking disaster. Jiang Ying held her broken sunflower branch, tears swirling in her eyes as she stubbornly looked up at Su Yu. Her life, her everything. Why was something beautiful just beginning destroyed so ruthlessly by Su Yu? Is this your revenge? Come on, make a move. Hit me. She cried out. Wu Wu, did you meet her long ago and deliberately hide your talent to get rid of me? Scumbag, bastard, heartless man. Wu Wu, I was wrong, Su Yu. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Can we still be together? Su Yu felt a lump in his throat. How had he not noticed before that Jiang Ying had such thick skin? If you hadn't been so eager to put me to death to curry favor with Wang Hongxi, I might have believed you. But unfortunately, you didn't. Your tears don't mean you think you're wrong. They just reveal your ugly heart, exceeding your psychological tolerance limit. Get lost. I don't want to hit women. Just as Su Yu turned around, Jiang Ying looked up, and a loud slap came. Clap. All her sobbing was slapped away by this slap. Aaliyah slapped her pretty face, leaving a red mark. My master is a gentleman, but I am not. Keep away from my man, bitch. Jiang Ying sat on the ground, lost and helpless. Shangguan Ling moved slightly and transmitted. Principal, unbelievable. This must be a rare high-level talent. Right? Why does his talent report say none? Ning Hongwen got the answer he wanted and was satisfied, leaving a transmission. Hee, no need to investigate further. Shangguan, let's Su Yu go to your academy. You personally take responsibility. Shangguan Ling was taken aback. Ah? Oh. After saying that, Ning Hongwen floated away. It seemed that no matter what, Su Yu's admission was inevitable. Wang Yu beside him was gritting his teeth in anger. His nephew was being trampled on the ground. How could he not be furious? There were too many unexpected events. Su Yu's high-level talent, Aaliyah becoming a beast. The principal's presence. Wang Yu's nearly torn face became a stepping stone for Su Yu. Su Yu, just wait, Wang family. I will repay the grudge. Inside the mimicry field of the magic cave, Aaliyah lay on Su Yu's back, satisfiedly blowing air into his ear. Master, I found that I love you a little more than before. Su Yu shook his finger, but you can't replenish blood here. There are definitely people watching outside. Generally, when Aaliyah called him master, it meant she wanted something. Aaliyah pinched Su Yu's waist. Humph, that's not what I meant. If the master wishes, I can allow you to take that woman as a little servant. Su Yu retched. Ugh, going from luxury to poverty is hard. After getting used to Aaliyah's supercar, he no longer wanted to touch Jiang Ying's ordinary car. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. If you dare agree, I will bite you to death. Suddenly, Aaliyah realized something. Oh no, a group of onlookers just ran away. Huh, all right, the mission. This meant that as long as they held out until the beast tide came and had not been captured by Su Yu, wouldn't that mean Su Yu's mission would fail? The people in Rose Square suddenly realized this point as well. What the heck? How are we supposed to catch them now? More than 30 people are fleeing in different directions. ISNT, that like searching for a needle in a haystack? Damn it. This new student fought so hard to win. And now the mission is going to fail. Okay, return Aaliyah to us. Wow, you guys are really pathetic. I support you, Junior. Exactly, they are a perfect match. How can you bunch of monsters oppose them? Suyu chuckled. Let them run. Who said completing the mission requires catching everyone? Aaliyah's lips curled into a smile. A little guy, tell this king what your talent really is? She felt increasingly curious about Suyu. Initially, she thought the little guy's talent was just that his blood was fragrant. Suyu naturally trusted Aaliyah and whispered in her ear. Aaliyah's eyes sparkled. So that's how it is, little guy. If one day a much stronger enemy than these people comes to you asking for me, will you still be like today? Suyu pinched her face. What are you talking about? I fear losing you more than losing my life. Let us go. Let us resolve this beast tide itself. The boys in Rose Square were already numb, watching the affectionate actions of the two. It seemed that everything that shouldn't have happened had happened. The person they couldn't let go of, Suyu probably let go of long ago. However, Suyu claimed he was going to resolve the beast tide? How could that be possible? Did he think he could fight against beast tamers? The beast tide. A terrifying beast tide, with blood-sucking ants and vine ants living in groups, would number at least tens of thousands. What could Suyu use to resist? This was simply not something Suyu was qualified to block. In many people's eyes, Suyu was no different from a mantis trying to stop a car. However, the subsequent developments exceeded everyone's expectations. Suyu arrived at the marching path of the vine ants, allowing Aaliyah to use the Blood Queen's blood-producing ability to pour Suyu's blood onto the bluestone ground. No one knew why Suyu was doing this. After pouring, Suyu and Aaliyah moved far away. Soon, the mountains and plains were filled with blood-sucking ants and vine ants. Then, a shocking scene occurred. The blood-sucking ants suddenly went mad, launching a fierce attack on the vine ants. They acted as if they were possessed, craving the blood that Suyu had poured. Deadly temptation. The higher-ranked blood-sucking ants had completely lost their rationality, their hunting instincts for blood fully activated by Suyu's deadly temptation. They would devour everything in sight. This was their racial characteristic, as well as Suyu's special talent. As a result, the grand beast tide met its end in the mutual slaughter of the blood-sucking ants and vine ants. What the heck? It can be like this? Blood-sucking ants were born to pursue blood, but how could his single drop of blood have such great attraction? What exactly is Suyu's talent? In the disaster dungeon, he seems like a walking calamity. Wow, with this kind of performance, he is bound to be trending #1 tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tonight. Videos of the thunderous events have already leaked. The Rose Square is completely in an uproar. The miracles brought by this newcomer are simply too numerous, truly opening everyone's eyes. Before Suyu, a light curtain appeared. Task completed. Congratulations on single-handedly shattering the beast tide. Task completion level rating. Activate special rewards for the dungeon simulation field. Chapter 10 level rating. Enrollment, level student treatment. Special rewards? Dungeon simulation field special reward 1. Mental power infusion. Dungeon simulation field special reward 2. 1 self-selected talent reagent. Please make your decision within a day. So you didn't understand what mental power infusion was. But he knew about the talent reagent. Those who did not awaken their talents during the awakening ceremony could still purchase talent reagents worth billions through cash abilities, thereby awakening their talents later on. Although later awakened talents are not as good as first awakened talents, they can still allow ordinary people to step onto the path of beast tamers. This reward is undoubtedly precious. As for mental power, before Suyu could react, a pure, illusory energy seeped into his mind. His originally chaotic mind seemed to be illuminated, opening up a mental world where thin spiritual energy units converged into a flowing stream. Mental power, spirit stream realm. Congratulations, host, for enhancing your mental power realm. Now your mental power is sufficient to accommodate a second pet beast. The system's prompt came through. Mental power has broken through. Suyu, who had not yet learned about beast taming knowledge, did not understand what mental power meant. But Suyu could faintly sense the existence around him. A power that transcended the limits of the 5 senses, feeling everything, gentle breeze, earth, blood, fallen leaves. Although the range of perception was still limited, it proved that Suyu was already far from ordinary. Another light curtain descended. In the square, a group of seniors rushed over, raising friendly middle fingers. How can you fix this, you bastard? I want to duel you. Aaliyah, how could I live without you? Bastard Junior. Quickly give Aaliyah back to us. Suyu curled his lips. I knew it. With Aaliyah's fame and beauty at the magical capital Beast Taming University, there must be no shortage of suitors. Suyu was prepared to face all the excited people, but there were just too many. As Suyu glanced around, all he could see were heads blackened together. Aaliyah's expression was displeased as her bat-like black wings spread out, protecting Suyu. Get lost, you bastards. What do you want to do to my master? Bang. So you seem to hear many hearts breaking. Ugh, sister, how could your 37-degree mouth say such cold words? And master? Why? I can't accept this. Shangwan Ling had a head full of black lines. This didn't seem like a reserve soldier defending the homeland at all. Hurry up and quell this chaos. The exchange competition of the 9 Schools Alliance is coming up. Are you all prepared to participate like this? Also, have you completed the task indicators and kill indicators in the dungeon? Do you want to have your beast tamer identity revoked? Shangwan Ling's reprimand immediately silenced everyone. The magical capital Beast Taming University provides students with massive resources and the most professional beast taming guidance, but the competition is equally brutal. Beast tamers enjoy a transcendent social status, but also bear a very high elimination rate and mortality rate indicators. After Shangwan Ling's scolding, everyone reluctantly left, their eyes still showing some unwillingness and envy. Suyu helplessly said, "Teacher, is the atmosphere at the magical capital university always like this?" Suyu shrugged, not caring. Shangwan Ling sighed. "Forget it, as long as you're mentally prepared. But still, congratulations on passing the entrance test, especially the most difficult level task. According to regulations, students who pass the level task will gain the qualification of level students. Come with me to the office. I will give you a detailed introduction to your treatment and requirements." Suyu did not want to reveal his talent, but Ilea was simply a walking spotlight. And coupled with the Wong family's targeting, it ended up like this. The result was good. He gained something from the misfortune. In the office, Shangwan Ling smiled. "Please sit. Let me introduce you to our magical capital university. There are 5 divisions within the school: the Exotic Beasts Department, Combat Department, Monster Plant Department, Special Department, and Support Department, which will be allocated according to students' talent abilities and pet beasts. With your qualifications, you are very suitable for the Combat Department, Exotic Beast Department, and Special Department. However, the Special Department mainly excels in elements and necromancy, and the head of the Combat Department, Wang Yu, is the uncle of Wang Hongxi, so..." Suyu nodded. I would like to enter the Exotic Beast Department with Teacher Shangwan." Shangwan Ling smiled. "Very good. Your talent report shows none. I know you might not want to reveal your talent ability, but can you tell me your talent level?" Suyu thought for a moment and decided to reveal a little to exchange for better treatment. "Level, my blood is quite special, possessing the power to lure and control part of the pet beast souls." Shangwan Ling gently nodded, consistent with her speculation. "Sure enough, here you go. This is your specially made student ID. Starting today, you are a level student at the Magical Capital University. The school implements a credit exchange system, where 1 credit is equivalent to the beast taming resources worth 1 million outside the school. As a level student, you will receive 100 credits every month. You should know that there are fewer than 200 level students in the entire Great Xia, and you can also prioritize selecting pet beasts, prioritize purchasing rare talent reagents, and have the right to form your own beast taming team. You know, students at the Beast Taming University are considered soldiers in the Great Xia Reserve. The war in the dungeon can summon us at any time, and being able to form a team will allow you to better utilize your abilities. Of course, you will be assessed on your training progress every month. If you do not meet the standards, you will lose your qualification. After all, this is a significant sum of money. Additionally, there are obligations you need to fulfill. U-level students must achieve good results for the school in the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition in half a month. This is related to resource allocation for the Beast Taming University. There are 2 exchange competitions each year, and afterward, there are tasks to suppress the dungeon, with the most difficult tasks often being assigned to you first. Are you willing to accept this? Suyu nodded. There was no reason to refuse. Over 1 billion resources every month. The magical capital Beast Taming University is indeed wealthy. It's no wonder that beast tamers are now the true national defense force of Great Xia. If one is careless, monsters from the dungeon might invade, leading to catastrophic consequences. Not to mention, the volcanic dungeon in Huaying Country recently erupted, resulting in a dungeon invasion disaster that destroyed several cities, causing immeasurable losses to Huaying Country. Therefore, every nation is frantically increasing their investment in the Beast Taming University. Shangwan Ling smiled. Good, then you can prepare for your enrollment. Level students will also have dormitories specifically assigned by the school. Ilea sat on Suyu's lap, having shrunk down due to blood loss. Interjecting, "Isn't it fine to live in the house I used to live in?" Shangwan Ling's expression stiffened. "Ilea, your house is in the girls' dormitory area." Ilea said, "Old Ning promised me." Shangwan Ling ultimately gave up the struggle. Who knows what kind of relationship the principal has with Ilea? Forget it. Since it's a single detached house, you can continue living in the original house. Also, Suyu, you need to be careful. Although the school encourages students to date freely, don't make too much noise at night. Suyu, why specifically remind me? Clearly, I'm the passive one. Chapter 11. The whole network goes crazy, conspiracies emerge, and all parties pay attention. At home, Ning Shooting and Su Qifan were so excited that they told everyone they met, eager for all the relatives and neighbors to know. Suyu is not good at dealing with those relatives. She hurriedly took a bucket and ran away with Ilea. After a whole day of hassle, Suyu finally moved her luggage to school, even after being promoted to the extraordinary realm and gaining far superior physical abilities. She was still exhausted. I said, Ilea, can you help with some of this work? Almost all of these 100 boxes are your things. But I'm so hungry. Hee, how could I let you do such a small task? Suyu gritted her teeth, thinking, damn it. This time I must choose a talent potion that enhances physical abilities and then make this little fairy submit. Ilea smiled brightly. I'm hungry. Huh. While Suyu was busy moving, news and videos about her spread like wildfire. The gossip online had long been replaced by the tabloid news of beast tamers. Truly a nationwide frenzy. Families with a bit of money would consider buying a beast egg, even if they didn't have the talent of a beast tamer. Having more labor at home was beneficial, so naturally, they were quite enthusiastic about the news of beast tamers. On this day at the end of September, Suyu's news topped the headlines of major platforms. The genius school beauty is actually a vampire. A man tames her with these 3 tricks. A freshman, but a level genius. The video of the entrance exam for Magic Spirit University has leaked. The power of the king? Beast taming experts. This is the most astonishing beast taming talent I've ever seen. The Paisai family of the Milika Kingdom severely condemns and questions the origins of the new student's pet beast. Strategic value. Suyu's talent may change the battlefield situation. Exaggerated news came one after another, and people enjoyed the gossip, but some, upon hearing this news, became extremely sinister. In a secret underground chamber of the Wang family. Wang Feng, who allowed you to act on your own? Dad, there are so many vampires. How was I supposed to know it was exactly that one? It was that bastard Suyu who hurt Shier so badly. Shut up, mister. Ishikawa from Huaying Country invested 10 bottles of level talent potions and asked us to capture that vampire. What happened? Our people and those from Huaying Country were all wiped out. Since then, I've repeatedly ordered no further actions. If we expose ourselves and Ning Hanwen comes after us, our Wang family is done for. Wang Yu said, yes, brother, you were too careless. Ning Hanwen obviously knows someone has been tampering and is already probing me. Wang Feng's face was filled with resentment and sorrow. And finally, the head of the Wang family, Wang Chonglin, said, all right, I understand. After all, he is also my grandson. Wang Yu used the special admission quota to enroll them. Wang Yu hesitated but eventually nodded for the sake of his elder brother. Wang Chonglin thought for a moment and said, Humph, don't rush. Let him bask in the glory for a day or two. According to the intelligence from Hongshi City, a great battle is about to break out in the Magic Cave. As a level student, he will surely be conscripted, and then we can deal with him in the Magic Cave. Wang Ping, Wang Qing, inform Mr. Ishikawa to be patient. Yes, at the imperial capital Beast Spirit University. In the conference room. This child's talent must be level. Didn't you all from the admissions office block the Awakening Hall entrance at that time? How could you let him freely apply to Magic Spirit University? Exactly. What has your admissions office been doing? The 9-School Alliance exchange competition was supposed to be our secure win for the freshman match. And now look. If we lose this year and funding is reduced, your admissions office will be fully responsible. All right, stop being so pessimistic. The president of the Imperial Spirit University, Jiang Huiran, tapped his fingers on the table and said, haven't we also enrolled these few exceptionally talented students this year? Especially Kong Huan Yuan. She might not necessarily lose to Suyu. Moreover, without Ilea in the second year of Magic Spirit, their competitiveness has significantly decreased. In the end, we still profit. That half-human, half-demon ethereal witch? What you said does seem not to be a loss. The 9-School Alliance exchange war is imminent, but the eternal cataclysm Magic Cave in the imperial capital is still restless. Everyone prepare to go. Yes, in the coastal district of Magic City, at the secret contact point of Huaying Country. Ishikawa Shuji angrily said, Baka, you summer people took our deposit and then told us you failed to capture it, thinking you could just brush it off? Ishikawa Shuji suppressed his anger and said, tell me your plan. Wang Qing took out a document. You see, we will act in the Magic Cave. No one will trace it back to us. Even if that vampire has some special abilities, we can capture Suyu's family to threaten her. Only then did Ishikawa's frown ease. As long as we can capture her, our Huaying Country is willing to pay another 5 billion. Okay, it's a deal. Yesterday, Suyu and Ilea were busy breaking through, and they only had bread for meals, with simple desserts. Finally, they found time, and Suyu personally cooked a meal. Ilea leaned on a lounge chair reading a book. After a busy time, Suyu called out, come eat, Ilea. Ilea stretched and sat at the table, scooping a spoonful of tomato scrambled eggs into her mouth. How is it? My cooking skills are quite good, right? In the past, Jiang Ying's parents always said their daughter didn't learn to cook, So Suyu learned a bit, but the results. Aaliyah's face suddenly changed. Her sharp teeth trembling. Did you put salt in it? Suyu, isn't it supposed to have salt? Aaliyah covered her mouth. Feeling a bit uncomfortable. You should have put sugar. Suyu raised an eyebrow and jokingly said, it was supposed to have salt. How can you eat it with sugar? Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable sweet tooth, Aaliyah. From now on, as my pet beast, you have to follow your master's taste. Aaliyah looked a bit wronged, her brows furrowed. No. What's wrong? Salt makes it taste better. Aaliyah, if you keep eating sweets, you'll get fat. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, he noticed a layer of mist in Aaliyah's deep purple eyes. Why did she suddenly? Aaliyah took out a book from her arms and threw it at Suyu's head, tears in the corners of her eyes as she ran to another room. Oh, that hurts. What's that for? Is it really necessary? This was the first time Aaliyah had a falling out with him. Suyu looked at the book that had fallen on the ground, the Vampire Diaries. For some reason, it pained his heart. He picked it up and opened the first page, and the words on the first page made Suyu realize he seemed to have made a big mistake. So bitter. I asked my mom why everything I eat is so bitter. My mom said, as true ancestors, we can only taste sweetness, all others sour, spicy, and salty flavors are the most bitter tastes in our mouths, 100 times more bitter than humans eating raw huanglian. Maybe this is like our fate, filled with bitterness, and also full of betrayal. Suyu bit his lip. What kind of bitter taste could make the proud Aaliyah cry? Suyu empathized. Realizing that what he took for granted might be a luxury for Aaliyah, he made a silent decision, picked up his phone, and said, hello? Teacher Shangwan. I've decided what talent potion I want. Could you please send it over immediately? Chapter 12 Aaliyah's unwavering loyalty, accompanying you to taste the sweet and sour. What? Suyu. You have to think carefully. The talent potion rewarded in the magic cave mimicry field can be up to level. I've thought about it. I need it urgently. All right. I'll have someone send it over. While waiting, Suyu continued to flip through Aaliyah's diary. The entries were few and very trivial. The last page was about herself. Today I met a lovely man. His blood smells so good. Meeting him might be the heavens not closing the door on me. He is very nice and gentle. I'm very satisfied with him. If Mom were still here, I would really want her to see him. I believe he is my destiny. I became his pet beast. My mom said humans, especially men, are very fickle. How will he see me? Will he like me? What are men really thinking? I don't understand. But he should be very happy if I please him, right? He said he would cook for me. He looks quite skilled. It should be delicious. Will he like sweet food? I'm looking forward to it. Suyu's eyes suddenly blurred. Does a vampire's love need to be more pure? Ding. Your item has arrived. The doorbell rang, and Suyu hurriedly got up. I hope it really is useful. What kind of bitter taste could it be? Suyu exchanged for a tiered talent reagent, Taste Link. Taste synchronized. It felt as if the most bitter taste in the world instantly filled his mouth, making Suyu vomit continuously, his entire stomach fiercely resisting. Aaliyah curled up in bed. That was even more bitter than eating raw huanglian. Why doesn't the little guy ever ask me what I like to eat? Didn't he say he was most afraid of losing me? Does he actually not like me very much? She twisted for a while, and when the bitter taste faded, she finally sat up. Actually, I can't blame him, after all. Ignorance is bliss. Aaliyah comforted herself for a while and prepared to talk to Suyu. Suddenly, Suyu pushed the door open. Aaliyah's lips gently curled up, like the melting snow of early spring. I wasn't blaming you. It's just that it was really too bitter. Suyu said, I made another portion. You must be starving. Hurry and eat. Aaliyah smiled, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and took a spoonful into her mouth. Didn't I say to add sugar? Salty? No, it's not bitter. Is this a salty taste? This. She looked at Suyu, a bit confused. Suyu smiled. I asked Teacher Shangwan to help me check. There is a rare talent reagent called Taste Link. Just in time. We could choose one as a reward for the entrance test, right? I tried Aaliyah's taste and realized that kind of bitterness is really unbearable. I'm sorry. I was too self-righteous. From now on, whatever flavors I can taste, Aaliyah should taste too. The world is not just sweet and bitter. I want to accompany you to taste all the sour, sweet, spicy, and salty. Aaliyah's eyes gleamed with moisture as she playfully scolded. What a waste. You actually chose this useless talent reagent. How could it be? Aaliyah is my redemption. As long as it makes Aaliyah happy, it's not a waste. Aaliyah's face turned rare crimson, and she could clearly feel the sound of her heartbeat. Aaliyah threw the golden ring issued by the Pet Association to Suyu. Inside is what I bought for you. After saying that, Aaliyah lowered her head and started eating heartily. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, mapo tofu, braised pork, steamed fish, flavors she had never tasted before, emotions she had never experienced before. Wow, so delicious. I want to drink salty tofu pudding tomorrow morning. Sure. I also want to eat salty zongzi. Huh. Wait, let's eat sweet zongzi instead. You just said you would accompany me to taste all the flavors. Okay. All as you wish. Let me see what Aaliyah bought for me. Deer antler, sheep kidney. What do you mean by that? Because this king still wants to eat your deliciousness. Alia's attitude towards you has changed. To live and die together, unwavering. Vampires are easily betrayed because they are easily satisfied, aren't they? The next day, Suyu had dark circles under his eyes, and his legs trembled. I regret it. I should have chosen a reagent that enhances physical strength. It's not all due to replenishing Alia's blood. There's also the exhaustion from moving into a new house all day. Students above a certain level are assigned independent villas. And Alia's house is especially large, covering over 2,000 square meters. No wonder students of that level are allowed to form beast teams. Wouldn't they need to assign a few servants first? Additionally, after Suyu's mental power breakthrough, he could contract a second pet beast. But Suyu still didn't have a good idea. After having Alia, he looked down on weaker ones. He might as well go to class and listen to the teacher's suggestions. Suyu's theoretical knowledge of beast taming was zero. He relied solely on brute force. There are 3 levels of mentors: Silver Badge Mentor, Gold Badge Mentor, and Star Badge Mentor. Suyu's mentor is naturally the Dean, Shangwan Ling, truly a Star Badge Mentor. The public class on Monday morning is also taught by her. When he and Alia entered the classroom, the entire room fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the person who stirred up the entrance test. Is he Suyu? Yes, that's him. Isn't that Alia's senior beside him? It's the one they talked about online. Haha, it really is. Suyu was puzzled as to why everyone seemed to know him so well. He casually found a seat, and his expression darkened while surfing the internet before class. A talent beast master appearing once every 4,000 years? Please, does the entire history of beast tamers even span 100 years? Secrets to conquering the campus beauty. Some ball's flower language is restraint and wealth. We're not that perverted, okay? This elbow. Kids, don't look too violent. How did my video of beating Wang Hongxi get out? Wait, I could endure the previous things, but why is my dad being interviewed by the media? And he endorsed Xing Dongfang to become a gold medal lecturer? The key is, Dad, you endorsed the wrong place. That's a cooking school, not an education school. Hey. Seeing the picture of himself wearing a chef's hat, he really couldn't hold back. I used to be at the forefront of gossip, capturing the black and white, enjoying myself. And now it's my turn to face the music? Shangwan Ling walked into the classroom, which slightly calmed the discussions. This year's enrollment in the Exotic Beast Division is 800 students, and Suyu's class is the top class, with 76 students, including 2 tier students like Suyu. The rest are all tier students. Shangwan Ling said, "Students, welcome again to the Exotic Beast Division. From now on, I will be your dean. You can come to me with any questions. Now, let's explain the issue everyone is most concerned about. How should beast tamers and pet beasts cultivate? And what do mental power and realms represent? Lu Xian, you come from the beast taming family, the Lu family. You should know quite a bit. Would you like to share?" Lu Xian, another tier student in the Exotic Beast Division, was directly invited to enroll and did not participate in the entrance test. She had a refreshing high ponytail and wore a chiffon polka dot dress, giving off a rich girl vibe. Even Suyu couldn't help but take a few more glances. Suyu's performance yesterday was evident, and Shangwan Ling also intended for Lu Xian to showcase herself. The future of the first-year Exotic Beast Division would depend on these two to carry the banner. Lu Xian gently nodded. Yes, beast tamers in the first 4 tiers. Chapter 13, Choosing the Second Pet Beast? 9-School Alliance Exchange Competition. Realms represent physical energy, while mental power represents spiritual energy. The two complement each other. However, to contract more pet beasts, one must rely on breakthroughs in mental power, which is extremely difficult to cultivate. The currently known methods are limited to killing special ethereal beings in the magic cave to obtain their ethereal hearts or forcing oneself in life and death situations. Additionally, in major beast taming universities, the magic cave simulation field can elevate a person from the spiritual origin realm to the spiritual creek realm. It is said this is a special technique learned from the demons in the magic cave. The students nodded repeatedly. Everyone's understanding of mental power and realms was quite shallow. Lu Xian's theoretical knowledge and friendly sharing gained her a lot of goodwill from the class. Shangwan Ling smiled. Yes, well said. In short, the cultivation of pet beasts can be enhanced not only through common blood food and battle methods, but also through special talent abilities. And for beast tamers, wanting to become stronger in the early stages, besides improving their own realm, it is even more important to contract powerful pet beasts. Every time one's mental power realm increases by 1 tier, they can contract an additional pet beast. The currently known realms of mental power are spiritual origin, spiritual creek, spiritual lake, spiritual sea, spiritual abyss, and spiritual domain. In the early stages, students can enhance their mental power using the magic cave simulation field. But the subsequent journey will depend on your own gains in the magic cave. When it came to a topic Suyu was interested in, he asked, "So, teacher, if I want to contract a second pet beast, do you have any recommendations?" Everyone gasped. Yes. Su Yu's mental strength has already been elevated to the Lingxi realm by the magic cave's mimetic field yesterday. Although it's not necessary to complete a high-level task to receive the reward of mental strength infusion, being one step ahead is indeed enviable. Shang Wanling said, That's a good question. As beast masters, we mainly rely on the combat power of our pets. Currently, powerful beast masters generally follow a few principles. The first is the sequence number. If you can encounter a high-level sequence within the top 100, you should try not to miss it. If you can encounter the legendary divine sequence within the top 10, you shouldn't even consider whether it matches your affinity. Just go all out to contract it. Divine sequences are extremely rare, and there are only a handful of owners in the entire Great Xia. In our school, only the principal has a divine sequence pet. Su Yu deeply agreed. He had a profound experience of the power of divine sequences every night. He just didn't expect them to be so rare. But thinking about it, Ailea's greatest talent is her undying power. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is enough blood, she can recover. No matter what. She cannot be killed. Even if her blood is drawn, she will only fall into a deep sleep. She already stands at a height that ordinary pets cannot reach. Shang Wanling continued. The second aspect is the innate talent of us beast masters, which is easy to understand. For example, Li Su's high-level talent, Light Spirit Protection, allows pets to gain a significant boost in speed, so he is more inclined to choose flying or speed-type pets. The third is the choice of a few people, which is resonance within the same system. Overseas, the Milika Kingdom has researched that if pets belong to the same system, they often produce excellent chemical reactions. For example, Su Yu, besides the vampire, the sequence 62 Moonlight Apostle and 377 Death Apostle are also beings of the same system. However, I must remind everyone that due to the difficulty of improving mental strength, it is often better to be selective. Of course, this is aimed at our elite class. For ordinary beast masters, it's better to find a second pet as quickly as possible. After that, Shang Wanling continued to answer questions. Su Yu also fell into contemplation. Ailea is strong, and indeed, it's better to be selective. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to help Ailea in battle, but he could also become her burden. This matter must be discussed with Ailea. What if she gets jealous? Ailea? Ailea knew what Su Yu was about to say, gently lifting Su Yu's chin with her finger and whispering in his ear, I do not oppose you finding a second pet. But a too-weak being does not deserve to share a man with me. At the very least, it should be a top 10 sequence. Su Yu was taken aback. Divine sequence? Sister, just encountering you is already incredible luck. TSK. I heard that after that clan transforms. Su Yu's eyes lit up. He hugged Ailea and kissed her a few times. You are truly my treasure. I have a poor stomach and am naturally fond of soft food. Shang Wanling, seeing this scene, stiffened her expression. Ahem. This classmate, while cultivating feelings with your pet is indeed important, but this is during class. Can you restrain yourself a bit? However, the class had already erupted into chaos. How can it be? Is the vampire girl so beautiful? I'm so jealous. My second pet must be a vampire. Stop it. I've seen vampires, but such a beautiful vampire can only be Senior Ailea. Damn it. You are really despicable, Su Yu. In the end, the class ended amidst the noise. Shang Wanling shook her head repeatedly. Su Yu has excellent talent, but he really is restless. After the large class ended, Shang Wanling kept 7 people behind, including Su Yu and Lu Xian. Let us get to know each other. From now on, I will be your tutor. At the same time, I can tell you that as my students, you all must participate in the preliminary round of the 9-School Alliance exchange competition. The exchange competition will be held in half a month. Su Yu actually didn't understand why the time was so urgent. Li Su asked in confusion, Teacher, why is there an exchange competition right at the start of the school year? I remember it wasn't until 2 months after the start of school last year. Shang Wanling frowned. Now I can tell you that the exchange competition does not have a fixed time. The school bears the responsibility of suppressing the magic caves and must arrange the time according to the situation on the front lines. You may not have a clear concept of how important the exchange competition is. To put it this way, besides the Great Xia allocating funds based on the results, it also determines the order in which the 9 major universities form elite teams to suppress the magic caves. We humans are not strong in the magic caves. Last year, when the Imperial Capital Beast Spirit University won the championship, the time for suppressing the disaster magic cave we were responsible for was delayed by 1 day, resulting in 462 Beastmasters from Hongshi City being killed and 391 missing, including my daughter. Chapter 14. The Elegy of Blood and Tears, Su Yu and Lu Xian. The 7 fell silent, and Li Su whispered, I'm sorry, teacher. Shang Wanling wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. My family and I were mentally prepared for this, but she is just missing, and there is still hope for finding her. Although she knew that hope was incredibly slim, Shang Wanling gathered her spirits and said, We are beast masters. If we don't go, who will? You all heard about the recent events in Huaying Country, right? Everyone nodded. Huaying Country failed to suppress the volcanic magic cave, and the flame demon clans surged into the world, destroying 5 cities with immeasurable losses. Shangguanling said, "We are not from Huaying. We, the Great Xia, must confront the enemies within the magic caves. But who can be without some selfishness? Everyone has their own close and distant relationships. We certainly hope to first suppress the beast tide of the disaster magic cave. Other universities are no different. But unfortunately, no school has the strength to suppress the magic cave alone, and even resisting is difficult, so they had to adopt this method. It's a competition of everyone's ability to train students and warriors. Willing to gamble means accepting the results." The background of the 9-school alliance exchange competition was finally revealed to everyone. So you also had to admit that people indeed have close and distant relationships. No wonder the school takes the exchange competition so seriously. This is not an exchange competition at all. Shangguanling said apologetically, "I'm sorry for saying some heavy things. Let us introduce ourselves. From now on, you will be comrades in the same team." The 7 took turns to introduce their names. Suyu, Lu Xian, Li Su, Wei Gang, Chen Mingming, and Jishui, Jiang Xinyue. Shangguanling said, "Forcing you young people to the battlefield so early is the incompetence of our generation. But I hope that one day you can end the threat of the magic caves. The Great Xia invests over 10 of its total budget every year into beast masters. You should understand what this proportion means. If it weren't for the nationwide beast mastery, adding more labor capacity, I'm afraid." The 7 nodded. This meant that the Great Xia had already done its best. Shangguanling shook her head. "Let us not talk about this anymore. Let me tell you the rules of the preliminary competition. Each of the 5 major academies will select some people to participate. The Practical Combat Department and our Exotic Beast Department have 10 spots, while the other 3 departments have a total of 12 spots. Additionally, there will be open selection spots. With no limit on the number of participants from each academy, everyone can sign up, totaling 16 spots, for a total of 48 people. First-year students will be exempt from the first round, but they must still win at least 2 matches. Besides that, there will also be a special team battle, where each academy selects one team to compete in a 7-on-7 match, with the winners representing their school in the 9-school alliance team battle. The rules are quite simple. Time waits for no one. We need to quickly determine the results for participation." Shangguanling looked at the 7 and said, "I will do my best to guide each of you, and you should communicate with each other more. Also, choose a team leader." The 7 looked at each other. Ultimately, their eyes locked onto Suyu and Lu Xian. And Jishui said, "There are only you 2 first-year students in the team, so it must be chosen between you 2. Li Su, Wei Gang, Chen Mingming, and Jiang Xinyue all nodded in agreement without dissent. Suyu and AI Lia's performance left them in awe. They had watched videos of such shocking displays, and the 5 of them felt inadequate in comparison. Lu Xian was specially recruited for school, and her family seemed quite powerful, so she naturally had the qualifications. Shangguanling looked at the 2 of them. "Suyu, Lu Xian, what do you think?" Lu Xian shook her head. "I just arrived today and don't know much about classmate Su." Suyu also said, "Teacher, you decide." Shangguanling said, "Then let the capable go first. Why not have the 2 of you compete to find out? Besides, being elected as captain has its benefits. Don't you both want to compete a bit?" Shangguanling's suggestion was immediately supported by the other 5. Approval. Straight to the point. Agree. Should we really have a match? Suyu and Lu Xian exchanged glances and finally agreed. All right, let us go to the arena. Shangguanling led the group to the combat arena. She briefly introduced the rules. Hitting the pet to the point where it can no longer fight or knocking it off the stage counts as a victory. The arena was spacious, designed to accommodate the battles of beast masters, measuring 300 meters long and 150 meters wide. More than enough for low-tier beast masters to perform. The other 6 sat in the viewing area, eyes glued to the 2. Lu Xian called out from a distance. "I heard classmate Su is at the transcendent level? Coincidentally, I am too, so it's a fair match." Suyu held AI Lia's hand. "Please give me guidance, classmate Lu. Don't worry, I will hold back." Lu Xian's expression was serious. Although she had not witnessed Suyu in battle, the shocking scene of him fighting against hundreds and commanding dozens of pets to self-destruct under the king's orders made her heart race. Lu Xian speculated that this must rely on some kind of medium, and based on intelligence, it was highly likely Suyu's blood. But AI Lia happened to be a vampire who could control blood. Their compatibility was too good, to the point where an ordinary person would be instantly defeated. However, Lu Xian was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, possessing top talent and high-tier pets, and was not afraid of Suyu. "Please." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xian leaped up, a pure white griffin carrying her into the air, increasing the distance to avoid being hit by Suyu's blood. The griffin was completely white but had 2 heads, one representing light and the other holy flame. a dual-headed griffin of sequence number 63, from a powerful race in the eternal abyss in the imperial capital. Each dual-headed griffin had different attributes, and once they gathered in large numbers, they could unleash devastating magical power. After transforming, due to the two heads resembling a conjoined twin, it did not look very appealing, so they generally did not transform voluntarily. Coupled with Lu Xian's top talent, the virtual binding release could condense attribute energy into a sphere smaller than a fingernail and explode in an instant, making it a humanoid bomber. Tiered students generally possess some strategic potential to change the battlefield situation. As the match began, the dual-headed griffin's light roar and holy flame descended from the sky. Su Yu and AI Leah's figures seemed incredibly small in front of this roar. However, AI Leah's blood shield instantly solidified, and the holy flame struck the blood shield without breaking through at all. Lu Xian's pupils contracted. The holy flame inherently restrained cold powers, making it advantageous against vampires. But why could AI Leah's blood shield easily block it? It even seemed that the holy flame was being covered and devoured by the blood shield. Useless. Virtual binding release. Lu Xian activated her talent ability, and the massive energy pouring from the holy flame was like being attracted and condensed by a small black hole, forming a terrifying energy ball with extremely high energy density. As long as Lu Xian thought, it would explode in an instant, turning the enemy to ashes. With this move, what will you use to counter it? As the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, she did not believe that other tiered students at Magic Spirit University could truly match her. The differences in family background and resources created an insurmountable gap for ordinary people. It was not that she looked down on others. It was just that her talent combined with her family's teaching since childhood gave her no reason to lose to those with far fewer resources. Su Yu remained calm. I see. Your talent is quite interesting. AI Leah, let us end this. Have you given up? Lu Xian thought instinctively. But the next moment, her sense of crisis surged, and alarms were blaring in her mind. That was the threat of death. Su Yu only focused for a moment, and Lu Xian felt an insurmountable instinct of death. How is this possible? Su Yu still turned sideways, extending his right hand. The king's orders cannot be disobeyed, including lifeless objects. Your virtual binding release. Obey the king's command, Bloom. The virtual energy ball shot towards Lu Xian at high speed, and the dual-headed griffin beneath Lu Xian seemed to be controlled by some force, uncontrollably crashing into the energy body she had just condensed. The fear of death was overwhelming. Chapter 15 Instant Victory. Shangguan Ling's astonishment, the abyss armed. How did he do it? Can he control lifeless objects? Lu Xian had pulled back to avoid being hit by the blood needle, yet she was still manipulated from a distance. The platinum energy ball shone before her eyes, and the terrifying energy fluctuations seemed capable of killing Lu Xian in the next instant. Lu Xian's eyes were tightly shut from the golden light. Everything happened too quickly, leaving her no time to react. Just moments ago, she felt that as the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, other tiered students were not even qualified to stand before her. Yet now, she found herself utterly powerless against Su Yu. AI Leah. The virtual energy ball ultimately did not explode, stopping just in front of Lu Xian. It seems the outcome is decided, classmate Lu. Shangguan Ling looked at the two in the arena in surprise. She could have predicted that Su Yu would win, but she never expected the gap to be so vast. And was that really Su Yu's talent? Wasn't Su Yu's talent supposed to rely on blood as a medium and only affect a portion of pets? No, that was AI Leah's. Su Yu was using words and actions to confuse others. In reality, he was manipulating AI Leah. However, Lu Xian had pulled back a distance of over 100 meters. Could the vampire's ability be that formidable? Although AI Leah had a considerable reputation, her divine lineage had remained well hidden, and only a few, including the principal Ning Hanwen, knew her true background. Lu Xian and the dual-headed griffin landed on the ground. Their expressions dimmed. The other few exchanged glances. Hey, what actually happened? Li Su, did you see clearly? Li Su shook his head. I didn't understand it at all. What exactly is Su Yu's talent? And Ji Shui said, Sister Lu is also an outstanding genius in the Lu family. She even ranked in the top 50 of the potential list for newcomers in the Great Xia during an internal test you don't know about. How could she lose so decisively? Shen Mingming thought for a moment and said, It's not that Lu Xian is too weak. It's that Su Yu is too abnormal. His ability, if you have no intelligence, is just fodder to be toyed with. Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Yu walked up to Lu Xian, speaking softly. Are you all right? Lu Xian was still in a state of mental shutdown, quite dazed, and after a long while, she finally reacted. What is your ability? Su Yu placed a finger on his lips. That's a secret, classmate Lu. Once my ability is revealed, its effectiveness diminishes. While discussing combat strategies with AI Leah, Su Yu realized that his deadly allure and the crown of blood both had a strong initial kill effect. Paired with AI Leah's Blood Queen, it could easily disrupt the opponent's judgment of Su Yu's abilities. Just now, when Lu Xian used the virtual binding release, AI Leah had infused some blood into the virtual energy ball, achieving the manipulation effect, and the dual-headed griffin was about 100 meters away from AI Leah, within the capture range of the Blood Queen. Su Yu intentionally used words and actions to interfere with the opponent's judgment, aside from Shangwan Ling. No one in the audience noticed that all of this was independently accomplished by AI Leah. A bold idea floated in Shangwan Ling's mind. Suddenly, she was astonished by her own thoughts. If everything just now was done by Alia, then Alia's performance had far exceeded the capabilities of a vampire. The rank in the hierarchy is absolute. A vampire ranked 99 cannot control a two-headed griffin ranked 63. Temporary control can be done, but Alia's blood manipulation ability clearly reached the level of domination. This is suppression from a higher rank. Could it be? Shangwan Ling shook her head. How could that be? She clapped her hands and said, "That was a good match, Lu classmate. Your strength is also impressive, but remember, when facing a talent like Su Yu, whose abilities are unknown and highly threatening, prioritize gathering information instead of initiating combat." Then she looked at Su Yu. "As for you too, Su Yu, you hardly seem like a newcomer. Your combat instincts are astonishing." Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Had she been observed by Shangwan Ling? "Flattery, teacher," he said. Shangwan Ling laughed. "In that case, Su Yu will be the captain of the team." The others came over and said, "No objections. Captain, you're too strong. Can you reveal a bit of your talent?" Su Yu smiled and shook his head. "Come on. If you all know my secrets, won't you be able to figure out how to deal with me?" Lu Xian also regained her composure. The teacher is right. Su Yu, thank you for going easy on me. Although I really don't want to admit it, you're indeed much stronger than me. I don't even know how I lost." Su Yu replied, "Don't worry about it. We're comrades." "Teacher, what are the benefits of being captain that you mentioned earlier?" Shangwan Ling chuckled. "You're quite pragmatic. The benefit is that you will receive an extra 20 credits every month, and after victories in budget competitions and exchange matches, the captain will receive additional rewards." "What?" The others immediately regretted. "Wow. Teacher, why didn't you say so earlier? If we had known, we would have tried too." "Yeah, in our will battle. So you might have had a chance." Shangwan Ling laughed. "All right, opportunities must be seized by yourselves. Your credits for the first month should also be in by now. In school, everything costs credits, including meals. If you have surplus credits, you can go to the logistics office next door." Shangwan Ling said mysteriously, "The ways to become stronger are not just through beast training and talent potions. There are also dungeon armaments made from materials produced in dungeons. Just now, the energy ball that Su Yu used to counter Lu Xian, you should have dungeon armaments that can resist it, right?" Lu Xian nodded slightly. "I thought it would be unfair to Su Yu, so I didn't bring it." Su Yu looked at her in surprise. "No wonder. I thought a beast-controlling family like the Lu family would have some treasures beyond my understanding." "The young girl is quite principled," Shangwan Ling said. "All right. The teachers at the logistics office are more professional in this area than I am. You can consult them. If you need food to feed your beasts, you can go to the school cafeteria, where they sell dishes made from dungeon exotic beast meat. That's all for today's class. Everyone should take the time to train. The preliminary competition starts in 3 days." Everyone nodded and left in pairs. Shangwan Ling went straight to the principal's office, wanting to get answers about her speculation regarding Alia. Outside the fighting arena, Li Su suggested, "It seems like the credits have arrived. Shall we go to the logistics office?" Wei Gang said, "Do you have surplus credits? Didn't you hear the teacher say that meals also cost credits?" "Brothers and sisters, does anyone know how the exotic beast meat is priced in the cafeteria?" And Ji Shui sighed and shook her head. "You boys are really careless. I went to check yesterday. The exotic beast meat in the cafeteria is priced by tier. Low-tier exotic beast meat and essence of magical plants cost 0.01 credits per kilogram, mid-tier 1 credit, and high-tier 10 credits. So expensive. 1 credit is equivalent to 100,000. So low-tier exotic beast meat is equivalent to 10,000. That's just slightly lower than the market price." Jiang Xinyue frowned. "Beasts have limited daily food intake. If we want to speed up the progression of their evolution, we definitely have to buy high-tier exotic beast meat. The improvement from lower-ranked ones is minimal. I'm afraid I don't have enough surplus credits to buy dungeon armaments." Su Yu squinted his eyes. Realizing this is the trouble of ordinary beast tamers. "I don't need that. I just need to take good care of Alia." In the end, only Su Yu and Lu Xian decided to go take a look. The other 5 chose to go to the cafeteria. On the way, the atmosphere was a bit dull. Eventually, Lu Xian took the initiative to hold Su Yu's hand and said, "Su Yu, can you tell me? Where exactly did I lose? I can exchange credits for it. I promise I won't tell anyone. You can let a contract beast of yours bind me." Chapter 16. I'll give you a ghost-level armament. A rival bathed in dragon's blood. Lu Xian could accept defeat, but she couldn't accept losing without understanding. Everyone is at the same level, and they all have level talents. Her family background almost crushes Suyu's, yet she was instantly defeated. This made her look like an idiot. Before Suyu could speak, Alia flicked Lu Xian's hand away. If you want to ask, just ask directly. Don't use this excuse to casually touch my man. Lu Xian was taken aback. Then her face turned red. I didn't mean it that way. Suyu chuckled. All right, I definitely can't tell you about my abilities. But you did make a big mistake in combat just now. Your Griffin's attack and your talent ability worked well together. But you forgot that your Griffin's roar first hit Alia's blood shield, and your talent's virtual binding, while having strong gravitational pull like a small black hole, also has flaws. Alia took advantage of this to decompose the blood into an invisible state and merged it in. So, do you understand now? Lu Xian was taken aback. So that's how it is. It wasn't Suyu commanding lifeless objects. That was just his disguise. No wonder the virtual binding could be manipulated. Suyu had actually hinted at a bit of his ability, which counts as a favor to be returned. Lu Xian nodded in gratitude. Thank you, as compensation. I'll give you a ghost-level dungeon armament. Suyu was puzzled. Ghost level? Lu Xian smiled. Su classmate, it seems you haven't encountered dungeon armaments before? Let the teacher at the logistics office explain it to you. Let's go together. Dungeon armaments, without a doubt, are things far beyond Suyu's understanding. And they must be outrageously expensive. The young lady says she'll give it away just like that? Are beast-controlling families this extravagantly rich? Suyu looked at Alia again. Alia helplessly said, Don't look at me. I don't understand either. I only use what old Ning specially prepared for me. All of it was destroyed in the dungeon last time. Lu Xian almost tripped upon hearing that. Old Ning? Is she talking about the principal? Ning Hanwen, who has touched the realm of the sacred domain, is considered a living legend. Even her father has to show respect. It was already known that this talented senior sister was personally taught by the principal. Their relationship is not simple at all. The three of them arrived at the logistics office. Lu Xian hopped over to the teacher at the logistics office. Uncle Bai, I'm here to see you. Suyu's eyes narrowed. It's common for families to have wide social circles. It's well known that logistics is a cushy job. Can just anyone work there? The director of the logistics office, named by Ru Hui, was an old man with white hair. Upon seeing Lu Xian, he said in an unkind tone, Old Lu owes me something. Is he planning to renege? Not daring to come himself, he sends his daughter over. Does he plan to not repay? Lu Xian smiled and said a few soft words, and only then did Bai Ruhui calm down. Upon seeing Suyu and Alia, Bai Ruhui's expression became serious. His previously calm eyes seemed to ripple, and he finally said, The little vampire has ultimately chosen you. There seems to be more to this statement. It appears he knows Alia's true identity. Suyu clasped his fists and said, I am Suyu, nice to meet you. Teacher Bai? Bai Ruhui looked at Suyu and slowly nodded. For her, you're willing to give up a talent reagent worth over 100 million. Just for a single talent reagent. It's clear you're a decent master. Alia's face flushed slightly as she stood behind Suyu. Suyu was taken aback. The talent reagents were delivered by the logistics department, and combined with Bai Ruhui's understanding of vampires, he realized that what happened yesterday was quite normal. So, what brings you two here today? Lu Xian pulled Bai Ruhui and said, Uncle Bai, I promised to give Su a ghost-level dungeon armor. Bai Ruhui almost choked on the tea he had just swallowed. Cough, cough, cough. Little ancestor, you really are selling your grandfather's land without a second thought. A ghost-level armor? That would cost you 50 credits. 50 credits? That means at least 50 million outside. Moreover, this item is not circulated. It's a case of having a price, but no market, and its actual value is likely far beyond that. Lu Xian handed over a purple gold card and said, Uncle Bai, there's 100 million in here, considered as my purchase of school credits. Yuling University is a money-burning pit. Funds are always insufficient. So they opened a channel for wealthy families to buy credits. On average, 2 million is needed to buy one credit. And each month one can purchase up to 100 credits, allowing the school to maintain its financial balance through the price difference. Bai Ruhui helplessly said, All right then. Young man, how much do you know about dungeon armors? Suyu shook his head. I don't know. Bai Ruhui explained. All right, let me start from the beginning. The so-called dungeon armor is made from the body parts of sequence species obtained by humans killing otherworldly beasts, demon plants, undead, etc., in dungeons, and possesses special powers. This special armor is very powerful, not inferior to pet beasts, but using it comes with side effects. The more powerful the armor, the greater the side effects. Don't think it's expensive. Ghost-level armors are made from materials that can withstand missiles. Suyu nodded slightly, feeling much clearer in his heart. The combat power of a beastmaster is constructed from 3 parts: their own realm, their pet beasts, and dungeon armors. Lu Xian was very generous, probably hoping to win him over a bit. Money is just a number for people from such wealthy families. They never skimp on money for friends they value. So you didn't mind. The credits really weren't enough. A ghost-level armor costs 50 credits. just as Suyu was preparing to carefully select a dungeon armor. Footsteps were heard from outside. A man dressed in a school uniform, about 9 meters tall and covered in blood, walked in. He had a fiery red spear on his left shoulder and a pair of giant wings on his right shoulder, which resembled the wings of a pterosaur. With a blood-smeared grin on his face, he said, "Teacher Bai, don't rush to get off work. Help me see what kind of armor can be made from the wings of this screaming pterosaur." "Oh, an unfamiliar face. Are you this year's new student? Arrival?" "Who is he?" He was Mu Changwei, a second-year beast master in the transformation realm, a member of the Blood Spirit Squad, where the little vampire originally belonged, and also one of the top students pursuing the little vampire. The two exchanged curious glances. Mu Changwei stepped forward and said, "I was just thinking. When could I see you?" His demeanor was undoubtedly that of a person used to bloodshed. Suddenly, Suyu noticed the malice in his eyes. Mu Changwei raised his right fist, and it whistled toward him. Suyu dodged back just in time, barely avoiding the fierce punch that nearly grazed his eye. Before that, Ilia's expression turned icy, and the dragon blood bathing Mu Changwei responded to the call of the Blood Queen, tightly binding his shoulder. You actually managed to dodge? Have you already reached the extraordinary realm?" Ilia said coldly. "What do you want to do to my man?" Mu Changwei, seeing Ilia behind Suyu, looked a bit pained and said, "Captain, please don't say such hurtful things. I just don't feel like losing to you right now. Having just killed the screaming pterosaur." He showed a rebellious attitude and didn't take Suyu seriously at all. Mu Changwei's expression changed. "What did you say?" Chapter 17 Suyu and Mu Changwei. The level talent is indestructible. Suyu glanced at him lightly. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Mu Changwei sneered. I've seen many newcomers who think highly of themselves like you. Most of them get weak-kneed as soon as they enter a dungeon and end up dead inside. What qualifications do you have to spout nonsense here?" Suyu, feeling quite pleased, said, "Just because Ilia has never mentioned you while being by my side shows that in her eyes, you're just an insignificant character. Your words just now also prove this point. I think, before Ilia fell in realm, you wouldn't have dared to speak to her like this, would you?" The tension between them thickened, and Lu Xian whispered, "Uncle Bai, is he one of the Blood Spirit Squad's 7 blood spirits?" Bai Ruhui nodded slightly. "Yes. The Blood Spirit Squad is a genius team made up of all level students. The other 6 were all beaten into geniuses by the little vampire. But none of them have ever gained her favor. Even getting close is very difficult. Ilia is extremely cold and indifferent towards others, showing no feelings even towards the Blood Spirit Squad. The only one treated specially is Suyu. However, her dazzling beauty and powerful talent make suitors, even knowing there's no chance, still want to throw themselves into the fire. Originally, everyone had no chance and felt balanced about it. But then Suyu appeared out of nowhere, which led to the scene just now. Lu Xian grabbed Bai Ruhui's arm and said, "Uncle Bai, isn't this pure bullying? Suyu just started school. How can he compare to the Blood Spirit 7 who have been training for a year? You need to stop them." Bai Ruhui raised his hand to stop Lu Xian, signaling her to be quiet. "Kid, let me see the Beast Master of the Divine Generation sequence." Mu Changwei threatened. "Suyu, get away from Ilia. If you're a man, stop hiding behind a woman. The captain is not someone you can touch." Suyu not only didn't get angry, but also hugged Ilia and said, "You don't have the right to dictate what I do." Mu Changwei's face turned red with anger, as if he could hear the sound of his heart breaking. The cold, sacred, and untouchable captain actually allowed Suyu to embrace her freely like a little bird. Mu Changwei angrily said, "All right, fine, let's have a match. If you win, the wings of the screaming pterosaur I cut off will belong to you. Otherwise, you better leave quietly. This place doesn't welcome the weak." Before Suyu could speak, Ilia said playfully, "Are you serious? I'm not trying to belittle you. But compared to this little guy, even if you have a realm advantage and 2 pet beasts, you will definitely lose. You are completely no match for him." "I can't be no match for him." Mu Changwei gritted his teeth. "Impossible. Captain, I will prove to you that he is completely unworthy of you. Do you dare to fight, Suyu? I won't bully you. I won't use dungeon armor, and with the captain helping you, it's not really unfair." Suyu nodded gently. "All right, if I win, then you have to promise not to appear in front of Ilia again. Deal." Lu Xian was very anxious. How could a new student compete with an old student who had been in school for a year? The pressure from the realm would greatly weaken the effectiveness of pet skills. She looked at Bai Ruhui for help, but Bai Ruhui said, "Let them fight, let them fight. With me here, don't worry about breaking the buildings next to you." Bai Ruhui waved his hand, and a blue light curtain spread out, seemingly lightly attaching itself to the nearby buildings, looking weak yet unbreakable. The two completely ignored the words of others. After creating some distance, Ilia whispered, "Be careful. His talent is level innate divine strength, allowing him and his pet beasts to unleash 3 times their strength. He is a very pure power type beast master." Mu Chongwei summoned his pet beast, a one-eyed giant ape with a black mane, and a vine that soared into the sky spread upwards. A combination of otherworldly beasts and demon plants? The two exchanged a brief glance, and with a wave of his hand, Mu Chongwei wove vines into a network in the sky. The one-eyed giant ape swung onto the vines and soared into the air, descending rapidly towards Su Yu. The giant ape smashed the ground. The one-eyed giant ape's arms radiated golden light, and its power was like that of a small meteor crashing to the earth. Mu Chongwei's battle tactics were extremely skilled, using demon plants to enhance mobility and leveraging his own talents to give the exotic beasts formidable attacking power. Behind Alia, a harp made of blood and bones played haunting notes. The Song of the Undead. Mu Chongwei sneered. It's useless, Captain. Your Song of the Undead cannot dominate beings of higher realms. It can only influence them. This was also the source of his confidence. The suppression of realms would cause the originally absolute controlling ability to decline. Otherwise, how could he dare to confront Alia? In the past, Alia could easily kill him with the Song of the Undead and the Blood Queen. The notes of the undead momentarily distracted the one-eyed giant ape, but it was not turned into an undead servant. As the one-eyed giant ape crashed down with devastating force, Alia conjured over 100 blood-red spears, all shooting upwards simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The blood spears were shattered by the ape's massive arms, as if nothing could stop its power. Realm, the purest advantage. The demon plant's vines were also spreading around Su Yu, ensuring he could not escape the one-eyed giant ape's assault range. Su Yu and Alia exchanged glances, and rare anger flickered in Alia's deep purple eyes, reminiscent of an abyss. She would not allow anyone to dare attempt to kill Su Yu in her presence. As the giant ape descended, Alia fearlessly confronted it head-on. Alia, Su Yu and Mu Chongwei said in unison. The giant ape's might was enough to crush everything, and Alia was not a beast of strength. Why? Bang! A burst of blood mist scattered, and the ground was smashed into a deep pit 10 meters wide. Alia's right arm was completely shattered to block the giant ape's strike, blood showing through the broken flesh, but in the next moment, a brilliant red light enveloped her. Healing everything. Level talent. Indestructible. The true ancestor of the Blood Clan is immortal and indestructible, capable of granting the indestructible trait to all beings. The hundreds of blood spears that had been shattered by the one-eyed giant ape were also endowed with the indestructible trait, piercing towards the one-eyed giant ape from all directions. Mu Chongwei's pupils constricted. Not good. The vines spread rapidly, attempting to salvage the situation. At that moment, Su Yu acted without hesitation, cutting open his palm and sprinkling blood onto Alia. Alia decomposed the blood within the 100 spears, stabbing them into the giant ape. Roar. The vines blocked most of the attacks, but still over 10 blood spears pierced in, causing the one-eyed giant ape to wail in immense pain. Even the giant ape's powerful arms could not break any of the seemingly fragile blood spears. This was power that transcended realm suppression. Level, defined as eternal level power, could only be possessed by the divine era sequence. Mu Chongwei looked at Alia in disbelief. What was that ability? Besides the Blood Queen and the Song of the Undead, how could Alia have a third power? In that fleeting moment of confusion, Su Yu stood in front of Alia and said with a light smile, I'm sorry. The outcome has already been decided. Mu Chongwei snapped back to reality and coldly said, Humph, a clown hiding behind Alia. How can you talk about a decided outcome? Su Yu smiled lightly, turning slightly and raising his hand. Because your beast is about to change owners. The king's command is unbreakable. Su Yu snapped his fingers. Beasts. Kill him. Just as Mu Chongwei was about to scoff at Su Yu, he suddenly realized that the connection between the one-eyed giant ape and the Qingxian vine and his mental energy had been severed. Chapter 18. Because I am the king of the sequence, and you are merely a stepping stone for the king. A layer of mist suddenly enveloped the beast contract in Mu Chongwei's mind, and he could no longer perceive the state of the one-eyed giant ape and Qingxian vine, as if they had become unfamiliar entities. Mu Chongwei's eyes widened. How could Su Yu's command power affect beasts in the transformation realm? Wasn't realm suppression absolute? The clown he had thought he could easily crush was now unexpectedly towering above him. The one-eyed giant ape swung its powerful arms fiercely at Mu Chongwei, gritting his teeth. Mu Chongwei infused his own talent into his fist and swung to meet it. Bang! Dust flew, and the crisp sound of bones cracking echoed. The Qingxian vine also obeyed Su Yu's command, intertwining vines and thorns to carve deep wounds into Mu Chongwei's body. He couldn't understand what Su Yu's talent was. Su Yu mocked. What? You look like you don't understand at all. Is your beast really that useful? The Qingxian vine sprouted countless vines, launching the one-eyed giant ape into the sky, and the giant ape fell like a meteor. The diamond cracks the earth. Boom. Mu Chongwei coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even with his body refined to be extremely strong, Facing the combined might of an exotic beast and demon plant of the same realm was still very taxing. Impossible. One-eyed. Little Ching, can't you hear my voice? Su Yu coldly snorted. They will only respond to the king's call. This is my talent as the king of the sequence. All beings within the sequence will bow at my feet. Mu Changwei roared, you're talking nonsense. How could such a talent exist? He thought Su Yu was lying to him. A psychological tactic. But if he were lying, how could he explain everything happening before his eyes? Su Yu's realm was indeed lower than that of the one-eyed giant ape and the Qingxian vine, but the crown of blood, the power of deadly temptation, was different from the Blood Queen. Su Yu was not dominating them. Instead, he had tempted them with blood, and it was their voluntary action. How could there be resistance? However, this tempting loyalty had a time limit. For Su Yu in the transcendent realm, the duration of the crown of blood's control was probably only about a minute. Su Yu looked down at him from a height. Am I talking nonsense? Your beast has already proven everything. I am the king of the sequence, and you are just a stepping stone crawling beneath the king. If I wish, your beast could end its life right now. Su Yu raised his hand, as if he would strike down at any moment. Mu Changwei's hands trembled with anger. In terms of strength, he could easily defeat Su Yu. Even a strong existence like Alia had to pull out her trump cards to confront the one-eyed giant ape and Qingxian vine due to realm suppression. It was purely because of Su Yu's unknown talent that made him feel apprehensive. He had not lost, nor did he want to admit defeat. Especially not in front of Alia. But reality did not allow him to hesitate. The one-eyed and little Qing were far more important than his dignity. I concede, you win. Mu Changwei gritted his teeth and admitted all of this. In reality, Su Yu's temporary control over the beasts with the crown of blood had already reached its limit. But Mu Changwei did not know this. If he had held on for a few more seconds, he might have turned the tables. Fighting beyond realms was still a bit too early for Su Yu. This was under the premise that Mu Changwei did not use the Cave of Magic's armament, and he had only managed to win by taking advantage of his talent and psychological tactics. However, everything ended with Mu Changwei's concession. He sighed, throwing the dragon wing of the screeching winged dragon to Su Yu. A bet is a bet. Then, he shouldered the red spear and left with a hint of despondency. The watching Lu Xian finally felt her heart relax. Uncle Bai, we won. Su Yu actually won. That was the blood spirit's 7 sons of the second year. Now she understood how much Su Yu had held back when sparring with her. With all their cards on the table, Su Yu and Alia could even defeat a blood spirit 7 son of a higher realm. Bai Ruhui nodded slowly. Very good. This young man has shown me a rare talent. Su Yu felt that Bai Ruhui seemed to see through everything and said, just a small trick. I've embarrassed myself. Strictly speaking, he hadn't really won. It was just that Mu Changwei had given up. Bai Ruhui laughed and said, why is this little guy acting so mature? It's essential to save the enemy from being attacked. Mu Changwei also realized that if he continued to fight, he might win, but his pet was left severely injured, which is why he admitted defeat. Don't worry, today's events won't spread. He isn't that kind of boring man. However, the charm of the little vampire is truly something that those young and impetuous guys just can't resist. With her around, there will be an endless stream of people coming to trouble you in the future. Su Yu took Alia's hand and said, I'm not afraid. When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it. What kind of dungeon armament should I choose? Also, what level of armament can be crafted from the wings of the screaming winged dragon? He came today specifically to choose equipment. Mu Changwei was just an unexpected event. However, it did remind Su Yu that his rivals and jealousy were not just this one person, and as the news spread to the dungeon, more and more people would come knocking. He needed to hurry up and get stronger. Bai Ruhui took Su Yu and Lu Xian to the underground magic vault of the logistics department and said, wings are generally used to craft flying-type armaments, which are quite rare and are suitable for you as a beast master who lacks mobility. The Screaming Wing Dragon serial number is 255, and it can be crafted into a ghost-level armament. Your combat method relies on blood, so the best choice is to have a ghost weapon of the same system. Saying this, Bai Ruhui took out a box from the vault. Try this. Su Yu opened the box, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Inside was a blood-red longbow, with obscure symbols engraved on it. The moment Su Yu picked it up, information flooded into his mind. Dungeon armament, Twilight longbow. Level, ghost level. Remarks. Made from the sharp horn of the Twilight blood eagle, the swift and fierce blood-red arrows can penetrate at a speed exceeding 10 Mach. Damage ISNT its strong point, but it has special uses. Ability, blood drain. The target that is penetrated will be marked with a Twilight mark, becoming a mobile blood nest that can be drained at any time. Side effect, it craves blood. When blood is insufficient, it will demand it from its owner. This is very similar to Alia. Of course, so you wouldn't dare to say this out loud. However, the side effect of the Twilight longbow might be its strongest point for me. Alright, this is a good item. I'll take it. Teacher Bai. Alia also used a dungeon armament before, but unfortunately, it was destroyed. Please help my Alia choose another one. I have enough with this longbow and the screaming winged dragon's wings. Lu Xian gifted him a ghost-level armament, and Mu Chongwei also sponsored a dragon wing, only requiring a processing fee of 10 credits, and the remaining credits could also be used to arm Alia. Bai Ruhui stroked his chin thoughtfully. Oh, it can be done, but I don't recommend you do this. Suyu was confused. Huh? Why not? Chapter 19. Men also need to be pampered. Undercurrents are surging. The set of dungeon armaments that the little vampire used back then was a no-side-effect magic weapon treasured by the principal. Only one set exists in the entire school. Suyu suddenly realized. Upon reflection, he really hadn't seen any Beastmaster's pet wearing armaments before. So that is how it is. Bai Ruhui personally took action. As a top-notch magic craftsman, he processed the screaming winged dragon's wings into a dungeon armament. Suyu picked it up, and its information surged into his mind. Dungeon armament, screaming dragon wing. Level, ghost level. Remarks. Made from the wings of the screaming winged dragon, it possesses a special flying-type armament enhanced by wind protection. Ability, screaming. The dragon's wings can create tornadoes, and the tornadoes created by the screaming winged dragon carry sonic waves that can penetrate the hearing within a certain range. With the armament connected, the pitch-black dragon wings flapped vigorously, holding the twilight longbow, giving him a true sense of being a beast master. He was no longer just a man who could only hide behind Alia to exert power, but a warrior who could fight on the battlefield like her. After the experience, Suyu packed away the dungeon armament and said, "Thank you, Teacher Bai, for your guidance. Although you can still contend against Mu Chongwei as a beastmaster. If you use dungeon armaments, I'm afraid you won't be his match." Suyu nodded. Lu Xian smiled and said, "Thank you again, classmate Su. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go." Suyu's battle with Mu Chongwei was a full-on effort. He had held back too much against her. Suyu shrugged. After all, he received a ghost weapon for free with just a processing fee of 10 credits, so he was naturally quite polite. I also took advantage of it. Classmate Lu's abilities are more suited for large-scale battles. Lu Xian smiled. Then in the future, I hope the captain will guide me more. Wait, captain? This is the girls' dormitory. Suyu pulled Alia and said, "Sorry, but I actually live here." Lu Xian blushed, wondering how the teacher arranged this. Although it was a single building, Suyu's villa was right next door. Alia was so beautiful, it was easy to imagine what would happen at night. Ugh, I'm a bit curious. Lu Xian covered her face and ran into her dormitory. Suyu looked at her in confusion, but ultimately couldn't figure out what Lu Xian was thinking. After returning to the dormitory, Suyu and Alia had a hearty meal and then sat by the fireplace. Alia was still lying in her armchair reading. She noticed that Suyu seemed to be deep in thought and said, "Little guy, what are you thinking about?" Suyu sat next to her and said, "Today, to defeat that person, Alia had to bear the burden of immortality. I was thinking, am I too dependent on Alia?" Upon reflection, without Alia, his innate talent seemed completely insufficient to become one. Before he could finish speaking, Alia's finger pressed against his lips. Her gem-like, beautiful eyes sparkled. This king does not allow you to have moments of self-doubt. Suyu shook his head. "No, I'm not saying that. I was thinking, did your arm hurt a lot at that time? If I can't become stronger, won't Alia have to keep exchanging injuries in the future? I'm your man, and from now on, you are not allowed to use this trick lightly." Alia's heart raced a few beats. What? Is the little guy feeling sorry for her? She smirked. It wasn't that painful. Vampires feel pain much less than you humans. This isn't all your concern, is it? Seeing he couldn't hide it, Suyu said, "Well, although I know it's wrong to think this way, and Alia is clearly very cold to others but kind to me, I can't help but feel irritated when I think of other talents stronger than Mu Chongwei pursuing you." Alia smiled and said, "They're just a bunch of scum. Little guy, you are this king's knight, and you must be responsible for driving all those scum away. Also, instead of worrying about this king getting hurt, why not give me some blood to help me recover?" Suyu suddenly noticed something was off. "Wait, what book are you reading?" Suyu grabbed it, his face turning pale. "What the hell, Alia? The book is wrong. I don't like it." Alia leaned against Suyu. "Then what kind of wife do you like? You can just tell me directly. Anything is fine." "Well, of course, whatever you want me to become, I am willing to listen to you. Because men also need to be pampered." Suyu's throat moved. It turned out that everything he wanted was always within reach. Practical department, conference room. Wang Yu said, "The preliminaries start in 3 days. You don't have to worry about others. They are not our practical department's opponents. The only one to pay attention to is one person." The conference room screen displayed the analysis report of Suyu and Alia. Wang Yu's practical department was extremely strong. And this year they had recruited 3-level students, making it the most battle-capable department at the magic capital Beastmaster University. In previous years, the teams representing the magic spirit were mostly his students. Except for last year when the principal's personally trained blood spirit team crushed them. The cooperation with Huaying Nation is crucial this time. The head of the Wang family has entrusted him to spare no effort in suppressing Su Yu's growth, ensuring that the unexpected capture of Alia in the last demon cave does not happen again. Moreover, Wang Hongxi has been severely dealt with by Su Yu. Even though he was specially admitted along with Jiang Ying, he remains depressed and will not let Su Yu off the hook. Level student Li Mu said, "Teacher, the team battles are manageable, but in individual battles, even if the three of us face Su Yu, we may not be able to secure victory." Wang Yu shook his head. "No, beast tamers compete not only in strength, but also in intelligence and compatibility. Su Yu's talent is very peculiar. But once we understand what his talent really is, we can find a way to counter it. According to the intelligence we have, Alia has made multiple moves in the past year, and her abilities can be divided into two: the ability to freely manipulate blood and the death hymn that invades the mind using necromantic music. So what about Su Yu's abilities? Look, this is the video of the entrance test, and this is the recording of what just happened in the arena. What do you think after watching? Wang Yu cannot personally intervene to suppress Su Yu, so the individual and team battles in the preliminary rounds are his breakthrough points. Chapter 20. Life Essence. The preliminary round begins. Any battle will leave a record. Therefore, most beast tamers do not want to reveal their abilities. Aside from the private competition with Mu Chongwei, the existing two battles have been watched 7 times by the Practical Department S team. Li Mu said, "It's very strange. Any beast hit by Su Yu's blood loses its sanity and becomes his loyal dead soldier. However, in the second video, Su Yu did not rely on blood but could command lifeless objects. Wang Yu was not present at the scene, and the recording could not be observed with mental strength. Nor could he expect Shang Wanling to inform him. This is also what he finds puzzling. Could it be that Su Yu's talent has no blind spots?" A level student, Lei He, said, "Teacher, is it possible that Su Yu has 2 talents? One for beasts and one for lifeless energy bodies?" Wang Yu nodded. "It's possible. But Hongxi said Su Yu comes from an ordinary family and cannot afford powerful talent reagents. Generally, beast tamers only have 1 in 8 talent. Let us assume he has mutated. Thinking along this line, you might have a good chance of winning in individual battles." Li Mu, Lei He, and Yuan Lang looked up. Wang Yu smiled. "Isn't there a way to counter blood magic and mental magic in the demon cave? Moreover, the compatibility of the 3 of you against Su Yu is not bad. Keep your distance, at least over 100 meters, and avoid being hit by his blood, and you will have a good chance to win. As long as you bridge the gap in talent intelligence with the foundation of your families, you shouldn't lose to Su Yu, right?" What the teacher said is right. Wang Yu was satisfied. "As for the draw, I will find a way. This time it's a personal request from me, so I ask for your help." "Yes. Ugh. Alia, you actually don't need to drink this." Alia pouted. Even with the taste link, she still found the taste a bit strange. She smiled. "As long as you're satisfied. Next, it's my turn." Su Yu hurriedly said, "Wait, Alia. Maybe we should practice a bit. How much of my blood do you need to drink to advance to the transformation realm? Enjoyment is indeed wonderful. But thinking of the approaching demon cave battles, we cannot be careless." Alia frowned slightly. 3,000 liters. "Last time, I activated your hematopoietic stem cells all at once as a temporary measure, which is not good for your body. Perhaps we need another way." Su Yu asked, "What way?" Alia said, "In the demon cave, each demon city will have a pair of mythic level city lords and demon plants. Those mythic level demon plants secrete life essence. Just 1 drop can greatly improve your physique and allow your blood to flow continuously. It sounds very powerful, but then the question arises, where can we buy it?" Alia said, "The Beast Tamer Association has it, but it's very expensive. Each drop costs 100 million, and each person is limited to 10 drops. Damn, it's a money grab. But thinking about it, humans have only killed a few mythic-level demon plants in the past 100 years, so having stock is already good. The savings in the gold ring I gave you just happen to be enough to buy 10 drops. But if you want more in the future, we will have to find a way ourselves." Su Yu felt warm in his heart and nodded. Alia had saved up quite a bit, but she handed it all over to Su Yu without reservation. Su Yu secretly vowed to protect her, who belongs solely to him. "Alia, not only can you fight for me, but I can too. I thought of a special move that belongs to you and me." Su Yu bought 10 drops of life essence from the Beast Tamer Association, feeling heartbroken at the expense. The water droplets in the jade bottle shimmered like stars, containing unparalleled life force. Without hesitation, he drank it in 1 gulp. It washed away impurities and expelled filth. An unprecedented surge of energy and vitality filled him. This allowed Alia to resume her blood-sucking cultivation, with the enhancement of life essence to improve her physique. Alia can absorb 30 liters of blood daily through the activation of hematopoietic stem cells without affecting Su Yu's health. To advance to the transformation realm, it is expected to take 100 days. Unless Su Yu can obtain more life essence to enhance his vitality, otherwise, Alia is unwilling to excessively drain Su Yu. In the following 3 days, Su Yu and his team practiced team coordination, familiarizing themselves with the abilities of the 2 ghost weapons. Soon, the preliminary round of the 9-school alliance was held as scheduled. According to the rules, Su Yu and Lu Xian had a bye in the first round. 2 matches a day, and it was his turn to appear in the afternoon. However, this preliminary round was different from previous ones, as it was chosen to be broadcast live to the entire society. Before the match, Su Yu's parents called him. "Hello, son, can we come watch your match this afternoon?" "Sure, but Mom, tell Dad to immediately cancel the endorsement with Xingdongfang." "Is that something a person can endorse?" Poet grasping. Su Yu had finally made a name for himself in society, only to be intercepted by the Xingdongfang Culinary Academy. He couldn't accept it. On the other end of the line, Ning Shooting laughed. "Don't. Your dad is so excited. They offered us a whole 8-digit sum." Hiss. Su Yu hesitated for a moment, but shook his head. "No way. Mom, if you need money, just tell me. I can subsidize 100 million for a month. And this 9-school alliance competition will be broadcast live to the whole society. I can't let it affect my glorious image. Even if you don't think of your son, think about your daughter-in-law. She has a thin skin and can't take it." Su Yu unhesitatingly brought up Alia, finally getting his parents to agree. Once he became a beast tamer, money truly became worthless. In the past, let alone 8 digits, I would have given you 50 without a second thought. In the morning, Su Yu and Lu Xian watched the matches of their group mates. I have to say, even if they are not level students, their talents are also outstanding. And the 5 of them successfully defeated their opponents and advanced. Li Su asked, "Teacher, what's wrong?" Shangwan Ling handed over the draw results. "The luck is average. I'm not worried about the others, but about Nji Shui and Su Yu. Little one, you will face Li Mu, a level student specially recruited by the practical department this year. Su Yu, your opponent is also a level student from the practical department, Lei He. It is said that Lei He is a lightning-type beast tamer, good at speed, which seems unfavorable for you. The lightning system excels in speed and destructive power. If his speed is fast enough to dodge the pursuit of blood, Su Yu's talent will be of no use." The advantage he had when fighting Mu Chongwei was also due to Su Yu's compatibility being too restraining against this melee-type beast tamer. Su Yu said, "Don't worry, teacher. I have a plan. As for you, and if it's not feasible, don't force it. Their practical department might have some tricks up their sleeves because of me." Su Yu had long had a falling out with the head of the practical department, so this time Draw might not be free of his interference. He also heard the news that Wang Hongxi and Jiang Ying were specially recruited for admission, and conflicts would not be few in the future. And Nji Shui clenched her fists. I will do my best." Soon, cheers erupted from the screen in the arena. First match, Li Mu versus Nji Shui. Please both contestants come to the stage. Nji Shui, whose name was called, walked onto the stage with a heavy heart. Shangwan Ling said, "You all watch closely. Our team's biggest opponent in the team battle is the combat department, and that Li Mu is said to be the most outstanding freshman in our school this year, ranking 3rd on the Great Xia potential list. Su Yu, it seems you will have to deal with him later." Su Yu's gaze sharpened, his expression serious. Amidst the noise of the audience, the talented individuals from the preliminary rounds took to the stage. Chapter 21, Silent Fury, Su Yu and Lei He. The preliminary rounds used the top-notch arena of Magic Spirit University, which was luxuriously decorated and could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators despite the scattered seating. The arena measured 500 by 800, with 4 special pets forming an absolute defense barrier at the edges to prevent the clashes inside from affecting the audience outside. Although there were not as many spectators as during the 9 Schools Alliance, it was still buzzing with excitement. The venue was packed, and the live stream on various platforms quickly surpassed 100 million views. And Nji Shui tried to calm her emotions as she stepped onto the arena. During these 3 days, she had used all her credits to purchase beast meat from a higher tier, just managing to reach the extraordinary realm before the preliminary rounds. She told herself internally, "Do your best, Shui Shui." In the arena, a Nirvana Realm referee announced, "The preliminary rounds do not restrict magic cave armaments, so let's keep it to a point." Li Mu nodded warmly. Classmate, please be kind." And Nji Shui did not dare to be careless. "Classmate Li, please." Without any hesitation, the duel quickly began. And Nji Shui remembered Shangwan Ling's instructions and, unsure of the opponent's abilities, decided to create some distance to probe for information. Her talent, level Spirit Eye, was particularly adept at this. When chasing Pegasus, take me soaring. The beast of sequence 177, with its pure white fur and wide wings, boasted agility and impact that were the pride of its kind. Li Mu looked up at the soaring Pegasus and gently raised his left hand. And Nji Shui immediately locked onto his movement. Spirit Eye? Li Mu's talent was fully revealed under the lock of the Spirit Eye. How could this be? At the moment of realization, it was too late. His abilities had already been unleashed. Li Mu's level talent, cross-section interweaving, was a special combat-type talent, extending countless sharp yet resilient threads from his fingers, forming a web that trapped Njishui in a cage, sealing off all her escape routes. His pet, a male humanoid creature, emerged, entirely crimson with 2 horns on its head. Shangguan Ling exclaimed, "The Crimson Flame Demon from the Volcanic Magic Cave, level 39. Shaoan, quickly admit defeat. It's a complete counter." The sharp threads of cross-section interweaving restricted the agility of the wind-chasing Pegasus. If it tried to break free from the cage, it would be sliced into pieces by the already sharp threads. The Crimson Flame Demon's scorching breath surged through its lungs, following the guidance of the threads to unleash a wave of heat. Demonic flames burning heaven. Boom. The red-black demonic flames spread along the threads in an instant to Njishui's side. Realizing she was outmatched, Njishui quickly raised her hand. "I admit." Before her words were finished, Li Mu quietly shook his fingers. The threads of cross-section interweaving quickly converged, carrying the flames with them. Boom. Shaoan. Shangguan Ling realized something was wrong and hurriedly called for a stop, her figure flying out. The scene and the live broadcast had already fallen into frenzy. Ordinary people were completely unaware of how dangerous and malicious Li Mu's attack was. They were merely cheering for the emergence of a new generation of geniuses. This is the strength of a level student. I thought the people from this morning were already fierce enough. The third person on the Great Xia potential list is indeed not overrated. They completely failed to understand his attack method and were stunned by the instant kill. Was this the talent of a level student? With 1 Suyu and 1 Li Mu, this year's 9 schools alliance battle at Magic Spirit University was about to make a comeback. Hey, isn't that girl in a bit of trouble? Hee, she deserves it. We pay such high taxes to cultivate strong beast masters, not to let a bunch of good-for-nothings play house. Shangguan Ling and the referee rushed into the flames of the arena to rescue Njishui. The wind-chasing Pegasus had already exerted itself to protect her, but it was not known for defense. Njishui suffered extensive burns and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shaoan, quickly find a healing beastmaster. In front of countless people, Shangguan Ling could not erupt in anger. As Njishui was carried down, Su Yu and his group squeezed over. "Teacher, Njishui, she." "Shui, what happened to you? Damn it, did he have to use such heavy hands?" Su Yu said, "Teacher, I'll take care of it." Ilea nodded gently. Crimson light flickering, and Njishui's burns began to visibly fade. Shangguan Ling's eyes widened suddenly. Recalling what she had been instructed when she went to see the principal 2 days ago, being briefly endowed with the indestructible trait was enough to heal Njishui's burns. Meanwhile, when Li Mu stepped down amidst applause, he glanced at Su Yu's side. Lu Xian angrily questioned, "Li Mu, we are all classmates. She has already admitted defeat. Why did you still go all out?" The half-smile on Li Mu's face was infuriating as he lightly said, "I just didn't hear it. Besides, I have already held back considerably. I didn't expect you beast masters to be so weak that you can't even take one of my moves. On the contrary, you should thank me. If I had used a bit more strength, perhaps that little girl's pet would have been killed by me." Lu Xian's heart surged with anger. "You." Li Mu waved his hand. "Get lost. This is Magic Spirit University. Weaklings are not welcome. Are you all children from the Beastmaster department? If you have the ability, speak on the stage, not just flap your gums down there." Lu Xian bit her silver teeth, wishing to fight on the spot, but was held back by Su Yu. The two exchanged glances, and Li Mu's sense of crisis instantly heightened, as if he were a hunter locking onto his prey, his mind subtly shifting. Indeed, he was a dangerous individual. The Beastmaster department posed no threat except for this person. Even Lu Xian was not his opponent. Only this Su Yu was an anomaly among anomalies. However, Li Mu was not one to be trifled with. "What? Do you Beastmaster department plan to use numbers to overwhelm me?" Su Yu glanced at Njishui. This girl was enthusiastic in everything she did. She often helped gather information about school matters, and during the team practice over the past few days, she had taken care of them a lot. After a moment of silence, Su Yu said, "Tomorrow, wait for me to dig out your patella." Students from the combat department rushed over, and the two teams were clearly divided. Li Mu coldly said, "Such a big mouth. You should think about how to get past Leahy first." Leahy patted Li Mu's back. "Oldly, well done, right? Hee. So this is the renowned Su Yu? I don't think he's that impressive." The 1'9" giant, Leahy, suddenly had veins popping out on his forehead. "Heh, just like the rumors, principal." Li Mu reminded. "Old Lei, do you remember the dean's instructions?" Leahy nodded. "Don't worry. We will win. No one can keep up with my lightning. My compatibility should be the best against Su Yu." When the two stepped onto the stage, the referee sighed and reminded them, "You are not restricted from using the magic cave armament, but remember, keep it within limits." However, the bloodthirst in their eyes seemed to ignore the latter part of the statement. This is the Demon Spirit University, a place that only gives birth to the strong. and no one will stop them because they would rather see students crippled in training than easily die on the battlefield. Leahy spoke. Do you think I'm like that bunch of useless people from the entrance exam? Unfortunately for you, drawing me is your misfortune. Suyu, you are the challenger. Chapter 22. A flash of Leahy's lightning. Your acrobatics are impressive. The comments on the live stream flooded in. Here it comes. Ilea is about to take the stage. Go Leahy. Defeat Chef Su. Surprisingly, the odds actually favored Leahy. It must be a compatibility issue, right? Experts analyzed that Ilea and Suyu's abilities might not be adept at dealing with speed-type beastmasters. Wow. Even the Star Badge mentors from the Imperial Capital Beast Spirit University and the Jianghe Beastmaster University are here to watch. Are they here to study their opponent? Today's focal battle has attracted many observers, including Star Badge mentors from other top Beastmaster universities. Old Wang, your Imperial Spirit University is here too? Old Lin, isn't Jianghe here as well? You came to see Suyu, right? Linley nodded. Of course, but Suyu might not necessarily win against Leahy. Wang Jing focused his gaze. Well, Leahy is ranked 43rd on the Daxia potential list, and Suyu's bizarre talent might make it into the top 10. But in terms of compatibility, it seems Leahy has the advantage. For low mental power beastmasters, speed sometimes plays a decisive role. After all, no matter how strong the power is, if it can't hit, it's useless. In comparison, the odds slightly favored Leahy. The referee waved his hand. Start. Suyu and Leahy held their breath, and at the sound, they activated. Leahy summoned a thunderbird wrapped in lightning, and the crackling thunder struck the ground, creating cracks. Leahy's talent level lightning flashed. It immunized him from the damage of thunder, and he could use the lightning to enhance his speed. The extraordinary lightning flash could boost his speed to the point of breaking the sound barrier. Bang! A sound of breaking through the air echoed, and Leahy transformed into a flash of lightning, resonating with the thunderbird, drawing two arcs of silent lightning on the competition stage, heading straight for Suyu. Ilea. Behind Ilea, a harp made of blood and bone began to play the prelude of the undead. Holy Song of the Dead. The spreading notes of the undead invaded the thunderbird's mind. Clang. To Leahy's surprise, the power of the ghost-level armament couldn't completely negate the melody of the Holy Song of the Dead. The thunderbird, although not controlled, was delayed in its actions and nearly fell into a state of confusion. No wonder she was the genius senior from the last session. Without this ghost-level armament, I really can't imagine how to fight. Suyu calmly observed Leahy's movements. It was not surprising that he could produce the corresponding ghost weapon. Leahy turned into a flash of lightning. Even with Suyu's spiritual power at the Lingxi level, he could only catch a glimpse of the afterimage. In terms of compatibility, it really wasn't easy to deal with. In a flash of lightning, Leahy appeared in front of Suyu, and Ilea's blood queen activated. Leahy's blood seemed to be controlled, his knees involuntarily bending. This was Ilea's ability to control blood. Ilea could actually catch up with herself moving at high speed in the thunder. Fortunately, he was prepared. Another ghost weapon, the strange puppet, could swap his damage with that of the puppet. Ilea's controlled blood was instantly replaced with the puppet's, allowing Leahy to barely break free from the Blood Queen's restraint. To defeat Suyu, Leahy could no longer afford to care about these details. Suyu, you're finished. Just as he was about to touch Suyu, a pair of black dragon wings behind Suyu flapped up. Along with Ilea, they flew into the air, dodging Leahy's deadly thrust. At the same time, Ilea condensed dozens of blood spears and thrust them toward Leahy. Leahy didn't dare to confront the blood spears head-on and dodged using his speed advantage. Looking up, Leahy saw Suyu and Ilea hovering in the air. His expression serious. Flying-type magic cave armament? You underestimate me, Suyu. My lightning is not something you can dodge. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder feathers covered the sky. Thousands of thunder feathers unleashed a thunderous assault more terrifying than a hail of bullets, making everyone sweat for Suyu. However, the black wings behind Suyu waved like a tornado, sweeping away countless thunder feathers with a piercing shriek, and the invisible sound waves surged toward Leahy. Leahy suddenly flashed, but was still pierced by the sound wave, nearly losing his hearing in that instant. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Suyu's ghost weapon was of extremely high quality. It must have been crafted from the wings of a shrieking dragon. Damn it, if this keeps up, he won't be able to withstand the backlash from the strange puppet later. Thunderbird. As a direct descendant of the Lei family, he absolutely could not bring shame to his family. Losing to a commoner like Suyu would be a disgrace for their top Beastmaster family. Just watch. You filthy beggar. This is something you'll never learn in your lifetime. The Thunderbird and Leahy transformed into arcs of lightning, intertwining into a blindingly bright bolt of thunder, its speed instantly breaking the sound barrier and shooting up into the sky in almost a moment. Combined into one, its speed was so fast that it nearly exceeded everyone's reaction. The lightning arc was like a lightning spear, determined to pierce Suyu. It's over. Several Star Badge mentors made their judgments. It's too fast. Leahy is equipped with a magic cave armament that weakens Ilea's power. With Suyu's ability, he simply cannot dodge this lightning spear's penetration. Bang! The blazing white thunder erupted into a cloud of blood mist, and Leahy's lightning arc successfully pierced Suyu. The audience's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Suyu? Linley's sharp gaze. Yes, Leahy is finished. I didn't expect Ilea to be so skilled at controlling blood. Suyu's judgment was too meticulous. He hardly seemed like a freshman, and their cooperation was seamless. Leahy was still immersed in the joy of piercing Suyu, even momentarily thinking he had won. But when he looked down at the pool of blood and then raised his head again, he saw a strange scene. Suyu and Ilea were still hovering in the air, looking down at him. How is this possible? I clearly shattered Suyu. He should have died at my hands. Suddenly, the effect of the strange puppet in his hand ended. The backlash didn't he come? Could it be that? Leahy realized too late that everything just now seemed to be under Suyu's control. Ilea didn't he use the Blood Queen to control his blood to cause damage. She merely controlled it at the beginning, and afterward, she slightly altered the flow of blood in Leahy's eyes, causing a tiny deviation in his visual judgment. But it was this tiny deviation that ultimately doomed everything. That pool of blood was already there. Leahy was in the middle of it, unaware of its meaning. But everyone watching the match saw Ilea create a dummy that looked very much like Suyu out of blood, and then Leahy unleashed all his firepower. Throwing everything into it, he charged straight at the dummy, shattering the already existing pool of blood. In Suyu's hand, a blood-colored longbow slowly appeared. Your acrobatics were impressive just now. Is your family running a circus? Leahy was furious to the point of bursting. His earlier display of might was seen by everyone as a living, breathing clown. Laughter and discussions erupted from the audience. Haha, I thought it was a strong dialogue. But it turns out it was a performance for laughs. Too bad the mealtime is over. Otherwise, I could show off 3 bowls. This is what the practical combat students are like. Xingtong Fong needs talents like you. Leahy felt like he was about to grind his teeth to dust. A flash of lightning. Suyu drew his long bow with disdain and said, Unfortunately, speed is not your sole specialty. Chapter 23. The Twilight Blood Arrow Breaks the Thunder's Might. Daxia Potential Ranking 9th. The arcs of lightning flickered, but from start to finish. It was Suyu who held the initiative. With his pitch-black wings and blood-red long bow, he resembled a messenger of the night, blocking all light from Leahy's view and suddenly making him lose hope of victory. Impossible. My speed, my lightning, Suyu can't possibly catch up. As long as he can't hit me, I can't lose. A flash of lightning intertwined again. Suyu's twilight long bow condensed a blood-red arrow filled with vitality. Its fletching glowing with dark red light. Under the interplay of blood and night, a red beam locked onto Leahy and Lei Niao. Leahy felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. This arrow cannot be taken head-on. Instinct drove Leahy and Lei Niao to dodge and weave to avoid the lock. Suyu smirked. Useless. Whoosh. A blood-red light pierced through the sky, like a wound tearing through space, and at an undetectable speed, it penetrated Lei Niao's spine. Caw! Lei Niao let out a cry of pain. The speed of the arrow exceeded 10 Mach. Already 10 times faster than the recently broken sound barrier of Leahy and Lei Niao. Only then did Leahy realize. Speed was no longer his exclusive domain. Suyu's arrow was faster. Clear blue blood dripped from beneath Lei Niao, which had been pierced by the twilight arrow, leaving 2 arrow holes. Damn Suyu. This cursed weapon enhances speed, but weakens attack? Haha, this broken bow looks quite intimidating. Too bad, its power is too weak. Suyu, if this is all you can do, you might as well admit defeat. Leahy transformed into a lightning arc again, charging towards Suyu. The spectators murmured, is this bow and arrow not harmful? Just a scratch? With such speed, it only caused some bleeding? Master Su stopped scratching. However, the Star Badge mentors from other schools watching the match had grave expressions. Wang Jing sighed. A genius, actually taking advantage of the side effects of the cursed weapon. Lin Lirue commented, just as we speculated, Suyu is using his blood as a medium to channel power. This move is difficult to defend against. He has an unexpectedly good affinity with vampires. Leahy initially thought Suyu's offensive was loud but ineffective, but as he prepared to attack again, a claw pierced through Leahy's chest from behind. The entire arena fell silent. The confused audience and everyone in the live stream were frantically questioning. Suyu extended his right hand in the sky and snapped his fingers. Obey the king's command. Kill the master. Beasts. All 10 claws of Lei Niao pierced through Leahy's chest. Bones cracked, blood gushed. How does this feel, Leahy? Your proud speed, your proud lightning-type pet. How does it feel to be pierced by your own beast? Leahy's eyes were filled with confusion and despair. When exactly did Suyu's blood completely miss him and Lei Niao? Could it be that the previous blood arrow? Realization dawned too late. The outcome was already decided. The referee immediately waved his hand. Healing beast masters, hurry to the field. The student is seriously injured. The combat department's dean, Wang Yu, was extremely furious and flew into the arena to question. Suyu, you are violating the rules. Why must students fight to the death? Suyu shrugged. Teacher Wang, you're mistaken. Referee, please check carefully. I deliberately avoided vital points, just letting lay classmate experience some hardship. On the contrary, you should thank me. I've been very measured in my actions. Wang Yu was momentarily speechless. After the referee checked, he nodded. Dean Wang, rest assured, Su classmate indeed avoided vital points. But you must quickly draw blood. It cannot be delayed for too long. Before Wang Yu could further express his anger, the audience watching the match was already unhappy. TSK. Can the combat department not take a loss? The little girl from the exotic beasts department got injured, and their dean didn't jump out. It's true. So Suyu really has style. He didn't go for a kill. But why is that? I don't understand. Wang Yu's face was extremely grim, pointed at by countless people, feeling very embarrassed. The mentor responsible for commentary quickly spoke up to save the situation. What a wonderful match. As everyone saw, Suyu showcased his commanding abilities. Maybe some of you are confused, but Beastmaster should have noticed that it was Suyu's blood arrow. He injected his blood into Lei Niao, completing the control. Oh, Suyu's talent is already hard to guard against. Now it's even trickier. Even Ilea doesn't need to exert much effort to easily resolve this. Quite a contrast from the odds before the match. The commentary mentor's intervention allowed Wang Yu to quietly leave. Otherwise, his personal intervention as dean would likely face more criticism. Although the scene could end decently, the live broadcast allowed the event to gain traction online. The trending topic instantly featured his name. Wang Yu was at his breaking point. But this is serious. People became increasingly interested in Suyu's talent, and more speculations arose. The most widely accepted theory was that Suyu's blood possessed the power to invade the minds of beasts, a terrifying level of talent. Only no one knew the strength and range of this control. As the topic continued to ferment, not long after Suyu finished battling Lei He, the Daxiao potential ranking was updated. Daxiao potential ranking, 9th, Suyu. As he walked off the combat stage, Lu Xian, Li Su, and others came over. Captain, well done. Shui, see, the captain avenged you. The combat department is so uncivilized. It turns out the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. And Ji Shui, healed by Ilea's immortality trait, was able to walk after a brief fainting spell. She softly said, Suyu, thank you. Suyu smiled. It's what a captain should do. Meanwhile, the combat department personnel were busy like ants on a hot pan, as if the scene was repeating. Only this time the positions were swapped. Limu shot a cold glare at Suyu, staring intently. Suyu replied calmly, don't look at me like that. Using your words, you should thank me for not crippling Lei He. Just wait for tomorrow when I dig out your patella. Limu clenched his fists. Suyu, just wait. Who digs out whose patella is still uncertain. Tomorrow, I will show you with strength that you and all your pride are nothing in front of the Li family. Although the draw hasn't happened yet, it seems everyone knows that the combat department, which always takes advantage, won't swallow this humiliation easily. This year's top special recruit Limu and the rising star Suyu, bound to Ilea since entering school, are destined to clash. Chapter 24. The Conditions of the 9 Guards of Daxia. Looking forward to your performance. Limu turned and left, passing by Wang Yu, whispering, Teacher, don't worry. My family has informed me that they have prepared my second beast. Wang Yu's eyes lit up, and his previous anger dissipated instantly. Both Limu and Suyu were at the Lingxi realm of mental power, qualifying to contract as second beast. But the difference was, Suyu was a commoner, and waiting for a suitable beast wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, the Li family behind Limu was a pillar of Daxia, capable of finding a suitable beast for him in a short time. The victory was evident. 2 against 1, the advantage is mine. Shangwan Ling approached the 7 and said, Lu Xian, you're up next. Hurry and get ready. Suyu, come with me. Shangwan Ling quietly said at the door. Suyu, first of all, congratulations. After defeating Lei He, you have been included in the official list of potential talents of the Great Xia. You may not understand it well, but all students listed in the potential rankings will become the focus of cultivation by the Great Xia. The people here are from the Great Xia 9 Guards. Specially come to see you. The Great Xia 9 Guards are troops stationed at the 9 major demon caves within the Great Xia territory, with each cave corresponding to a specific troop. The unit stationed in the Disaster Cave beneath the Demon City is called the Dragon Eagle Guard, based in Hongshi City, serving as the front line against the myriad races in the Disaster Cave. Suyu was confused and asked, See me? Shangwan Ling replied, They are here for a routine matter, so don't worry. It should be a good thing for you. Just say whatever you think when they arrive. There's no need to be too formal. Suyu nodded. As the two entered, Suyu saw a man and a woman. The man had a square face, a sturdy build, and a scar on his face. The woman had an oval face, was about 1.7 meters tall, and was quite beautiful. Upon seeing these two, Suyu felt a sense of familiarity. Like Mu Changwei, they had the gaze of someone accustomed to killing. The square-faced man stood up and said, "Hello, Suyu. I am Major Qinze from the Dragon Eagle Guard. We observed your impressive battle and are here to discuss some matters with you. Please, have a seat." Qinze took out a document, and his secretary began taking notes. Suyu, age 20, became a beast master this year. During the awakening ceremony, you did not awaken your talent, suspected to have a postnatal awakening level talent. Your pet beast is named Ilea Kaipizi, suspected to be a vampire of sequence 99, and you were the former captain of the Blood Spirit Squad. There are many details missing in your report. According to regulations, all newcomers listed in the Great Xia potential rankings are key training targets for the Great Xia. But before that, we hope to have a detailed intelligence report. Of course, this mainly depends on your personal willingness. Suyu shook his head. Sorry. I don't want to disclose my abilities for now. Qinze smiled. I understand. Beast masters tend to be this way. It's just a routine matter. For newcomers willing to trust us, we will directly invite them to join the Great Xia 9 Guards, while receiving training from both the Beast Master University and the military. Have you thought about it? Suyu still shook his head. In the eyes of outsiders, Ilea belonged to the higher sequence of vampires, not the divine generation sequence. This secret was of great importance, and Suyu would never disclose even a bit of it. Qinze expressed slight regret. I understand. Let's not discuss this for now. He leaned forward. As a member of the Dragon Eagle Guard, we extend an invitation to you. You should know that the Beast Master University is like the reserves. You have the obligation to participate in battles, but you also have the right to choose which battlefield to join. We are all from the Demon City, and we in the Dragon Eagle Guard also need talents like you. What do you say? You can propose conditions. Suyu fell into deep thought. According to Sheng Wanling, after the inter-school exchange competition among the 9 schools, the order of participation in the Demon Caves would be determined. At that time, any beast master would have to enter the Demon Caves to fight. This was a responsibility that came with enjoying the high treatment from the entire society. Choosing a battlefield. Most people would choose to defend their own Demon Caves. Suyu nodded. Major Qin, I am willing to join the combat sequence of the Dragon Eagle Guard. But I have 2 conditions. Qinze's eyes lit up. Okay, go ahead. Suyu smiled wryly. One is my treatment. You know, beast masters are like bottomless pits. I don't have a beast master family behind me, and resources are quite tight. I will also participate in the inter-school exchange competition later. And I'm sure other 9 guards will come to find me. I hope my treatment is at least not lower than that of others. Qinze's mouth twitched. This guy is indeed one who one team move without benefits. But he could understand that powerful beast masters were all nurtured with vast resources. I agree. Suyu continued. Good. The second one is simple. I hope to protect my family. Qinze replied. That's natural. As long as you join the Dragon Eagle Guard, your relatives will be moved to our Dragon Eagle Guard family annex, with special personnel patrolling for security. Suyu nodded. Okay, then I agree to join. Additionally, Major Qin, I would like to request some life essence in advance. At the current pace, Ilea needed 97 days to advance to the metamorphosis realm, and Suyu needed a large amount of life essence to improve his physique and enhance his vitality. Qinze looked somewhat troubled. Life essence? That stuff is very rare. Even our Dragon Eagle Guard doesn't have much in stock. Generally, beast masters in the top 10 of the Great Xia potential rankings are allocated only 1 drop of life essence per month when they join the Great Xia 9 Guards. Everything else has to be exchanged for military merits. Suyu directly stated, I want to advance at least 10 drops, and if possible, 40 drops would be best. Qinze instinctively blurted out, What? Suyu was indeed not being polite. This was a bold request. 40 drops meant 4 billion. Even though this price was raised by the Great Xia Beastmaster Material Subsidy Policy, its actual value was still extremely high. Suyu wouldn't miss this opportunity. Currently, life essence couldn't be bought elsewhere, and the front lines had the most. If Suyu took 10 drops of life essence, it would take 100 days for Ilea to advance. If he could take another 40 drops, he could advance to the metamorphosis realm in less than 20 days, just in time before entering the Demon Cave. Only with strength could he have the confidence to survive in the Demon Cave wars. Qinze looked a bit overwhelmed and cautiously said, That's too much. I need to consult with my superiors. He didn't dare to be too definitive. What if other guards were willing to provide it? Suyu knew that to gain benefits, he needed to prove his worth. Major Qin, I really need this. How about this? If there are no accidents in tomorrow's preliminary match, I will probably be paired with Li Mu, who ranks 3rd on your potential list. If I can win, will you help me apply for those 40 drops? As long as I have those 40 drops of life essence, I'm confident I can secure the championship for the first year in the inter-school exchange competition. Qinze's pupils constricted. All right, I agree. Shinzei stood up and extended his hand. I look forward to your performance. Suyu reached out and shook hands. After the Dragon Eagle Guard members left, Shangwan Ling smiled. You really dare to boast. Even if you have Ilea, this batch of newcomers is truly exceptional. Suyu shrugged helplessly. Teacher, I don't have the support of a Beastmaster family, and resources are limited. I can only fight for it. Shangwan Ling nodded. This is exactly the second matter I called you here for. This preliminary match is hosted by the practical department, and the draw results for tomorrow have already come out. Your opponent is Li Mu. What I want to tell you is about Li Mu's intelligence and the Li family behind him. Chapter 25, The Nine Pillar Families. The beginning of Ilea's truth. Suyu took the information Shangwan Ling handed over. Shangwan Ling said, the Xia clan Beastmaster has a history of 100 years, during which some powerful Beastmasters have emerged. They have formed large families based on their own strength and knowledge. Shangwan Ling continued, among many families, 9 families have stood out, which we call the Pillar Families. They are the pillars of the Great Xia, forming the main force against the Demon Caves together with the Beastmaster University and the Great Xia 9 Guards. Uniting all forces that can resist the Demon Caves is the policy of the entire Great Xia, but it has also led to some problems within these families. The Li family is one of the 9 Pillar Families, and this Li Mu is the most outstanding student specially recruited this year. Second only to Kong Huanyuan from the Imperial Spirit University and Shi Xiaolong from Jianghe University. Based on my speculation, if he wants to ensure victory against you, there is no doubt that his family will prepare a second pet beast for him and Demon Cave armaments capable of countering Ilea's abilities. In this year's Great Xia potential rankings, almost half of the top 10 are descendants of the Pillar Families, and their talent and strength may far surpass those of the previous year. Shangwan Ling glanced at Ilea. If there was any absolute advantage Suyu had over Li Mu, apart from his unique talent, it was only Ilea. Ilea played with Suyu's hand nonchalantly, showing no signs of tension. Suyu browsed through Li Mu's information. Combining what Shang Anji observed with his spiritual eye, I roughly understood Li Mu's talent for interlaced barriers. This is a control and offensive ability that uses the sharpness of fine threads to attack and restrict the opponent's movement. Speaking of which, Mu Chongwei's melee talent is quite unfavorable against Suyu, but if he were to face Li Mu, it would be much simpler. Brute strength can break through anything, and those fine threads cannot stop straightforward and violent power. To outsiders, it seems that Li Mu's affinity is very restraining against Suyu. Shang Guanling asked, how is it? Do you have confidence in dealing with him? Shang Guanling was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Bringing Suyu into the Beastmaster department might be her best decision this year. Good, I'll be waiting for your performance. Suyu left the office building and headed to the arena, partly to check the results of the matches his teammates had today, and partly because his parents and younger sister came to watch the matches, and he needed to pick them up after. On the way, Alia noticed Suyu's silence and asked, little guy, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about tomorrow's match? Suyu gently shook his head. The more he understood Alia's abilities, the more he realized how powerful the divine generation sequence was. He also became more certain of one thing. Alia, the people who attacked you wanted to capture you alive, right? Alia nodded gently. Yes, why? Little guy, do you have any clues? Suyu had a vague guess, but still lacked some evidence. Just now, the mentor's words inspired me. I have some immature thoughts that need to be verified. Alia pursed her lips. Had Suyu been keeping this matter in mind all this time? The attack that almost put Alia into a deep sleep was the beginning for both her and Suyu, and it was also the shadow that loomed over her heart. Now, she didn't have to bear it all alone. Someone was fighting alongside her, sharing life and death. Alia, feeling relieved, pecked Suyu on the face lightly. What I can't figure out, I'll leave it to you. Ahem. A familiar cough interrupted them. Suyu saw a figure standing in front of him, and upon recognition, his brow furrowed. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't appear in front of Alia after you lost? The figure turned out to be Mu Chongwei, a sophomore. He had discovered some things he wanted to report and happened to witness the earlier scene, feeling a heart-wrenching pain but could not show it. Mu Chongwei, thick-skinned, said coldly, so, I'm not facing you directly. I'm not breaking my promise. Suyu, is this even possible? Can't you have some dignity? Mu Chongwei felt a bit embarrassed but quickly changed the subject. Humph, I'm not here to joke with you. I have important matters. He tossed a small round token behind him. Even if the captain chose you, she was once our captain. Although I don't want to admit it, 3 days ago, after our match, I went to the bar to drown my sorrows. Someone wanted to buy information about the captain while I was drunk. I could tell his accent was strange, so I just humored him, then wanted to follow him to see what was going on, but I lost him. Consider it a gift for you. Since the captain chose you, don't let her be attacked again. Suyu looked at the small round token Mu Chongwei threw. It was a family crest, featuring a demon blade cutting through bird feathers. Only people from Huaying country carry such crests. A glimmer of light pierced through a fog of conspiracy, and some guesses began to be confirmed. So you said, "All right, I don't owe you any favors. Your beast was only temporarily charmed and had its spirit shielded by my blood, obeying my commands due to its instinct to chase. It didn't betray you, so you don't need to take it to heart." Mu Chongwei let out a long breath, as if he had released a mental burden. "Tomorrow, don't lose to the 9-school alliance. The captain has never lost. Also, I didn't take it to heart." He walked away, as if his steps had become much lighter. Alia raised an eyebrow, her upper lip curling slightly in disdain. "Are all men so stubborn?" Suyu chuckled. He had come specifically to seek this answer. The bond between a beastmaster and their beast surpasses everything. How can one be a beastmaster if there are barriers in their hearts? Suyu and Alia arrived at the resting room in the arena. At this point, Lu Xian and the others had already finished their respective matches. "Brothers and sisters, what are the results?" Lu Xian smiled. "The top 16 are out. Our small team has 4 people in, you and me, Jiang Xinyue, and Chen Mingming. Li Su and Wei Gang were injured and appeared somewhat helpless." Lu Xian said, "Captain, their opponents are really strong, and their affinities are coincidentally restrained." Su Yu's expression darkened. "Is this another scheme by Wang Yu?" The others felt the same way. Today's draw was heavily targeted, likely because the head of the practical department, Wang Yu, was in charge of the draw. "My draw result for tomorrow has already come out. It's Li Mu, who fought against Xiaoan today." The other 6 looked up, their pupils narrowing. This level of targeting was blatant. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Suyu said softly, "No problem. Let them come. Tomorrow I will shatter all his confidence and make them too afraid to look us in the eye during the team battle. We will eliminate the pride of the practical department once and for all." Mu Chongwei's visit made Suyu realize a truth. His own abilities could create trust fractures between beasts and beastmasters, which was a fatal blow for any beastmaster. Chapter 26. Draw results released, expert critique, advantage to Li Mu. Li Su stood up, covering his injured leg. "I believe in you, Captain, but can you treat my injured leg?" Suyu waved his hand. "Go away. My Alia 1T heal other men. You go find a healing beastmaster." Li Su lamented. "Wow, what happened to our team spirit?" Suyu said sternly, "Little Li, I have to criticize you a bit. With such a small injury, you're still complaining, really embarrassing us men. Look at Wei Gang. He didn't say a word." Li Su looked at Wei Gang, who patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Old Li, I didn't have any hope to begin with." Lu Xian and Jishui and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Suyu's words boosted everyone's confidence significantly. The personal battle slots for freshmen are usually filled by advanced students, and the school generally tries to avoid conflicts. Suyu looked at the screen in the resting room. Even though he already knew who his opponent was, he wanted to hear the external opinions. On the screen, it announced, "Let us see the draw results. Tomorrow's first match is Suyu versus Li Mu." The venue erupted in an uproar, and the barrage on the website flowed continuously. "Wow, I was wondering if Demon Spirit University would do internal draws to avoid this. This is a direct clash. The fairest matchup. Potential list 3rd against potential list 9th. Luckily I got tickets for tomorrow. Who will win?" Any Beastmaster experts analyzing this? The host in the live broadcast studio said, "We are fortunate to invite an expert from the Beast Association, Mr. Lu Yun, a Nirvana Realm Beastmaster. Mr. Lu Yun, what do you think of this matchup?" Lu Yun said confidently, "While many might think this is a fierce battle, I believe Li Mu will easily defeat Suyu tomorrow." The barrage exploded. "Let us go. Will Suyu make the top 8 or 16? Easy." Although Li Mu is a genius student ranked 3rd on the potential list, Alia was the strongest last year. Damn. Although Suyu cannot be forgiven for the grudge against his wife, Senior Alia is definitely not going to lose. Lu Yun glanced at the barrage and analyzed. "Don't underestimate Beastmasters. The match between Beastmasters emphasizes realms, sequences, and affinities. Li Mu and Suyu are at the same realm, both having high-tier sequence beasts, so the key to victory lies in their affinities. It is obvious that based on the recent records, Suyu's abilities require blood as a medium and need a certain amount of space to pull, while Li Mu's abilities are precisely to restrain this control ability, giving him a clear advantage in compatibility. Moreover, Li Mu comes from a prestigious background, so it's hard to guarantee that he won't have a second pet beast. Who do you think has the advantage? No matter how strong Alia is, that was last year. Not to mention that she has fallen in rank. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Don't treat the past as if it were eternal." Lu Yun's analysis is quite persuasive. Although Alia had a great reputation last year, there are very few recorded appearances on video, and the information is severely lacking. People's understanding of Alia mostly remains at the level of a talented school beauty. It's reasonable and to the point. The odds have come out, and indeed, Li Mu's odds are only 14, while Suyu has shot up to 47. The showdown between two geniuses from the potential rankings, combined with the commentary of Beastmasters experts, has sparked a new wave of discussion. In the broadcast room, The host quietly said after the end of the show. Old Lou, is Limu really that much at an advantage? I'm thinking about whether I should buy some later. The two are friends, and after shutting down the live broadcast, they naturally chat for a while. Remember to buy some for me. Our association is strictly monitored. The host's mouth dropped open. No wonder you're an expert. In another side room, the Thunder Crane, treated by a healing beast master, lies curled up on the hospital bed. Shivering, Li Mu and several others come to his side. Thunder, I will avenge you tomorrow, Li Mu said softly. The Thunder Crane's eyes were filled with fear. It was fear of Su Yu and fear of the future path of being a beast master. The Thunderbird pierced through its own body. It no longer dared to summon the Thunderbird, although it knew that was influenced by Su Yu's ability, just thinking about its partner, who it had trusted unconditionally while fighting side by side. Stabbing it in the back stripped away that trust and sense of security. This kind of implicit damage nearly shattered everything for a beastmaster. The Thunder Crane trembled and said, Li, you must win. Be careful of Aaliyah. Aaliyah can control the blood inside the human body, and the strange puppet is not enough to resist her. The Thunder Crane looked at Li Mu almost pleadingly. Li Mu held its hand. Trust me, brother, we will win. To deal with this vampire, Li Mu will contract a second high-level pet beast tonight, and will also receive a special ghost weapon to counter the vampire. He wants to defeat Su Yu, to revive his friend's spirit, and also for his teacher's request, although he is not very clear about the grievances between Wang Yu and Su Yu. In a basement somewhere in Magic City, Ishikawa Shioji angrily said, Baga, Mr. Wang, can you really do what you promised? Aaliyah and Su Yu are getting more and more attention. What if they make it to the so-called top of the potential rankings and are protected by the 9 guards of Daxiao and the governor of Magic City? I am now very suspicious of your Wang family's sincerity. Wang Yu was somewhat at his wit's end. He had deliberately suppressed Su Yu to weaken his influence and strength as much as possible before Su Yu entered the magic cave. On the ground of Magic City, he and the people from Huayin country really did not dare to take action against a beast master from Daxia. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Crane not only failed to stop Su Yu, but was crushed by him. Wang Yu said solemnly, Mr. Ishikawa, please believe in our sincerity. Tomorrow, I have arranged for Li Mu to fight. He will definitely stop Su Yu from participating in the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition. Moreover, no matter who protects Su Yu, he will inevitably participate in the war in the Magic Cave. Daxiao is different from other countries. Here, the bravest people go to battle. Ishikawa Shioji's frown eased. All right, I will believe you once more, and I hope our first cooperation can continue. I guarantee that such cooperation will continue to flow in the future. Wang Yu smiled. Well, then I will wait and see. After Su Yu and the others finished the draw, they left the lounge. Lu Xian accompanied the injured to find a healing beast master, while Su Yu went to meet his family who came to watch the match. After waiting for about half an hour, Su Qifan, Ning Shooting, and Su Yu's younger sister, Su Wanrong, finally squeezed out of the crowd in the arena. When Su Wanrong saw Su Yu, she jumped over excitedly and leaped into Su Yu's arms. Brother, you are so amazing. That person is no match for you at all. Aaliyah, who was wearing a duckbill cap and trying not to attract attention, frowned slightly. Although she knew this was Su Yu's sister, her nose felt a bit sour. Was this what they called jealousy? She bit her thumb. Ever since Su Yu introduced her to the flavors of the world, she had gradually developed a sense of taste. Su Yu pulled Su Wanrong away. All right. You're already 18. Why are you still acting like a child? Su Qifan and Ning Shooting walked over with smiles. They looked at Su Yu with both pride and concern. Beast masters and ordinary people are already 2 different worlds. While their son's excellence is gratifying, the fact that he has mastered killing techniques at such a young age means that the day he goes to battle is not far off. Su Wanrong pouted. Brother, I'm not a child. I want to be a beast master like you. Su Yu decisively said, don't even think about it. No way. Chapter 27, Su Yu vs. Li Mu. The governor of Daxia is here to watch the match. Why? Su Yu's family only has 2 children. The confidence Su Yu has in going to battle mostly comes from Aaliyah. Otherwise, he would have to be prepared for a fight to the death. The divine sequence is such a rare thing. Having one is already a windfall, and Su Yu firmly opposes Su Wanrong becoming a beast master. Ning Shooting and Su Qifan share the same thought. Having one beast master in the family is already a great honor for Daxia. Su Wanrong sulked, tugging at her pigtails. Ning Shooting smiled. All right, Wanrong, your brother is also thinking of you. Look, with your brother here, our family is doing well. Even if the contracting ceremony doesn't go smoothly next year, there will still be enough money to buy you talent potions and pet beasts. Su Wanrong nodded but worriedly said, but brother, was cut off by Su Yu. Don't worry, I won't lose. I mean, don't get hurt. After saying that, Su Wanrong turned and left. Ning Shooting and Su Qifan advised her a few more times before also leaving. Su Yu looked at their backs, feeling a bit lost. Aaliyah reminded, this is not a very good choice. Why? When you go to the magic cave, You will know that the entrance to the magic cave leading to Blue Star increases every few years. What? Aaliyah said earnestly. This is a disaster that you humans cannot escape, so even if you want to protect them, don't let yourself become a hindrance. Suyu nodded gently. I'll think about it. Aaliyah wrapped her arms around Suyu's neck. Let's not talk about that. The competition is tomorrow. First, you need to replenish me. Aaliyah, do I really need to go all out against someone like Limu? The Blood Queen and the Hymn of the Undead do not consume much blood. Only the Immortal consumes a large amount of blood, which needs to be replenished in advance. Aaliyah lightly bit Suyu's earlobe. Who knows? What's wrong? Don't you want to? Suyu gritted his teeth. Then you have to wear it today? And you have to wear a blindfold. Are you sure? Huh. After consuming the life elixir, Suyu's physique has greatly improved. Even if he fights from midnight until dawn, he still feels energetic. Aaliyah, today, let us go all out. Don't hold back. Aaliyah's words yesterday made Suyu think for a long time. Although concealing his and Aaliyah's talents would give him an advantage in subsequent battles, the threat of the magic cave still exists. Suyu needs more resources, so he needs to demonstrate his value. In the arena, it was drizzling lightly today, but it still couldn't stop more and more people from streaming in to watch the match. Battles among the top 10 of Dashia's potential rankings are rare. Many ordinary students even skip their morning classes to sit in front of the live broadcast. Don't make noise, it's about to start. Turtle, is Limu's odds really that favorable? Many experts predicted yesterday that Limu would win. According to some inside information from the combat department, Limu has contracted a second pet beast. Hiss, no wonder Suyu and Aaliyah are in danger. Look, today the governor of the Great Summer Magic City is here to watch the match. Wow, he actually came too? The governor of Magic City and the commander of the Dragon Eagle Guard, the guardian of the Disaster Demon Cave, is actually present. On the viewing platform, Ning Hanwen personally welcomed this distinguished guest. Governor Xia, is it really necessary for you to come in person for a student competition? Xia Tingyan smiled and said, I came specially to see the hidden genius that Principal Ning has kept under wraps for a year. It seems something unexpected has happened. Ning Hanwen said, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Fortunately, this student has considerable talent. Xia Tingyan asked curiously, oh, then I must keep my eyes peeled. Please, Principal Ning, who do you think will win? Ning Hanwen's white beard fluttered slightly, but he said nothing. Xia Tingyan smiled. It seems Principal Ning is quite confident. I've seen this Li family member. He is indeed a talent of a generation, not someone easily handled. Yes, Li Mu is indeed a promising talent. Xia Tingyan shook his head. Ning Hanwen was very tight-lipped. Expecting to guess what medicine he was selling was just a fool's dream. As they chatted, the match was ready to begin. Due to some disturbances yesterday, even though the excitement faded quickly, the referee was still changed to Lin Tang, the head of the Demon Plant Department. Lin Tang amplified his voice with mental power. The decisive round of the Magic City Spirit University preliminary competition, the first match, Li Mu versus Suyu. The crowd erupted in cheers, flowers flew in the air, and amidst the lights and cheers, Suyu and Li Mu walked out from the side passages. Oldly, go for it. Don't embarrass our combat department. Senior Aaliyah, I will always support you. The two seemed to not hear anything, their gazes fixed on each other. Lin Tang stood between them and whispered, I won't say much. If I judge that someone is close to death, I will intervene. But it also means one side will lose, understood? Suyu and Li Mu nodded in succession. Lin Tang said, all right, show your talents, young people. Humanity must fight against the demon cave, and you young people must fight even harder. Lin Tang shouted, the first match begins. His words silenced the noise at the scene, and everyone waited for the two to make their move. Li Mu said coldly, you scared the Thunder Hawk. He actually fears his own pet beast. Your ability is truly sinister. Previously, they had all underestimated Suyu's abilities, compared to the wound inflicted by his own pet beast. The natural trust that was lost in his heart was the sharp blade that could destroy a beastmaster. Suyu replied, likewise, you targeted me while dragging others into it. I see no martial virtue in you. Li Mu spread his arms. Martial virtue? That's just the excuse of the defeated. Suyu's wings flapped behind him. Is that so? Too bad you won't get your wish. A drop of rain fell from the sky, sounding like a horn for the two to attack. Roar, Crimson Flame Demon. Show yourself. Shadow Dance Dark Crow. Like magma tearing through the surface, the true form of the Crimson Flame Demon was a 6-meter-tall giant. And Li Mu indeed contracted a second pet beast, as the outside world speculated. The shadow tide surged. From the black river of shadows emerged a figure holding a peculiar dark magic staff, wearing a black-purple hood, with a face resembling a crow's beak. Xia Tingyan immediately recognized this pet beast. The Li family really spares no expense. This shadow demon from Milika, the 16th Shadow Clan, is known as an assassin born from shadows, and it was responsible for the destruction of over 10,000 beastmasters in the war with the Lika Kingdom, causing the collapse of the Shadow Demon front. Yet the Leaf family managed to capture one. Suyu is in trouble now. Chapter 28. The Eternal Undying Him. The Frenzy of Death and Shadows. The rules of the sequence are absolute. Sequence 16 is already incredibly close to the divine sequence, and its displayed power far exceeds that of an average upper-level sequence. The foundation of the Pillar family is fully revealed. As an outstanding heir, the Li family spares no effort in nurturing Li Mu. Li Mu did not underestimate Suyu at all. As soon as the battle began, he activated the intersecting severance. Countless threads as thin as cicada wings spread across the entire arena, sharp and highly resilient, but they fear the strength of power-type pet beasts, which can break through with brute force. Ilea snapped her fingers, and blood turned into a rain curtain that fell upon the threads, instantly transforming the barely noticeable threads into a crimson tide. Li Mu frowned deeply. He could not defeat Suyu relying solely on intersecting severance. But as long as he could limit his movement space. Before that thought could settle, Ilea's right hand tightened. The blood that stained the threads transformed into spirals, and the threads of intersecting severance could not withstand the slicing of blood. Li Mu's pupils constricted. What? Is this really something a vampire can do? The threads of intersecting severance were highly resilient, not particularly afraid of sharp weapons, yet they were utterly helpless against Ilea's control over blood. Suyu looked down from the air. After all that boasting, is this all you've got? Suyu excels at psychological warfare. Ignoring him is the best choice. With his plan to rely on intersecting severance thwarted, but intersecting severance was not just an attack-type ability. It also had the effect of guiding magical power. The crimson flame demon beside Li Mu exuded a dark red hue, then opened its magical mouth. Demon flame, burn heaven. The dark red lava roared under the guidance of the threads of intersecting severance, turning into lava fire serpents that surrounded Suyu in irregular curves from all directions. Li Mu shouted, "It's not over yet." Dark tide. The shadow dance dark crow raised its magic staff, and the ground turned into a black-purple river of the underworld. Black-purple bubbles surged and burst, and the river unleashed dozens of pitch-black water columns, which transformed into dark nights guided by the threads, combining with the demon flames to encircle and seemingly swallow Suyu entirely in darkness. Suyu and Ilea did not dodge, nor did they intend to retreat. Li Mu must have some means to weaken the undying him of the Death Apostle and the Blood Queen, but that was only applicable to skills under normal conditions. No need to hold back. Unleash everything. Ilea, awaken. The surge of blood from death. Listen to the call of the true ancestors hymn. Behind Ilea, blood transformed into blood-colored long pianos and flutes, creating a complete blood symphony orchestra forged by the Blood Queen, imbuing the hymn with undying power. Before the eternal undying, the true hymn is about to sound. Sacred yet representing deathly silence, the notes halted all assaults before Suyu. Blood flowed into all the demon flames. Among the dark nights, and those lifeless entities now became the Death Apostles controlled by Ilea. The waves of sound seemed to solidify, and in Li Mu's incredulous gaze, the dark knights charged toward him over the lava. Even the crimson flame demon and the shadow dance dark crow fell into confusion before the undying him. The Li family had given Li Mu a moonbone necklace made from the skull of a moonlight apostle, yet it could not dispel the influence of the undying him. On the viewing platform, Xia Tingyin took a deep breath. Eternity is actually. Principal Ning, you've concealed too much. No. Should I say Suyu is too lucky? Ning Hanwen took a sip of tea, somewhat emotional. Is it really Suyu who is lucky? Xia Tingyin asked. What do you mean? Hee, the secrets of heaven cannot be leaked. Xia Tingyin rolled his eyes at him. In this regard, the two people he disliked the most were the principals of the Demon Spirit and Imperial Spirit Universities, who were cunning but never said a word more. Previously, Qin Zhe reported that Suyu was asking for a hefty advance of 40 drops of life essence. He thought this young man didn't understand the vastness of the world and the difficulties of the demon caves, but now it seems he wasn't exaggerating. There's something worth betting on in him. The other spectators were also dumbfounded. The intensity of this duel had far surpassed all other competitions. The vast space of the arena could no longer contain the two's assaults. If it weren't for the existence of the barrier, their attacks could have likely destroyed the entire arena. Now, the trouble lay with Li Mu. Alia's abilities exceeded everyone's highest expectations for those who had come to watch. This was the true strength of last year's Genius School Beauty. Li Mu took a deep breath, made a decision in his heart, and urged the thread in his hand to penetrate the body of the Shadow Dance Nether Crow, using external force to activate the pet's abilities. Nether Shadow Dance. Li Mu had anticipated that the pet might fall under Suyu's control. That's why he had contracted the Shadow Dance Nether Crow, not just because it was strong enough, but also due to its racial talent. It could fall into a frenzied state of losing its rationality. Even its master couldn't control it, and neither could you. Before it lost its rationality, the last command it received was, Destroy them. Nether Crow, the Shadow Nether clan, which was extremely close to the divine sequence, broke free from the influence of the immortal anthem, at the cost of losing its sanity and turning into a killing machine. The Nether Crow stirred up the dark tide of nether water, washing away the flames that struck towards Limu. And the Dark Night was disassembled by the Shadow Dance Nether Crow itself. The frenzied Shadow Dance Nether Crow no longer possessed massive magical power. Instead, it had powerful physical destructive capability. Alia's gem-like pupils flashed with a hint of brilliance. Oh? It can break free from the immortal's influence? Not bad, but unfortunately, you're still a bit lacking. Otherwise, I'd have captured this little guy as a pet. The dark tide on the ground was suddenly pierced by surging blood, and the dark nether river was replaced in an instant by a river of blood. Alia, who had replenished her blood all night, was truly in peak condition. The surging blood around her transformed into countless sword shields and fully armed blood knights, accompanied by the flapping of her wings. The blood knights charged alongside the king into battle. Bang! The Nether Crow was pierced by countless blood swords, but its robust vitality after going berserk was still able to briefly withstand Alia's bombardment. At this moment, Limu seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Scarlet Flame Demon was immobilized by the anthem's influence, but Limu's thread could be manipulated. Limu's fine thread pierced the Scarlet Flame Demon, controlling it to leap into the air, taking advantage of Alia's moment of distraction to go straight for Suyu. At the same time, the threads of interwoven barriers spread out again, sealing off all of Suyu's escape routes. Suyu flapped his wings, and amidst the interference of the shrieking tornado, the Scarlet Flame Demon failed to hit its mark, but the interwoven threads grazed Suyu's arm, cutting a deep wound. Blood dripped. Limu had finally found a flaw. Chapter 29, Lord of Blood. All glory belongs to my king. The spectators on the viewing platform gasped in astonishment. Wasn't Alia at sequence 99? How could she be suppressing someone at sequence 16? It must be a mutation, definitely a mutation. Limu found the opportunity. Suyu was in trouble. Just now, I thought Limu was going to lose, but as expected of someone ranked third on the potential list, he still has a trump card. Limu's desperate counterattack seemed to bring hope, and Suyu indeed was injured. Meanwhile, Alia appeared unable to deal with the Shadow Dance Nether Crow in a short time, and everything seemed to be tilting in favor of Limu. At this moment, Limu didn't dare to be careless. Alia's strength exceeded his highest expectations, and even the frenzied Shadow Dance Nether Crow was like a candle flickering in the wind before Alia, merely a punching bag. He had to defeat Suyu while the Shadow Dance Nether Crow could still maintain its frenzy. Scarlet Flame. The Scarlet Flame Demon shrank to human form and, under the control of the thread, spewed wave after wave of magma in the air. However, a blood wall rose up, and Alia suddenly charged in front of the Scarlet Flame Demon. Limu was taken aback. Wasn't she being held back by the Shadow Dance Nether Crow? A glance revealed that during the previous battle with Alia, the blood that dripped from Suyu's cut arm had tempted the frenzied Shadow Dance Nether Crow. The irrational Shadow Dance Nether Crow was only following Limu's last command and its instincts. At the most critical moment, the Shadow Dance Nether Crow abandoned blocking Alia in front of it and chose the blood from Suyu that was filled with fatal temptation. A change of target. In that fleeting moment, Alia captured the Scarlet Flame Demon at close range, the Blood Queen completely controlling everything about the Scarlet Flame Demon. Meanwhile, Suyu, following the arrows he shot from the Twilight Longbow, charged towards Limu. Limu had prepared countermeasures against the Twilight Longbow's ghostly weapon and remained composed. But the Scarlet Flame Demon was under control, and the sudden shift of the Shadow Dance Nether Crow pursuing Suyu's blood caught him off guard. Just when he thought things were going awry, at that instant when Suyu recklessly charged in, hope for victory reignited. Suyu, how dare you charge straight at me? Seeking death. The interwoven barriers couldn't cut off Alia. Could they cut off you? Countless fine threads spread out. And at the moment Suyu's shrieking dragon wings advanced in front of Limu, the threads had completely enveloped Suyu. Victory was within reach. However, a more bizarre scene unfolded. Dazzling crimson light points sparkled on Suyu's body. The interwoven barriers, which should have perfectly cut Suyu's body, were pierced by him like an arrow through everything, breaking through the interwoven barriers. Using his body as an arrow, the immortal attachment from Alia enveloped Suyu, transforming into an incomprehensible power. Not to mention that you couldn't cut through Suyu. Even if there were indeed powerful forces that could cut through Suyu, the immortal would quickly mend Suyu, and the blood that flowed out would become the crown of blood and the catalyst for deadly temptation. Under Limu's stunned gaze, Alia condensed a small blood needle from the blood on Suyu's arm and pierced it into Limu's body. In an instant, the overwhelming breath of the king stunned his spirit. Limu stared blankly at Suyu. Suyu issued the king's command. It's over. Fulfill my promise. His pre-match promise. To carve out your patella. Limu placed his right hand on his heart, showing no displeasure, with a devout expression, "Yes. All glory belongs to my king." At this moment, Lin Tang realized something was wrong and rushed to intervene. But it was too late. Li Mu used his own interwoven barriers to sever his own knee. Bang! Blood mist exploded, and Li Mu, having lost his patella, weakened at the knees and fell to the ground, trembling all over. The battle suddenly came to an unexpected halt, in a scene no one could have predicted. Silence. The entire arena was dead silent. Few understood what had happened in the end. In that fleeting moment, when it seemed that Su Yu was on the verge of collapse, like a leaf on the sea that could be struck by the magma of the scarlet flame demon at any moment, the situation reversed dramatically in just 3 seconds. The shadow dance nether crow suddenly stopped entangling Alia. The interwoven barriers caused no harm to Su Yu, and Li Mu suddenly gave up resistance and severed his own knee. Lin Tang rushed to Li Mu's side, anxiously summoning a crystal-clear demon plant, dripping with life-giving dew. Su Yu softly said, "I held back. He is not in life-threatening danger. For this world, losing an arm or a leg is just a minor injury." Lin Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mu would be fine. He would recover in less than half a month. However, being injured by one's own ability, that feeling probably wouldn't be much better than being struck by a thunderbird, would it? Terrifying talent. Lin Tang shouted. Li Mu confirms defeat. The first contestant to advance from the preliminaries is Su Yu. The entire arena erupted. Of course, some were dejected. One, how exactly did he win? I really didn't understand anything at the end. As long as there is bloodshed, it is under his control. Almost like a master manipulating blood. Li Mu actually lost. Damn it, I bought 10. How could you buy so many? ISNT that the expert who swore to win. But he lost in a landslide. Su Yu and Ilia had been letting him win before. Gue, the Daxiao potential rankings have been updated. Su Yu replaced Li Mu, becoming the third on the potential list. Not first. Is there anyone stronger than this? The first two are also monsters, it's hard to say. Wang Yu's face turned from pale to purple, resembling the color of pig liver. Li Mu actually lost. Now it's going to completely anger that group of Huaying people. Even Xia Tingyan came to watch, which will definitely attract attention, and it will probably be even harder to deal with him now. Indeed. I need to think of a way from his family. In the spectator seats, Xia Tingyan stood up and said, "Principal Ning, this is a very interesting match. It seems it's time for me to fulfill my promise." Ning Hanwen was surprised. What promise? Xia Tingyan sighed. Su Yu said before the match that if he could win, he would advance him 40 drops of life essence. And he was confident he could win the exchange match, but the result turned out like this. It was actually Shindai. Hush, did you go back on your word? Xia Tingyan smiled. Not at all. This year's Shindai is not just this one. I am looking forward to his duel with Konghuan Yuan. Ning Hanwen pondered. The little girl with half the bloodline of the ethereal witch from the Imperial Spirit University. If that's the case. It's time for old Jiang to suffer a loss. Xia Tingyan looked at Ning Hanwen strangely, not knowing what this old guy was up to. On the other side, in the conference room of the Imperial Capital Spirit University, Principal Zhang Huiran and other mentors watched the match closely. Star Emblem mentor Wang Jing said, "He really has a backup plan. I didn't expect he actually defeated Li Mu. Does that mean this year?" Several mentors exchanged glances and looked toward a girl in the corner. If anyone from the freshman class of Imperial Capital Spirit University could defeat Su Yu, it would only be this freshman beauty from Imperial Spirit University, who is half human and half demon and has inherited the bloodline of the ethereal witch. Under the Imperial Capital, in the Abyssal Devil's Pit, a new Shindai is born every 100 years from the ethereal clan in sequence 100. And sequence 009 is the ethereal witch. The witching night she incited is also known as one of the top 10 disasters of the pit. In the corner, she propped her arm up and looked at the screen, her long hair cascading down between platinum and silver, with a beautiful peak in front. Her flawless face resembling white jade, and her water blue pupils like a calm lake. Every frown and smile could dismantle any man's defenses. Konghuan Yuan softly said, "She can win." Chapter 30, Obtaining Life Essence, Body Transformation. Wow, so strong, Captain. Well done, Captain. The combat department is doomed now. With Li Mu's injuries, he probably can't even participate in the team battle. Even if he recovers, will he dare to talk back to the captain next time? No wonder the captain said he would take care of the team battle too. He really did. 2 of the 3 combat department's upperclassmen were taken down. So this year's team battle is undoubtedly ours. Everyone was very excited. They thought they still had a tough team battle to wait for. But it turned out Su Yu handled everything alone. And Ji Shui had tears in her eyes. "Thank you, Su Yu." Su Yu shook his hand. "You were affected by me. I just did what I had to do." Su Yu stretched. "This match exhausted me. I want to watch your competition. Lu Xian, Chen Mingming, Jiang Xinyue, you guys need to work hard." The 3 girls nodded gently, their peripheral vision glancing at Su Yu and Ilia's backs. Su Yu was severely drained from this battle, his face a bit pale. while Ilea seemed to have shrunk a size, looking only a little over 1.5 meters tall. Perhaps this is the price of overusing blood? Ilea lay on Su Yu's back. Now she just wanted to take a bite out of him. During the previous battle, when Su Yu's blood dripped in front of Ilea and Ingwu Minjia, that blood filled with lethal temptation made her almost lose control. If she hadn't tasted this delicious blood many times, she might have fought Ingwu Minjia for it on the spot. Meeting you is my fortune. Me too. Just as they walked out of the lounge, Su Yu saw the long-waiting Major Qin from the Dragon Eagle Guard. Qin was holding a black leather suitcase. And upon seeing Su Yu, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Congratulations, Su Yu. To be honest, at first, I was skeptical about whether you could defeat Li Mu. But you really won. According to what we agreed, here are the 40 drops of life essence all advanced to you." Qin leaned in closer and whispered, "This was directly ordered by the commander today." He and Ilea almost didn't hold back. So this influential figure who has the chance to touch the sacred domain must have noticed something, right? It's not surprising that ordinary people don't recognize Ilea since they haven't seen the Shindai sequence. And Xia in. This is why he approved the 40 drops of life essence so readily. There may be secrets among the sequences that he doesn't know. So you took it without hesitation. Thank you. I will do my best to win the championship of this year's 9-school alliance. Qin nodded slightly. Understanding. Then I won't disturb you. I'll wait for the exchange match in 10 days. After saying goodbye to Qin, Su Yu took out his phone to report safety to his family. A drop that can sell for a full 100 million in the market is a precious strategic resource. Each drop can transform a Beastmaster's originally weak body. After previously consuming 10 drops of life essence, Su Yu's skin already showed a sheen, seemingly symbolizing a body that transcended ordinary humans. Without hesitation, Su Yu drank the life essence from the jade bottle. Tun. The smooth liquid slid down his throat. For billion went down, and even if the taste was bad, it was still good. Su Yu's skin began to shed like scales, and new skin grew, soaked with luster and resilience, no longer weak like an ordinary person. This was Su Yu feeling a qualitative transformation. Ilea beside him had more light in her eyes. Driven by hunger, she leaned behind Su Yu and sniffed. "It smells even better, master." Su Yu smiled. "Drink up, you worked hard today?" Ilea's eyebrows danced with joy as her white teeth lightly bit down. Having consumed a total of 50 drops of life essence, it was enough for him to drink 150 liters a day without affecting his health by activating blood cells. Su Yu felt like he had become a living super blood bag. Luckily, the effects of the life essence are incredibly powerful. His vitality had already surpassed human limits by dozens of times. Otherwise, he really couldn't handle it. In his mind, Ilea's advancement progress began to accelerate. Ding. The Vampire Queen drank your blood. Progress towards rank 150. Rank, second stage extraordinary realm, 300-3000. This battle with Li Mu put Su Yu at a huge disadvantage due to lacking a pet beast. Finding a second pet beast was urgent. But Su Yu and Ilea still felt it was better to be selective. Unless it was a Shindai sequence, or something close to a Shindai sequence like Ingwu Minjia. Otherwise it would just waste precious mental energy. After recovering a bit, Shang Wanling called him to the office. In the office, Shang Wanling saw Su Yu and Ilea. Her smile spreading. "Congratulations on defeating Li Mu. You have already confirmed your advancement to the main event of the 9-school alliance exchange competition. Also, you look quite good. It seems the Dragon Eagle Guard has fulfilled their promise?" Su Yu replied. I feel great, it seems." Shang Wanling smiled slightly. "It seems like you have undergone a transformation, right?" Su Yu nodded vigorously, "Yes. It feels like I have completely transformed." Shang Wanling explained with a smile. "Actually, this is something I was going to tell you later, after all. You freshmen in your first year can hardly get life essence before going to the pit. But since you have transformed first, I'll tell you about it now. Let us first talk about another matter." Su Yu raised her eyebrows, seemingly puzzled. Su Yu seemed to have realized something. No wonder the school provided quite a few rewards. Students who perform well in regular classes are usually given rewards of 1 or 2 credits. But in this kind of competition, just participating grants 50 credits. Su Yu casually flipped through the materials and was immediately attracted by a photo of a woman on the first page. Her platinum long curls and aquamarine eyes made one willing to be enchanted at first sight. If Ilea is the alluring abyss, then this is the ice lake of the snow country. Shang Wanling smiled and said, "Su Yu, she will be your strongest opponent in the exchange competition." Chapter 31. The Strongest Witch, Body Transformation in 3 Realms, setting off to the Imperial Capital. The strongest opponent? Su Yu looked at her profile. Name, Kongwan Yuan. Gender, female. Age, 19. Background, father is human. Mother is an ethereal witch from the ethereal clan that is born once every 100 years in the eternal abyss. Possessing half of the divine lineage bloodline, with powerful mental strength and perfect adaptability to all abyssal armaments and treasures, and can become a beast master like a human. Realm, second stage transcendent realm. Talent, unknown. Beast, 36 Snow Heart Rose, a demonic plant from the snowfield abyss of the Bear Country. With endless proliferation ability and ice shaping ability. Suyu was slightly taken aback. Apart from Ilea, this was the first descendant of the divine lineage he had seen in the public records. With the combat power of the divine lineage and the ability to contract demonic plants like a beast master, no wonder she topped the potential list of the current Great Xia. Ilea cast a curious glance. Then, Suyu and she exchanged a smile, as if they both thought of the same thing and the same possibility. Shangguanling looked at the two oddly. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Suyu quickly shook his head and changed the topic. No. This information is too vague. Is there no detailed record of her battles? Shangguanling said helplessly, no. The Imperial Capital's Spirit University protects her very well. We only know that she fought 14 battles in one day against 14 other first-year students from the Spirit University and remained undefeated. The students of the Spirit University call her the Undefeated Witch, and she is also a beauty treasured by the entire Spirit University. So you looked at her photo, raising his eyebrows. It sounds quite intimidating. However, from Shangguanling's words, it is not hard to deduce that Konghuan Yuan's strength is probably far superior to Li Mu's. It won't be easy to defeat her. Shangguanling continued. As for the second place on the Great Xia potential list, Shi Xiaolong from Jianghe University. Your odds of winning against him are probably 50-50. There is indeed some battle footage of him circulating. You can take this disc and watch it. So you took it and kept it for later study. After discussing the opponents to be aware of in the exchange competition, Shangguanling said, as long as you have an idea, that's fine. There are still about 10 days until the exchange competition. And since you've come into contact with the life essence, let me tell you about the power of body transformation. Shangguanling rolled up her sleeve, and the star-like colors gradually lit up on her pure white arm. Suyu, as a beast master, the realm after the transcendent realm is called the transformation realm, and after that is the nirvana realm. What is transformation? The physical body has 3 realms, gold, silver, and jade, which will be specifically reflected on the skin. Look at your arm. Do you see any silver light? Suyu looked down. Indeed, there was a faint silver thread flowing in the sheen of his arm. The classification of abyssal treasures is similar to armaments, or armaments are graded according to treasures. The life essence you drank is a dragon-level treasure. Even 50 drops is just a little more than a sip, and it's enough for a human body to advance to the secret silver realm. That's why it is so precious. Suyu suddenly realized. No wonder during his battle with Mu Changwei, he was able to withstand the attacks of the demonic beast due to his talent. It wasn't just the boost from his power-type talent. There was also the body transformation. I understand, teacher, Suyu said. Yes, your progress is much faster than others, so get ready for transformation and nirvana ahead of time. With about 10 days until the exchange competition, use this time to familiarize yourself with the physical power of the secret silver realm. It might become the key to victory. Suyu nodded. Okay. After returning to the dormitory villa, Ilea leaned close to Suyu's ear and said, little guy, it seems the second beast is about to be settled. She asked teasingly, honestly, are you moved by her beauty? Suyu's cheeks flushed, cough. Ilea, I purely think she's suitable, don't you think? The divine lineage is something that can't be sought after easily. Didn't you say that anything could happen in the abyss? The divine lineage descendant you mentioned is just one possibility. Deleted 300 words discussing the conversation about Konghuan Yuan. Whether it's a beauty or a divine lineage. Which beastmaster wouldn't want one? However, the Spirit University must be strictly protecting her, so it's tough to have a chance. The only opportunity is. Suyu and Ilea said in unison, the exchange competition. Ilea smirked. TSK, don't you men just love to make such an ice-cold beauty yours? Suyu broke into a sweat. What messy books have you been reading lately? Don't say it, just thinking about it is quite nice. However, Suyu regained his composure. But this is really difficult, isn't it? Ilea cuddled up to Suyu, looking at him affectionately. TSK, who told you to be my man? My talent and your talent. There's a chance we could steal her right in front of everyone. Then, Ilea whispered her plan in Suyu's ear. Suyu's heart raced. It could really work. However, this would definitely offend the Spirit University severely. Oh well, too many debts don't matter. With Ilea around, he was already not favored by the seniors of the Spirit University. What's the harm in adding the Spirit University to the list? Let's do it. In the following days, Suyu focused on adapting to the strength of his transformed body. In the team competition, due to the serious injuries of Lei He and Li Mu from the practical combat team, they chose to forfeit against Suyu's team, which belonged to the exotic beast system. Suyu's team then fought against the team from the demonic plant division. They could no longer withstand the power of Ilea's dead apostle sacred song and were almost completely defeated. As a result, Suyu's team successfully became the representatives of the Spirit University to participate in the Nine-School Alliance exchange battle. 10 days later, the Nine-School Alliance exchange competition was held in the imperial capital. Led by Shangwan Ling and Vice President Gui, the group set off on their journey to the imperial capital. Chapter 32. Speculations on the train, the traitor among the seven. On the special train from the Spirit University to the Spirit University, Suyu was enjoying the scenery outside the window with great interest. Since the Abyss appeared over 100 years ago, the development of this world has been vastly different from the original world. In the fields, besides rice and wheat, a kind of demonic plant called pearl rice is also cultivated. Although it hasn't reached the lineage threshold, the fruits of this pearl rice can weigh over 10 pounds per plant and do not consume much soil fertility, instead absorbing the magic energy from the air. Planting a few hundred of these per mu can yield thousands of pounds easily. The Abyss has brought not only war. Otherwise, Great Xia's high expenditure on the Abyss would be unbearable. The atmosphere on the train was somewhat tense. The first-year students were fine, apart from Suyu's team. There were a few other students from different departments participating in individual matches, and they were getting along relatively well. However, the seniors from the second and third years were eyeing Suyu with hostility, their gazes extremely unfriendly. The reason was simple. Ilea was lying on Suyu's lap, eating grapes, and occasionally feeding Suyu one, which was heartbreaking. Mu Changwei exchanged glances with Suyu and then averted his gaze. "Ah Wei, did you really get into a fight with him?" Mu Changwei sighed helplessly. "Yeah, and I lost." "What?" Although Mu Changwei is the 7th member of the Blood Spirit team, he shouldn't lose to a first-year newcomer, right? Even if the captain is now on his side. Mu Changwei glanced at the 6 people. "If you want to go fight the captain, go ahead, don't drag me into it." The 5th member, Wu Xinghao, seemed to recall some terrifying events. No, you've already lost. It means the captain hasn't fallen too much in strength. I'd rather not seek out abuse. The other 6 agreed wholeheartedly. At first, when they heard that Ilea had fallen in rank, they felt somewhat relieved from the horror of being abused for a whole year and regained some admiration for her. But Mu Changwei's listless appearance made it seem like Ilea could still easily handle them, no matter what. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and glare at Suyu with jealousy. Suyu found it somewhat amusing. Were they jealous or scared? It didn't matter. Ilea leaned closer and asked, In Suyu's hand was the small round token that Mu Changwei had given him. Ilea's expression turned serious. This meant that they had found a lead on the person who had ambushed her. That small round token was the family crest of the Ishikawa family from Huaying Kingdom. Suyu had asked a friend he met at customs to help check the records of the Great Xia customs. He was shocked to discover that in the past month, a large number of Ishikawa family members had entered Great Xia. It was very likely that Ilea's ambush was related to them. Ilea had always found this matter peculiar. The place where she was ambushed was not far from Hongshi City, which should have been relatively safe. Yet, on that day, she was attacked by hundreds of beastmasters. All 4 of her female attendants were killed in battle, creating a tremendous uproar, yet the Dragon Eagle Guard of Hongshi City made no move. As if they hadn't noticed anything. Injured, Ilea fled towards the passage to the Demon Cave and Demon City, only to find that there were also ambushes there. This led Ilea to escape at the cost of nearly falling into a death-like sleep, and then she encountered Suyu. Suyu joined the Dragon Eagle Guard partly to investigate the truth of that day. Ilea furrowed her brows slightly. "What do you think?" Suyu said softly. "I have a hypothesis. If they aim to kill you, they wouldn't need to act near Hongshi City. Wouldn't the depths of the Demon Cave be a better choice? Just 10 days ago, I suddenly realized that just as I wanted to capture the divine generation, others wanted it too, so they aimed to capture you alive. Therefore, they chose to act near Hongshi City in order to quickly escape Great Xia after capturing you." Ilea gently nodded. The other option would be to traverse the dangerous Forbidden Zone. Suyu's hypothesis was quite reasonable. Suyu continued, "If this hypothesis holds, then it can be confirmed that they have insiders, and likely a lot of them. The insider within the Dragon Eagle Guard may not be a member of the Dragon Eagle Guard, but definitely someone who can exert influence. Otherwise, it would be impossible to carry out an ambush against their own in silence under the Dragon Eagle Guard's noses, or even to replace the guards at the passage to the Demon Cave. This person's status must not be low. They must be familiar with the school's insiders, or else they wouldn't be able to gather information about you and determine that you are the divine generation. However, this insider themselves shouldn't know that you are the divine generation. Otherwise, they might prefer to monopolize it. It's just that the Huaying people have mastered other information from elsewhere, and 2 pieces of evidence confirm that conclusion. Thinking of Mu Changwei's words, your blood spirit squad also has insiders. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to grasp your whereabouts. Nor could they determine that you are the divine generation solely based on the information provided by the school insiders. Ilea's gaze suddenly turned towards the blood spirit squad. Her deep purple pupils clouded with a layer of gloom. This squad, which couldn't be said to have any particular feelings but was relatively familiar, hid a venomous snake that wanted to harm the farmer. Meanwhile, Suyu was also quite surprised. What secrets were hidden within the ranks? Ilea tried to get up, but was pulled back by Suyu. Little one, let go. Mylan, Zhu, and Jude died in the demon cave to protect me. I promised them that I would avenge them. Suyu shook his head. Don't alert the enemy. Ilea, you are everything to me. Your enemies are my enemies. But I'm not telling you this for you to explode now. We need to root them out completely. Otherwise, what if someone escapes? Ilea calmed down. What should we do? Should we tell Old Ning? Suyu shook his head. We can say it, but it's not suitable for now. The three types of people Suyu had identified had somewhat tricky identities. If you tell the principal that there are insiders among your students and teachers, and then tell the governor of Great Xia that there are problems among the soldiers protecting the country. Besides, Suyu's range of speculation is too broad. Also, with the Beastmaster families involved, it's possible that those from the Dragon Eagle Guard aren't even core members. It might be that the families are exerting influence over their family members in the Dragon Eagle Guard. What should we do then? Suyu smiled. Let us test the waters. Start with the smallest target. Just don't let it slip, Ilea. Chapter 33. Talent is the reflection of the mind. The spirit I distinguishes souls. Ilea pursed her lips, indicating that she would keep quiet. Such brainy matters were too difficult for a vampire. Suyu, satisfied, rubbed her head. This matter still required the help of another person. Shaoan, Suyu said softly. And Jishui was chatting with her girlfriends, and upon hearing Suyu's voice, she walked over. What's up, Captain? Suyu waved his hand and said softly, can you do me a favor? And Jishui's talent, Spirit Eye, could observe a person's magical power, emotions, and a series of fluctuations. If they were to test someone, there was no one more suitable than her. And Jishui said, sure. Captain, just tell me what you need. She even had a good impression of Suyu during her private discussions with Lu Xian and the others. Suyu asked quietly, Shaoan, if I want to know whether someone is telling the truth or lying, can your spirit eye help me distinguish that? I don't quite understand your talent ability. If it involves privacy, you don't have to tell me. And Jishui smiled lightly. It's nothing. My talent is not like the captain's. Of course, I can share. Captain, I can indeed distinguish truth from lies, but it's not absolute. After all, good actors can even deceive themselves. Suyu nodded slowly. That was true. And Jishui continued. However, Captain, before judging whether someone is telling the truth or lying, my spirit eye can first determine a person's attributes. Oh, what do you mean by that? And Jishui said seriously, talent. Captain, talent is a reflection of our human spirit. What kind of talent you awaken represents what kind of person you are. People with strength-type talents are simple and straightforward, while those like the captain with mental control talents tend to be more thoughtful. I didn't mean it that way, Suyu said, stunned, then added, no worries. Go on. And Jishui, slightly bashful, said, in short, you can glean their character from their talents. If they exhibit strong emotions or magical fluctuations, you might even be able to pry into their souls. Suyu nodded gently. That was quite a powerful observational talent. Previously, Suyu hadn't thought of this. Was the talent awakened by humans really a reflection of the mind? If so, Mu Changwei's pure strength-type talent would imply that he was rather straightforward. Yes, this guy has thick skin, is straightforward, doesn't hide his feelings, and even took the initiative to inform Suyu about that family crest. He should not be an insider. All right, I understand. Ilea, you help Shaoan confirm their respective talents. I'll go probe. Shaoan, I'm counting on you. Okay. Suyu stood up and walked towards the Blood Spirit Squad of the second-year students. The other 6 members of the Blood Spirit Squad, apart from Mu Changwei, were taken aback. Oh, we didn't come looking for trouble with you. Instead, you came to find us? Suyu showed no signs of fear and faced the 7 people directly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Suyu. In the middle of the 7. A 2-meter-tall giant, Du Gu Ming, extended his hand. Current captain of the Blood Spirit Squad, Du Gu Ming. Du Gu Ming had a wide face with 2 scars, looking rather fierce. Suyu reached out his hand. Suddenly, a strong grip came from his hand. The intense pressure seemed capable of crushing an ordinary person's palm into powder in an instant. Suyu's hand glimmered with silver light, resisting the grip. Dong Guming looked at Suyu in surprise. Secret Silver Realm. What? Secret Silver? The other few people were equally astonished. This freshman who had just embarked on the Beast Tamer path had initially hoped that the leader would give him a warning, but instead, Dong Guming released his hand and said, no wonder the captain will. He sighed. You've met old 7 Mu Changwei, old 2 Niel Yang, old 3 Su Ping, old 4 Ho Sheng, old 5 Wu Xinghao, old 6 Lu Jing. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement. Dong Guming said, no need for ambiguity. Just because old 7 recognizes you doesn't mean we do. You have some ability, but whether you can survive in the demon lair is another matter. The world of beast tamers is a world of war, and it does not welcome the weak. especially not those who take away their goddess-like weaklings. Suyu remained unfazed. Unfortunately, I do not need your recognition. Having Aya's recognition is enough. It was as if he had stepped on their tails. Donggu Ming and the others looked somewhat displeased. The truth is a sharp blade. With the way Aya and Suyu were interacting, they really didn't know how far they had gone. When the others showed obvious emotional fluctuations on the other side, Aya asked, "How is it?" And Jishui activated her spiritual eyes. The hazy mist in her eyes displayed a dazzling spectrum. 3 power types, 2 control types, 1 mental type, and 1 special type. Aya nodded slightly. It was similar to her memory. No, wait. That person has 2 colors. Does he have 2 talent abilities? Aya followed in Jishui's gaze. Old 5. Wu Xinghao. Aya frowned slightly. In my impression, he seems to be a beast tamer specializing in demon plants and spiritual pets, and his talent seems to be called Abyss Lock. And Jishui shook her head. Aside from the unique colors of the control type, it also leans towards the mental type. According to Njishui, talent reflects a human's mind. Humans with control abilities are often more greedy and lustful, while the mental type is more thoughtful. Obviously, this talent of his was even unknown to Aya. What does that mean? There's something fishy. Suyu had a brief chat with the others. When he mentioned that small round token, Donggu Ming and the others also looked grave. No matter how they viewed Suyu, the incident of Aya being attacked was indeed very strange. On this point, can we at least agree that our goals are the same? Donggu Ming nodded. We also do not wish to see the captain being plotted against. Do you have any ideas? Suyu's eyes were enigmatic. I suspect there is an insider. When he said this, Suyu quickly scanned the eyes of the 7. Some were confused, some were bewildered, some were shocked, and some were deep in thought. Donggu Ming frowned. What do you mean? Suyu concealed his suspicion of the Blood Spirit team having an insider and revealed the rest of the information. Donggu Ming took a deep breath. What you said makes sense. The Dragon Hawk Guard is a mixed bag. Although it's meant to unite all forces against the demon lair, there are indeed various powers intertwined. We'll find a way to investigate. He added, for no other reason. I don't want to see the captain carrying a burden to death in the demon lair. Suyu stood up. You don't need to worry about that. Looking at Suyu's back, Donggu Ming seemed to be deep in thought. Chapter 34. The Witch on the Imperial Spirit Tower, Love Between Dragon and Beauty. Suyu asked with concern, how about it, Shaoan? Did you observe anything? And Jishui whispered, Wu Xinghao, his color fluctuations are strange. On the surface, he is a control-type beast tamer, but in reality, he hides a mental-type talent. Also, just now I wasn't clear on what you were talking about. But there's one person whose emotional changes are different from the others. Is it Su Ping? Just now, old 3 Su Ping's gaze seemed a bit distracted, clearly thinking about something else. Yes. And Jishui exclaimed in surprise. Captain, do you also have observation abilities? Suyu shook his head. No? I just noticed his gaze was a bit off. And Jishui said, oh, but it was only for a moment. He quickly returned to normal. Suyu nodded. These 2. Something is off. The target narrowed from 7 people to 2, which is good news. It's much better than fishing for needles in the vast seas of the Dragon Hawk Guard and Demon Spirit. Thank you. Don't tell anyone about this. And Jishui smiled. Sure, I'm glad to help the captain. And Jishui just smiled and glossed over it. Although Lu Xian was somewhat concerned, she didn't press further. Her eyes were glancing around, as if calculating something. Aya quietly lay on Suyu's legs. Should we capture those 2 and interrogate them? Suyu chuckled. Don't rush. Let them move first. Who knows? We might be able to follow the clues and catch them all at once. How to do it? After the exchange competition, find an opportunity to communicate with the dean and principal, and also, Suyu glanced at Lu Xian. Lu Xian and Suyu made eye contact, but then shyly turned away. There's also a young lady from a beast tamer family here. After the last conversation with Shangguan Ling, Suyu looked for an opportunity to subtly probe. The Lu family is also one of the 9 pillar families. Just like the Li family where Li Mu is. Considering Lu Xian's goodwill towards him, perhaps he could also leverage her power. Of course, all of this is predicated on Suyu having enough value. This time, S9 School Alliance exchange competition, Suyu must win. Otherwise, when he and Aya next enter the demon lair, the hidden hands behind them will likely not miss this opportunity. For others, it's a competition. The order of suppressing the demon lair. For Suyu, it's a matter of life and death. Aya closed her eyes. It all depends on you now. Little guy, after all, you are mine. Night. The train soon arrived at the Imperial capital, and the group from Demon Spirit University took a special vehicle to the Imperial Spirit University. The Imperial Spirit University is located at the entrance of the Eternal Demon Lair. This is the most brutal battlefield of the Great Xia, and it is also the only main offensive direction among the 9 demon lairs. Unlike the one frontline city, Redstone City, in the Disaster Demon Lair, the Eternal Demon Lair has 3 cities built at angles to resist the 7 cities of various races. In recent years, The Imperial Spirit University has often claimed the title of first in the 9-school alliance. As soon as they got off the car, the Imperial Spirit University came into view. Unlike the modernization of Demon Spirit University, the Imperial Spirit University is designed in an ancient and grand palace style, with the only tall building being a clock tower facing all directions. The ringing of the clock on the tower does not signify time, but rather signals an attack from the demon lair. This militaristic setting also indicates that once the bell rings, the entire imperial capital will prepare for war, and everyone will be soldiers. The group entered the Imperial Spirit University under the welcome of the staff. Faintly, Suyu felt a pair of eyes watching him. Aya handed a telescope to Suyu. Look at the tower. Suyu took it and looked towards the tower. He saw a girl with platinum long curly hair, wearing a light blue short skirt and barefoot, sitting on the edge of the tower. She looked like a snow goddess who had walked out of ice and snow. Pure and untainted by a speck of worldly dust, her calm gaze directed at him. Kong Huan Yao was blowing a gentle breeze on the tower, watching the demon spirit team walking in from outside the school gate. That recently rising star, Kong Huan Yao smirked. So, you are also a descendant of the divine generation? Among the descendants of the divine generation, there exists a subtle sense of connection. Aya's certainty that there are still descendants of the divine generation in the demon lair is based on this. The two girls, separated by distance, spoke in unison. The prey has arrived. After a simple arrangement, Shangwan Ling gathered the first-year students from Demon Spirit for a brief meeting. Everyone, sit down. The schedule for the exchange competition is tight, so let us keep it short. The first-year students participating in the exchange competition sat in a circle, carefully studying the exchange competition manual. Shangwan Ling said, the main competition will start tomorrow. First is the individual competition, which will still be open to the public. The first match of the individual competition is a challenge, and the specific rules will only be announced on the day of the event. However, out of 72 students from 9 schools, only 8 will make it to the elimination round. As for the opponents in the individual competition, I won't say much. They are likely to be among the top contenders on the Dasha potential ranking. I believe you have reviewed their information many times. And if you have any questions or difficulties, feel free to come to me. As for the team competition, it will take place after the individual competition, with specific rules determined by drawing lots, including both attack defense and team battle formats. The battle in the Demon Cave is about to begin, and the results of the exchange competition will serve as an important reference for the strength ranking of the 9 Beast Master Universities. Everyone wants to protect their own interests and families first, and there is no clear right or wrong in this. In the end, there can only be one battle. This is not a world for the humble. The strong must compete, and those who compete must win. On the other side, Jianghe University has also arrived at Dilling under the guidance of several Star Emblem mentors. At Jianghe University's base, Mentor Lin Li asked, Xiaolong, how is it? The person being asked was none other than Shi Xiaolong, the second place on the Dasha potential ranking. Shi Xiaolong nodded gently. I'm very lucky. The rumored clan in the Qianhu Demon Cave indeed has news. The principal personally captured one. Lin Li took a deep breath. Good. In this case, whether it's Konghuan Yuan or Su Yu, you should have a good chance of defeating them. Besides Shi Xiaolong, a cute girl with twin ponytails smiled and said, Long go. To me, you are undoubtedly the first place in the entire exchange competition. Shi Xiaolong replied softly, Don't worry, Yin Yan. I will definitely win the crown of the exchange competition and then come to propose to your family. Will you wait for me? Yin Linger nodded, her eyes full of affection. As night fell, Su Yu, in his dreams, seemed to see chapter 35, Dreams are her past. The prologue to the 9-school league war. In the dream of the night, Su Yu had never been so awake in a dream, clearly knowing it was a dream. It was a silent wilderness and a castle forged from blood. Above the castle, a woman with black wings and armor, like a Valkyrie of the battlefield, was fighting fiercely against invading enemies. She was like a leaf in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment, yet also like an unyielding king. Her wine-red hair flowing behind her, and in the blink of an eye, blood congealed into hundreds of blood knights fighting for her. The ancient hymn made the enemies turn against each other. Even if she were the last one standing, she would still hold the line. There were many enemies, strange beasts, and mythical plants, resembling a catalog of various races, but in this memory, they all passed through Su Yu like spirits. Su Yu gradually approached. The woman's face was extraordinarily familiar, very much like Ailea's. The difference was a touch of mature charm and the frost of time. Su Yu had read Ailea's diary. She recorded some trivial matters, but rarely mentioned her past. Recalling Ailea's vague records, could this mature and charming face be that of her mother? She held a small vampire in her arms and said softly, Ailea, mother will not be able to stay by your side in the future. The future of the Blood Clan is too heavy for you. I only hope you can live happily. Run as far away as possible. Leave the forbidden zone. Go to the place of origin, There is everything there. As her words fell, the dream began to collapse, the blood moon in the sky, the howling of dragons, and the cries of birds and beasts pierced through the red moon. In that final image, Ailea's mother seemed to see Suyu. She smiled at Suyu, gently nudging Ailea in his direction, nodding slightly. I'm counting on you. Suyu suddenly woke up. Beside him, Ailea was sleeping soundly, sucking her fingers and murmuring softly. Was this her past? Suyu couldn't help but wonder. The Blood Clan's true ancestor is immortal and indestructible, but after entering a near-death state, they fall into a deep sleep. Ailea's mother is missing, but what were those enemies? What is the place of origin? Why did she see me? Is this her ability? This world is full of secrets. Suyu gently brushed Ailea's wine-red hair. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. One day, we will find you. Ailea's diary contained many feelings of longing. As her man, it was only right for him to help convey the past. When the sunlight shone through the window and onto her face, the sleeping beauty gradually awakened. She rubbed her eyes and stretched. Little one. I think I had a dream. What a coincidence. So did I. And I even promised the person in my dream an oath. Ailea tilted her head, looking puzzled. I promised a woman. She seemed to have crossed through nightmares to see the reality on the other side of the dream. Ailea's deep purple eyes widened as if she thought of something. You. A tear rolled down the corner of Ailea's eye, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Suyu pulled her into an embrace. Ailea, let's go find her. Let's grow stronger together, uncover those behind-the-scenes manipulators, and one day, we will find her. Let's go. Little one, today's state is fully charged. Suyu excitedly glanced at the ancient contract in his mind. Pet, Ailea Kaipisi. Rank, second stage extraordinary realm, 29993000. With Suyu's persistent efforts, he even reached this level before the exchange competition. He was only one step away from rank promotion. The ancestral phenomenon of the blood crown had not yet activated, and Suyu believed that this awakening should happen when he promoted his rank. If he could handle it this time, Suyu wouldn't be in a hurry to advance in front of a large audience. If not, well. The two got up and headed to the conference room. Specifically, the levels set in the Demon Cave mimicry field, each time a level was passed. The Demon Cave mimicry field would automatically score, and of course, eliminating a competitor would also earn points. Everyone looked at each other. This encourages competition among students from different universities. Suyu pondered. It was said that the top 8 in points could advance. Conversely, if everyone was eliminated, wouldn't that? Shangguan Ling said softly. Although it's an individual battle, I think everyone understands what this exchange competition means. Chen Fei, a senior student from the mythical plant department, said, Yes, teacher, we understand. I suggest that Suyu be the temporary captain for us. Before entering the elimination round, let us cooperate as much as possible. What do you think? Shangguan Ling nodded in satisfaction. The others did not object either. Suyu's performance in the individual battle was evident. Only Yuan Lang from the combat department felt a bit uncomfortable, but he couldn't go against everyone's wishes and reluctantly agreed. Shangguan Ling said, Good. Then let us look forward to everyone's performance. Let's go to the teleportation array. Today, Dilling University was bustling with people, especially for this 9-school alliance exchange competition. Even many renowned Beastmaster universities from overseas came to observe. Beastmasters have become the backbone of every country. Although humanity has temporarily reached a consensus to resist the Demon Cave together, how can conflicts between people cease? The competition among Beastmaster students has also subtly become a battleground for various countries. The Rose Square at Dilling University could accommodate more than 70,000 spectators. The older students' matches were expected to be quite similar, but what about the newcomers? Who do you think will take first place this time? Kongwan Yuan, right? Dilling University's lineup is very strong this time. The Demon Spirit University was not weak originally, but unfortunately, one of their strongest candidates, Li Mu, was internally eliminated by Suyu. Suyu also has a great chance, right? His combination with Ailea is seamless, naive. Although it's an individual competition, the first match is a chaotic battle. If I were from the Imperial Spirit faction, I would directly attack Suyu. Sure, Xiaolong has a chance too. His talent is quite impressive. Yes, Zhanghe University has a chance to compete for first place this time. Their talent is too special, and the Imperial Spirit and Demon Spirit factions might not necessarily have the upper hand against them. Chapter 36. The Taste of Blood, the Eternal Cataclysm of the Demon Cave. Outside, the crowd roars like a tsunami, and the live stream's bullet comments are endless. But in front of the transmission array of the Demon Cave's simulated field, it is exceptionally calm. Lin Li, the star emblem mentor from Imperial Spirit University, handed each person a jade bottle, students from 9 schools. I am Lin Li from Imperial Spirit University, responsible for judging this first barrier-breaking battle. You will be transported to the eternal cataclysm of the Demon Cave. For those unfamiliar with the eternal cataclysm, let me introduce it. It is a demon cave suppressed under the capital city and is the only demon cave in the Great Xia that actively launches attacks. In this demon cave, in addition to our Great Xia, there are 5 upper-level sequence races residing here. The ethereal race, the red python race, the two-headed griffin, the three-eyed golden lion, and the ghost yaksha. In the race war, there are no right or wrong. But what sets the eternal cataclysm apart is that different calamities will occur in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Now, in late autumn, the calamity of the eternal cataclysm is the snowstorm calamity. After you are transported, there will be bone-chilling cold and knife-like gusts of wind inside. To survive, you must traverse the snowstorm road and slay the 5 races alien beasts generated by the demon cave's simulated field to gain points. Completing the snowstorm road will earn you 100 points. Killing an alien beast will give you 10 points, and eliminating a competitor will also give you 10 points. The time limit is 3 hours. After 3 hours, the top 8 students in points will enter the elimination round. Of course, the demon cave is extremely dangerous. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, just crush the jade bottle to teleport away. I advise everyone not to be overly ambitious. Dying inside is a real possibility. After Lin Li finished explaining the rules of the competition, the expressions of those present became serious. He sighed softly. After all, they are freshmen who have just started school for half a month. Even if they are a group of talented students, facing the test of life and death so soon is somewhat difficult for them. However, war will not wait for humanity. Lin Li felt somewhat unhappy. He received news from the restricted zone yesterday. A certain upper-level sequence race ranked in the top 20 is planning to break through the Great Xia's 9-guard defense line and invade Blue Star. As Suyu pondered with his head down, someone standing next to him said, I originally thought that Suyu from Demon Spirit University was a sharp and ruthless person like in the competition. But he seems rather ordinary, huh? Suyu raised his eyebrows and glanced. There was a vague memory. Jianghe University, Shi Xiaolong? Shi Xiaolong was about the same height as Suyu and was regarded as another champion contender for this exchange competition. Suyu had watched his matches when bored. His talent is combat-oriented. Under the protection of his pet beast, his destructive power is comparable to some upper-level sequences. Therefore, his pet beast tends to be defensive. Shi Xiaolong nodded slightly. Yes. Li Mu, who lost to you, has a bit of a connection with me. Suyu frowned. So? You're here to take revenge for him? Shi Xiaolong glanced toward a spot. No. He lost to you because he was incapable. I have a suggestion. How about we team up to take down that one first? Suyu followed his gaze and saw a girl with long platinum hair standing among the Imperial Spirit team, shining so brightly alongside Ilea, making them the most striking scenery in the venue. Suyu said, not interested. Just kidding, that's my prey. To be honest, this first match's format is really helpful. If Suyu and Ilea's plan were on the outside field, it would be difficult with the referee's intervention. But in this simulated field, anything is possible. Suyu chuckled. Who said I am a gentleman? I firmly oppose teaming up to bully a girl as a gentleman. What? If you lack confidence, I allow you to come over and see if you can pick the fruit after I win her. Shi Xiaolong's face stiffened. He thought Suyu might be a bit arrogant. But this kind of condescending rhetoric shows that he didn't take him seriously at all. Fine. Then let us see who is more capable. If you and that vampire have the same strength as when you fought Li Mu, I can only unfortunately tell you that you have no chance of winning. He turned away, brimming with confidence. Shi Xiaolong softly said, nothing, just as rumored, arrogant. I will let him see what a genius barrier is. Linger smiled and nodded. MHM. After Shi Xiaolong left, Ilea leaned close to Suyu's ear. Little guy. I smell another delicious scent. Suyu paused before realizing Ilea was talking about the smell of blood. Who? Ilea locked her gaze. The woman next to that bastard who just spoke to you. Ilea tilted her head. Well, although it's not as fragrant as yours, she always sucks your blood, and I feel a bit guilty about it. Someone needs to share the burden. Previously, Ilea also had 4 female attendants, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, to supply her blood. Suyu was the only male. Suyu slightly covered his forehead. Can this really be done? All right. Suyu agreed. The trouble afterwards can be considered later. Ilea would need more blood in the future, so finding suitable blood bags should be prioritized. This is a war world of the law of the jungle. All mortals cannot withstand the law of blood, survival. Only the strong can survive. Only by fighting can one become stronger. Suyu took Ilea's hand. Under a series of light screens, the transmission array activated, and 72 students from the 9-school alliance were transported to the Eternal Cataclysm's simulated field. The white snowflakes obscured the view, and the howling, biting cold wind felt like knives. Even slight movements could cut the skin. The snowstorm road with its snowstorm calamity is indeed more impressive than hearing about it. Fortunately, before Suyu arrived, he specifically consulted by Ruhue from the logistics department and spent 50 credits to buy a ghost-level demon cave gear suitable for the snowstorm calamity. Demon cave gear, candle shadow. Level, Ghost. Note. Uses the heart of a crimson flame demon as the candle wick, emitting a temperature that will melt the magically empowered ice and snow. Ability to melt snow. Emits a candlelight reflection within a 10-meter radius, causing magically empowered ice and snow to melt within this area. Side effect. Sometimes its heart can become too violent, and the candle wick may turn into lava. Please handle with care. Suyu took out the candle shadow. Let us go, classmates. It's time to fight for our magic capital. Lu Xian and the others followed closely behind. Stepping onto the snowstorm road, the barrier-breaking battle officially began. Chapter 37, Snowstorm Turbulence. The first round being besieged. All students transported into the eternal cataclysm had a map of the snowstorm road in hand. The snowstorm road lies within a continuous range of high mountains. The further away from the mountain body, the thinner the air and magical power becomes. Usually, once they are 100 meters away from the mountain body, beast masters and pet beasts below the Nirvana realm cannot withstand the effects of magical power depletion. Relying on flying abilities to cross the mountains is unrealistic. The finish line is at the mountaintop. Reaching the finish will directly earn 100 points, and along with the points gained on the way, it will likely directly qualify for the elimination round. Once they stepped onto the snowstorm road, a gust of wind swept in, and the sky was filled with snowflakes that obscured all vision. Lu Xian immediately recognized its snowstorm turbulence. The snowstorm turbulence will scatter everyone to random positions. Suyu frowned slightly. The organizer, Imperial Spirit University, had already prepared for this. Suyu decisively said, "Everyone act independently. It seems we 1T have the chance to group up." The remaining 6 nodded solemnly. Where they could be blown away depended entirely on chance. This meant they could only rely on their own abilities. Outside the imitation arena, at Rose Square, the director of education at Imperial Spirit University, Yu Cheng, commented, "The eternal abyss will periodically trigger blizzards and turbulent winds. Anyone who steps onto the blizzard path will be swept away by the turbulent winds to random locations. In the abyss, anyone can face various unexpected situations at any time, even life-threatening ones. How to respond, and whether they are lucky enough, is also part of their strength." Hey, it seems someone is not so lucky. Suyu and Ilea were swept into a certain area of the pine forest at the foot of the snow mountain. Along with them were 5 other students from different schools. Suyu vaguely recognized 2 of them. One was Zhu Luin from the Desert Beast Master University, ranked 7th on the Great Xia potential list. The other was Luo Hong from the Snowfield Beast Master University, ranked 9th on the same list. The other 3 also appeared to be from these 2 schools based on their uniforms. The 2 opened their eyes and, without any prior agreement, saw Suyu and each other. Zhu Luin decisively said, "Luo Hong, shall we team up?" But Suyu's single combat power made him feel uneasy. To be fair, even 3 against 1 might not give them much of a chance. He had not prepared to face Suyu's abyssal armament. All right, Luo Hong glanced at Suyu. "Unfortunately, if I encountered you alone, I wouldn't dare to face you. But it seems luck is on our side." The students from both schools quickly reached an agreement, forming a line to jointly confront Suyu. Suyu was not surprised. There was no point in saying more. People watching from Rose Square commented, "It's over. 5 against 1. What terrible luck. At least in other places, there are 1 or 2 allies. But Suyu is being besieged here. It's over. I thought Suyu had a chance to win, but does he have to give up from the very start?" Zhu Luin and Luo Hong did not dare to be careless. The strength Suyu displayed in his battle with Li Mu was incredibly formidable. Neither of them had a good way to deal with the mental type abyssal armament. Be careful. Don't let that vampire's ability affect you. According to speculation, that song can directly control weaker beasts. Those of the same level should only be affected. Fortunately, this is the Snow Mountain. Luo Hong's beast was a snow fox, which was quite advantageous in this special terrain. Maybe it could counter Ilea's dead apostles him. The 5 of them took their positions and summoned their beasts. Roar. Zhu Luin and another student from the Desert Beast Master University controlled a desert blood scorpion, burrowing into the snow, attempting to kill Ilea from underground. Luo Hong's snow fox transformed into a white shadow in the blizzard, completely unrecognizable to the naked eye. The other 2 summoned 5-meter-long snow monsters, which grabbed giant logs and used the pines as weapons to sweep forward. Suyu's lips curled slightly. He had not revealed all of Ilea's strength before. Just for moments like this, did they really think that Li Mu and Lei He's little gadgets could withstand the divine sequence? Ilea. Boom. Ilea's dark wings behind her shook off the snowstorm. The harp made of blood and bones condensed as the indelible hymn played again under the enhancement of crimson light. Unlike all previous confrontations, the power of Ilea's hymn was no longer influence or control, but domination. The magical sound pierced the ears. Under the enhancement of the indelible hymn, the dead apostles' hymn even pierced through the howling blizzard. It was as if the blizzard was being repelled wave after wave by the sound waves of the magic. Boom. the snow monsters, snow fox, and desert blood scorpion, before even getting within 30 meters of Ilea, were already under her control. Luo Hong was shocked to find that his beast had severed its connection with him. No matter how he called, the snow fox no longer heeded his commands. Zhu Luan was even more astonished. The song was supposed to only charm those weak beasts like in the entrance exam, right? Opponents of the same level should only be affected. How could this be possible? Suyu chuckled lightly. Sorry, luck seems to be on my side. Unfortunately for you. You dared to stand in front of me without any preparation. Sorry, you are eliminated. The Dead Apostles hymn could control exactly 5 Dead Apostles. You just happen to be 5 beasts, so let's take them. The snow fox, snow monsters, and desert blood scorpion turned around and showed their ferocity toward the 5. Luo Hong and Zhu Luan stepped back in fear. Without their beasts, a beast master would lose most of their combat power. How could they fight now? Ilea sneered. You lowly beings, I'll borrow these little creatures for a while. If you don't want to die, get lost. Behind Ilea, hundreds of blood spears condensed. Aimed at the 5. Zhu Luan and Luo Hong looked at each other unwillingly, then crushed their jade bottles. We give up. In the sky, the announcement rang out. Magic Spirit University contestant Su Yu eliminates Zhu Luan, earning 10 points. Magic Spirit University contestant Su Yu eliminates Luo Hong, earning 10 points. No one expected that in the opening of the individual battle of the exchange competition, Su Yu would instantly kill his opponents while being besieged, earning a total of 50 points. In Rose Square, Yu Chung exclaimed, incredible. That vampire's ability is supposed to only dominate beasts of a lower rank, right? Whether last year or this year, Ilea's displayed power in public has always been to dominate lower-ranked beasts. This time, she directly tore off the disguise. Su Yu indeed intended to hide Ilea's and his own abilities as much as possible to confuse the opponents. But this time, the competition had rewards more enticing than the championship itself. This was the first divine sequence opponent Su Yu and Ilea faced, and they dared not be careless. Going all out from the very start, the audience was taken aback. They hit it so deeply. Sure enough, those who play tactics have dirty hearts. Chapter 38. The first battle is the decisive battle, a 3-way standoff at the peak of the snowfield. Without the ability to counter mental type abilities, being in front of Su Yu was indeed a gift. Look, the Snowfield Beastmaster University popped the champagne too early. Did they really think this snowfield was their home ground? In the sky, a huge real-time scoreboard displayed the points earned by everyone. Su Yu took the lead. First place, Su Yu, 50 points. Second place, Kong Huan Yuan, 20 points. Third place, Shi Xiaolong, 20 points. Right at the start, many were eliminated. The gap between ordinary talents and top talents was like a wall of size, insurmountable. The Blizzard Road could block ordinary people, but it could not stop the steps of geniuses. Su Yu sat on the shoulder of a snow monster, while Ilea sat on his lap. It was said that killing a special ethereal clan could obtain ethereal hearts to enhance mental strength. Unfortunately, the ethereal clan in this imitation arena was merely a simulation. Su Yu and Ilea killed an ethereal beast, earning 10 points, but no ethereal heart dropped. Ilea asked, "What are you doing?" She saw Su Yu bite his finger, letting a few drops of blood fall along the way. There will probably be a chaotic battle at the peak. We need to prepare. Ilea reluctantly looked at her rations being fed to the beasts in the snow mountain. She understood that this was to deal with the rumored ethereal witch. Let's go to the peak. The snow mountain was about 3,000 meters high, a piece of cake for capable beastmasters. After about an hour and a half, Su Yu and Ilea successfully reached the summit. At the same time, Su Yu saw familiar faces appearing before him on the other side of the peak. The giant screen in the sky announced again. Magic Spirit University contestant Su Yu successfully reaches the summit, earning 100 points. Jianghe University contestant Shi Xiaolong successfully reaches the summit, earning 100 points. The first one to arrive was actually him, and he was accompanied by Jianghe University's Yanling Air and another top contender from the top 30 on the potential list. Shi Xiaolong was equally surprised. Suddenly, they looked at Su Yu with vigilance. Su Yu did not rush to act, and softly said, "Ilea, can you sense her?" Ilea nodded gently. "Yes. She is nearby, but has not shown herself." There exists a faint special perception among the divine generation sequences, although they couldn't sense the position of Kong Huan Yuan. She was not far away. On the other side, Yanlinger whispered, "Dragon brother, he is alone. Aren't we going to fight?" If they could eliminate him now, Jianghe University would at least be in the top 2 this year, right? Shi Xiaolong shook his head. "No, our reinforcements are behind. And look over there." Yanlinger followed Shi Xiaolong's gaze and saw an irregular flow of magic in the wind and snow, seemingly a disguise. Yanlinger understood immediately and said, "Why does the famous Emperor's spirit genius need to hide?" As soon as she finished speaking, the snowstorm suddenly melted away. Kong Huan Yuan emerged from the snow and wind, her long hair dancing in the breeze, her feet floating in the air. as if shimmering with illusory ripples with every movement. She was adorned in light makeup, highlighting her beauty, making it difficult for any man to remain calm in her presence. Kong Huan Yuan gently said, "I thought you would start fighting first. If you can wait for the end of the challenge battle, I would be happy to watch." She glanced at Su Yu, her eyes swirling, seemingly contemplating something. To be honest, Su Yu and Shi Xiaolong's scores were already enough to advance to the elimination rounds. However, no one wanted to stop there. The sooner they could eliminate their competitors, the better. Everyone bore the hopes of their city and battle zone. The standoff was silent, as if the howling wind and snow had come to a standstill. In the Rose Square, the originally noisy audience fell silent, whispering, "I thought I would only see this trio's duel in the elimination rounds." Looking at this momentum, it seems they are ready to settle the score before the elimination rounds. Indeed, not everyone has the chance to reach the top. Most people linger around the mountainside. The first battle is the decisive battle, one fight to determine everything. There is still half the time left, and it seems a fight is imminent. Who can win? Hard to say. On the commentary platform, another Star Emblem instructor from Jincheng Beastmaster University, Zhuang Chu, said, "I didn't expect the three popular contenders to meet here. You. Who do you think has a better chance of winning among these three?" Yu Chen cautiously replied, "In terms of strength, it may be evenly matched. I initially thought Kong Huan Yuan and Shi Xiaolong would be slightly stronger than Su Yu, but just now." Su Yu tore off the disguise and showcased the power of his pet, making it unpredictable now. Of course, Kong Huan Yuan still has a high chance of winning, as her personal combat power is not inferior to that of her pet. With a powerful high-level sequence monster plant and her personal combat power, she will stand out in the competition. The standoff did not last long. Su Yu vaguely felt that those beasts that had drunk his blood were approaching the mountaintop. He was unsure of what kind of backup Shi Xiaolong and Kong Huan Yuan had prepared, but he had to seize his own opportunity. A man behind Yin Linger whispered a few words in Shi Xiaolong's ear. Shi Xiaolong nodded knowingly. Then, without warning, Shi Xiaolong broke a branch beside him, which immediately transformed into a piercing blade, hurtling through the wind and snow towards Su Yu and Kong Huan Yuan. His piercing talent unleashed its power. Any object in his hands would be endowed with unparalleled piercing destructive force. Among the same level, there are few pets that can withstand it. The battle was about to break out. Ilea conjured a blood shield in front of Su Yu, but the piercing blade broke through 3 layers of blood shield before being dissolved by blood. In front of Kong Huan Yuan, a violent magical wave surged, distorting space and tearing apart the throne-piercing blade. At that moment, the three rushed toward the center of the mountaintop. Under Kong Huan Yuan's feet, the sequence 36 snow heart rose rapidly multiplied, blooming on the snowy mountain like ice and snow roses, each rose accompanied by extremely tough thorns, as if to ensnare everyone in the thorns. Behind Ilea, the harp forged from blood and bone resonated with the waves of the undead again. She did not endow it with an indestructible attribute from the start. After all, the ethereal witch's talent is related to mental power, and such power has limited effects on her. The purpose of using the holy song was to force her and Shi Xiaolong to split their focus to cope. Shi Xiaolong was also prepared. His pet, the 14th ranked Destiny Black Turtle, could isolate all powers, including weakening mental power attacks, and is known as the strongest defensive race in the Magic Cave. Its drawback is naturally the lack of offensive ability. However, it coincides with his talent. The magic sound spread, the roses bloomed, and the Black Turtle's spirit shield condensed. The three-way melee began. The thorns from the multiplying snow heart roses struck against the Destiny Black Turtle's shell without leaving a trace. Kong Huan Yuan frowned slightly. The hardness of the turtle shell was beyond imagination. Combined with Shi Xiaolong's piercing talent, it was indeed the strongest combination of spear and shield. Ilea's holy song also failed to affect the Black Turtle, ranked 14th in the sequence, closer to the divine generation than the Shadow Dark race. It naturally could not be effective without the indestructible enhancement. This was just a test. Ilea spread her wings and raised her hands towards the two. Blood Queen. Although they had already prepared for Ilea's abilities with the Magic Cave arsenal, the blood within Shi Xiaolong and Kong Huan Yuan was still manipulated to some extent, causing their movements to slow down. In that moment of opportunity, Su Yu drew his bow and knocked an arrow. The Twilight Longbow shot a blood arrow at an unrecognizable speed. Bang! The Black Turtle's shell was too hard. Even the penetrating power of the Twilight Longbow could not pierce it. On Kong Huan Yuan's side, it was even more bizarre. The blood arrow slowed rapidly less than 10 centimeters in front of her and ultimately broke and dissolved amid a wave of spatial fluctuations. It was impossible to rely on the blood arrow for victory. This was merely to analyze the capabilities of both sides. Shi Xiaolong and his pet's abilities were simple and crude, but they had never shown the Black Turtle's special skills, which might contain traps. On the other hand, Kong Huan Yuan's pet, the Snow Heart Rose, relied on its infinite multiplication of roses and thorns as its main combat force. In Ilea's understanding, the ethereal witch's talent is the calamity itself, the witching night. However, the ethereal witch's two abilities vary from generation to generation. The ethereal race excels in both space and mental attributes. Kong Huan Yuan's earlier performance was also related to this. The ability to break the blood arrow and Shi Xiaolong's penetrating talent should be her power to twist space. The other ability still needed testing. Kong Huan Yuan's upper lip curled slightly. Her talent ability, Spirit Void Phantom, can distort a space of 3 10-centimeter squares at the transcendent level. The growth limit is extremely strong, but if exposed and bombarded densely, she would be overwhelmed. Therefore, Kong Huan Yuan chose the Snow Heart Rose to make up for the defense against dense bombardments. No matter what, she could not let the other two lead her by the nose. Just as Suyu had planned, Kong Huan Yuan had the same idea. Her mental power was even a level higher than Suyu's, at the Spirit Lake level, yet she had not contracted a third pet, waiting specifically for the Divine Generation sequence or a very advanced high-level sequence. Now that the opportunity appeared before her, Kong Huan Yuan specially contracted a second monster plant to capture her. She needed to deal with Shi Xiaolong first before unleashing Witching Night. Otherwise, once Witching Night is activated, it would force the two to join forces, and this incomplete Witching Night would probably be unable to contain both of them. Though the three-way confrontation was back and forth, they still maintained relative restraint. Outside the simulated arena in Rose Square, the Star Emblem instructor Zhuang Chu said, Suyu was not at a disadvantage against these two at all. Whoever was targeted first by their joint efforts would probably mean they were out of the running for the championship in this exchange competition. Yu Chung smiled and said, Oh really? Not necessarily. Don't forget, besides Suyu and Kong Huan Yuan, there are still two more people on Shi Xiaolong's side. At this moment, the audience noticed that while the three geniuses were fighting fiercely, Yanling Air and another person were quietly setting up a spirit formation. No wonder Shi Xiaolong was the first to attack. They had already made preparations. Huh, what do you mean? I was wondering why Jianghe University's team had a waste with top-tier talent mixed in. Turns out his pet beast was for setting up the teleportation array. Jianghe University was all in on this round. I get it. Yanling Air's talent is spirit body splitting, allowing her to separate her spirit body to find the whereabouts of others. It seems like 111. But it's about to turn into a gang attack from Jianghe University. In the simulation arena, so you noticed that Yanling Air on the other side was quietly setting something up. They still needed about 15 minutes. While a group of 5 tribes was climbing the snowy road, chasing after Suyu's blood. Could it be Ilea? Attack over there first. Suyu's sharp dragon wings flapped, drawing a long bow, and blood arrows shot out. Kong Huan Yuan also noticed that Yanling Air and another person were motionless, seemingly secretly setting up the teleportation spirit array at a crucial moment. The Snow Heart rose from the ground, attempting to destroy the surface of the spirit array. Shi Xiaolong raised the corner of his mouth. It's already over. When I make my move, you won't have a chance. I'm sorry, but you can't break through my defense. Xian Gui, Destiny Xian Shield. The shell of the Destiny Xian turtle soared into the air, shimmering with golden light, and a golden energy shield blocked in front of Yanling Air. No matter how strong the penetration power of the blood arrows was, and no matter how fast the proliferation speed of the Snow Heart Rose was, they could not spread beyond the Xian Shield. Absolute defense. Yanling Air clapped her hands. Mission accomplished. Suyu, Ilea, and Kong Huan Yuan noticed a faint blue halo shooting into the sky. Yanling Air's split soul spirit body had already found all 8 contestants from Jianghe University and had replicated the teleportation spirit array at their location. The teleportation spirit array was not suitable for combat, as it was drawn very slowly, easily interrupted, and could only transmit in one direction, requiring everyone's location to enter the array simultaneously. However, this was precisely suitable for Yanling Air. Her soul-splitting ability allowed for absolute safety in communication and teleportation within the magic cave. One halo after another rose. In the snowy mountain, students who were battling and those who were dueling with other contestants all stepped into the prepared teleportation spirit array at the same moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Halos slammed onto the top of the snowy mountain. Shi Xiaolong took out a strange-looking bowl from his bosom, confidently saying, It seems it's time to put an end to this exchange competition. You have no chance. This was the Qinhu Bowl, a dragon-level treasure found by the president of Jianghe University in the Thousand Lakes Magic Cave. Although low-level beast masters could not use dragon-level weapons, this was a naturally divine relic, known as the legacy of the divine era, which did not need to be refined into a weapon, would not have side effects on beast masters, and had no level restrictions for use. It was one of the coveted treasures in the magic cave. In order to defeat Suyu and Kong Huan Yuan, Shi Xiaolong and his Jianghe University were all in on this first round of the challenge. In this extremely harsh snowstorm, the water from the Qianhu Bowl would turn into an avalanche, completely engulfing the two. And the members of Jianghe University in the advantageous position would also safely claim all the elimination spots. Chapter 40. I'm waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? The situation took a sharp turn. The originally balanced three-way confrontation suddenly became a great crisis for Su Yu and Kong Huanyuan. The cheers in the Rose Square rose and fell. The real-time odds for Shi Xiaolong winning the championship surged from 1 to 45 all the way up to 1 to 15. The direct teleportation of the split spirit. The Qianhu Bowl. Jianghe University had prepared a lot to win this round. Shi Xiaolong stood in the advantageous position, holding the Qianhu Bowl. Surrender. I was just waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? Behind Shi Xiaolong, Yanling Air and the other 6 summoned their pet beasts. Standing behind the Destiny Xian Turtle, not afraid of Ailea's Death Apostle sacred song at all. It seemed that once his Qianhu Bowl was overturned, it would mean the defeat of the opponent. However, Ailea raised her hand, and crimson light points shone on the Xian shield. Kong Huanyuan understood that she needed to cooperate with Su Yu to stop the activation of the Qianhu Bowl. Spirit Void Mirage. Immortal Blood Queen. Although Su Yu's blood arrow was blocked by the turtle shell, the blood remained on the shell. Kong Huanyuan's Spirit Void Mirage broke a bit of the turtle shell. Crack. Shi Xiaolong looked in disbelief at the gap on the Xian turtle. That indestructible crimson light transformed Su Yu's blood arrow into an indestructible blood holy spear. Bang. The blood spear pierced Shi Xiaolong's right arm. Oh. He firmly believed in the absolute defense of the Xian turtle, so naturally, he had no contingency plan for the defense being shattered. He couldn't even imagine that there was a power capable of tearing apart the Xian turtle's shell in an instant. The Qianhu Bowl slipped from his hand. Ailea's blood condensed into blood claws reaching for the Qianhu Bowl. Shi Xiaolong, disregarding the pain, couldn't destroy the blood spear. So he simply took the opportunity to launch a piercing strike, driving the blood spear towards the blood claws, while his left hand reached for the Qianhu Bowl again. In that brief moment, the 5 death apostles controlled by Ailea with the sacred song, which were 2 desert blood scorpions, 2 snow monsters, and a snow fox, rushed up to entangle Yanling Air and the others. Since they were not his own pet beasts, Su Yu felt no pity, letting them trade injuries for lives. Carving a bloody path. Bang, bang. The desert blood scorpion couldn't adapt to the environment and was the first to be beaten into a puddle of blood. But the snow monsters and the snow fox danced in the wind and snow, holding back the remaining few level students from Jianghe University. Shi Xiaolong did not hesitate, urging the Qianhu Bowl. The bowl, resembling a lake, poured down the waters of 1,000 lakes from the sky. The lake water blessed by the lake spirits could dissolve all the evil in the world. The waters of 1,000 lakes poured down, instantly turning into ice and snow in the extremely low-temperature snowstorm, seemingly to submerge Su Yu and Ailea. Ailea no longer held back, putting her hands together. Boom. A series of violent explosions erupted from the ground. All the blood she could now control transformed into a wall of blood, crashing head-on against the ice and snow formed by the waters of 1,000 lakes. The blood seeped into the ice and snow, and when lifeless objects mixed with blood, it was the moment Ailea controlled it. The same applied to the void release, and so did the waters of 1,000 lakes. Thus, a bizarre scene occurred. The Rose Square erupted with gasps as the waters of 1,000 lakes leaped up from the ground under Ailea's control, flowing back towards Shi Xiaolong. Shi Xiaolong was greatly astonished. This water from 1,000 lakes was completely out of his control, instead being driven by Ailea. Ailea smirked disdainfully. The legacy of the divine era. How could it compete with the true divine era? Whoosh. The waters of 1,000 lakes rushed into the sky, and Shi Xiaolong was swept into a vortex by the waters he summoned. Xian Shield. The Destiny Xian Turtle sheltered him within, but still suffered heavy injuries. Yanling Air hurriedly caught the falling Shi Xiaolong. The 2 Starlight Mentors in the Rose Square exclaimed in disbelief. She can actually manipulate the waters of 1,000 lakes in reverse? That's a legacy of the divine era. No, she merged her blood into the waters of 1,000 lakes. Just a moment ago, I thought Shi Xiaolong was certain to win. The power Ailea displayed had far exceeded the realm of 99 vampires, even stronger than the Moonlight Apostle. Could she be the Moonlight Divine Messenger? Shi Xiaolong spat out a large mouthful of blood, his chest suffering violent tremors. Kong Huanyuan opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Ailea with even more fervor. Yanlinger held Shi Xiaolong in her arms with heartache for the first time. She realized that even the most powerful genius could feel powerless when the strongest spear was no longer sharp and the strongest shield could not withstand. Shi Xiaolong's blood surged as he said to those around him, "Block for me. I still have a second pet beast." The previously dejected mood of the group was suddenly lifted. That's right, they hadn't lost yet. The school's trump card had not shown its full strength. Moreover, they still had the advantage in numbers, and Ilea had just expended most of her blood with a powerful strike against the divine era's relic, making it difficult for her to continue, even her form shrinking a bit. Opportunity. At that moment, a series of long howls tore through the wind and snow, as if the howling cold wind was rendered less fierce by those rising howls. Roar. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they looked towards the back of Suyu. Emerging from the shadows was a monstrous beast that blotted out the sky. The ethereal beings of the Kongling tribe. The red python tribe spitting flames unafraid of the wind and snow, the flying two-headed griffin, the three-eyed golden lion rushing through the pine forest, and the ghostly night demon holding a fork with its vibrating wings. This massive number could not be less than thousands. Moreover, these beasts did not clash together or go mad. Despite their low realms, many were still in the first awakening stage and had not generated powerful beasts. This was precisely convenient for Suyu. Suyu's blood crown could only make powerful beasts go mad, but could not effectively control them. However, for low-level beasts, he could command them at will. Suyu looked at Shi Xiaolong and chuckled. I'm waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? Those few shrimp soldiers and crab generals can't be the reinforcements you mentioned, right? Open your eyes and see what real reinforcements are. Shock. Thousands of beasts followed Suyu's deadly allure of blood, dominated by Suyu's blood crown, becoming his absolutely loyal blood servants. Even Kong Huan Yuan widened her eyes. She suddenly remembered that Suyu seemed to have created an extremely remarkable record using blood during the entrance test battle. Initially, she and the Imperial Spirit University analyzed that Suyu's ability could only control about 100 low-end beasts. After all, at that time, the blood-sucking ants were just going mad and were not to be feared. However, he was like a walking disaster. Although it no longer affected the battle situation, the announcement in the sky sounded at an inopportune time. Suyu of Magic Spirit University commands 3,277 beasts, earning 32,770 points. Before reaching the top, students who did not know what was happening stared in shock at the sky. It seemed as if something had emerged in this world. Chapter 41, Night of the Witch. Advancement to Transformation Realm. Huh, is this mimicry field malfunctioning? 30,000 points? What? No way. How did he control so many beasts? You don't know? Suyu's talent seems to allow him to control low-level beasts. This is great. There probably won't be any obstructive beasts in the snow mountains now. Really? Does that mean we can also go to the mountaintop? Let's go, let's go. The score displayed on the giant screen in the sky looked bizarre. First place, Suyu, 32,990 points. Second place, Kong Huan Yuan, 260 points. Third place, Shi Xiaolong, 230 points. The scores, under Suyu's outrageous actions, had already lost their meaning. Except for the students in the arena who were unaware, everyone else was focused on the battle situation at the mountaintop. Faced with the overwhelming number of beasts behind Suyu, Shi Xiaolong and the others looked somewhat grim, and Yin Linger turned pale. They had been quite confident in resolving Suyu's ability with the divine era's relic, the Thousand Lake Bowl. However, Ilea had shattered the Thousand Lake Bowl, leaving them utterly helpless against this swarm of beasts. Those beasts behind Suyu lifted him and Ilea. Suyu looked down from above. My ability is the king of sequences. It is the instinct of living beings to crawl at the feet of the king. You few. Come together. The others looked up at Suyu, feeling indignant at his arrogance. But they had to admit that Suyu at this moment was like dark clouds pressing down on the city, exuding immense pressure. Outside the mimicry field, the star emblem minter Zhuangchu said, "It seems Suyu is going to win. He is simply like a moving disaster." Countless spectators deeply agreed. Shi Xiaolong was done for. Who could withstand this swarm of beasts? Yuqing shook his head. No, it's not that simple. Zhuangchu was surprised. Oh? Yuqing said, disaster is not just Suyu alone. On the night of the witch, Kong Huan Yuan, like Suyu, possesses the power to invoke disaster. With Yuqing's commentary, the audience's attention shifted to Kong Huan Yuan on the field. Facing the thousands of beasts, Kong Huan Yuan slowly rose, her hands forming seals as she chanted, "The eternal night speaks, dawn is approaching." Although the pitch-black night obscures the heavens, still, the hopeful spirit sings of paradise. Awaken. Night of the Witch. Clang, clang, clang. Screech, screech, screech. Centered around Kong Huan Yuan, dark ribbons suddenly blossomed and enveloped the heavens and earth. The ribbons were painted with obscure and oppressive patterns, inscribing the dreams of the witch on the darkness of the night. Ilea jumped to Suyu's side. Here it comes. The power belonging to the ethereal witch lineage. Night of the Witch. The inherent barrier released by the witch perfectly covered all living beings within a radius of 1,000 meters, pulling them into another barrier space. In this space, the power belonging to the divine era sequence ethereal, which would be fully unleashed. The sky, the earth, the distance. the ethereal witch of the ethereal tribe, born once every 100 years, would combine her adeptness in spatial and mental powers. That is, the absolute barrier between the imaginary space and the real space would no longer be absolute. Anything depicted on that canvas of pitch-black night could transform into her power. Suyu did not feel fear. Instead, he became even more fervent in his heart. Thus, it is worthy of the divine era name. Thus, it is worth the great risk I took to capture you. Kong Huan Yuan's power fully unfolded. In addition, her other demon plants, the thunder ghost bamboo and the snowheart rose, erupted entirely, while the low-level beasts behind Suyu screamed in agony as they were slaughtered by the two demon plants, staining the ground with blood. Simultaneously, on that canvas, the Grim Reaper's scythe, the elf's longbow, and the dragon's roar broke free from fantasy, transforming into reality. Wave after wave of relentless slaughter. It was like a picture of world destruction. Shi Xiaolong opened his eyes and looked at the sky. He thought he had obtained the Divine Era's relic, and the power of the Divine Era sequence seemed to be just this, but at this moment, he understood that he was merely seeing the leopard through a tube, unable to contend with Suyu. That vampire, no matter how strong, could it really contend with the Divine Era's barrier? The heart space was unaffected by external interference. No one outside knew what was happening inside, and the mountaintop was empty, devoid of anyone. But within the barrier, Kong Huan Yuan floated, a faint smile on her lips. Here, the little bottle given by the school cannot escape. My little girl's mental power has already reached the spirit lake realm. So can you obediently hand her over to me? You can't get out anyway. So just let me have her, okay? Suyu tilted his head, looking at her exquisitely beautiful face. So, we are on the same page. Suyu gently shook his head. Ethereal witch, you live up to your name. But do you think I came unprepared? Ilea floated behind Suyu. Little guy? Let's capture the witch. She gently bit into Suyu's neck. Kong Huan Yuan's initially calm heart was thrown into chaos. Not good, but by the time she realized it, it was too late. Ilea drank the last bit of blood she needed, crossing the threshold of transformation. Alia's pitch-black wings created a shadow of darkness that built the foundation, upon which the throne of blood stood firm. Alia has reached the maximum level of the Paisai progress and completed the advancement. Rank, 3rd Transformation Realm. Transformation Realm. The body and soul undergo transformation. The Blood Queen will endow the blood body with the concept of living beings, expanding the range of the spell to 500 meters. The number of undead summoned by the Holy Song of the Dead has increased to 10. Along with this, Suyu also crossed the threshold of the Transformation Realm. At the same time, Suyu's ability, Fatal Temptation, gained a new effect. Fatal Temptation. Your blood possesses a fatal temptation to all. For that absorbs a large amount of your blood, you can transform the blood within them into lethal poison. The simultaneous enhancement of Suyu and Alia exceeded the predictions of Kong Huan Yuan. As a fellow deity, despite having the home advantage, and the fact that Alia had significantly weakened herself to combat the legacy of the deity, she probably could not secure victory at this moment. Suyu saw her fluctuating heart and softly said, "Do you think this is the end? Do you think I brought these low-level here to deal with you?" Suyu took to the air, extending his right hand sideways. "Beasts, for the king, end your lives. Your blood will become the power of the Blood Queen." Chapter 42. Kong Huan Yuan Alia, Deity. Kong Huan Yuan suddenly looked at the ground. The thousands of showed no hesitation at all. They mimicked human voices with strange sounds towards Suyu. "Yes, all glory belongs to our king. Blood, endless blood. It stained the earth, dyeing the dark night of the witch red." Suyu walked behind Alia, gently placing his hand on her head, and lightly pulled the swaying tuft of hair. Boom. Suddenly, all the blood surged upwards, continuously rising, transforming into a blood moon that illuminated the world even in the dark night of the witch. Using the white bones of to build a framework and consolidating barriers with flesh and blood. Caw, caw, crows, bats, eagles, all dark creatures proliferated, merging into the blood, merging into the temple forged of blood. The fully unsealed Alia held nothing back, replicating everything that belonged to the deities. The immortal temple, the blood temple resounded. Blood knights trampled the earth, blood eagles soared in the sky. Alia floated in the air, confronting from a distance. The sky has the absolute sea. The earth has the underworld. The earth will be tightly connected to the sea. The souls sleeping in the underworld listened to the holy song of the true ancestor shattering the night of the witch. The complete chant of the immortal temple left the boundless night of the witch riddled with holes. Countless blood kin rushed towards Kong Huan Yuan regardless of death. Kong Huan Yuan, with the home field advantage, was in the wind and snow mountain of the ethereal clan. The earth's magic power could be utilized by her, and she believed it was the key to defeating Alia. But at this moment, the transformed Alia having sacrificed all the on wind and snow mountain, could already unleash her deity's abilities on par with the Earth's magic power she possessed. Unbelievable. Even more terrifying was that the immortal temple rooted in the barrier could actually compete with her for the magic power of wind and snow mountain. The two women's mutual attacks showed no mercy. The sky, the earth, the mountains, everything was torn apart by their attacks. The earth cracked, the mountain peaks were flattened, and the barrier's sky shattered piece by piece. Endless fantasy weapons could not penetrate the equally endless blood army. Even Suyu felt dazzled. Alia had told him before that he should not easily touch the tuft of hair on her head, as it was a limiter. Once touched, she would chase the instinct to hunt blood that belonged to the deities. Of course, she would also unleash all her power. But this counterattack had already exceeded Suyu's highest expectations. This is the sequence of the deities, completely different from other sequences. No wonder any force wants the sequence of the deities. This was just a low-level attack. If one day it grew to the holy domain, Suyu could not imagine. But right now, Alia still could not take down Kong Huan Yuan. With the magic power of wind and snow mountain, Kong Huan Yuan's strength was inexhaustible. She could borrow incredible power from those small figures leaping in the darkness: knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, and forks, numbering in the thousands. But likewise, she could not defeat Alia. The blood of these thousands was enough for Alia to fight until dawn. A breakthrough was needed. Suyu, located in the temple, coldly observed the confrontation between the deities. If there was any decisive power, it still required Suyu to break through. As long as he could inject his blood into Kong Huan Yuan's body, even if he could not sign a contract instantly, the ability of the crown of blood would be enough to give Alia an overwhelming advantage. This still needed to be realized by Suyu. Alia. He did not know if the unbound Alia could still hear his call. With reassurance and confidence, Suyu gently nodded. Everything was going smoothly. Although there were unimaginable twists and turns, according to the plan the two had made in advance, they could still capture each other. Suddenly, Suyu thought of a possibility. He seemed to have a talent. Perhaps, this inconspicuous, useless talent could lend him a hand. Suyu leaped into the air and stuffed something into Alia's hand. Alia initially did not understand the meaning, but then reacted, showing a shy expression as if she wanted to refuse. However, this really had the potential to create a fatal breakthrough. Finally, she gently nodded. The plan was agreed upon. Kong Huan Yuan frowned tightly. Dragging this out was not a solution. The magic power of wind and snow mountain had already been eroded by the immortal temple by 20%. Her own realm was lower than Alia's, and if wind and snow mountain was controlled by Alia for half, she would have no chance at all. Yuaner, your mother is a sinner of the ethereal clan. Yuaner, do not blame your father. He did not abandon us. Your birth was exchanged for his life. Kong Huan Yuan's gaze flashed with determination. For her wish, she could not fail. This deity, she must take down. With her hands together, those small figures leaping on the canvas of the dark night seemed to cross the barrier of illusion and reality, one after another. Giants 100 meters tall, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe, descended into the space. Her magic power could not support their arrival at all. In an instant, the magic power of wind and snow mountain was completely drained by Kong Huan Yuan. This final blow would be delivered by these night giants. At this moment, one of the blood eagles that emerged from Alia's immortal temple concealed Suyu's figure. This blood eagle was created by Alia herself, endowed with immortal characteristics. The blood eagle did not differ much from other blood eagles, blood crows, and blood bats on the surface, still passing through Kong Huan Yuan's attacks, rushing towards her within 100 meters. When Kong Huan Yuan casually ordered the night giants to strike at the blood eagle, an unexpected event occurred. Clang! A sharp metallic roar rang out. Realizing something was wrong, Kong Huan Yuan discovered that this blood eagle seemed different. Not good. The blood eagle rushed in swiftly, and Kong Huan Yuan directly activated her ability, Spirit Shadow Illusion. 3 layers of distorted space shredded the blood eagle's exterior, revealing its true form inside. It was Suyu. In her astonishment, Kong Huan Yuan found that Suyu was already less than 50 meters away from her, and this position met a seemingly inconspicuous requirement. Even if it was useless except for allowing Alia to enjoy, at the same time, Alia also pulled out the item Suyu had given her. Chapter 43, The Counterattack of the Useless Talent. You are mine. What does Suyu want to do? A danger signal blared wildly in Kong Huan Yuan's mind. She instinctively activated another ability, Dream Soul Painting. The capture range was 100 meters. Any living being that approached her would be invaded into the sea of consciousness, creating nightmares like illusions. However, Elia had long been waiting for this move. The power of the ethereal clan revolves around space and spirit, as long as it is an illusion. It can be interrupted. The Blood Queen manipulated the blood in Suyu's brain, instantly shattering the nightmare-like illusion. The twisted space of the spirit sky phantom had not completely disappeared, and it could not launch another attack before it vanished. Suyu reached out, taste link. At the same time, Elia stuffed something into her mouth, which was the most ordinary salt. However, vampires who did not synchronize their taste with Suyu could only feel sweetness. Any other taste would turn into the most bitter flavor at that moment. Suyu used himself as a medium to synchronize Elia's taste with the Spirit Sky Phantom. The Spirit Sky Phantom was different. In that instant, the Spirit Sky Phantom realized that a nauseating bitterness surged in her mouth. This bitterness disturbed her entire delicate body, causing it to tremble incessantly. As if she had lost her sense of taste, her throat, tongue, and stomach were all fiercely resisting. Beyond imagination, this was not something insurmountable. The Spirit Sky Phantom only needed to cover her perceptions with the illusion of the Spirit Soul painting to eliminate it. However, on the battlefield, any hesitation could lead to defeat. Elia was the first to recover, while the Witch of Night, having lost control of the Spirit Sky Phantom, found herself in a vacuum period regarding the power of the Wind and Snow Mountain, leaving gaps in the opposing barriers. In the duel between divine generations, often a single second is enough to change everything. No one expected that in this clash of divine generations, Suyu's useless talent would complete a counterattack. Elia, using all her blood, suddenly raised the Undying Temple to several hundred meters, eroding the power of the Wind and Snow Mountain and tearing the barrier of the Witch of Night into fragments. When the Spirit Sky Phantom regained her senses, fragments of space were drifting everywhere within the barrier of the Witch of Night, that pitch-black eternal night, and the barriers between illusion and reality returned to calm. Lose. A possibility she had never envisioned appeared in her mind. No, the barrier could hold for a moment longer. She could still fight back, not for any other reason, but because Suyu was right in front of her. As long as she controlled Suyu, she could force Elia to submit. To establish a taste link at close range, Suyu was now even closer to the Spirit Sky Phantom, less than 30 meters away. At this distance, even Elia could not save Suyu before the Spirit Sky Phantom acted, keenly capturing the last winning possibility. The Spirit Sky Phantom used all her magical power. Spirit Sky Phantom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 layers of space tore apart, pulling the Spirit Sky Phantom closer to Suyu. The two faced each other, with less than half a meter of distance between them. Suyu finally saw her face clearly. Her platinum long hair was no longer flowing behind her. The chaos of battle had left her hair disheveled, and her fair face was stained with black and gray. Blood oozing from the corners of her mouth due to excessive magical power consumption. With an oval face, a hooked nose, and a pair of naturally alluring peach blossom eyes like crescent moons captivating souls, she now looked incredibly resolute and determined. Sorry, stranger, for my wish. A trace of killing intent flashed in the Spirit Sky Phantom's eyes, as she was even prepared to break Suyu's limbs with the Spirit Sky Phantom if he dared to resist. Who would have thought that Suyu would not retreat at all, nor did he intend to surrender? A silver light radiated from his body, attempting to resist. The Spirit Sky Phantom knew that Suyu had broken through to the mithril realm physically, but under the spatial distortion of the Spirit Sky Phantom. Physical strength in the mithril realm was useless. Since you refuse to sit back and wait for death, then you will suffer some hardships. The Spirit Sky Phantom's heart hardened as the 3 layers of space twisted towards Suyu's arms and left leg. Bang! A burst of blood mist exploded. The strength of the flesh was difficult to withstand against spatial power. Suyu's blood splattered onto her, staining her stunning face with blood, washing away the black and gray. However, it was not even a second. Suyu had not even felt pain yet, and the crimson light points illuminated the shattered Witch of Night. As the broken arms and right leg quickly healed, the blood on the Spirit Sky Phantom transformed into thousands of dense blood needles, targeting her body from countless directions. Whoosh! The most lethal point, these dense blood needles were all made of Suyu's blood. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blood needles pierced. Crown of Blood, activate. In the Spirit Sky Phantom's spiritual sea, a crimson crown radiated a majestic aura belonging to a king. And any soul that attempted to resist, it would be intimidated by the crown. The Spirit Sky Phantom finally understood that at the last moment. Believing she could control Suyu, she had instead fallen into the trap of a deadly temptation. Blood stained everything. Suyu, amidst her trembling, delicate body, gently reached out to caress her face. Ethereal Witch, you are mine. It was like a declaration of victory. The Spirit Sky Phantom stood in the air, unable to struggle. The warmth of the man's palm lingered on her icy face, and her soul transformed into a transparent contract, drilling into Suyu's spiritual sea. The ethereal contract shone in contrast with the blood-colored contract. Suyu had captured his second pet beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the second pet beast. Unlocking a new talent. Level talent. Strange replica. Strange replica. Any secret treasure, weapon, or item you are familiar with deconstructing can be recreated by consuming stamina. After recreation, the level will drop by 1 and the effect will weaken. Apart from that, all functions are the same as the original. Note: all level talents will undergo a leap after advancing to the Nirvana realm. Please continue to improve your spiritual power. Capture more pet beasts to unlock more talent abilities. The second pet beast, a brand new power granted by the system. In this moment, everything was in hand. Of course, the greatest harvest was this divine generation sequence, the half-human, half-demon ethereal witch. Suyu looked at the ethereal contract. Name: Spirit Sky Phantom. Chapter 44, Second Pet Beast, Ethereal Witch. Name: Spirit Sky Phantom. Race: Ethereal Clan. Sequence: 009, Ethereal Witch. Rank: Second Order Extraordinary Realm. Spiritual Power: Spirit Lake Realm. Talent: Witch of Night. Abilities: Spirit Sky Phantom, Spirit Soul Painting. Affection: Hostile. Divine Generation Sequence, Ethereal Witch. The Spirit Sky Phantom's eyes were misty with tears. Her final defeat had led her to become the opponent's trophy. She completely did not understand Suyu, nor did she know what awaited her in the future. Even more despairing was that her promise with her mother seemed to have vanished like a castle built of sand blown away by the wind. All her ambitions ended at this moment. Suyu looked at her. Her eyes were filled with confusion, loss, and a hint of resentment. Suyu rubbed her face gently. Don't worry, I will treat you well. The crown of blood had already lifted its control. Ilya also stood beside Suyu. The Spirit Sky Phantom clenched her fists, lightly biting her lower lip. Let go of your hand. Suyu smiled and said, I refuse. You have overdrawn too much. Even that contract is flickering. However, you do realize something, right? My blood is quite. Suyu did not finish his sentence. But the Spirit Sky Phantom had already sensed it. Suyu's blood smelled very sweet. She really wanted to take a sip. A deadly temptation, which higher-ranked beings found increasingly hard to resist. As a member of the Divine Generation sequence, she naturally yearned for it immensely. Suyu used his finger to wipe away the blood that had splattered on her face, then brought it to her lips. How about it? Do you want it? The Spirit Sky Phantom's breathing became rapid. This attitude, this method, was meant to make her surrender completely in body and mind. No, I can't. I am the witch of the ethereal clan. But that scent was intoxicating, and she, having overdrawn herself too severely, urgently needed to replenish her energy. In the end, she closed her eyes. Even though her spirit was holding firm, her body's instincts compelled her to open her mouth and bite down on Suyu's finger. Alya, feeling a bit jealous, pinched Suyu. You got your way. Suyu smiled and kissed Alya. All right, I'll feed you well after it's over. Isn't there still a target? Alya understood, took some of Suyu's stored blood, and quickly replenished herself before flying towards the weakened Shi Xiaolong and Yanlinger. The barrier of the Witch's Night was about to collapse. What would the world think when they saw this scene? They would probably have to put pressure on Suyu, right? However, unfortunately, the rice was already cooked. On the other side, Shi Xiaolong and several students from Jianghe University were completely subdued by the monsters that emerged from the Immortal Temple, with no power to resist. Seeing Alya walking towards Yanlinger, Shi Xiaolong anxiously asked, What are you going to do? Yanlinger was trembling all over. Since being caught up in this Witch's Night, it felt like she was in a nightmare. Alya teased, Don't be nervous. Becoming my lady-in-waiting wouldn't be such a bad thing for you. Drink a drop of my blood, and from now on, your constitution will become that of a moonlight envoy. Reality did not allow them to refuse. Outside the mimicry field, in an office at Imperial Spirit University. Old man, how many years has it been since you came to Imperial Spirit? Why are you so interested today? The principal of Imperial Spirit University, Jiang Huiran, calmly said as he picked up a cup of tea. The person arriving at the window was none other than the principal of Magic City's Spirit University, Ning Hanwen. Ning Hanwen squinted his eyes and said, If I don't come, I'm afraid you want to handle something well later. Jiang Huiran's deep gaze focused on the window, analyzing countless possibilities in his mind. It should not be about the magic cave, and then thought of the 9-school alliance exchange competition. You mean? He regained his composure and smiled. Huan Yuan won to lose. After all, she is. Could it be that she is neither a vampire nor a moonlight envoy, but the true ancestor of the Blood Clan? Jiang Huiran gasped. No, it can't be. Huan Yuan never mentioned that. Then he suddenly changed the subject. Even so, aren't you afraid that Huan Yuan will end up winning? Ning Hanwen took out a jar of fine wine. Then let us wait for the final result, shall we? Here, try this fine wine I obtained from the drunken demon well in the disaster cave. Watching Ning Hanwen's calm demeanor, Jiang Huiran felt uneasy. His mental energy passing through the campus to look at the Rose Square. Inside the mimicry field, outside the Witch's Night barrier. Since Suyu had taken all the strange beasts away, wave after wave of students successfully reached the mountaintop. The strangest thing was that the snow on Wind and Snow Mountain had stopped falling, and the wind had ceased. Only the snow-covered mountain top remained. About 30 people from the Spirit University and Imperial Spirit University gathered at the summit, each forming a group, coldly confronting each other. Chen Fei from the Plant Demon Department also shook his head. I don't know, but there was indeed a huge battle here just now. Could it be that Suyu has already won? Advanced early? After all, his score. Lucian nodded slightly. There's that possibility. On the other side, Yang Shijia from the Imperial Spirit University's Combat Department chuckled. Haha, ignorance. They were clearly caught in Kong Huan Yuan's barrier. Unfortunately, no matter how strong your Suyu is, winning in Kong's barrier is just a dream. It seems this exchange competition will once again be a complete victory for our Imperial Spirit. The people from Imperial Spirit were extremely confident. Kong Huan Yuan was a semi-public divine generation sequence, and it was hard to imagine she could lose. Lu Xian's expression darkened. The person in front of her was Yang Shijia, ranked 22nd on the Great Xia potential list. After Lu Xian received a boost from her family before the competition, she actually already had the strength to defeat him, but if Suyu lost to Kong Huan Yuan, then this exchange competition would likely. Another student from Imperial Spirit University, Kong Ji, said, I haven't seen Shi Xiaolong and the Zhanghe University people. Could they have all been pulled into the barrier by the campus flower? The others said, very likely. She truly is the goddess in my heart, powerful and beautiful. I wish I could exchange a lifetime of being a beast master for just one day as her boyfriend. Yang Shijia knocked on the table. Don't let Huan Yuan hear that. Everyone expressed their agreement. Suddenly, cracking sounds echoed. All the people on the mountaintop and the audience in Rose Square realized that the barrier was breaking, and Kong Huan Yuan and the others were about to come out. Chapter 45. Let go of our campus flower. A shocking episode for the world. Outside the mimicry field, everyone held their breath. Who would emerge? Was it Kong Huan Yuan? Damn it. I can't see what is happening inside. It's driving me crazy. The judge, Minter Xinghui, Zhuang Chu, nervously asked. Who do you think won? Yu Qing took a deep breath and said uncertainly, it should be Kong Huan Yuan, right? If her barrier was broken, it should have shattered in an instant, not opened slowly like this. This meant that Kong Huan Yuan had actively lifted the barrier. Hiss. Yu Qing's words instantly ignited the students watching from Imperial Spirit University. Nice. If both Shi Xiaolong and Suyu lost, who could stop us at Imperial Spirit University? Who else? There's no escape. It must be that Kong won. I said, she couldn't possibly lose. Captain, I strongly request that we can't do without Kong in our team. With her strength, she wouldn't be weak even in our third year. Not a chance. I see you have ulterior motives, trying to get close to the campus flower, huh? As long as I, Wang, am here for a day, you won't get close to her. Did you hear that, people from Demon Spirit and Jianghe? Hurry up and admit defeat. You've already lost 6 years in a row. You're destined to be the eternal second and third, Menghua and Mengyu. Exactly. Hurry up and bow to the Prime Minister. The people from Demon Spirit University and Jianghe University who came to watch were tense, anxiously staring at the screen. The members of the Blood Spirit Squad had varying expressions. Some were worried, some were uncertain. Shang Wanling was especially sweating. Suyu, you won to lose, right? Although Ning Hanwen hadn't directly told her, Shang Wanling had already vaguely guessed that Alia was probably a divine generation sequence among vampires. Sequence 91,100. These 10 numbers were very special. The king among their clan would achieve the name of divine generation. As a fellow divine generation, could it be that the true ancestor of the blood clan could not defeat the ethereal witch? Inside the mimicry field, as the layers of the barrier unfolded, terrifying magical power fluctuations emanated from within. What would the outcome be? Finally, the barrier space completely shattered, revealing the true situation inside. In the next instant, everyone widened their eyes, looking in disbelief at the figure emerging from the barrier. Alia sat on a throne forged from bones and blood, while Suyu stood before her, extending his right hand. Blood stained his index finger, and before him knelt the broken-winged angel, the treasure of the Imperial Spirit University, the goddess school beauty in countless hearts. Kong Huan Yuan. At this moment, she was kneeling before Suyu, intoxicated as she licked the blood from his finger, appearing both struggling and dazed. Suyu's other hand roamed freely over her soft face, gently brushing through her smooth hair and pinching the base of her ear. To everyone's astonishment, Kong Huan Yuan not only did not resist, but instead allowed Suyu to do as he pleased. It seemed that if Suyu were to make even more outrageous demands now, she would not refuse. The base of Kong Huan Yuan's ear turned red, and she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. This action was incredibly embarrassing, yet her instincts made it impossible for her to resist the deadly temptation of Suyu's blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lucian, Yang Shijia. Outside the simulation arena, Zhuang Chu, Yu Cheng, and Shang Wanling. All the spectators. Huh? What? What happened? The official live stream was instantly cut off, but it could not stop countless screenshots from spreading, and the online heat surged to the top in an instant. Confusion, disbelief, and shock intertwined. How could the goddess of the Imperial Spirit University kneel before Suyu, bowing her head like his pet? Suyu looked at the sea of surprised faces, knowing that this was the most pressure-filled moment. He had stolen the high-cold flower of Imperial Spirit University in front of everyone. He did not regret it. The journey to the demon lair was about to begin. And to save his own life, he had to secure this divine being. Yang Shijiao was the first to react from his shock, gritting his teeth and saying, "You dog of the demon spirit, let go of our school beauty." The others behind him also came to their senses. "Suyu, get your dirty hands off. What spell did you put on Kong Huanyuan? Yeah, get lost. Despicable and shameless. You cheated. Otherwise, how could Kong Huanyuan lose to you?" Even Lu Xian and the others exchanged glances. They believed Suyu could win, but they never imagined the result would be so bizarre. In the Rose Square, countless spectators, Star Emblem mentors, and students were waiting for Suyu's explanation, especially the students of Imperial Spirit University, who gritted their teeth and glared at Suyu. How could he be so intimate with their goddess schoolmate? So inappropriate. Suyu turned his back, chuckling, cheating? No, no, no. This is my ability. The king of sequences. She lost to me. So naturally, she will become my pet. At the same time, in Suyu's mind, the ethereal pet contract materialized at the peak of the snow mountain, and countless people saw the pet contract between Suyu and Kong Huanyuan. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap rang in everyone's ears. The number one on the Great Xia potential list, the semi-public divine sequence, the chosen one, the ethereal witch, was defeated by Suyu, and more unacceptable than her defeat was that she herself had become Suyu's pet. This meant that from now on, the ethereal witch was no longer available. Suyu was her master. Countless people gaped, unable to speak in shock. Even the countless male compatriots of Imperial Spirit University found it hard to breathe. The entire venue fell silent. The silence lasted for more than a dozen breaths before erupting into an uproar. Chapter 46. Why are you taming a goddess? Bleep. What the hell? The school beauty, actually. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Am I dreaming? Countless male compatriots widened their eyes, going crazy as they watched the events unfold on the screen, wishing they could storm into the simulation arena right then and there. The director of Imperial Spirit University's teaching department, Yu Cheng, was also left speechless. How could their most outstanding student have become the pet of Suyu from the demon spirit? Is this world a bit absurd? Beside him, Zhuang Chu was first shocked, but upon seeing Yu Cheng's expression, a sense of pleasure arose in his heart. Haha. Let you Imperial Spirit people boast about being the top academy of Great Xia every day. Now you've flipped the script, haven't you? The Star Emblem mentor Linley, who was responsible for judging, never expected such a turn of events in the demon lair simulation. Alarmed, Linley opened the simulation passage to enter. In contrast, the students watching from Demon Spirit University had mixed feelings. It was certainly delightful to step on Imperial Spirit University, but damn it. Why was it always Suyu who got the good fortune? Damn, you're right. Why is it that my pet is so ugly? Yet he just happens to contract a goddess? I refuse to accept this. I protest. Why is everyone taming beasts while you're taming a goddess? It's over. Yet another goddess has fallen. Originally, Alia's incident had already made the male compatriots of Demon Spirit very dissatisfied. And now seeing Suyu conquer another goddess ranked number 1 on the Great Xia potential list, they felt even more envious to the point of sourness. Of course, the angriest was in a corner of the viewing area, the dean of the practical department of Demon Spirit, Wang Yu, whose expression darkened as he looked at the screen. Suyu's meteoric rise would surely attract the attention of the high-level officials of Great Xia, and the Wang family would inevitably face blame from the Sakura Kingdom. Next to Wang Yu, Wang Hongxi and Jiang Ying, who had originally hoped to see Suyu make a fool of himself, turned pale. Wang Hongxi's face twisted in agony as he watched Suyu contract a goddess, while he himself was gritting his teeth so hard he was about to draw blood. Jiang Ying's emotions were even more complicated, filled with jealousy, resentment, and a mix of feelings. Wang Hongxi was becoming increasingly rough and twisted towards her. Yet he was already no longer a man. Suyu, it's all your fault. In the principal's office of Imperial Spirit University, Jiang Huiran loosened his grip, and the wine cup fell to the floor. Clatter. He glared at Ning Hanwen. You old bastard. You've gone too far. He finally understood. Suyu had the power to forcibly contract people into pets. One misstep, and the divine which he had carefully nurtured became a pet of the demon spirit students. No wonder this old bastard traveled so far just to come here. Ning Hanwen suppressed his laughter. Old Jiang, don't be angry. Come on, have another drink. Jiang Huiran ignored his elder status and dignity. Drink your mother's head. Inside the simulation arena, Yang Shijia and the others could no longer contain their anger and summoned their pets. He also contracted a two-headed griffin, leaping into the sky. Suyu sneered, overestimating himself. Just right, let us test Kong Huan Yuan's abilities. There were no feelings between her and Suyu. But the existence of the beast taming contract did not prevent the beast master from issuing orders to the pet. Huan Yuan, bring him down. Although Kong Huan Yuan was unwilling, the beast master's command outweighed everything. She raised her hand, spirit space illusion. A spiral of space turned, and with a bang, one of the heads of Yang Shijia's two-headed griffin was twisted off by the space. Let us not waste any more time. All of you come at me together. With Alia and Kong Huan Yuan, two divine pets in hand, what do I have to fear? Everyone's hearts sank. Even the potential list's 22nd ranked beastmaster was taken down in a single encounter by Kong Huan Yuan. With Suyu and Alia, how could they fight? It was too tragic. It was easy to foresee that once a fight broke out, it would be a one-sided slaughter. Just then, Linley rushed over. Stop. I announced that the first round of the exam is over. The top 8 advanced to the elimination round. Suyu, come with me. The situation was urgent. Shortly after Suyu announced his contract with Kong Huan Yuan, Principal Jiang Huiran, the high-level officials of Great Xia, and the Great Xia 9 guards jointly issued an order to immediately end the exchange competition. This was a big deal. Outside, the crowd was in an uproar. This exam could not continue under any circumstances. This was the first time he had dealt with such a tricky situation. But no matter what, it was always right to seal off Suyu's news to calm the uproar. Suyu had no objections and obediently withdrew. Lu Xian and the others were still in shock and did not approach Suyu to speak. It seems that the demon spirit has picked up a big leak. Kong Huan Yuan has become Suyu's pet beast, and Shi Xiao Long has been defeated, which is equivalent to being eliminated. Zhanghe University has been completely wiped out, and more than half of the top 11 on the potential rankings have been effortlessly dealt with by Suyu, while half of the students from the Imperial Spirit University have also been taken down by him. At this moment, aside from Suyu, there are actually 5 students from the Demon Spirit in the top 8 of the scoreboard. Qin Fei whispered, Hey, we advanced. Moreover, this time the opponents are really weak. We are stable now. We are going to win. Realizing this fact, the people from the Demon Spirit University immediately shouted towards the Imperial Spirit side. Shout, are you Imperial Spirits still popping champagne? Seems like you like to pop champagne halfway through the game. Huh? You've embarrassed yourselves. Hey, I heard their strongest school beauty is making a lot of noise. Is she still from their school in the future? What are you thinking? Pet beasts follow their masters. She will be ours from now on. They envied and were jealous of Suyu, but it didn't stop them from attacking their rival, the Imperial Spirit. The faces of those watching from the Imperial Spirit were ashen, tasting like chewing wax. It was even harder to bear than eating a bitter herb. The commotion outside continued, and several trending topics surged online, with search volume skyrocketing to over 100 million in just a few minutes. Inside the simulated arena, Suyu, Alia, and Kong Huan Yuan followed Linley, and of course, Yin Ling was there too. Linley angrily looked at Suyu. You bastard. Do you know she is from our Imperial Spirit? Damn it, if we were in the demon cave, I would have twisted your head off by now. Suyu forced himself to suppress his laughter. Go ahead and scold me. If you don't scold harder, you might feel embarrassed yourself. You scold me. I won't lose a piece of meat, but the Imperial Spirit will suffer this time. No matter how harsh the scolding or punishment was, Suyu accepted it. After all, Suyu had dealt the Imperial Spirit a historic blow in gold. The more you scold, the better Suyu felt. Don't be afraid, Huan Yuan. The school will definitely stand up for you. Kong Huan Yuan's face turned pale. Stand up for me. Linley didn't know that, unlike other pet beasts. Once the divine contract was signed, it was absolutely not allowed to be revoked. Chapter 47, Global Discussion. The high ranks of Daxia gather. As soon as Suyu left the simulated arena of the demon cave, he heard the passionate crowd at the adjacent Rose Square, which had turned into a prolonged scolding battle. There were all sorts of black and white remarks, forcing the Imperial Spirit University to send over a dozen star emblem mentors to the scene urgently to stop this endless scolding battle and disperse the audience. Linley, with a face full of black lines, gritted his teeth and led Suyu and the others through the back door to the bell tower of the Imperial Spirit University. They arrived at an office, and Linley, with a dark face, said, Wait here for a moment. Our principal will be here soon. I warn you. Don't run around or shout. Suyu lightly nodded. I would be crazy to shout randomly. Although Suyu had contracted with Kong Huan Yuan, once the students of the Imperial Spirit knew he was here, thousands of students and tens of thousands of pet beasts would probably come to kill him. Just one spit from each would drown Suyu. After Linley left, the office fell into silence. Kong Huan Yuan was extremely dejected, like a soulless shell, while Yin Ling had a confused expression, not understanding why AI Leah targeted her in the end. and her body was undergoing subtle changes. AI Leah pulled out a bunch of grapes from a storage magical weapon and pointed at Suyu with her finger. Suyu understood and activated the taste link. After the battle, everyone's fate had changed. Taking advantage of the leisure time, Suyu took out his phone to see the online reactions. He was shocked to find that the top trending topic was School Beauty Hunter Suyu, with search volumes exceeding 300 million. Upon opening it, there were clips from the last moments of the exchange match, showing Kong Huan Yuan kneeling before Suyu, sucking on his fingers. Suyu's ability revealed. It turns out his real talent is forming contracts using blood. This old rascal seems to be targeting school beauties. First AI Leah, now Kong Huan Yuan. Friends from other schools are advised to protect their school beauties and not let Suyu come over. Our Dune Beast University male group officially opposes Suyu. Anyone from the Demon Spirit team who meets Suyu will not entertain him. There were also students certified by the Imperial Spirit University leaving messages. Suyu, I'm going to fight you. The grudge of stealing a wife cannot be forgiven. My heart is aching. If I don't kill Suyu, I won't be able to rest. According to rumors, it seems Suyu was taken to the district by the Star Emblem mentor. Suyu, who had been chuckling at the situation, suddenly shivered and looked out the window. After confirming that the bell tower was in the district, he calmed down a little. Not only Daxia was in heated discussion, but there were also mentors from other countries observing the young beast masters of Daxia at Rose Square. The matter of Suyu contracting Kong Huan Yuan had also jumped into the top 3 on a certain platform. After some machine translation, aside from envy and jealousy, the people from Huaying and Hanming also suspected that Daxia was deliberately fabricating falsehoods to gain global strategic support for the Demon Cave. Their reasoning was solid, as they had done it themselves 2 years ago. Suyu chuckled a few times and stopped paying attention. He should think about how to get through the current difficulties. Creak. The first to enter was Shang Wanling. She came to Suyu, both angry and amused. Suyu, you almost caused a disaster. My goodness. I really don't know how to wrap this up. Anyway, I can't handle it anymore. The principal is coming personally. Just now in the Imperial Spirits Principal's office. Principal Zhang Huiran had a big fight with our principal in the Sacred Domain Barrier. The 3 governors of Daxia's 9 regions rushed here together. And even the military department was alarmed. Commander Liu from the military is also on the way. So you blinked what? Is it that serious? A single student can stir up so many high-level people? And it seems there is a significant attitude of coming to ask for accountability. What's even scarier is that the trending discussions that were once all over the internet were suddenly cleared, indicating that someone was blocking the news. Suyu gently rubbed his forehead. Can I resolve this by having the principal of the Imperial Spirit scold me harshly? If that's the case, I can let you all scold me for 3 days and 3 nights. Shang Wanling laughed. Wouldn't that make you happy? You took such a big advantage. Do you think a scolding is enough to settle this? She was also quite anxious about this matter. It was very tricky. The key was that he had taken away their divine sequence. The 9-school alliance is also an important part of maintaining the defense power of the 9 major demon caves. Which school would be willing to suffer losses easily? She couldn't imagine the worst outcome. Linley pushed the door and entered, still looking angry. Everyone is here. You few come with me. A group of people arrived at a spacious assembly hall. The large hall only had a few people. In the center of the hall was a large round table made of some kind of light gray material that emitted a faint chill. It was likely some crystal mine from the Eternal Abyss Demon Cave. There were clearly 4 people sitting around the round table. On the right side of the round table were the principal of the Demon Spirit, Ning Hanwan, and the vice principal, Gu Yi. On the left side were the 3 governors of Daxia S9 guards and Commander Liu, while in the center sat the principal and director of the Imperial Spirit, with some people from Jianghe Beast University slightly off to the side. Even from a distance, Suyu could feel an inexplicable intimidation, as if pairs of eyes were scrutinizing everything about him. However, after contracting with Kong Huan Yuan, the ethereal and transparent contract enveloped Suyu's spiritual sea with a layer of faint illusion smoke, making even the powerful individuals before him show signs of doubt. This was also Suyu's first time seeing real top-tier beast masters. But in this assembly hall, there were probably several sacred domain beast masters, right? Had he really stirred up a hornet's nest? However, it was too late. What was done, and there was nothing to fear. Suyu braced himself and stepped forward. Linley said, Principal, Governors, Commander, I have brought the people. Zhang Huiran frowned tightly, his hand trembling slightly as he coldly said, Take a seat. Commander Liu, who seemed to be a middle-aged man, appeared younger compared to the several old men, and seemed somewhat familiar. Commander Liu smiled at Suyu. Suyu realized, was he Liu Xian's father? TSK. It seems the Liu family is also one of the 9 pillar families, and her father is indeed high-ranking and powerful. Ning Hanwan, on the other hand, appeared unbothered, neither looking at Suyu nor speaking, as if he were completely detached from the situation. Zhang Huiran first softly said, Huan Yuan, you. Chapter 48. Punishment turns into competition. A battle of wits and words, neither side yielding. Jiang Huairan asked with concern, Huan Yuan, are you hurt? After 1,000 words. He finally helplessly asked. Kong Huan Yuan's eyes were unusually hollow. She only reacted when called, gently shaking her head. Although no one knew what had happened in the barrier, it was clear to the discerning that a fierce battle must have erupted inside. According to the mimicry field report provided by Lin Li, the magic power of the entire Wind and Snow Mountain had been completely drained by Kong Huan Yuan. Despite this, she still couldn't defeat Su Yu, which suggests that the intensity of the battle was likely comparable to that between mid-tier beastmasters. Jiang Huairan then looked at Su Yu. Speak up, young man. What exactly happened? Don't think you can hide it. We old folks aren't that confused yet. There are no outsiders here. It's absolutely reliable. And nothing will leak out of this hall. You can't avoid it. Su Yu also had the courage to face them. Who among these high-ranking individuals a clever person, including Alia's identity, this group probably already knew. What truly reassured Su Yu was Ning Hanwen's attitude. Since even the principal was so calm, it probably wouldn't be too bad, right? Su Yu candidly said, several seniors, I think you already know. Alia is the true ancestor of the bloodline of Divine Generation Sequence 007, and there exists a special connection between the Divine Generation sequences. So from the very beginning, both this classmate Kong and I knew each other's identities. Coincidentally, we both had the same idea in participating in this competition. The only difference is that Alia and I ended up winning. As soon as Su Yu said this, everyone nodded slowly. It was pretty much in line with their judgment. Jiang Huairan asked, Huan Yuan, is what he said true? Kong Huan Yuan lowered her head. Yes, principal. I indeed wanted to take his vampire, but I lost. Jiang Huairan almost choked on his breath. Foolish, Huan Yuan. I know you want to become stronger and cross the Forbidden Sea to reach the Forbidden Zone. But you're too impatient. If it were just Su Yu's unilateral desire, he would have every reason to take advantage of the situation. But now, the winner takes all. The loser is the enemy. Even if he is in the right, how can he deal with Su Yu? Kill him? Don't be ridiculous. He is also part of the Great Xia, and Ning Hanwen wouldn't just stand by? Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Huairan coughed a few times. Ning Hanwen quickly activated his magic power to help him soothe. Old Jiang, don't be anxious. At your age, you should learn to be calm. Jiang Huairan glared at him. If it weren't in front of the juniors, he would have slapped him. You're the one who suffered a big loss. Not your demon spirit. Gained an advantage and still acted coy. Jiang Huairan said fiercely, I don't care about anything else, kid. I don't care what method you use, but you must dissolve Huan Yuan's contract. She is one of our imperial spirits. Ning Hanwen was unhappy. Isn't that forcing the issue? Commander Liu, Governor Xia, you all know that contracts in the Divine Generation sequence cannot be dissolved. Even Kong Huan Yuan's method relies on illusion to strongly control Su Yu, thus achieving the dominance over Alia. Jiang Huairan was filled with anger, indignantly saying, Old man, what do you mean? Are you planning to let this go? Huan Yuan is also part of the Great Xia. This is outright robbery. Even if you are a beast master, you must obey the laws of Great Xia. At this moment, Commander Lu Xingyuan said, All right, calm down, old Jiang. Even if you want him to dissolve it now, he can't do it. Jiang Huairan scoffed. Your daughter is on the same team as him, so of course, you're siding with him. Lu Xingyuan forced a smile. That was indeed the case. Governor Xia Tingyin wasn't concerned about that, regardless of the final result. Su Yu had effectively fulfilled what he said when he first joined the Dragon Eagle Guard. Xia Tingyin said, Let us not talk about that for now. I'm curious about what your talent is, Su Yu. The existence of the Divine Generation sequence means that if one doesn't want to, no one can contract with them. Clearly, classmate Kong isn't willingly becoming your pet beast, right? This question hit the mark. Commander Liu, the other governors, the two principals, and several Star Emblem mentors all looked at Su Yu. To this day, they still couldn't fully guess what Su Yu's talent was. After contracting with Kong Huan Yuan, Su Yu had unlocked a new tier talent called Strange Replica, and it seemed appropriate to reveal a little about the old talent. Su Yu took a deep breath and said, Crown of Blood, those who drink a small amount of my blood will be temporarily controlled by me, while those who drink a large amount can be forced into a contract. As for the ancestral effect and deadly temptation, Su Yu didn't intend to mention them. Everyone's hearts tightened. Their expressions varied. No wonder Su Yu certainly hadn't revealed everything, but it was enough to dispel their doubts. What Su Yu didn't know was that these high-ranking individuals were not only vying for personal and group interests, but also ensuring the safety of the entire Great Xia. Confirming that Su Yu was not involved in any sinister paths or supported by other countries in the shadows. Xia Tingyan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Thank you for your frankness. According to what was said earlier, the doors of the Dragon Eagle Guard are always open for you. Jiang Huairan said, Don't change the subject. The key issue is what you all plan to do about this. Everyone looked at each other. The rice had already been cooked into a meal. What else could be done? Lu Xinyuan said, how about this, Principal Ning? You compensate old Jiang with 5-tier talent potions? Count it as Su Yu's share. How does that sound? Jiang Huiran scoffed. 5? Commander Lu. I'll trade you 50 for it. Are you willing? Lu Xinyuan closed his mouth, as if I hadn't said anything. The Great Xia military must witness the affiliation of the divine generation sequence. This was a major issue. However, from their own interests, it was imperative for Su Yu to join the Great Xia 9 guards. No matter how they calculated, they wouldn't lose. But they just wanted to persuade Jiang Huiran not to really take action. The governor of the Demon Suppression Guard stationed in the imperial capital, Wu Ma Ming, said, Old Jiang, what do you want to do? The Demon Suppression Guard was different from several other military departments. If Kong Huanyuan left, it would be a loss for the Demon Suppression Guard. Of course, it couldn't be let go like that. Jiang Huiran sighed. All right, I'll take a step back. How about this? Let Su Yu transfer to join the Imperial Spirits, and we'll consider this matter settled. This way, even if Huan Yuan is unwilling to be controlled by him, I can still keep an eye on her. It would be a win-win solution. Otherwise, no matter what, I won't let you take Huan Yuan away. Everyone was taken aback. What the hell, old man? How could you say such shameless words? Lin Li was also stunned. He had just said he would support Kong Huan Yuan. So what kind of support was this? He was embarrassed to look at Kong Huan Yuan. Ning Hanwen's calm face suddenly turned red. Huh? What are you saying? Jiang Huiran, I'm telling you, no way. What? Old Ning, are you planning to test if my sword is still sharp? My sword is also not ineffective. Su Yu was also shocked. What was going on? Chapter 49, Punishment? Winning big. This is my king's gift. Lu Shenyuan lightly coughed. Ahem, both of you, don't let the kids laugh at you. What kind of old fellows have lived for so many years? Being childish is no less than the young ones. Jiang Huiran returned to his seat, his expression fluctuating. Ning Hanwen, however, was in a good mood. Seeing this old fellow suffer a big loss was truly a joy in his life. Ning Hanwen said, after all, this is just a contest of pride among young people. It's just that it involves the divine generation. Otherwise, would you all make such a fuss? The governors exchanged glances. This statement made sense. The uproar was ultimately because Alia and Kong Huan Yuan were extremely rare descendants of the divine generation in the entire Blue Star. Jiang Huiran knew that he couldn't do anything to Su Yu today. After all, Kong Huan Yuan had the same intent in intervening. Su Yu hadn't done anything wrong. It was simply that he couldn't swallow this anger. Ning Hanwen continued, moreover, this might not be a bad thing. Jiang Huiran's eyelid twitched. A good thing? What the hell? Lu Xingyuan saw that Ning Hanwen was unusually not being cryptic and asked, what good thing? Ning Hanwen spoke mysteriously. In the past, there have been beast masters of the Divine Generation series in the Great Xia, but this is the first time a naturally dual divine generation has appeared, right? Lu Xingyuan, Jiang Huiran, and the others seemed to realize something, and their gazes suddenly sharpened. Su Yu was even more confused. What exactly is hidden in the Divine Generation series? Can we say it plainly? It was clear that these few were being very secretive about this matter and were unwilling to elaborate. Jiang Huiran sighed. Huan Yuan, tell me. Do you want to go with him? Kong Huan Yuan looked completely bewildered. The dream of going to the Forbidden Zone shattered like a bubble. As if a small boat floating on the sea had lost its navigational target, filled with confusion about the unknown. Su Yu wanted to say something to her, but it wasn't appropriate in front of this group of old-timers. Instead, it was Ilia, after showing off the grapes, who leaned in and touched her delicate face. Trust this king, little one. He is different from all the humans you have encountered. Upon hearing the latter part, Kong Huan Yuan's heart seemed to be gently touched, and her gaze towards Su Yu and Ilia no longer held hostility. So you are the same? In Su Yu's spiritual sea, a line in the ethereal contract quietly changed. Favorability, hostile curious. Kong Huan Yuan's hollow eyes seemed to gather light once more. She pursed her lips and softly said, yes, the little girl can go with him. Jiang Huiran. He had hoped to negotiate a bit more. What did that vampire say to her? How could it change Huan Yuan's mind? It seemed to have revitalized her, and even her eyes sparkled. The others were also quite surprised. Su Yu smiled and held Kong Huan Yuan's hand. I know you have something to say to me. Don't worry. Your wishes are my wishes. The ethereal race can sense the words of the heart in a mysterious way. He was not lying to me. This was the conclusion reached by Kong Huan Yuan. The key was still Ilia's earlier words. Our sad wishes? Then the little girl would try to trust you. Ning Hanwen squinted his eyes and said, isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Jiang Huiran snorted coldly. Forget it. I can't be bothered to scold you. Since it's Huan Yuan's own decision, I won't say anything more. But Su Yu, you must immediately withdraw from the 9-school alliance exchange competition. And from now on, you are not allowed to participate again. Withdraw, including in the future. The others blinked, seeming to find it reasonable. You, Su, with dual divine generation pets, who in the same grade could beat you in the future. The exchange events are related to the order of entry of the 9-school alliance into the Demon Cave. Also in the interest of fairness, Ning Hanwen smiled, but except for exchanges with other countries. Jiang Huiran nodded. If it's for the glory of the great Xia, it's another matter. He looked at Su. Young man, do you accept? Su's eyes sparkled brightly. Is this it? Just this? He had already monopolized the most exquisite rewards from the exchange competition. Continuing or not was irrelevant. His reputation was established, and he had shown his value to the high level of the great Xia. Su was even prepared for being expelled from school. He had already won a lot. This hardly counted as a punishment. Good. Jiang Huiran continued. Also, Huan Yuan has been raised by me since childhood. If I hear that you treat Huan Yuan even a little bit poorly, watch out for me. Su quickly swore to the heavens. Rest assured, I promise she won't suffer even the slightest grievance. Beside them, the demon-suppressing guard commander, Wuma Ming, added, let me add one thing, Su. Huan Yuan was originally an important force for us to suppress the eternal abyss demon cave. Since you have taken on this responsibility, you must also bear it. Besides the Dragon Eagle Guard, you must also participate in the actions of the demon-suppressing guard. Of course, what the Dragon Eagle Guard gave you. We the demon-suppressing guard won't be stingy either. Xia Tingyan was somewhat displeased, but ultimately said nothing. Wuma Ming's request was not excessive. Su nodded. Protecting the homeland is the unshirkable responsibility of every great Xia person. Even if you don't say it, as long as the great Xia needs it. I am willing to participate in the battle at any time. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Good ambition. However, Su, if you leave later and reporters ask. Su smiled knowingly. He knew how to deal with the media. Rest assured, I understand what you mean. Those are all rumors outside. Ilia is just a vampire. And Huan Yuan just has a trace of bloodline, not a true divine generation. Lu Xingyuan nodded reassuringly. Such matters are best not to be spread, to avoid attracting others' covetousness. This greatest hurdle had finally passed. However, the matter was not over. The vice president of Jianghe University, Huang Wenba, who had been listening, spoke up. Su, about another matter, shouldn't you explain? I heard Xiaolong say that she was harmed by your vampire without any resistance. To be honest, people are realistic. Kong Huan Yuan's involvement in the secret of the divine generation drew attention. Yin Linger was also taken away by Ilia, and her physical condition seemed a bit strange. But there were clearly fewer people concerned. The others silently remained quiet, indifferent, merely observing and witnessing. Ilia frowned slightly. Hey, don't slander this king. What do you mean by harmed? This is a gift from this king. Gift? Yin Linger and Huang Wenba looked at Ilia in confusion. Ilia chuckled. She drank a drop of my blood and has already become my retainer. From any angle, she is not at a loss, right? In fact, she should be grateful to me and the little one, shouldn't she? Chapter 50. In the future, you will serve this king during the day and your master at night. Yin Linger was bewildered. Her inner turmoil was no less than that of Kong Huan Yuan earlier. Ilia's implication was that, Yin Linger, you are no longer human. She looked at Huang Wenba with a hint of pleading. Huang Wenba felt a bit awkward and had become much kinder in his attitude towards Su and Ilia. Softly saying, then may I ask, what has she turned into? Ilia blurted out, Sequence 19, Moonlight Divine Envoy. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Their expressions varied. Su was somewhat confused. Shangwan Ling whispered, Su, this is one of the conditions needed for advancing to Nirvana. Nirvana realm? So Ilia directly fused her with the Moonlight Divine Envoy, which is ranked quite high in the sequence. In any case, she made a big profit. Otherwise, if she had to do the fusion herself, it would be hard to achieve without taking down dozens of higher sequences. No wonder. Higher sequence pets are not easy to catch. Don't be fooled by these geniuses being from prominent families. In reality, a higher sequence pet is priceless, let alone gathering dozens to fuse and ascend, which is extremely extravagant. Huang Wenba was momentarily speechless. Even anywhere else, people would say Yin Linger made a killing. No one would recognize Xiaolong's accusation. Ilia interrupted, wait, I haven't finished speaking. The Moonlight Divine Envoy needs to drink a drop of my blood every month. Otherwise, she will die suddenly on the night of the full moon. Do you want to see her die? If that's the case, feel free to do as you wish. Otherwise, she will be my female attendant from now on. I am not kind enough to let outsiders be blood bags. Huang Wenba looked at Ilia in shock. The other old-timers exchanged glances through telepathy. This is a guaranteed kill. Even if the head of the Yin family came, he wouldn't blame Ilia. On the contrary, he would be very grateful. Because the Yin family would have an extremely excellent beastmaster in the future. Ilia shook her head. This king cannot do it. Then she smiled seductively and lifted her chin. Your spiritual body is very fragrant, although it cannot compare to the little one's fragrance. You will not be wronged following this king and the little one. Ilea needed 20,000 liters of blood to advance from the transformation realm to the nirvana realm, and Suyu's blood had already been replaced nearly 100 times, making her feel a bit embarrassed. Yanlinger, it was given to you by your father. Yanlinger took the phone and, after reading it, turned pale. Huang Wenba comforted her, saying, well, since it's your father's decision, the school can't interfere with you and Xiaolong. Principal Ning, Vice Principal Gu, and Teacher Shangwan, the head of the Yin family will talk to you later. Ning Hanwen had already guessed and stroked his white beard, saying, well, we at Demon Spirit certainly welcome such young talents. All right, Teacher Shangwan, take them away. Suyu's eyes moved. Wow, Yanlinger's father just let his daughter come to Demon Spirit like this? Not to mention that Yanlinger had obtained the bloodline of the Moonlight Divine Envoy. The Yin family must be overjoyed. Upon closer inspection, although Yanlinger was not as stunning as Alia and Konghuan Yuan, her twin tails and big eyes still had a certain charm. Suyu self-deprecatingly thought, greedy, greedy. She dejectedly followed Suyu and the others out of the hall. After leaving, the expressions of the old men instantly turned solemn and serious, their eyes filled with endless killing intent. Lu Xingyuan pointed at the map of the demon caves. It's time to talk business. According to reliable information, a deep demon king from the Abyssal Demon Clan, Sequence 006 from the Forbidden Zone, is the planner of this invasion of Blue Star. The main forces are the 33 Five-Spirit Clan and other 7 major upper-level sequence races. In 10 days, the 9 demon caves and 12 cities within the Great Xia territory will be attacked simultaneously. Shangwan Ling gently patted her chest along the way. Suyu, you really scared the teacher to death. Fortunately, we passed smoothly. She even felt a hint of secret joy. Perhaps a remarkable beast master would emerge from her faction. Suyu apologized. Sorry, teacher, I didn't discuss it with you beforehand, but for the individual and team competitions, Shangwan Ling smiled, feeling quite good. It's okay. It's okay. We got 5 out of 8 spots in this individual competition. The strong ones were all eliminated by you. So it doesn't really matter whether you participate or not. Suyu suddenly thought, that's good. By the way, teacher, didn't I break the record in the preliminary round? Hurry up and see if there's any reward. If there is, quickly exchange it all for life essence. While they still didn't know that I had been disqualified. Shangwan Ling nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll check. Suyu chuckled. Teacher, why are you so unserious too? Where's your husband? With no one around. They could finally talk face to face. Yanlinger begged in front of Alia. I beg you, I don't want to leave Long go. If he knows I'm here, he'll go crazy. She knew that Shi Xiaolong was also a proud person. If he knew she had become someone else's maid, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Alia teased. That won't do, little girl. Don't you want to live? From now on, you'll serve this king during the day and serve the master at night. Isn't that much better than following that little bastard? Yanlinger clenched her fists. No, Suyu, I have no grudges against you and Long go. Why do you have to treat me like this? Upon mentioning this, Suyu suddenly said, stop. Do you think I'm an easy child to fool? If the divine relic that Shi Xiaolong prepared wasn't because Alia and Huan Yuan are divine sequence, I would have probably died under that 1,000 lake bowl, right? I was just about to ask you. Did Shi Xiaolong mention Limu? Did Limu tell him to kill me in the mimetic field? Seemingly touched on a sensitive topic, Yanlinger's face turned pale. Chapter 51. Ethereal Sadness. Level Odd Imitation. Yanlinger's gaze wandered. No, what are you talking about? Suyu chuckled lightly. A friend of mine once told me that talent is a reflection of the mind. Alia said your spiritual body is very pure. Which means you're a simple girl, so your lying skills are really poor. Yanlinger kept mumbling in her heart. Suyu continued. So tell me, what is your relationship with Limu? Did he tell you to try to kill me, or at least injure me? Does he hate me that much? Or does he have other instructions? Suyu leaned closer to her, and his previously dull fish-like eyes instantly sharpened. Completely different from the innocence he showed when facing the high-level officials of Great Xia. Don't try to lie to me. Cousin Limu specifically came to find Shi Xiaolong and her, asking Long Good to defeat Suyu at all costs. Preferably to ensure Suyu couldn't get into bed before the demon cave battle began. Because Suyu is his nightmare. Although the situation is strange, given their relationship. She agreed. Yanlinger did not hide it and told the truth. But I really didn't want to kill you, she said, gathering her courage. Alia did not interrupt Suyu's thoughts, while Konghuan Yuan was even more confused. Suyu whispered, if Limu wants to take revenge on me, wouldn't it be better for him to kill me? Why just want to injure me? Limu's teacher is Wang Yu, from the Wang family? Recalling his earlier speculation about the 3-party traitors, it seemed to be taking shape. Suyu's lips curled up. Next, he just needed to follow the clues. Sooner or later, he would pull all of you out. Then he looked at Yanlinger. I'm sorry, your actions with Shi Xiaolong are a bit more excessive than wanting to kill me. If you don't want Shi Xiaolong to die, then stay here obediently. Alien needs blood, and accordingly, I will find a way to get you life essence. Yanlinger felt some resentment in her heart. but Suyu's final gaze at her was like anger. Alia came to Suyu and said, "Don't be angry. It's bad for your health." Suyu restrained his emotions. Suyu stepped in front of her, quite happily saying, "Shall we get to know each other again? My name is Suyu. You want to take Alia from me, and I want to take you from you. We can call it even. From now on, you are mine, your wishes are my wishes, and your enemies are my enemies." Wishes. Kong Huan Yuan's heart seemed to be precisely hit, and she immediately knelt before Suyu. Tears streaming down her face, no longer the icy campus beauty, excitedly saying, "My sad wish, my mother is waiting for me on the other side of the Forbidden Sea. And my time is running out. I can sense that the ethereal leaves my mother left are becoming weaker and weaker. 3 years, I have at most 3 years. If what the true ancestor said is true, and what you said is true, now my only hope is you. I am willing to eternally follow you with everything I have, my powers, as long as you are willing." So you pulled her up, rubbing her earlobe. "If I remember correctly, the other side of the Forbidden Sea is the Forbidden Zone. What level is needed to cross the Forbidden Sea?" Kong Huan Yuan frowned. "At least demigod. 3 years to achieve demigod. There are hardly a few in Blue Star." Suyu nodded gently. "All right, I promise you." Alias said, "Sister." The master went from an ordinary person to the transformation realm in just 15 days. His madness is simply not like that of a human. 15 days? Kong Huan Yuan looked at Suyu in shock. No matter how talented, it should take at least half a year to go from an ordinary person to the transformation realm. Right? Is it really possible? In her mind, the ethereal contract underwent subtle changes. Favorability, curious, friendly, above. I will make you believe that choosing me will not be regrettable. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. "Hello, your package." Kong Huan Yuan quickly got up and tidied her disheveled hair. Suyu opened the door to find a small box and a text message from Shang Wanling. Could it be? The message said that the reward for being first in the challenge match is 1,000 alliance points, equivalent to 1,000 credits. Shang Wanling exchanged it for 10 drops of life essence before Suyu's qualification was cancelled. Suyu opened the box to find the starlight droplets and a jade bottle quietly lying inside. Perfect timing. 10 drops may not seem much, but Suyu wanted to try using the talent he just obtained. Level talent. Odd imitation. Life essence is a dragon-level treasure, and also the treasure Suyu has come into contact with the most. If his talent can create imitations of life essence, it will solve the problem of life essence scarcity in one fell swoop. Even if the quality of the counterfeit drops from dragon level to ghost level, I, your master, am not someone who just hides behind you. Not just Kong Huan Yuan and Yin Ling Air. Even Ilia doesn't understand what this little fellow is trying to do. Life essence, born from the mythical realm's demon plants, is rare and powerful, but its internal structure is relatively simple, and its data is everywhere. Strange counterfeits, structural reproduction. A large amount of physical strength is being drained, as if fighting alongside Ilia from night until dawn, even breathing has become hurried. A radiant light, shining like stars, fills the entire room. Ilia, Kong Huan Yuan, and Yin Ling Air were astonished to see that the originally 10 drops of life essence transformed into a gentle stream, slowly flowing. Chapter 52. The must-kill order of the cherry blossom people. Must kill Suyu. Yin Ling Air's eyes widened, having grown up in the Yin family. She knew better than anyone the extraordinary nature of Suyu's abilities. 100 drops? No, at least 200 drops. I've never seen such talent. Even with resentment in her heart, she couldn't help but admire the power Suyu displayed. However, the starlight of these life essences seemed to dim significantly, far inferior to the original life essence. But so what? Everyone, quantity is everything. Kong Huan Yuan's gaze shifted. The previously dim hope not only didn't shrink, but became even more dazzling. Ilia leaned in to examine it for a moment, and even took a small sip before whispering, "How did you do it?" Kong Huan Yuan and Yin Ling Air also leaned in to listen. Suyu whispered into Ilia's ear. This made Kong Huan Yuan a bit displeased. "Hey, Yin Ling Air is an outsider. It's fine if you don't tell her, but why keep it from me? I want to hear too." She tried to lean in, but was stopped by Ilia. "Stop, sister. The secret of the master's ability can only be known by the master's women. Just being able to see it is already enough. Unless you intend to." Kong Huan Yuan pouted, feeling unhappy. Ilia smiled. The little fellow indeed leaned toward her. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. The efficacy of this ghost-level life essence seemed to be only 1/10 of the dragon level, but the key is that as long as Suyu has enough stamina, he can infinitely reproduce it. This definitely qualifies as a strategic capability that can influence the entire Great Xia's beast-raising resources. Ilia said, "No wonder you were willing to tell that group of old men about the crown's talent. It turned out to be like this. Besides the secret treasures, can you do anything else?" Suyu gently nodded, took out the twilight long bow, and reproduced one. Although its beast-level power was weakened significantly, it could still be sold for 10 academic credits, a full 10 million. But suddenly, He felt darkness before his eyes and almost fainted. Ilea hurriedly grabbed him. So, the only limitation is stamina? MHM. Kong Huan Yuan listened to the conversation among the three and completely didn't understand, feeling isolated. She now had to rely on Su Yu to have a chance to go to the demon cave, cross the forbidden sea within the cave, and find her mother. On the other side, Wang sang, "We, the Cherry Blossom people, have repeatedly trusted you. But what about you? How are you going to explain this now?" Ishikawa Shuji pointed at Wang Yu's nose and questioned. Wang Yu was sweating profusely. "Mr. Ishikawa, this was an accident." Ishikawa Shuji angrily said, "But Su Yu is already the #1 on your Great Xia potential list this year. You Great Xia will definitely spare no effort to protect him. It seems that your Wang family really wants us to inform your principal about this matter." Wang Yu anxiously said, No. Mr. Ishikawa, let me explain. According to the news from within Great Xia, Su Yu will not only not be secretly protected, but will also participate in both the Catastrophe Demon Cave and the Eternal Demon Cave Wars at the same time. This is obviously your opportunity. Oh, Ishikawa Shuji was puzzled. In their Cherry Blossom country, they first used civilians and conventional weapons to fill the front lines. And only after figuring out the enemy's intelligence would they let beast masters take the stage. Why did Great Xia reverse this? Let the strong go first. While civilians watch from outside the demon cave. What kind of reasoning is this? But he didn't say anything further. Ishikawa Shuji said, "Forget it," Wang sang. "This matter still requires our cooperation." Wang sang, "This time our Cherry Blossom country has issued a must-kill order for Su Yu. And a large number of experts will enter the country. As long as you can cooperate with us to kill Su Yu and capture that vampire and witch, we are willing to offer you an additional 30 pieces of dragon-level armaments. And in the future, we will help your Wang family leap to become one of the 9 pillar families." Wang Yu's eyes brightened. "Hiss, the 9 pillar families. That is the status that our Wang family dreams of." However, Wang Yu also understood what the Cherry Blossom people wanted to do. Ilea and the witch were very likely the legendary divine generation sequence. But this had nothing to do with him. What does it matter to him how great Xia or the demon spirits are? Wang Yu happily said, "Really? Good, I represent the Wang family in agreeing. I wonder how many experts the Cherry Blossom country plans to send this time. I'm afraid Su Yu will also act with a unit of the Dragon Eagle Guard. If there are too few, it will be difficult to handle." Ishikawa Shuji confidently said, "Humph, you can rest assured." However, a problem arose. There were too many people being entertained by the Imperial spirit. There weren't enough rooms to allocate, and Ilea resolutely refused to move into Kong Huan Yuan's villa. Yen Ling Air wanted to leave, but was stopped, so she had to sleep on the floor. Thus, the other 3 could only squeeze together. During the trial assessment, the 3 of them fought all day, consuming a lot of magical power and needing rest. However, when Kong Huan Yuan closed her eyes and was about to fall asleep, she heard gentle whispers nearby. "Leah, they haven't slept yet, right? I guess they must have slept. Little fellow, I'm anemic, I want to drink blood." "Okay." But again, because it was somewhat crowded, she clearly couldn't fall asleep. Moreover, when Ilea was drinking blood, the fragrant smell of Su Yu's blood intoxicated her. The more she experienced it, the more she wanted to get closer. Wouldn't that also make her a vampire? Su Yu turned his head and saw Kong Huan Yuan fidgeting lightly. Could it be that she wasn't asleep yet? Chapter 53, The Ethereal Heart to be Picked. Huan Yuan's Oath under the moon. Su Yu held Ilea, turned his head to give a hint. Ilea lightly nodded. Previously, she had told Su Yu that she would get jealous. After all, even a female vampire wouldn't want to share her only beloved with others. But who told Su Yu that he was her only one? Compared to this, she cared more about another matter. "You can have any woman, I want to mind, but you mustn't dislike me, because my heart is as fragile as potato chips. If you dislike me, my heart will shatter." The gist is that Su Yu and Ilea discovered that Kong Huan Yuan wasn't asleep, and they teased her. "Don't bully me." Kong Huan Yuan usually hardly spoke a few words to men. Su Yu pulled her over. "Still want to resist? Huan Yuan? Sister, there's a saying among humans. With you being so reserved, how can we and the little fellow rest assured to entrust our backs to you?" Kong Huan Yuan lightly bit her lip, hesitated for a while, and sighed softly. "Okay, but not now." "Why?" Mother said, "Our ethereal clan is very special. You and I have essentially picked the ethereal heart, which will unconditionally elevate your spiritual power realm by 1 level. The master's spiritual power is still in the spirit stream realm, right? Elevating from spirit stream to spirit lake is already extremely difficult. But the little girl still has a way. However, elevating from spirit lake to spirit sea is. At least, I don't want to waste it like this. And I don't want it to be so casual, because I'm afraid you will." Her eyes reflected the moonlight, looking exceptionally beautiful, like melting ice and snow. She also had her own concerns. Su Yu's promise to cross the forbidden sea far away in the demon cave had already opened her heart. But she was afraid that being so casual would make Su Yu think of her as a cheap and casual woman. Suyu pulled her clothes back up. You are willing to talk to me, and I am very happy. I won't think of anything else. I just want to tell you that Aaliyah and I are in big trouble. There are traitors around us, so we must be extra careful. I want you to be my woman, so that we can fully trust you. But at least, I can feel that you are speaking the truth. My friend has observed you. Your soul is incredibly pure. I am willing to believe you. And I am also willing to cross the forbidden sea with you. No matter what dangers await. The moonlight shines through the window, illuminating her face, reflecting off the moon. Kong Huan Yuan solemnly extends her hands forward, palms up, kneeling on the bed and gently bowing her head. My master, the witch of the Kong Ling clan, I am willing to offer all my loyalty. If my power can be of use to you, it will be my supreme honor. May our wishes eternally intersect, and I will always remain loyal to my vow. Without regret until death. In Suyu's mind, the ethereal contract underwent subtle changes. Affection, above friendliness, unwavering companionship. This is the highest vow of loyalty from the Kong Ling clan, and it is also a symbol of her desire for Suyu to believe in her. Suyu gently touches her cheek. Then I will wait a little longer. That night, it wasn't just Kong Huan Yuan pretending to sleep. Yin Ling Air was wrapped in a quilt on the floor, feeling a mix of emotions. There are rumors that the Kong Ling clan has the power to identify souls. Yet the ethereal, which is just like this. She also felt a hint of curiosity towards Suyu. But there was also resentment, not only towards Suyu, but also towards the Yin family, and towards herself for being unable to resist the family's decisions. Moreover, it is already 3 in the morning. Aren't you going to sleep? In the beginning, Dragon Brother shouldn't have agreed to Li Mu. Or are you hiding something from me, Xiaolong? Even if she were to be dull and naive, she would realize that sure Xiaolong might not be as honest as she thought. At the same time, she envied Suyu and Aaliyah, envying their lack of barriers between them. At the same moment, under the moonlight, Huang Wenbo shook his head helplessly. Xiaolong, there's nothing we can do. The decision of the head of the Yin family is that starting today, Yin Ling heir will transfer to Mo Ling. Please don't cause any trouble, okay? After attending that meeting, he signed a life-and-death contract and absolutely cannot leak the true identities of Aaliyah and Kong Huan Yuan. Their identities will be managed by others to spread rumors, even though the most widely circulated rumor is that Kong Huan Yuan has half-witch blood. It has never been acknowledged. Sure Xiaolong angrily punched the pillar beside him. Bang! Cracks spread across the stone. His fist was also bleeding. Before the competition, the head of the Yin family said that as long as he could obtain the crown, he would be willing to abandon family prejudices and agree to his relationship with Yin Ling heir. However, what puzzled him even more was why the head of the Yin family was so harsh when blocking him, yet so easily agreed when Suyu took away what was his. The only explanation given to him was that Yin Ling heir received a great opportunity from Suyu, and she had to pay some price, serving as a blood bag for that vampire. The resentment in Sure Xiaolong's heart grew stronger. Got it, teacher. Huang Wenbo looked at his back, wanting to say something, but finally shook his head helplessly. After Huang Wenbo left, Sure Xiaolong dialed Li Mu's phone number. I really shouldn't have agreed to you back then. On the other end of the line, Li Mu snorted. Brother Sure, where is this coming from? I also can't go against the master's orders, and as long as Suyu is alive, I will never be able to face my pet again. Moreover, isn't the news about the Thousand Lake Cup also given to you by our Li family? The psychological trauma caused by that battle made him feel a bit afraid of his own pet. Sure Xiaolong angrily said, but Ling heir. Li Mu kindly said, I know about your cousin's matter. Brother Sure, stay calm. I will tell you everything this time. The plan is like this. There is a person named Mr. Sherchuan. Chapter 54, Results of the Exchange Competition. Suyu, it's all rumors. The next day, Lu Xian excitedly sent a message to Suyu, hoping he would come to watch the match. After all the strong opponents had been eliminated by Suyu, and the remaining potential contestants were slightly weaker than her. This means she could pick up the championship. She felt a bit embarrassed about picking up this leak. Members of big families are not short of money or resources, but they lack prestige. Suyu provided her with a stage that was immensely beneficial. Lu Xian secretly decided to thank Suyu properly afterward. As a result, Suyu said he had urgent matters and couldn't come. Under Lu Xian's questioning, Suyu said he wanted to take the opportunity to cultivate feelings with his new pet before the Demon Cave War broke out, as the bond with a pet is the foundation of a beastmaster. At first glance, it seemed very reasonable, but Lu Xian suddenly thought about the pet. Aren't all your pets school beauties? Recalling the sounds coming from next door every night, she was sure they were doing that. Lu Xian's ears turned red, shaking her head. Deciding to not think about it, she would talk to him after the competition today. In the large dormitory, only Suyu and the 3 girls remained. Kong Huan Yuan rubbed her chin, looking quite melancholic. Suyu and Aaliyah, who belonged to the Wolf clan, had their lips bitten, and they were showing no mercy. Their throats a bit hoarse. She looked in the mirror, fixing her makeup. After Suyu finished styling Aaliyah's hair, He came to help her, gently leaning close to Kong Huan Yuan's ear and saying, I noticed that you look even more beautiful this morning than last night. Kong Huan Yuan smiled. How do I compare with Aaliyah? A crucial question. Aaliyah's sharp ears perked up. Each has its own merits. Aaliyah is my sun. You are my moon. Without you both, I wouldn't see anything during the day or night. Aaliyah snorted coldly. Men. Suyu smiled. Aaliyah, does Yin Air really need to draw a drop of your blood every month? Aaliyah nodded gently. Otherwise, do you think the Moonlight Apostle would have gone extinct? Suyu was taken aback. So it's true? Aaliyah chuckled. Only you men would lie. I have always spoken the truth. Suyu felt a bit embarrassed. He really thought this was just to fool those high-ups. When they arrived at the dining table, Suyu handed the bottle of 200 drops of ghost-grade life essence to Yin Air. Starting today, there will be 200 drops every day. However, Aaliyah needs your blood. How about it? You won't be at a loss, right? Of course, I ask you not to reveal my abilities. Yin Air blinked her eyes. She had already prepared to be drained of blood by Aaliyah for nothing. As a result, Suyu really gave it to her? Even though it was a degraded version of a counterfeit, the effect was real. This is equivalent to the original providing 20 drops every day. Even the direct descendants of the 9-pillar families have a monthly quota of no more than 5 drops. This is not just not a loss. Aaliyah drawing her blood is also done without affecting her health. If that is the case, she has the opportunity to simultaneously complete the fusion ascension flow and the physical ascension flow of nirvana. She held the 200 drops of counterfeit essence, feeling a mix of emotions. Even her father had never been this generous, let alone dragon brother, who had always focused on his own cultivation. Her feelings subtly changed. Suyu then asked, Huan Yuan, what conditions do you need to advance? Aaliyah needs blood, which is easily satisfied. However, Kong Huan Yuan only craves her own blood, but it does not have the effect of advancing. Kong Huan Yuan said, regular blood food will do, but I don't like it. She extended her hand, and a snow heart rose blossomed in her palm, the core of the flower exuding a pleasant energy wave. Fruits, essence, and leaves born from demon plants are all acceptable, but they must be of a higher tier, otherwise, they are useless to me. Suyu thought to himself that she was another picky eater. Moreover, she is a gold-devouring beast. Higher-tier fruits are more expensive than blood and flesh. Higher-tier blood flesh is 10 credits per kilogram, while fruits are double that, as they are the essence of demon plants and are produced in much smaller quantities than the meat of strange beasts. Wait a minute, Suyu suddenly thought. If I could come into contact with higher-level demon plants and deconstruct them, wouldn't it be easy with the strange replicas? I got it, it's on me. At this moment, the advancement progress of Kong Huan Yuan is Realm. Second stage Extraordinary Realm, 1600 to 3000. After dinner, a few people chatted about the Demon Cave. Suyu also needed to deepen his understanding of the Catastrophe Demon Cave and the Eternal Demon Cave. At the same time, he told Kong Huan Yuan about the troubles he and Aaliyah encountered. Kong Huan Yuan nodded and said, I have sworn an oath to the master. No matter how dangerous it is, please allow me to accompany you. At this moment, Suyu was filled with confidence. With the Witching Knight and the Indestructible Temple, even if a Nirvana Realm Beastmaster came, Suyu would still have the strength to fight. Near noon, Lucian called. Suyu, hurry. What's wrong? We won. In the individual competition and the team competition of the first year, we won. Although Suyu had withdrawn from the competition, there were really not many strong opponents left. As for the second year, the Blood Spirit team lived up to expectations. Although Aaliyah was not there, these few had been tempered and were not easy to deal with. After 6 years, Magic City Spirit University once again claimed the championship of the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition. And today the 9 Schools Alliance immediately decided to prioritize addressing the beast tide of the Catastrophe Demon Cave. You hurry up, I can't handle it anymore. This group of reporters is eager to interview you. If you don't come soon, they will rush into the dormitory area. Lucian said anxiously. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Suyu said, I'll go deal with it. At Rose Square, the crowd was bustling. When Suyu arrived, the award ceremony had already concluded, and all the awards were out of reach for him, a person who had been disqualified and banned for life. Fortunately, Suyu received the highest prize among everyone from over 4 sessions. At the interview site, sharp-eyed reporters quickly spotted Suyu. It's Suyu. Hey, it really is. Quick, let's interview him first at the Magic City Daily. Get out of the way. This is the Imperial Capital. Our Imperial Capital Sun newspaper should go first. Even though he did not attend the elimination match, all eyes were drawn to Suyu, and countless students from the Imperial Spirit University gritted their teeth, wishing they could rush up and fight with Suyu like real men. The fastest reporter from the Sun newspaper had already thrust the microphone to his mouth. Suyu, it is rumored that you have forcibly contracted with Kong Huan Yuan, and considering Aaliyah. Is it true that both your pets are rumored to be legendary Divine Generation series? Everyone's gaze was fixed on Suyu. This was the question they cared about the most. Suyu took a deep breath and stated directly, "Sorry to disappoint you, but I must clarify this. Rumors are just rumors." Chapter 55, Demon Cave Mobilization Order. Great Xia is on alert. First of all, there is no such thing as coercion, it's all voluntary. Do you understand voluntary? Look, this is a photo of us cooking together today. Suyu displayed his phone. In the photo, Konghuan Yuan was wearing a chef's apron, cooking with interest, and Suyu was hugging her from behind, seemingly praising her cooking skills. Immediately, the group of boys behind the reporters exploded. The affectionate expression between the two looked just like a couple in love. The boys from the Imperial Spirit University felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. Crying out loudly, "Impossible. That's all yours." Why? Konghuan, my Konghuan, how can we live without you? Suyu casually shared a group photo, directly shattering the hearts of countless boys in Rose Square. This was even more devastating than defeating them in the exchange competition. A group of reporters scribbled furiously. This was a big news piece. Suyu turned an enemy into a partner, a cold school beauty. The former potential number one fell for the current potential number one? Suyu cleared his throat. Moreover, I seriously doubt your professional quality and IQ as reporters. The female reporter from the Sun newspaper was stunned. Huh? Suyu scoffed. Only those with underdeveloped brains would believe in such divine generation rumors. Those who truly possess independent thinking know that if it were as rumored, they would have been strictly protected long ago. How could you know? Why do you always attribute hard work to talent? It's just an excuse for lazy people. The reporters were taken aback. It seemed he was talking about them. Hiss, don't say it really is. In the countries of Milika and Huaying, the divine generations are secluded and unknown. How could it be as high profile as Great Xia? That's right. Suyu saw the effect taking place, glanced disdainfully, and left without saying another word. The reporters did not continue to pester Suyu, but quickly typed up the news on their phones. Turnaround, divine generation is a rumor. This generation of netizens' IQ is quite lacking. Schoolflower Hunter Suyu, the 3 male charms you must learn. After the interview, the dormitory of the magic spirits was surrounded by boys from the Imperial Spirit University, all clamoring to denounce Suyu. Konghuan Yuan's face turned red. She didn't like crowds and never looked at news online, worriedly said, "Master, did I cause you trouble?" Ilea peeled an orange and said, "Haha, don't think too much." He must be very happy inside. Outside are just those who can't get the grapes saying they're sour, tisk tsk, men, after tasting various flavors. She also understood what sourness was. Suyu smiled awkwardly. Sigh, I can't come back to the Imperial Spirit University anymore. That photo going out. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say everyone is shouting to beat me. The rumors about the divine generation also fell apart under the operation of Great Xia's public relations, so there was no need to worry about that. However, this matter was quickly overshadowed by another major event, the Great Xia Mobilization Order. Suyu had just recalled that the purpose of the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition was to determine the deployment sequence of the Beast Masters from the 9 Schools Alliance. And once the exchange competition was over, it meant the war had begun. In the year 3066 of the Blue Star calendar, autumn, the demon caves of various races attempted to launch an attack on our imperial capital, Magic City, Jin City, Jiangling, and the demon caves in Emohuang. All citizens are requested to evacuate as soon as possible with the help of local governor offices. This attack is unprecedented. But please believe that we Beast Masters will defend our lines. Every inch of land is paid for with blood, and we will never let any demons invade Blue Star. Unlike modern society, Great Xia has built a resilient social atmosphere over decades of war against demon caves. The mobilization order for the demon cave did not instill fear in people. On the contrary, at the moment the mobilization order was issued, everyone temporarily evacuated to nearby towns under the coordination of the 5 major governor offices. Shangguan Ling came to the dormitory. Suyu, Magic City Spirit University has issued an emergency notice. All students return to school within a day. We should go. Suyu replied. Teacher, is the participation sequence of the 9 Schools Alliance this time? Shangguan Ling's frown relaxed slightly. Her smile gradually appeared. You did very well. This time, the 9 Schools Alliance will prioritize addressing the beast tide of the catastrophe demon cave. No matter what the people at school say, at least in Magic City, you are everyone's hero. Suyu felt warm in his heart and then shook his head. It's my duty. I have to do it. Let's go, teacher. He had earned the qualification from Magic City to participate in the war, which meant the imperial capital had to prepare for a cleanup before the war at the catastrophe demon cave was over, waiting for support. How can we talk about heroes? Let me see. What exactly is this so-called demon cave? And who is the hidden hand that is detrimental to Ilea? Magic City was already under martial law, empty buildings. And Suyu's parents sent a message saying they had already moved to the neighboring town. Everything was fine. They did not ask Suyu to achieve great things. They only hoped he could return safely. Suyu said nothing, just comforted them a bit. Mom, don't worry, it's not that bad. Your son is not afraid of those strange beasts and demons at all. Suyu chuckled. Did the family find out? No wonder. The matter between Suyu and Kongwan Yuan had spread widely. After hanging up the phone, Suyu's expression turned serious. In fact, the situation was very dire. Today, the Demon Spirit University held a rally. The Great Xia will never hide the war situation from the low-level beast masters and warriors. Everyone has the right to know and the right to withdraw. Therefore, even if the number of demon caves in Great Xia is the highest in Blue Star, it can still keep the enemies outside the national borders. Vice President Gu Yi explained the known intelligence. Currently, it has been confirmed that the 5 major demon caves will face attacks, and each cave will have to contend with beast tides from at least 3 directions, with the exact numbers unknown. The Disaster Demon Cave, Redstone City, will simultaneously be attacked by the 3 clans of Qingyan City, Zishuan City, and Haisha City. And the Abyss Demon Clan, descendants of the gods from the Forbidden Zone, may also join the battle. The estimated number of beast tides is no less than 300,000, while the strength of the beast masters is only 20,000 from the 9 Schools Alliance, 20,000 from the Dragon Eagle Guards 2 battalions, and 10,000 from the Governor's Office, Great Xia Military Department, and various family alliances. At first glance, it seems like the enemy is overwhelming. But this is already the direction with the least pressure among the 5. Commander Liu from the Great Xia Military Department and Commander Li issued orders requiring the Disaster Demon Cave to eliminate the beast tides within 3 days to free up forces to support other demon caves. It can be said that the pressure is immense. Major Qinze sent a message saying he would pick up Suyu to go to the Disaster Demon Cave in the afternoon. Due to Suyu's outstanding performance, he was allowed to join the Dragon Eagle Guards ahead of time, and the team that Suyu was part of, including Lu Xian and others, would also go along. Thinking of the Black Hand always behind him, Suyu needed to be well prepared. He went to the next door of his dormitory and knocked on the first person he wanted to find. Lu Xian, it's me, Suyu. I need to talk. Chapter 56. Lu Xian's Conditions, The Old Fox's Prophecy. Lu Xian opened the door, wearing a bathrobe, her damp hair dripping with water, and her clean, charming face looked quite surprised. Oh, Captain, why aren't you packing up? You have time to come here? Sorry, I just finished showering and haven't changed yet. Come in. Suyu scratched his head and walked inside. Lu Xian sat on the sofa, using a hairdryer to dry her hair. Captain, you're such a busy person that you didn't even watch my championship match. What brings you here today? There was a hint of small complaint in her words. Although Suyu had dealt with the strong opponents, Lu Xian had worked hard to win the championship, yet hardly anyone paid attention to it, which made her a bit melancholic. Suyu caught her complaint. I'm here to apologize. Look, I brought a gift. Lu Xian casually took it. As she had seen many good things before, the gift from Suyu was probably just, wait, no. Lu Xian took out the sheep, fat jade vial, which emitted a starry color. Life essence. Why so much? As the daughter of Commander Liu, she could only get 10 drops of this strategic resource each month, which was scarce everywhere. However, what Suyu gave her was probably no less than 200 drops, but the color seemed a bit dull. Suyu raised a finger to his lips. It's a secret. This is a weakened version of life essence. Its effect isn't as strong as the real one, but it excels in quantity. How about it? My sincerity is quite sufficient, right? Lu Xian blinked her eyes, carefully considering Suyu's words. First of all, where did this come from? Undoubtedly, it was concocted by Suyu. Life essence is a dragon-grade treasure. She had never heard of ghost-grade life essence. This meant Suyu's value was immeasurable. Why would he give this to me? Suyu was tight-lipped. Revealing his ability to her indicated he must have a request. Lu Xian curled her lips, crossing her legs. Then I'll accept your sincerity. Speak, Captain, do you need my help with something? Suyu nodded. You're really smart. Talking to smart people saves time. I do have a troublesome matter that requires your assistance. Lu Xian chuckled. You say, Captain, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even dare to think about winning this exchange competition. As long as I can help, I won't refuse. Suyu's gaze sharpened. How many powerful beast masters can you find? Suyu couldn't guess how strong the Black Hand behind the scenes was. According to Ilia's description, the attackers were a group of mid-level beast masters, extremely powerful. Indeed, the strength of the 9 pillar families cannot be underestimated, even with the war approaching. They still have a large pool of mobile personnel. No wonder Great Xia tolerates their privileges. At critical moments, these families are also pillars of Great Xia. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, holding the sheep fat jade vial, hinting, but Suyu understood, 5,000 drops? The stamina consumed by the strange counterfeit is too much, so you can reproduce about 500 drops a day. Lu Xian shook her head. For long-term trading, I won't take it for free. I can exchange it for money or other treasures, 5,000 drops each month, equivalent to 500 drops of the original life essence. Even for the Liu family, it's a big business. So you did not hesitate, deal. Preserving life is more important than anything. Lu Xian smiled. Then won't you explain it to me? Su Yu hesitated for a moment. I think you know that my encounter with Ilea was due to her being attacked and severely injured, forcing her to choose me. Those hidden rats in the shadows are not to be underestimated. As a beast master of Great Xia, I must participate in the battle. I believe they know this as well, so. Lu Xian nodded. I understand. Don't worry. She didn't ask more. Su Yu had shown his worth, making it worthwhile for the Liu family to invest. Before leaving, Lu Xian added softly, by the way, Captain, I have a small condition. She blushed. You guys should keep it down at night. The sound insulation of this house is a bit poor, and you guys are getting louder now. Su Yu awkwardly smiled. Good heavens, this shoddy project? No wonder it's a school. Previously, there would be sounds every night, which he could still tolerate. But ever since the arrival of the empty illusion kite, it was really, ahem, I got it. Damn it. I need to file a complaint with the logistics department. Lu Xian smiled and closed the door. Su Yu left, feeling disgruntled. She leaned against the door, recalling her father's words, urging her to get closer to Su Yu. The future Liu family, no, the future Great Xia, he would be a pillar. Besides finding Lu Xian, Su Yu planned to meet with Principal Ning Hanwen. Even though he had never talked face-to-face with the principal, Su Yu knew that his every move probably couldn't escape the attention of this legendary figure who had touched the sacred domain. Moreover, Ilea had previously received care from Ning Hanwen, and he knew more about the gods than Su Yu did. When he arrived in front of the principal's office door, Su Yu was called by a familiar voice. Su Yu, teacher, what are you doing here? Shangguan Ling said with a strange expression. It seems the principal has known you were coming for a long time. He said it's not time for you to meet him yet. Huh. Su Yu looked surprised. Knew already? Dear principal, can you really predict the future? He asked me to tell you that this matter needs to be resolved by yourself, and asked me to hand this over to you. Shangguan Ling handed him an envelope. When Su Yu opened it, he found 4 lines of poetry. Do not wait for white hair to feel empty sorrow. No regrets in spring and autumn to be free-spirited. In the place of the broken sword of the king of you, the glory of the past will never return. Su Yu frowned. This principal is really unreliable. Giving riddles at such a time? Wait a minute. Su Yu's eyes widened as he immediately discovered the clues within. All right, thank you, teacher. Please thank the principal for me. Hidden within these 4 lines were 2 names, and their corresponding 2 matters. The principal truly wasn't muddled. He knew what was happening. Why did he want me to resolve it? This he did not know. Perhaps wanting to give a decent end to the traitor who had once made contributions? Su Yu shook his head. He wasn't concerned about that. What mattered was that Ning Hanwen pointed him in a direction, allowing him to find someone to help. The logistics department, where the leisurely Bai Ruhui was drinking tea, got busy because of the impending war. Oh, Su Yu, what are you here to exchange for? You must have accumulated quite a few credits, huh? Chapter 57. No regrets, just like regret. The day of reforging the broken sword. Bai Ruhui was savoring tea. And although she was quite busy, there wasn't a hint of tension from the war. Along with Su Yu came Ilea and Kongwan Yuan. The 2 women stood behind Su Yu, creating a beautiful scenery just by standing at the logistics office. Su Yu had quite a few credits in hand. He had accumulated 150 credits before the exchange competition, and although he had withdrawn from the competition, the magic spirit secretly rewarded him with an additional 100 credits. Please help me exchange all the credits on my student ID for higher-level demon plant essence, spirit leaves, or spirit fruits. Su Yu added also. I do have something to trouble you with. Bai Ruhui squinted her eyes and chuckled. Oh really? That's quite a lot. Lu, go greet the other students. Su Yu, you all come with me inside to collect it. Su Yu nodded slightly. Bai Ruhui led the 3 of them to the storage room, which was built underground. And the law did not allow it to be transmitted to 6 ears. TSK, come clean. Did you have this planned all along? The director of the Imperial Spirit, Yu Cheng, was an old rival of his. Just thinking about this dead rival made Bai Ruhui feel an indescribable sense of pride. Su Yu shamelessly took Kongwan Yuan's delicate hand. Absolutely not. It's fate that brought us together. Kongwan Yuan blushed and shyly pulled away. Bai Ruhui examined Su Yu for a moment. Haha, you brat, you have a bit of the charm I had when I was young. Well, spirit liquid and spirit fruits are hard to find, but there are plenty of spirit leaves. Let me see, you have 250 credits on your card. In the freshman year. I guess you were the only one not lacking credits. Based on the price list, Su Yu selected 500 spirit leaves and 10 spirit fruits. Adding Kongwan Yuan's own possessions from the Imperial Spirit, it should be enough to advance to the metamorphosis realm. After receiving the spirit leaves and spirit fruits, Bai Ruhui changed the subject, her expression serious. It was old Ning who sent you to find me, right? Calculating the time. If you want to go to the demon lair with the little vampire, it seems that the only available person in the school is me. Su Yu's pupils constricted. No wonder you are all seasoned people who have lived for decades. Before Su Yu could speak, Bai Ruhui said, I'm sorry, Suyu, but I will never go to the demon lair in my lifetime. I can't help you. Bai Ruhui's rejection was straightforward, showing no room for negotiation. His eyes seemed filled with deathly silence, a calmness that spoke of a heart that had suffered great sorrow. Reflecting on the poem that Ning Hanwen had given to Suyu, no regrets, like regret, broken sword? Could it be that the broken sword referred not only to Wang Yu? He thought that the broken sword in the poem meant that the practical system Dean Wang Yu had suspicions of being a traitor, and that Ning Hanwen had hinted at it to Suyu. But now, upon reflection, it could also refer to Bai Ruhui in front of him. Suyu looked up and saw a sword hanging on the wall. Although it was somewhat ancient, it exuded an unparalleled majesty. Suyu murmured, Teacher Bai, could this be a broken sword? Bai Ruhui's calm eyes rippled slightly, but quickly suppressed it. Did old Ning tell you? Just a guess. Bai Ruhui sighed yes. That is indeed a broken sword. He looked up at the broken sword as if seeing a life shattered. Your teacher, Shangwan Ling, is my ex-wife, so do you understand? Suyu suddenly realized. Shangwan Ling had mentioned that her daughter went missing in the demon lair, so this broken sword might be related to that incident. Suyu stepped forward and pulled out the broken sword. Teacher Bai, tell me, what is the structure of this sword? What is missing from this sword? Bai Ruhui teased. Is it useful? It is useful. Bai Ruhui didn't know what Suyu was planning, but said softly, this sword is called No Regrets, forged with demon-grade secret treasures to extinguish demon crystals, accompanying me for 20 years. The sword is broken, and the person has regrets. Qingyan City is the last place where I knew about my daughter, but the demon lair and demon city. Ilea had said that every demon city has a mythical realm city lord and mythical realm demon plants guarding it. So far, the entire Great Xia has only conquered 2 demon cities in the Eternal Calamity demon lair. Suyu closed his eyes and concentrated. I understand. It's not the sword that is broken, and it's not spring and autumn that regret. The principal just wrote me a line. Do not wait until your hair turns white and grieve in vain. No regrets in spring and autumn are truly free-spirited. This is what it means. I know you won't believe me, but just like this broken sword, today is the day to reforge the broken sword. Bai Ruhui's pupils contracted. He had no idea what Suyu was about to do. However, an inexplicable wave rose in his heart. The calm lake surface seemed to be brewing a tsunami, awakening life to once again surge towards the desperate cliff. On the broken sword of no regrets, azure and white light points condensed, and the broken parts actually spread out inch by inch into the sword edge, sword blade, sword tongue, sword tip, an extraordinary imitation. The 3'3" azure peak cleared away the mottled heaviness and revealed its sharpness once more. Bai Ruhui's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Suyu. He had been hammering away at the demon lair's armaments for 10 years. And as a top demon craftsman, he had certainly thought about repairing this broken sword. But besides his inner turmoil, how easy was it to repair a demon-grade weapon? However, Bai Ruhui stepped forward to pick up the no-regrets sword, his fingers trembling as he examined it closely. Although it had fallen from its level, from demon-grade to dragon-grade, Bai Ruhui looked at Suyu as if he saw a miracle. No wonder Ning Hanwen sent him here. This was not one-sided assistance. For Bai Ruhui, Suyu's redemption was even more important. Clang. The long sword was unsheathed. Bai Ruhui's voice was hoarse. All right, then I will accompany you on this journey. You go to the demon lair first, and I will follow shortly. After leaving the logistics office, Ilea suddenly said, that is the ascending god-long steps. Before Suyu could ask for details, he encountered 2 familiar people at the entrance of the logistics office. Wang Hongxi, with a fierce expression and a somewhat awkward gait, along with Jiang Ying, who was following closely behind him. Upon seeing Suyu, along with Ilea and Konghuan Yuan behind him, Wang Hongxi's eyes were filled with a fierce glare. It's you, Suyu. Chapter 58. The one who laughs last is the winner. Konghuan Yuan advances. Wang Hongxi's eyes were filled with resentment. Jiang Ying behind him looked even more resentful, instinctively tugging at her sleeve. Suyu noticed that the skin under her sleeve seemed a bit purplish. Since the entrance examination, Suyu hadn't seen her, only hearing occasional news. Facing Suyu, who was now in the limelight, and the 2 beautiful women by his side, Jiang Ying felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. It's all your fault. Can't you just behave like an ordinary person? If it weren't for you, Wang Hongxi wouldn't be so fierce towards her. Suyu glanced down at him teasingly. We'll see. I don't believe you can. Just as he was about to say something critical, he was struck with fear and nearly spoke without thinking. Last night, Wang Feng informed Wang Hongxi about the cooperation between their family and the Huaying kingdom. And the Huaying people promised that they had a demigod beast master who happened to be proficient in regeneration techniques. As long as the cooperation was successful, this would not be a problem. When the battle in the demon lair began, someone from the Wang family would be stationed as a camp leader in a beastmaster family within the Dragon Eagle Guard. At that time, they would disguise themselves and act together, witnessing the moment of killing Suyu and seizing his pet beast. thinking of the great revenge about to be fulfilled. Wang Hongxi felt a sense of relief in his chest. The Huaying people even promised to give the Wang family some honorary Huaying quotas. Wang Hongxi was not unqualified to compete for these 2 Divine-era Beastmaster quotas. As for how the Huaying people would bypass the rule that Divine-era contracts could only be signed once, it was unknown. Wang Hongxi gathered his courage. Su Yu. Just wait. The one who laughs last is the winner. You will regret it. Su Yu said nothing and walked directly up to Wang Hongxi. Suddenly, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Ying wanted to help, but was pushed away by Su Yu's glare. Su Yu bent down, gazing at Wang Hongxi. Yes. The one who laughs last is the winner. I look forward to seeing both of you in the demon lair because that way I can personally slaughter you. In the demon cave, school rules still impose certain restraints. However, in the chaos of war, only strength is the cornerstone that determines everything. Su Yu looked up and said, Let's go, Ilea, Kong Huanyan. The demon cave will witness our legend. The 2 women noticed Su Yu's good mood and followed him. The final outcome depends entirely on the battle in the demon cave. It can be anticipated that regardless of whether it is Su Yu or the group behind the scenes, whoever wins will stir up a great uproar in the Great Xia. As Su Yu was packing up and preparing to set off, a series of whimpering sounds came from his room. There are too many spirit fruits. I've eaten too much. To advance, you have to eat a lot. Isn't this only 500 pounds? That's not much, right? Are you saying the taste is bad? Kong Huanyan quickly shook her head and finally swallowed the last piece of spirit fruit. Gulp. Ding. The ethereal which has consumed the silver moon fruit. Level progression 100. Kong Huanyan's progress has reached maximum level. Advancement completed. Ding. Due to the ethereal which drinking your blood, a regression phenomenon has been triggered. Transmutation Realm Spirit Void Phantom. Casting range expanded to 200 meters, can simultaneously induce 5 layers of spatial distortion. Regression phenomenon. Spatial distortion radius expanded from 10 centimeters to 20 centimeters. Transmutation Realm Illusion Soul Painting. Not only can it create illusions, but it can also forcibly inject a large amount of useless information into the mental sea, causing cognitive delay. Regression phenomenon. Maximum capture number increased to 5 people. Kong Huanyan coughed twice, almost choking, but didn't care about that. She was surprised to find that this time the ability advancement was extraordinary, triggering a rare regression phenomenon. How could this be possible? Even in the divine era sequence, to perfectly trigger the regression phenomenon and ultimately achieve a divine position, one could only rely on the whims of fate. Ilea chuckled. So, do you understand the benefits of following this little guy? Kong Huanyan smiled faintly, not wanting to think about it anymore. Perhaps meeting Su Yu was her only way to realize her wishes. Beside her, Yanling Air was even more astonished. In just a few days, she witnessed the entire process of this ethereal, which going from being forced, to not rejecting it, to willingly participating. Even more surprisingly, she had begun to get used to the fact that Su Yu was constantly creating miracles, and she wasn't so resistant anymore. When Su Yu proposed to go to the demon cave together, she didn't resist and directly agreed. Su Yu stretched lazily and said, All right, let's set off. Major Qinzhe of the Dragon Eagle Guard personally came to pick up Su Yu's team. The vehicle was already parked at the door. The 4 of them, along with Su Yu's 6-member team, boarded the vehicle, becoming the first group of students from Magic Spirit University to head to the demon cave for battle. The deans, teachers, and the 9-school alliance would intervene after the war broke out. On the way, Qinzhe leisurely said while driving, To be honest, the results of the exchange competition left me speechless, Su Yu. Su Yu chuckled, I'm really sorry for not winning the championship. At that time, their agreement was that Su Yu would win the exchange competition to receive those 40 drops of life spirit liquid. Qinzhe shook his head lightly and said, Not winning is better than winning. All right, enough chit-chat. Let me explain your position, benefits, and tasks. According to regulations, a Transmutation Realm Beastmaster is a rank-level position, and you are the first freshman to receive the rank of captain. The Dragon Eagle Guard has 20 combat battalions, each consisting of over 1,000 Beastmasters and 5,000 ordinary soldiers stationed. At that time, you will belong to the 1st Battalion of the Dragon Eagle Guard, which is directly under the command of the Summer Governor. Your benefits are excellent. You will be given 200 merit points monthly, equivalent to your academic credits, and you can exchange them for better items than academic credits. Of course, the area you will be responsible for is probably the most dangerous. On the map, there are 3 demon cities near the frontline city of Redstone City in the Disaster Demon Cave. Among them, the nearest Qingyan city is less than 200 miles from Redstone City. With the speed of a Beastmaster, they could reach the city within 2 days at the latest. All of this made Su Yu feel an inexplicable sense of eeriness. Just as he was about to ask for help, he learned about Bai Ruhui's situation. He had just found out that the Lord of Qingyan City was Bai Ruhui's enemy, and was then assigned to the direction of Qingyan City. This trip to the Demon Cave was a matter of life and death. Chapter 59, Disaster Demon Cave, Saint Domain Wind and Cloud Ranking 100 Suyu. The Demon Cave Passage is established 30 kilometers outside the Demon City. On the way, the grass is lush, but as they get closer to the Demon Cave, the grass turns dull and blackened. By the time they reach the Demon Cave Passage, the giant energy vortex resembling the night makes one's heart race. And Ji Shui in the vehicle murmured, "Is this the Demon Cave?" In fact, everyone was prepared for a deadly battle, even writing farewell letters. But standing before the Demon Cave still made them feel a bit apprehensive. Alia, however, seemed unfazed, as she had stepped into this familiar territory countless times. Qinze patiently explained, "Yes, this energy gate is the Demon Cave Passage, and the floating black particles are the magic ash from the Demon Cave." Suyu asked, "Magic ash?" He wasn't afraid of the Demon Cave, no matter how oppressive it was. It couldn't compare to the suppression of the ethereal witch's Night of the Witch. That was a power known as the natural disaster of the Demon Cave. Qinze replied, "Yes, the ashes left after using magic to fight in the Demon Cave are difficult to dissipate. While they can replenish the magic power lacking in mid-level beast masters, long-term absorption can cause irreversible damage." Everyone nodded, understanding now. No wonder well-known beast masters sometimes returned from the Demon Cave. Arrived at the location, Qinze got out of the car, and everyone followed closely. Alia took Suyu's hand. "For the first time, let me take you in." Suyu smiled and nodded, while Kong Huan Yin held onto the hem of Suyu's clothes. Behind them, Li Su and Wei Gang frowned, feeling it was excessive. "Captain, we're about to go to the battlefield. Can you stop showing affection?" The other girls were also quite envious, thinking the captain's luck was truly unmatched. Alia and Suyu stepped into the Demon Cave Passage, where the bizarre lights and shadows seemed to reflect some kind of secret, with obscure symbols and sounds trying to invade Suyu's mind at any moment. "Don't look at anything. Just walk forward," Alia whispered. Suyu held his breath and entered the Demon Cave under Alia's guidance. The Disaster Demon Cave is famous for producing disasters. Upon entering the cave, a completely different side from the mimic field was displayed before Suyu. The overwhelming magic ash turned the sky gray, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. At the horizon's end, a faint outline of a standing city could be seen. Behind them, Qinze and the others also entered. "Comrades, that is our last and only front line in the Disaster Demon Cave, Redstone City." On the road, people were coming and going, in stark contrast to the peaceful scene. It was not uncommon to see beast masters drenched in blood. A man bathed in dragon blood smiled wildly, exuding a fierce aura. Here, everyone was like him. The corners of Suyu's mouth lifted slightly. How should he put it? It felt like a fish in water, arriving in a paradise that belonged to him. Alia. Here, killing is not a sin, but rather an honor, right? Alia's eyes sparkled. She understood what Suyu was thinking. Others would fear killing, but Suyu wouldn't. Their meeting was indeed fated. Of course, Kong Huan Yin smiled lightly. In just a few days of getting along, her master's inner madness instead made her feel incredibly at ease. If anyone could cross the Forbidden Sea within 3 years, it would be either a genius or a madman. And the line between genius and madman is very thin. At the end of their line of sight, someone floated over on a giant leaf measuring 20 meters long. "Qinze, is this our new recruit?" Qinze looked up and said, "That's right, Captain Li." On the giant leaf, Li Lingyi said, "I heard our super newcomer is here too." Qinze smiled. "Suyu, this is Captain Li. Your team will officially join the 1st Battalion of the Dragon Eagle Guard from today." Suyu nodded. "Hello, Captain." Li Lingyi smiled and gestured. "I have heard of you. Especially your great name, Suyu. Before you even arrived at our Dragon Eagle Guard, we had already advanced 40 drops of life essence for you. And then you shone brilliantly at the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition. It won't be long before you enter the sacred domain." Qinze said. "Then my mission can be considered complete. Well, take care, Major Qin." Qinze was responsible for welcoming the new students, and after he turned to leave, everyone boarded the giant leaf and flew towards the Redstone City garrison. This Li Lingya seemed to be a beast master of the wheel-turning realm, with considerable strength. Li Lingya was about to introduce the Dragon Eagle Guard to everyone when suddenly, bang, bang, boom. The originally gray sky was pierced by a golden light, followed closely by a booming sound like the ringing of a great bell. A golden scroll slowly unfolded in the sky, seemingly allowing the words above to be seen from anywhere in the Demon Cave. The golden letters became clearer from blurry to distinct. Suyu and the others exchanged glances, completely unsure of what was happening. Li Lingyao smiled and said, "I plan to introduce it to you later. Since we caught it, listen carefully." He pointed at the sky. "That thing is called the Sacred Domain Wind and Cloud Ranking. No one knows its origins, and no one knows how it appeared, but without a doubt, this is a treasure above the divine level. Its appearance only signifies one thing. A genius capable of stirring up the clouds has left their mark in the demon cave world, thus being recorded by it. The sacred domain is the self-designation of all races here towards the demon cave, representing the supreme realm that beast masters reach at the end of their journey. The sacred domain wind and cloud ranking is of the same level as treasures, divided into 5 rankings: divine, demon, dragon, ghost, and beast, perhaps with some effort. The lower-ranked beast masters can make their way onto the beast ranking. Everyone looked up at the sky. In the snowy domain demon cave, the human Yekaterina of the transformation realm slayed the Nirvana realm Earth Snow Bear, ranking 488th on the beast ranking. The snowy domain demon cave seems to be in the northern bear kingdom. Being able to slay a Nirvana realm beast while being at a lower level certainly qualifies as a genius. The beast ranking seems to have 500 entries, covering all races, including humans. The highest ranking human appears to be Adam from the Milika Kingdom, ranked 13th, followed closely by Duga Ming from the Blood Spirit Squad in 19th place. Li Lingya encouraged, no need to be envious. With your talents, if you work hard to improve, you all have the chance to be listed on the beast ranking in the future. By then, not only among our humans, but even in the demon cave, you will be renowned. Everyone nodded vigorously. This is even more powerful than the networks on the ground. It's equivalent to a public announcement for all races. Just as everyone was calming their excitement, the golden letters of the sacred domain wind and cloud ranking for the beast ranking continued to be listed. In the disaster demon cave, the human Suyu entered the demon cave, ranking 100th on the beast ranking. The others are pushed down 1 position. Everyone was suddenly shocked. Chapter 60, All Races in Focus. The world's wind and cloud emerge from our generation. Everyone, including Li Lingya, the captain of the Dragon Eagle Guard's 1st Battalion, looked at Suyu in disbelief. Captain, what did you do? Suyu, have you been to the demon cave before? Suyu shook his head. Li Lingya was horrified. How could this be possible? A person who had never entered the demon cave, who had never been detected by the sacred domain wind and cloud ranking, and had no combat records, could rank 100th on the beast ranking just by saying I came. It's known that the beast ranking includes all the fierce individuals below the Nirvana realm. Could it be because of Ilea? This vampire had once been to the demon cave and even ranked high on the beast ranking, but she had fallen in rank, hadn't she? Even if she had just recovered to the transformation realm, could Suyu, with his early-stage transformation realm strength, really make the ranking? Li Su could no longer hold back. Captain, you must be hiding something from me. Are we still good brothers in the same team? Wei Gang said. Su, did you secretly come to the demon cave behind our backs? Suyu helplessly said, I really didn't. He still planned to act secretly and catch those behind-the-scenes masterminds off guard. As a result, the sacred domain wind and cloud ranking directly placed Suyu under the public eye. Really, it didn't allow anyone to remain low-key at all. Li Lingya calmed down and kindly reminded, maybe it's just a simple talent evaluation. Suyu, after you make the ranking, your name will probably be known by everyone in the demon cave. While it can bring fame, it also means more people will come to challenge you. Indeed, fame is important everywhere. As for Suyu's name, one only needed to look up slightly to see it. Lucian looked at Suyu with great curiosity. Reflecting on the incredible abilities he had displayed in her dormitory, could this be related? Though everyone was new students, Suyu had only been on the path of a beast master for less than a month, yet he had already given people a feeling of being unfathomable. Choosing to help him was indeed the right decision. Perhaps future matters could also be. All right, let us not talk about this anymore. We have arrived. Let us go. I'll take you to meet our comrades in the 1st Battalion. Li Lingya descended the giant leaf. The Redstone City, though called a city, actually occupies a small area, resembling a magnificent fortress. The 1st Battalion is a combined battalion of 1,000 beast masters and 5,000 soldiers. The captain and vice captain are both beast masters of the wheel-turning realm, while 3 company commanders and 3 vice commanders are of the Nirvana realm. Suyu's small team, incorporated from the outside, will independently execute scouting and combat missions, while Li Lingya was showing Suyu and others around the garrison, across the Forbidden Sea, deep within the Forbidden Area. 9th Prince, all races are ready. This time, we will definitely open the path to the starting point. The Abyss Demon Clan, wrapped in black magic mist, stood like a moon surrounded by stars in the Demon Palace. With the 9th Prince of the Demon Clan saying softly, the wind and cloud ranking is interesting. To just step into the sacred domain and already rank on the beast ranking? Beside him, the Abyss Demon Worm with its huge mouth open said, Hiki, the human race. A species at the bottom of the sequence is a bit strange, but how can this somewhat talented person compare with the 9th Prince? Another Abyss Demon Bird added, exactly. In front of the 9th Prince, who is ranked 1st on the beast ranking, this child is merely the glow of decaying grass. Why should the 9th Prince pay attention to him? 9th Prince, This time the war will be entirely under your command. All the city lords from the 5 border areas of eternal calamity, disaster, Thousand Lakes, Great Desert, and Spring Brocade have agreed to follow the sacred domain's orders to send troops against the human race. The 9th prince said indifferently, I command? Good. Then let us go to the disaster area. Perhaps he just found the judgment of the wind and cloud ranking very interesting. He casually decided the main attack direction for all races. By the way, send some magic seeds to the wind and cloud tower. I do not want our news sold to the human race by the wind and cloud tower. The nearby demon bird complained. That damned permanent neutral organization? I really don't understand what they are after. The 9th prince. If we can break through the Forbidden Sea and reach the starting point, the wind and cloud tower will definitely be used as a flag by all races. These people are quite shrewd. Send it, at least this time. We must let them watch from the sidelines. In a certain location within the demon cave, the wind and cloud tower, a group of people wearing strange masks, with humanoid figures resembling beast number 17 and dragon number 24, were busy in a misty tower. Record. Newcomer on the wind and cloud ranking. Human Suyu, age 20. Beastmaster. Talent is speculated to consist of 2 level talents, both related to blood. His 2 pets. One is a descendant of the bloodline true ancestor of the vampire clan, and the other is the daughter of the ethereal witch. This information is classified and will not be sold temporarily. The head of the Beast Pavilion, the Abyss Demon clan, is about to attack the starting point. How should we respond? A middle-aged man dressed like an ancient scholar and wearing a beast-shaped mask sprinkled countless ice crystals into the mist. How to respond? The world's wind and cloud emerge from our generation. Once entering the rivers and lakes, time urges. As usual, first make contact with him and see if he is willing to join. The wind and cloud pavilion is absolutely neutral and will not favor any race. If any race is willing to trade with us, as long as the price is right, we will not refuse. Yes, subordinate understands. With the wind and cloud ranking in place, Suyu stepped into the sight of all races on his first day in the Demon Cave. Redstone City. 1st Battalion Garrison. Li Lingya said. In short, Suyu, you can come to me anytime if you have any issues. You are elites, and your squad is regarded as a battalion-level organization, ready to execute dangerous missions at any time. If you still have any hesitation. Suyu and others shook their heads and spoke in unison. No hesitation, Captain. We fight for our country. It's just a matter of dying on the battlefield. My parents are in a town behind Magic City. If I don't go, should I let them bear the burden? Li Lingya saluted seriously. Good. Tomorrow you will be incorporated into the mission sequence. Yes. Suyu, come here for a moment. Li Lingya took Suyu to a quiet place. Captain, what is it? Li Lingya's gaze sharpened. Have you heard of Fengyun Pavilion? Suyu replied. No. It seems that the vampire hasn't mentioned it to him yet. Li Lingya said. Fengyun Pavilion, origin unknown. They claim to act in order to protect that golden list in the sky. This group of people behaves strangely. Anyone on the list, they will definitely come into contact with. I'll remind you first, be very cautious when dealing with them. Suyu frowned. Oh? Why? Li Lingya said seriously. Many defectors have joined Fengyun Pavilion. Most of them are scum from various races. For the sake of business, they can sell anything, including their own lives. So, Chapter 61, Level Mission, Merit Points, and the Ghost-Faced Fox Clan. Therefore, if you encounter someone from Fengyun Pavilion, it's best to keep your distance. After all, there's at least a 50 chance they are. Suyu pondered. Here to kill me? Li Lingya nodded. Yes. Even if you have to trade with them, you must be extremely cautious. Suyu clasped his fists. Thank you, Captain, for the reminder. I will keep it in mind. The magic cave is more complicated than he imagined. Li Lingya patted Suyu on the shoulder. Haha, don't be polite with me. You are the top of the Great Xia potential list. I've had quite a few discussions with other captains to get you into our battalion. If you have any difficulties or needs, just let me know. Suyu said softly. Captain, I really have something to ask you. Oh, go ahead. Suyu looked towards the direction of the magic cave passage. Captain, who is usually responsible for guarding the passage to the disaster magic cave? You might not know. The top 10 battalions of the Dragon Eagle Guard are all conscripts, while the bottom 10 battalions have other positions in Magic City and gather only during wartime. The 17th Battalion is formed by some top families from Magic City. A glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. Exactly. When Alia was ambushed again at the entrance of the Magic Cave, it would be unreasonable for the Dragon Eagle Guard to be unaware, indicating there is a mole in the 17th Battalion. Who is the leader of the 17th Battalion? Li Lingya laughed heartily. It's old Wang Ziyuan. He usually doesn't talk much and is a bit introverted, but his strength is still pretty good. Wang, what a coincidence, right? No. There are no coincidences in this world. Everything has its cause and effect. Oh, then Captain, can our battalion communicate with the outside world? Yes. But it needs to be routed. Then Captain, if I receive outside communication while executing a mission, please notify me immediately, okay? Li Lingya was a bit curious, but didn't he ask further, perhaps it's a personal matter. Sure, you can count on me. He took out a token engraved with a begonia pattern and handed it to Suyu. Li Lingya smiled mysteriously. Do you remember the giant leaves I used to receive you today? Suyu was taken aback, not expecting the connection. But this token seemed to be infused with magic, as if it was part of a magical plant. Li Lingya said, not only does Magic City have guardian magical plants, but we also have them in Redstone City. The mythic realm magical plant, Qinglan Begonia, protects the entire Redstone City. Its leaves can carry people, and its branches can transmit messages over distances. When the time comes, you can write on this token, and as long as you are still in this disaster magic cave, it will be sensed by the Qinglan Begonia. So you realized, this mythic realm magical plant is indeed terrifying. Alright, go get some rest early. Tomorrow you will officially execute the mission. At night, Alia asked, how is it, little one? Suyu nodded slightly. The problem may lie with the 17th Battalion, but further verification is needed. On the other side of the world, I'll have an old classmate at customs keep an eye out. If any haunting people enter, we will be notified in advance. It seems like there's no room for error. Alia smiled, knowing that with the little one handling these brainy matters, she naturally didn't need to worry. Suyu still had doubts in his heart. If I were the mastermind, is there a way to completely bypass Suyu's speculation? Using the mole at the magic cave entrance to ambush Alia, after all, is a bit too risky, and it's too easy to investigate. Just asking any captain would reveal that. Could the mastermind really not have thought of this? Suyu shook his head, not wanting to think too much. The next day, Lucian stepped out feeling refreshed and stretched. It had been a long time since she had a good sleep, ever since she became neighbors with Suyu. They could only find peace at night in this military camp. She didn't understand, was it really that addictive? Suyu also came out. Yo, good morning. Lucian, I forgot to ask you yesterday. Then she extended 6 fingers, looking quite pleased. Suyu said, then I can rest assured. There shouldn't be any issues in the next couple of days. Unless a major war breaks out. These people cannot easily evade the surveillance of Great Xia and act under the watchful eyes of the Dragon Eagle Guard. They will only act when the war in the magic cave breaks out and everyone is caught off guard. Let us go. It's time to execute the mission. The Suyu squad arrived at the 1st Battalion's headquarters hall. Li Lingya was discussing the combat mission with various companies, looking serious. Suyu? Just in time. You all have heard of him. Suyu, our battalion's newcomer. After a brief exchange, Li Lingya said, Suyu, are you ready for battle? Suyu and the others blinked, and Lucian asked, Captain, is there a combat mission? Generally, newcomers don't receive combat missions right away and must go through some logistical training first. Li Lingya nodded. Yes, the situation is urgent. We can't afford to be picky. I'll briefly explain. Our battalion is mainly deployed at the Qingshi Gorge towards Qingyan City, where the race is the ghost-faced fox. Sequence 231. We just received a message that all 9 outposts at Qingshi Gorge have been simultaneously attacked by the ghost-faced fox clan, and we need to provide support. We're short on manpower. Captain, the vice captain, and 6 company commanders, along with their respective teams, are going to support, but 1 outpost cannot be assisted. The dark night before the war has arrived. I understand, we will go. Li Lingya said. All right, squad leader Liao Shan, you go with Suyu. This task is too urgent to publish, tentatively classified as a level mission. I'm counting on you. Yes, level mission. The participating team will receive 500 merit points, which is quite a sum divided among everyone. Besides Suyu and Lucian, the resources in Suyu's squad are quite tight, and they urgently need to execute missions to gain merit points. Liao Shan and his 100 beast tamers rushed to Qingshi Gorge with Suyu. On the way, Liao Shan introduced the ghost-faced fox clan to Suyu and the others. Su brother, be careful. The ghost-faced fox clan has always been a great enemy of us Magic City people. Their city lord is a mythic realm ghost-faced fox with unfathomable strength. This clan is best at disguise. They often can disguise themselves as the weakest link in a person's heart, causing mental breakdowns. When dealing with them, make sure not to be deceived by their hypocritical masks. Chapter 62. Outpost Defense Battle. Suyu's Nirvana Ghost-Faced Fox. Liao Shan couldn't help but worry. This time, the magic cave invasion is large-scale. The ghost-faced fox clan will likely be the main force of attack. Our battalion cannot avoid a fierce battle this time. Suyu questioned. Oh? Isn't the main force said to be the Abyss Demon clan from the Forbidden Zone? Liao Shan explained. Brother Su, you may not know. Even the alien races in the Forbidden Zone find it difficult to cross the Forbidden Sea in large numbers. Only a few elites can do so. The main battlefield still lies with the beasts in this disaster cave. Suyu replied, I see. So aside from this ghost-faced fox, the main enemies in the cave war are the blood-sucking ants and the vine tree people that I encountered in the mimicry field. He was unsure how much his abilities would affect the real beasts. The Qingshi Gorge was 20 miles from Hongshi City, with flat open land between the gorge and the city, making it easy for the beast tide to unfold. Therefore, in most cases, defending Hongshi City meant first defending Qingshi Gorge. Li Su and Ji Shui and others were also on the battlefield for the first time and felt quite anxious. Su Yu whispered, "Don't be nervous. Later, Li Su and Lu Xian will handle the aerial firepower, Wei Gang will hold the front, and Chen Mingming and Jiang Xinyue will support from the back with ranged attacks. If there are unexpected strong enemies, I'll handle them." Su Yu's words reassured everyone, and Ji Shui and Chen Mingming, who were nervous and trembling slightly, relaxed a bit. Su Yu's strength was evident. Even a ghost-faced fox at the transformation stage would probably be as easy to cut down as vegetables in front of him. Ilia and Kong Huan Yuan stood to the left and right, with Yin Linger following behind. Now, the number of separated spiritual bodies had increased fivefold, and they had the power to materialize at any time. Combined with the power of the Moonlight Messenger, the main body could even descend at any spirit's location, reaching a near-class level of talent. Yin Linger said, "Half. That's enough. Just stand behind the little guy later, and if there's danger, block it for him. Don't worry. This king's indestructible ability can revive the dead, and you won't be harmed." Yin Linger's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a bit sad. Su Yu smiled. "There's no need for that. Ilia, I'll go with you." It seemed that Yin Linger's defenses were touched. Su Yu didn't dwell on this. The battlefield was approaching rapidly. At the cliffs of Qingshi Gorge, a watchtower stood tall among the peaks, and countless ghost-faced foxes surged from the depths of the gorge. They were 1 meter long, with pure white fur, sharp claws that could easily pierce rock, and their appearance was grotesque like ghosts. Liao Shan gasped, "We caught up just in time. Old Lu, we're here to support. Good heavens, there must be at least 3,000 of them. If the 9 forward outposts faced an attack of this scale, wouldn't that mean almost 30,000 troops just to scout?" Liao Shan quickly analyzed. "We're a bit unlucky. The main force of the enemy is here. Brothers, hold on. The company commander will support us soon. We absolutely cannot let a gap open in Qingshi Gorge. Otherwise, it won't just be a probing attack. Once Qingshi Gorge is breached, it will immediately turn into a strategic battle between Qingyan City and Hongshi City. Not a single step back. Kill." The outpost had 20 beast masters, and with reinforcements, fewer than 130 people were to hold off nearly 3,000 ghost-faced foxes. Su Yu did not rush to unleash his blood. The Crown of Blood. This ability had not yet revealed itself in the cave. Su Yu did not want this powerful initial killing ability wasted here. The ghost-faced foxes rushed in like a tide. The beast masters summoned their pets one after another, and as soon as Su Yu's team appeared, they showcased their formidable combat power. Lu Xian and the two-headed griffin unleashed firepower from the air, with virtual style binding and holy flames. Platinum energy balls fell like bombs. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed, and the level students possessed strategic level abilities to change the battlefield, truly opening the eyes of Liao Shan and others. Li Su coordinated from behind with Wind Wing 9 blades, striking down foxes like wheat. Wei Gang's giant magic ape stood at the front, covering Chun Mingming and Jiang Xinyue's attacks, and the tide of attacks was temporarily held back by a few. Liao Shan was excited. "Good job. Brothers, don't embarrass our Dragon Eagle Guard. We can't lose to the newbies who just joined." For a moment, the momentum surged, and the fighting spirit soared. Taking advantage of the terrain, they held the cliffs. Liao Shan's pupils contracted. Nirvana. It's a Nirvana realm ghost-faced fox. Su Yu looked over. In the center of the ghost-faced fox formation was a special being, 3 meters long. Its white fur stained black, and its sharp claws could easily tear up the ground. Nirvana. Su Yu had never truly fought across realms, let alone face such a critical gap in stages. But there were hardly any beast masters at the transformation stage on their side. Liao squad leader, Lu Xian. "Hold the line. I'll deal with it." Su Yu made a decision in an instant. Liao Shan was very worried. The gap between transformation and Nirvana was vast. "Su Yu, can you do it?" He gritted his teeth. "All right, just hold on until the company commander arrives." Su Yu, Ilia, and Kong Huan Yuan charged straight into the enemy formation, seemingly oblivious to the rushing fox demons. The ghost-faced foxes appeared to instinctively sense that the three were not simple, and the powerful biological aura they emitted deterred them from approaching. The Nirvana realm ghost fox dripped with blood, leaping in front of Su Yu, cackling. "Hee hee. Your scent is delicious. I've never smelled such a delightful human before. I've decided. You humans have invented something quite good. I want you to be my eunuch, and every day I will feast on your flesh and blood." It seemed to have hit Ilia's sore spot, and her eyes instantly turned blood red. "That's hers, all hers. What kind of lowly beast dares to covet this king's man?" "Shut up, mixed cultivator." Ilia's lips curled down, the blood queen controlling the blood within the ghost fox, causing it to collapse to its knees without realizing it. Bang! Its knees slammed into the ground, creating 2 large pits. It was stunned. And all the ghost-faced foxes around it were also stunned. The dignified ghost-faced fox general actually knelt down at first sight. Then it roared. Its sharp yet muffled roar erupted as the Nirvana realm ghost fox broke free from Ilea's blood binding, charging in rage, wanting to tear apart the outsider who dared to humiliate it in front of its kin. Chapter 63, Decapitate Nirvana. Slaughter 3000. A new star emerges on the beast ranking. In just one exchange, Suyu understood. This opponent was not a strong enemy. No wonder the teacher said that the sequence ranking is absolute, and no wonder so many people chase after higher sequences and divine generations. The massive body of the ghost-faced fox pressed down, and at the same time, its ghostly face seemed to reflect Suyu's inner self, transforming. The ugly ghost face gradually twisted, changing into Jiang Ying's appearance, muttering, "Suyu, it's all your fault." Suyu felt a wave of nausea. Ugh. What the hell? Is this the ghost-faced fox's ability, trying to disgust me to death? Damn it. Ilea, Huan Yuan, take it down. In Ilea's eyes, the ghost-faced fox transformed into the female attendant who had brutally killed her. In Kong Huan Yuan's eyes, the ghost-faced fox transformed into the demon who had abducted her mother in front of her. A ghost face successfully enraged all three. The ghost-faced fox was quite pleased. Be angry, be in pain. Suddenly, Kong Huan Yuan distorted 5 spaces, creating a spirit space mirage. Bang bang bang. The ghost-faced fox's limbs were broken by the space. Blood mist exploded, and a 20-centimeter wide hole opened in its abdomen. At the same time, Suyu gave a drop of his blood to Ilea to manipulate, which flew into the exploded abdomen. With Kong Huan Yuan there was no need to find a way to pierce the beast's tough exterior. The first collaboration of the three was remarkably synchronized. The ghost-faced fox screamed, "Roar! Damn humans, do you think Nirvana realm is that fragile? Regenerate. What is Nirvana?" In ancient times, the phoenix was reborn through Nirvana. Beasts in the Nirvana realm possess the ability to regenerate flesh and blood and have unparalleled physical strength. The ghost fox was astonished that the woman beside Suyu could explode its powerful body, but even angrier, after being humiliated repeatedly in a beast race with strict hierarchy. It was a tremendous disgrace. Die. However, when its claws were just 3 centimeters away from Suyu's forehead, they suddenly halted in midair, as if being controlled by some unseen force. In the depths of its mind, the majestic blood crown overwhelmed everything, and before that regal crown, it felt like a humble ant, only willing to kneel and not resist. Suyu frowned tightly. "Beast, tear your ugly face apart." The surrounding ghost-faced foxes were cackling. They couldn't understand why the ghost general had suddenly stopped. But how dare a mere human speak so boldly in front of the ghost general? Suddenly, the large ghost general ghost-faced fox took on a comical posture, standing straight on its 2 legs while the claws on its other 2 legs clawed at its own ghostly face. "Yes, all glory belongs to my king." What? Thousands of ghost-faced foxes were stunned. The ghost general, who usually commanded respect among the ghost fox clan, was actually willing to tear apart the most sacred ghost face of its clan just to kneel and show loyalty to a lowly human? Suyu snorted coldly, addressing the creature behind it. "I also think that thing invented by us humans is great. Castrate yourself, then slaughter all these ghost foxes." "Yes, my king." With a swift motion, claws fell. Crack. Without any hesitation, blood stained the ground as it obeyed Suyu's command and pounced toward the ghost foxes. "Ah!" The cries of horror echoed, causing the morale of the 3,000 ghost-faced foxes to collapse. Liao Shan looked in disbelief at the valley below. What on earth was happening? But instinct compelled him to order, "Kill. Leave none alive. Avenge our fallen brothers." It was a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. Countless ghost foxes attempted to flee. But the blood staining the ground was slowly lifted by Ilea, transforming the entire valley into a prison of blood. Only the humans slaughtering the ghost foxes remained. The harp of blood and bone played in the wind, sounding the elegy of this massacre. The leaderboard of beasts in the sky flashed with golden light, piercing through the gray clouds. In the disaster lair, human Suyu slaughters 3,000 ghost foxes, instantly achieving Nirvana, ranked 67th on the beast leaderboard. The myriad races in the demon lair looked up to the sky. A newcomer who had just entered the demon lair yesterday had slain 3,000 ghost-faced foxes the next day and achieved Nirvana. Far away in Ghost Fox City, the ghost fox lord angrily smashed the luminous cup in his hand, piercing a human slave with a claw, and roared, "Suyu, investigate. Who is this person? Offer a bounty. Whoever can capture him will receive 50,000 holy gold." At another outpost, Li Lingya raised an eyebrow in shock. "Damn, this guy is a beast." Their outpost hadn't faced many enemies and had easily resolved the situation. He was also thinking about whether to rush to aid Suyu so that this hard-won genius wouldn't meet an untimely end. But now it seemed he was overthinking. If it came down to it, Even several captains and vice-captains in Nirvana might not be able to take down this kid Suyu. Ilia fired her last blood spear, exploding the head of a ghost fox, signaling the end of the battle. Liao Shan and Lu Wang, the lookout tower officer, rushed over. Brother Su, impressive. No wonder the camp leader insisted on having you in our squad. You truly are the top of the potential list in Daxia. Even the leaderboard acknowledges you. The entire row of people felt incredibly excited. This was an epic victory. 3 were severely injured, 8 lightly injured, but no one died while slaying 3,000 ghost foxes, successfully repelling the probing attack from Qingyan City. Suyu smiled. It's nothing, it's nothing. This battle relied on everyone's teamwork. I just got a bit lucky. The others also wore smiles, knowing full well that this battle had been quite dangerous, and it could be said that Suyu had single-handedly turned the tide. The tension that the rest of Suyu's team had felt upon entering the battlefield had dissipated. So, the enemy isn't that scary, right? Suyu said. Li Su laughed. What can we do, Captain? I thought the beasts in the demon lair were all as freakish as you. Suyu? What is so freakish about me? Everyone wholeheartedly agreed. Half of their initial fear on the battlefield was due to Suyu being too strong, making them feel weak and like mere fodder. Yet, even in Jishui, who was not naturally inclined to combat, had managed to kill 20 ghost-faced foxes thanks to the wind-chasing Pegasus. Suyu helplessly said, be more confident. You all are the champions of the team competition. But don't get too arrogant. This was just a small group of enemies. The others gradually grew serious. 3,000 demon beasts were already densely packed. What about the 300,000 beast tide? It would probably stretch for dozens of miles without an end in sight, and that was still a conservative estimate. Captain Liao, we should retreat now. Liao Shan was good at handling things and immediately responded, don't worry, Brother Su. I'll make sure to bring you every single piece of loot from this hall. Our row is already satisfied to have earned the achievements of the Dragon Eagle Guard. Chapter 64, No Side Effects Armed. Shirchuan's Conspiracy. Especially that Nirvana ghost-faced fox. It might drop a ghost-level secret treasure. The internal rewards for the achievements would already be enough to make their row's pockets bulge, and since this battle relied entirely on Suyu, there was no question of sharing the spoils. Thank you. Suyu was also not polite, as his own squad was eagerly waiting for resources. There was no need for Suyu to help clean up the battlefield. Li Lingya gently tapped Suyu's shoulder with his right fist. Good kid. I knew you were extraordinary. You really showed off this time. If it weren't for you, the losses would have been significant. I'll report this for you right away. A small team annihilating 3,000 ghost-faced foxes is absolutely impressive. Li Lingya continued. The mission is complete. You can collect your merit points at the logistics department. Li Su and Jishui and the others all showed joyful expressions. Lacking resources, they might be able to buy a useful piece of demon lair equipment. All the veterans looked at Suyu with different eyes, filled with a mix of respect and a hint of awe. Suyu was sweating. The beast leaderboard was exaggerated. He didn't kill all 3,000 ghost foxes by himself. Suyu earned 150 merit points, Lu Xian 100 points, and the others 50 points each. No one had any objections. These two had killed the most enemies, so it was only fair they received more. As for the loot, Suyu claimed the drop from the Nirvana Ghost Fox, a ghost-level secret treasure, the Ghost Fox skin. Suyu handed it over to the mage in Hongshi City, and after some modifications, a brand new ghost-level weapon appeared. Demon Lair equipment, 1000 change skin. Level, Ghost level. Note, made from the face of a loyal Nirvana ghost-faced fox. Due to its absolute loyalty at the time of death, you do not need to bear side effects. The skin will bear them instead. Ability, 1000 changes, can disguise itself as any face you are familiar with in detail. Side effects, none. Hiss. Suyu gasped. Loyalty. Could it be that treasures dropped from beasts that die in loyalty would not have side effects? If so, then the value of this ghost-level weapon in Suyu's hands would far exceed that of other weapons. A weapon without side effects, if this gets out, impossible to imagine. Suyu immediately pulled Ilia and Konghuan Yao into their residence. Under the puzzled expressions of the two girls, he put on the mask. How do I look, Lilia? Do I look like you? Suyu deliberately pinched his voice to imitate. He transformed into Ilia's face using the 1000 change skin. Ilia's expression changed. Get lost, get lost. Disgusting. Little guy, you've struck gold. Even I didn't sense it. It seems that when you wear it, even your scent and temperament change. Konghuan Yao echoed. Even the color of your mental sea is more like Sister Ilia now. Suyu mysteriously said, there's an even more special aspect. He took it off and tried to put it on Ilia's face. Ilia instinctively took a step back, recalling what Bairuhue said about pets bearing more side effects and costs, but out of trust in Suyu, she ultimately did not dodge. After wearing it, it seemed there were no side effects. Konghuan Yao, seeing Ilia silent, took a while to react. Could it be? Ilia gently nodded. How did you do it? The two girls asked in unison. This was no small matter. If Suyu masters the method of creating the non-side effect magic cave armament, it will overturn the entire magic craftsman world and even change the way beast tamers fight. By then, pets can also wear magic weapons, and their power will far exceed the past. Suyu revealed everything and whispered, "Don't make it public yet. Let's wait until we become a little stronger and can protect our achievements." Suyu had no doubt about humanity's bottomless malice. The two women knew the stakes were high and agreed. Suddenly, Ilea chuckled softly. Hee, little one, this king is thinking of something. What is it? What were you doing when you made this magic weapon? Come on, were you hoping I would change to someone else's face while having fun with you, so you could experience it? Suyu quickly replied, No, how could that be? Ilea, I must criticize you. Your thoughts are getting more and more unhealthy. Ilea's expression changed. Do you remember I mentioned before? In this disaster magic cave, there is a descendant of a divine generation. I said her clan is a gathering of the finest talents from the sacred domain. I vaguely remember her face looking like this. Suyu had never thought that such an ethereal, stunning face would suddenly flash in front of him, luxurious and dazzling, a calamity beauty that captivated him at first glance. Suyu broke into a cold sweat. Ilea, my love for you is as vast as the heavens, but wasn't that face a bit of a violation? Suddenly. So you thought Ilea's previous suggestion was actually quite good. Ilea wasn't really angry. Humph, not your fault. Their clan is naturally charming to men. Kong Huan Yuan recalled. Could it be? Master, you must capture her. Suyu became more and more confused. Huh? Who are you talking about? The two women covered each other's mouths simultaneously. Shoo, don't speak her true name. It will be sensed. Suyu, feeling frustrated, stopped asking. This matter would probably have to wait until after the Magic Cave War and dealing with the mastermind behind it. Late at night, when Suyu was about to rest, Li Lingya sent a message. Suyu, a call has come through from the real world. I heard it's from your old classmate. Suyu sat up abruptly. Ilea. Hold on. Ilea's brows furrowed slightly. Though she wasn't finished having fun, it seemed related to her. Suyu answered the call. Hello? Lao Gao. Is there any news about my request? Gao Quan was his old classmate who worked at customs after graduation. Yes. There was a flight arriving at noon today with over 200 Hansakura people. Although it could be explained as tourist season, it's unusual that there are more than 30 members of the Shikawa family alone. Suyu's eyes flashed with sharpness. They're here. Worst case scenario, they are all enemies. But if I were a Hansakura person, I would never arrange them all on one plane. They should arrive in batches. Got it, Lao Gao. Keep an eye on them for me these days. If one day there aren't a lot of Shikawa, let me know how many came in total. All right, I'll think of a way. Suyu, this is too precious. I can't accept it. It's fine. My life is worth much more than this. I'm counting on you. Understood. Gao Quan hung up the phone, trembling as he raised his hands. I've done as you said. Let my parents go. I don't want. Shikawa Hideji smiled wickedly. That one do, you have to say that for the next 2 days. This brat is quite cautious. He actually found out about us. Fortunately, the Wang family clarified your connections beforehand. Chapter 65. The counterfeit pseudo-transformation, smoke of war rises, all sides move. Kong Huan Yuan smiled. So the master was prepared all along. It should be foolproof, right? She suddenly noticed Suyu's expression was somewhat serious. What's wrong? Ilea asked curiously. Suyu shook his head with a smile. You don't understand. Hello? Transferring to Shangguan Ling from Magic Capital Spirit University. Hello? Teacher, could you do me a favor? One of my friends might have been controlled. Ilea and Kong Huan Yuan exchanged puzzled glances with their large, beautiful eyes. Why would Suyu think that? Wasn't everything going smoothly? After hanging up the phone, facing their confusion, Suyu said, What kind of friendship do I have with him in the bunk above? Would he be so polite with me? It's obvious something is wrong. Otherwise, why would he say he feels undeserving and not finish his words? Over the years, he didn't know how many times he had been called foster father in the dormitory. Given the bond between them, his words likely had ulterior motives. Considering that the mastermind could infiltrate even the Dragon Eagle Guard, it probably wouldn't be difficult to uncover his connections. So, Gao Quan was using his own way to remind Suyu. Kong Huan Yuan remarked, Strange man. Suyu replied, He is more cautious than I imagined, I suspect. He had an immature idea that he ultimately didn't voice. He didn't want to add to the girl's worries before the battle. Let us not discuss that. We need to deal with the immediate trouble first. Under war, how can anything be perfect? Suyu took out the pseudo-transformation skin and activated its ability. Strange counterfeit. A beast-level pseudo-transformation skin appeared in Suyu's hand. Reproducing ghost-level armaments was clearly not as taxing as dragon-level or magic-level ones. It consumed about 1/10 of his stamina. The information flowed into his mind. After demotion, the ability of the pseudo-transformation skin is ability, pseudo-transformation, can disguise as any face that has been thoroughly understood but cannot disguise temperament, scent, etc. The ability had obviously dropped a level, but that was fine. Ilea asked in confusion. Little one, what do you plan to do? Suyu smiled mysteriously. I need to show the various races in the magic cave some strength. Ilea, Huan Yuan. It is said that this war is commanded by the Abyss Demon Clan from the Forbidden Zone. Do you know what the Abyss Demon Clan looks like after transformation? The two nodded gently. Could it be that Suyu wants to? Too dangerous. Suyu frowned. What are you thinking? It might save my life at a critical moment. I'm not foolish enough to disguise myself as a Demon Clan member to deliver my head to Qingyan City. Have you two decided to leave all the thinking to me lately? Are you unwilling to think and only responsible for being beautiful? This sentence ultimately remained unspoken. Ilea smiled faintly. She had never felt such a sense of reassurance. He always had an endless stream of clever ideas. Although Suyu said he wouldn't take risks. With war approaching, he would inevitably take risks but would surely turn misfortune into fortune. The fate of the third true ancestor's authority and destiny was not a coincidence that you met this king. The next day, as dawn broke, at the horizon's end, thick black smoke billowed up, and sharp sounds tore through the heavens and the earth, waking everyone still in their dreams. Gather, the call sounded, and all beast tamers and soldiers stationed in Hongshi City assembled. Suyu gently leaned forward and looked into the distance. Flames consumed everything, and the clouds seemed to be ignited, slowly unfolding a hellish painting. There was no doubt, the war had begun. It came faster than expected. Li Lingya commanded the assembly while saying, Brothers, half an hour ago, the Ghost-Faced Fox clan from Qingyan City, the Blood-Sucking Ant clan from Zishuan City, and the Qingvines clan from Haisha City all launched an attack, emptying their nests. The 3rd, 6th, and 12th battalions on rotation have already engaged the enemy in close combat. The garrison commander has issued orders for my 1st battalion to head to the Qingshi Gorge to meet the 3rd battalion to intercept the Ghost-Faced Fox clan. The situation was urgent. The beast tamers set off early, and the soldiers carried conventional weapons behind them. Unlike the tactics of other countries, conventional weapons like artillery had minimal damage to alien beasts and demon plants. Yet other countries still used conventional forces to wear down the stamina of the myriad races to reduce casualties among the beast tamers. But the cost was that after every fierce battle, the ground was littered with corpses. Suyu had no intention of judging the merits of the tactics. But at least the tactics of the Great Xia had ensured his carefree life for the first 20 years. Lu Xian and others had shed their youthful anxiety from yesterday. Filled with fighting spirit, even ordinary soldiers were eagerly preparing for battle. They had long been waiting for this day. Those dead foxes would definitely be blown to pieces today. Beast tamers, you go first. We'll follow soon. Our artillery can't mount bayonets, but we can still wear them out. Thousands of beastmasters, led by Li Lingya, rushed to the battlefield ahead of time. The center of Qingyan City, Zishuan City, and Haisha City is a Mediterranean sea. On the small island in the center of the Mediterranean, 3 city lords knelt on one knee, welcoming a carriage pulled by black-green demonic steeds descending from the sky. We pay our respects to His Highness the 9th Prince. In the Forbidden Zone, the divine generation is revered. The royal family of the 92nd rank demon clan is the 006th ranked Abyss Demon Clan. The Abyss Demon, known as the 9th Prince, extended a hand from the carriage, and the calm lake surface of the island instantly transformed into a haunting demonic realm. The 3 city lords felt a chill in their hearts. They had reached the mythical realm, having long surpassed their own rank's limitations, able to take form and possess powers beyond their race. Yet, for some reason, they felt a hint of fear towards the 9th Prince, who only possessed the strength of the transcendent stage. This fear did not stem from his strength, but from an instinctual humility in the presence of a superior being. The 9th Prince slowly stepped out of the carriage, his dark mask obscuring his features. Please rise. Hufeng, what is the result of your investigation into that human? The city lord of Qingyan, the king of the ghost-faced fox. Hufeng replied, Your Highness, this person is active near Qingshi Gorge. This time, our clan has sent out 100,000 fox warriors. We will surely capture him for your highness. The 9th Prince gently acknowledged and continued, Tingxian, Shirgu, what about the tasks assigned to you? The 2 demons replied in unison. Please rest assured. Each clan dispatched 50,000 demon soldiers to apply pressure from the front, while the main force would descend from the sky to launch a surprise attack on Hongshi City. After a long entanglement, the 3 cities had figured out the strategies of the Daxia human race. The front line was often a tough nut to crack for beastmasters. It would be better to use the front line to attract the enemy's main force, while launching an aerial attack from the rear, seizing the demonic cave passage, then breaking out from the fringes directly to the starting point. By then, the humans would be unable to defend both front and back, and the other 4 fringe areas would strike simultaneously, surely breaking through the path to the starting point. No wonder such a young demon was allowed to command in this major operation in the Forbidden Zone. The 9th Prince, upon arriving at the battlefield, displayed astonishing insight and talent. Chapter 66, Rear Attack. The coincidence lies in the fact that the 3 city lords, including all the lords of the 5 fringe areas, held great expectations for this operation. At the very least, they had always remained undefeated. In the land of disaster, there were still 7 demonic cities, with 7 mythical city lords. Even if they suffered a disastrous defeat on the front, the mere human race would not dare to pursue. Otherwise, the other city lords would not stand idly by. Perhaps sensing the arrogance of the 3 demons, the 9th prince sternly said, "Put away your complacency. For nearly a decade, your fringe areas have been gnawed at by the humans of the lowest rank. Do you not feel ashamed? Was there even a human city here 20 years ago? If this time you return empty-handed." The 3 city lords' hearts trembled slightly as the 2 guardian demons beside the 9th prince exuded a terrifying aura, turning the dim sky into a hellish scene of red and black intertwined. The aura of destruction making the 3 demons instinctively want to flee. Above the mythical realm, Hufeng, Tungxian, and Shirgu knelt in succession. "We will obey your highness's orders. This time we will surely break through Hongshi." At the same time, the 3 demons felt something strange. The 9th prince, ranked first on the beast ranking and known for his decisive killing, seemed to have a voice that was not as imposing as they had imagined. The 9th prince said lightly, "Go." The 3 demons dared not linger and scattered away. After the 3 demons left, the 9th prince said, "Demon bird, what did the people from Fengyan Tower say?" The bird elder standing beside the 9th prince said angrily, "They refused." The head of the beast pavilion claimed that he would not favor either side. "This clearly favors those humans. Your highness, I suspect that the head of the beast pavilion is most likely a human." The 9th prince remained silent for a moment. "When the forbidden sea is filled in, the first to die will be them." Yes, at the Qingshi Gorge, severed limbs and bloody flesh were everywhere. The entire defense line was pressed with 7 camps. Over 7,000 beastmasters and tens of thousands of pet beasts. Among them were hundreds of powerful pets of higher ranks, but the number of ghost-faced foxes was simply overwhelming. The ugly, ghostly faces seemed to cover the entire land. Anyone who looked down would see 100,000 of the most disgusting faces. Su Yu's team was responsible for holding a mountain peak, and in just one morning, they repelled the ghost-faced foxes' death charges 7 times. With the number of slain ghost-faced foxes quickly exceeding 3,000. After several rounds of fighting, even the demon beasts could not maintain their fearless demeanor and gradually retreated. And Zhishui gasped, "Captain, they finally retreated." The other members sighed in relief. Finally, they managed to escape. According to the pre-discussed plan, Su Yu was to conserve energy to deal with any potential strong enemies, while the entire battle relied mainly on Lu Xian, Li Su, and Jiang Xinyue to maintain. However, Su Yu could not muster any joy. Something felt off about this battle. The cultures and religions of the various races were different, but their nature was the same. They all feared death. What had stimulated the ghost-faced foxes? Charging wave after wave, it seemed that every ghost-faced fox was unafraid of death. "We fight to protect our homes. What are you fighting for?" Su Yu asked. "Lu Xian, what about the other allies?" Lu Xian replied tiredly, "They have all arrived. The entire Qingshi Gorge, including the other 2 directions, has deployed a total of 18 camps. After all, we can't just block the enemy on the vast plain in front of Hongshi City, right?" Su Yu couldn't pinpoint what felt strange, but his intuition told him that action should be taken. "This time, when the ghost-faced foxes attack again, bring this with you. Remember, don't ask where this thing came from." Su Yu handed the fake transformation skin to his teammates. The other 6 looked at it with varied expressions. Su Yu did not intend to explain. "Lu Xian, contact Captain Li. We need to make an attempt and ask for his cooperation. If the cooperation goes well, we might achieve unexpected results." "Okay." Just as Su Yu planned to make a move, a thunderous explosion came from their rear, the direction of Hongshi City. Suddenly, they noticed that in the clouds above, dense tree men were swirling their branches and leaves, leading a horde of blood-devouring ants into the sky, pouncing towards Hongshi City. Boom. Due to a large number of beastmasters leaving Hongshi City, the city was forced to use conventional weapons to intercept, but the effect was minimal. At this moment, the front line realized how big of a mistake they had made. In order to seize Hongshi City, the 3 cities had put all their efforts into it without holding back. "Captain, we..." Before Su Yu could make a decision, 6 black demonic steeds stomped through the fiery clouds, racing out amidst the thunder and wind, looking vastly different from ordinary demon beasts at first glance. Elia and Kong Huanyan's expressions changed. "Su Yu, it's the Abyss Demon Clan. Above Hongshi City, Hehe, Tingxian. That bastard Xia Tingjin definitely didn't expect us to come from the air, right? Hiss, Shirgu, our clan has been keeping this move reserved, just for this moment. Let's descend. Today, this city lord will open a massacre. Hiss, rather than killing them all, it's better to keep some as slaves. Having human slaves is also quite good." 50,000 blood-devouring ants and 50,000 treemen perceived that at this moment, the defenses of Hongshi City were virtually non-existent. Suddenly, the two demons sensed some changes happening at the demonic cave passage. A massive energy wave surged, and then thousands of people burst forth from the demonic cave passage, with rare and exotic beasts soaring in the sky. Even as a gust of wind blew, under the chaos of the sand, countless dazzling points of light, like stars, rapidly closed the distance. Tongqian and Shirgu were taken aback, gritting their teeth. Ning Hanwen, one of Ning Hanwen's pets, is an elemental spirit. The strong winds concealed all the movements and scents of these humans, just waiting for them to walk into the trap. Damn it! Aren't humans supposed to attack the eternal calamity land first? How could they come to the land of disaster first? According to the habits of the past 6 years, humans often take the initiative to launch attacks in the eternal abyss, while other demon caves defend. This is why they dared to cross the front line and launch reckless surprise attacks on Redstone City. As a result, under the fierce wind, the appearance of 20,000 Beastmasters and dozens of third-tier Beastmasters flooded into the disaster zone. Were Ning Hanwen, Xia Tingyin, and Jiang Huiren really the ones who were fooled? The coincidence lies here. The disaster zone had been firmly waiting for aid for 6 years, but today it has changed its usual pattern. The 9 guards of the Great Xia, 9 pillar families, and 9 school alliances all sent out their elite forces. Xia Tingyin's dragon roar pierced through the clouds. Dragon Eagle Guard, heed my command. The coalition has arrived. Redstone is safe. Counterattack. Suddenly, the Dragon Eagle Guard on the front line was in an uproar, just when they were most worried and almost lost their composure. The garrison commander stabilized their morale like a stabilizing anchor. Kill. Chapter 67. Su Yu, the 9th prince of the demon clan, the demon face behind the mask. The entire human defense line in the Qingshi Gorge was shaken. The desperate charge of the ghost-faced fox no longer worked, and the humans gradually began to counterattack. There was only one exception. A luxurious carriage pulled by 6 demon world ghost steeds hovered in the air, with 2 powerful figures tearing through space and standing on either side of the carriage. The ghost-faced fox below the valley was intimidated by the imposing aura emanating from the carriage, hesitating for a long time before actually fleeing in the opposite direction. That was instinct for survival. Su Yu and the others broke into a cold sweat. They should have been happy about the reversal of the situation. But the trouble before them was enough to kill. Su Yu whispered, Lu Xian, take the others and withdraw, quickly. The sudden arrival of the Abyss Demon Clan was most likely aimed at Su Yu, or perhaps at Alia and Kong Huanyuan. To the others, in front of this group of demons, they were like ants, probably not even worth the effort to chase down. The guards assigned to protect Lu Xian were not far away. The 2 demons beside the carriage appeared simple, but in reality, they concealed divine brilliance and gathered great power within themselves, definitely above demigod level. Lu Xian also realized that this group of people had their sights set on Su Yu, and the only plan now was to quickly escape and seek help from Redstone City. Sure enough, the 2 demons and the owner of the carriage did not pay attention to Lu Xian and the others. They merely looked down at Su Yu from above. The bird sovereign said, Your Highness, it seems that Tongqian and Shirgu are here. The 9th prince coldly replied, No matter, I have already made 2 preparations. Using the hands of the humans to eliminate some marginal sequences is also part of the plan. It is indeed most important to open the passage to the starting place. Even if that cannot be done, allowing this group of marginal clans to be exterminated can also achieve some hidden objectives. The insect sovereign looked at Su Yu below and said, Your Highness, such trivial matters can be handled by us. There is no need for you to take action personally. Furthermore, that group of humans may have gone to get reinforcements. We cannot stay here for long. The 9th prince glanced aside. Do you mean to say that I will lose? The insect sovereign felt a chill in his heart and immediately knelt on one knee. I dare not. Humph. Remember, what I decide cannot be changed. Yes. A cold smile curled at the corner of the 9th prince's mouth. What kind of beings were the demon clan? Would he not know? From the moment Su Yu climbed to the top of the beast ranking, he believed that Su Yu very likely possessed the divine generation sequence. Today, getting close to him, the special sensation belonging to the divine generation indeed did not deceive him. If these 2 old ghosts found out, despite his high rank and power, it would be hard to avoid the 2 demons developing greed. He stepped out of the carriage and floated down. Su Yu's gaze narrowed. The Abyss Demon Clan. Could it be? In the sky, the sacred domain storm rankings flickered in and out of visibility. A string of words on the beast ranking was about to appear. Disaster Zone, Abyss Demon Clan's 9th prince, Su Yu. Su Yu's brows furrowed tightly. It was indeed true. As soon as he entered the demon cave, he hit the jackpot. The top of the beast ranking, undoubtedly the number 1 under the rebirth of the demon cave. After transforming, he was not very tall, and his body outline was somewhat strange. Perhaps this was how demons were. He floated down, pointing at Alia and Kong Huan Yuan beside Suyu. Leave them behind, then. Scram. Humans. The ninth prince, behind the mask, exuded a chilling aura, while the two sovereigns in the air gently shook their heads, unaware of their own mortality. How dare they defy the ninth prince? If he really slipped away. The ninth prince was not a bloodthirsty demon. Perhaps he could spare this human's life. Unfortunately, this human did not know what was good for him. In the eyes of the two sovereigns, Suyu was like a skeleton. The only question was whether the ninth prince would need 1 or 2 moves to kill Suyu. Boom. The pitch black and eerie night fell like eternal night. The hellish ghost fire intertwined with darkness, engulfing everything around. Kong Huan Yuan stepped forward, fully reciting the incantation of the witch's night. Fixed barrier. As one of the Abyss Demon Kings, the ninth prince also possessed it. The collision of dual barriers caused spatial turbulence, pulling Suyu, Alia, Kong Huan Yuan, and the Abyss ninth prince into it. The two sovereigns were stunned, then suddenly realized. Ethereal clan. They actually have a fixed barrier. No wonder the ninth prince has his eyes on him. The rules of the barrier were absolute. To invade a fixed barrier from the outside, even a mythical realm demon king would have to go through great difficulties. The two demons shook their heads. Forget it. The ninth prince was bound to win. Just wait. Inside the barrier, the ninth prince revealed a faint smile behind his mask. Ethereal witch, ancestor of the blood race, actually so weak that you come to my door. To not accept this great gift would be a blasphemy against the heavens. The collision of barriers resulted in half being the eerie and ghostly purgatory, and half being the witch's night. Alia did not dare to be careless. She had long been stripped of the silly hair on her head by Suyu. Clapping her hands, the indestructible divine temple stood under the witch's night. Unfortunately, this time, she could not command the magic power of the snowstorm mountain. So she could not use magic recklessly as she did last time in the mimetic field. The fusion of blood and night, the clash of demons and demons. Countless black knights wielding the divine weapons inscribed by the witch were unstoppable, while the magma from the purgatory erupted with countless black-winged demons, their ghostly green eyes piercing the darkness and projecting forward. Alia and Kong Huan Yuan had just recently advanced to the metamorphosis realm, but the Abyss ninth prince before them had already stood at the threshold of rebirth, ready to push open the door at any moment. As fellow divine generations, the gap in magical power was enormous and could not be compensated for by numbers. In the clash of fixed barriers, the witch's night was suppressed by the purgatory, and amidst the destruction of summoned objects, the black knights were beheaded by demons. The ninth prince stepped towards Suyu, seemingly unstoppable. Alia and Kong Huan Yuan stood in front of Suyu, murmuring, "What to do? My magic power is inferior to his in the barrier." Suyu gently bit his fingertip and let his blood drop. As a fellow divine generation, this demon clan's ninth prince must have some understanding of the ethereal clan and the blood clan. The only way to tear open a breakthrough was through himself. Alia condensed Suyu's blood into a blood needle and shot it out with astonishing speed. The ninth prince casually sent a demon to block it, not taking it seriously. But the next moment, Kong Huan Yuan activated the ethereal shadow. The five-fold spiral space broke the demon's body, and the blood needle, along with the blood condensed from the demon's blood, shot forward. At that moment, he finally showed a hint of movement, gently turning to prepare to dodge. However, when Suyu's blood reached in front of him, a powerful temptation caused his heart and soul to tremble. The sequence number, he was 1 rank higher than Alia. And with no prior preparation, he naturally could not resist this deadly temptation. In that brief moment of distraction, he desperately tried to control himself to resist the temptation. But the blood arrow pierced through his black mask, revealing the face hidden behind the mask. However, beneath the mask was the astonished face of Suyu, enigmatic and cold. Could he be, she be? Chapter 68. The Ninth Princess's Rage, astonishing the entire demon cave. The ninth prince of the Abyss Demon Clan, the top of the beast ranking in the entire demon cave, turned out to be a woman? The hidden beneath the mask initially did not seem as extraordinary as Elia's. But upon closer inspection, one could realize that her resembled a kaleidoscope, drawing closer to the beauty most desired in one's heart the more one looked. The ninth prince, or rather the ninth princess, Qi Mu Yen, covered the shattered mask with her hands and glared furiously at Suyu in the distance. What kind of power is that? Why does his blood exude such temptation and desire? It has always been her true form that captivates the world and devours souls. How could she have been tempted today by a mere human at the end of the sequence? Just now, the image of her wanting to pounce on the blood arrow formed from Suyu's blood was so embarrassing that if others saw it, they would surely be shocked. The invincible momentum she had accumulated since rising from the holy domain would surely shatter her fearless heart. Suyu, she gritted her teeth, glaring angrily at Suyu in the distance. He must be eliminated. If he exposes her identity as a female demon, The Abyss clan will no longer have a chance to replace the demon god. Boom, boom, boom. Pillars of ghostly fire from hell surged into the sky, seemingly representing Qi Mu Yan's fury. Suyu stood dazed for a moment. Even Ilya and Kong Huan Yuan were momentarily stunned. Isn't the throne of the Abyss demon clan traditionally passed down to males? It seemed they had heard an incredible secret. Ilya whispered, "Little one, retreat. We can't handle her right now." The gap was too obvious. Even Ilya's immortal temple and Kong Huan Yuan's witching knight could not suppress Qi Mu Yan. The gap between the Nirvana realm and the transformation realm was far greater than that of the previous realms. Suyu wanted to run as well. Even if he fought to win, what good would it do? There were still two terrifying old monsters outside guarding the way. How could he escape? Ilya's gaze softened slightly, and she finally said, "I'll give you the immortal. When Huan Yuan shatters the barrier, the chaotic space flow will sweep us away, but..." Suyu smiled and said, "I understand. It's nothing. You and Huan Yuan hide in the pet space later. This chaos needs to be shouldered by me, right?" Suyu pinched her delicate face. "Don't worry. With the immortal here, why worry about me dying?" Ilya steeled her heart. "Huan Yuan, make your move." Kong Huan Yuan nodded slightly and actively dispelled the witching night. The scroll of eternal night shattered layer by layer, consumed by the ghostly purgatory, making the barrier space extremely unstable as the howling chaotic space storm swept in. Ilya lunged at Suyu, kissed him, and transferred all her crimson immortal power to him. Then, Suyu pulled the two women into the dark pet space. If it weren't for this imminent danger, he would never let the two stay inside. This move was not only to prevent them from getting hurt, but also to avoid being scattered by the chaotic flow of space. Qi Mu Yan seemed to have guessed Suyu's intentions and roared in fury. "Suyu, this princess will never let you escape." She was anxious. If Suyu actually got away, where would she go to find him? In a fit of rage, she transformed into her true form, her demonic shriek piercing through layers of space. But at the moment she reached Suyu, it dissipated into nothingness. No. The chaotic space flow felt like thousands of blades piercing his flesh. He looked at the other side of the flow, gritting his teeth. "Little demon girl, remember this. It hurts like hell, damn it. As long as there are no elders from your family nearby, one day I will capture you alive. I will make you submit to me in front of the entire demon den." This was his first defeat and escape, messy and embarrassing. But it was somewhat comforting that the one looking so furious, yet helpless, was Qi Mu Yan. Whoosh. As the barrier shattered, the two esteemed ones outside were preparing to congratulate the ninth prince on acquiring a new toy when golden words slowly appeared in the sky. The Abyss Ninth Prince. Human Suyu wins. Suyu escapes. Yet Suyu successfully escapes in front of two demon lords. Suyu rises to the 36th place on the beast ranking. What? The two esteemed ones wanted to curse. What does it mean to escape in front of us? Wasn't he still? Wait a minute. The demon bird lord and the demon insect lord realized that Suyu had actively jumped into the chaotic space flow created by the shattered barrier and was swept away by the flow. He really escaped? The wind and cloud ranking does not tell lies. The worst part was that the ninth prince gently covered his face, as if his mask had been knocked off, and he had sustained some injuries? How could this be possible? The absolute genius of the holy domain. Even those in the top 10 of the beast ranking might not be able to injure him. Your Highness. The two demon lords felt their scalps tingle and hurried forward. Qi Mu Yan changed her voice in anger. "Send orders to the entire disaster land. All 7 cities mobilize. At all costs, attack Redstone City. And instruct the 7 city lords to dig 3 feet into the ground to find Suyu for this princess." Strategy and tactics no longer mattered. If Suyu was not killed, the consequences of her identity as a female would be unimaginable. "Yes, Your Highness." The two demons had never seen such a disheveled ninth prince before, but they did not dare to delay and quickly sent out the orders. In Redstone City, the Qing-Tung treemen and blood-sucking ants suffered a crushing defeat with the assistance of the Nine Schools Alliance, with over 70,000 alien beasts and demon plants being annihilated. Tung Qian and Shigu escaped with injuries after being ambushed by a group of mythic realm humans in a mixed attack. Xia Ting and also received a distress call from Lu Xian immediately after the battle. He, Ning Hanwen, and Jiang Huiran did not expect that the Abyss Demon Clan's ninth prince would value Suyu so highly, even personally entering the fray and bringing 2 demon lords with him, which almost violated a red line in their war. The 3 immediately prepared to rush over, but coincidentally, they saw the golden words of the beast ranking in the sky. "He escaped?" Xia Ting exclaimed. In his understanding, with demon lords present, how could he possibly escape? Jiang Huiran, having raised Kong Huan Yuan, quickly realized they used the chaotic space flow to escape. Xia Ting nodded, feeling emotional. Well, it's good now. To survive in the hands of the beast ranking leader and escape under the eyes of demon lords, Suyu is likely to become famous throughout the demon den. In various demon dens, The reactions to the beast ranking were mixed. Li Mu, who had previously fought Su Yu, felt a mix of emotions. Wang Yu and Wang Hongxi, who tried to act secretly, gritted their teeth. Adam from Milica gazed at the sky, contemplating this unfamiliar name. Across the Forbidden Sea, the young talents of all races noted this name, each trying to find a way to cross the Forbidden Sea to the Disaster Land. In the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the Dragon Pavilion Master immediately ordered to lock onto Su Yu's location as quickly as possible. Chapter 69. Doesn't that mean I can also be the 9th prince? When Xia Ting In and the others arrived at the Qingstone Gorge, Qi Mu Yin and the others had already left. The trees on this hill had been flattened, the stream evaporated, and even the hill was smashed into a concave shape. We are late, Xia Ting In said. Jiang Huairan worriedly remarked. The direction of the chaotic space flow is unstable. Now, except for Su Yu himself, no one knows which corner of the disaster demon den he was swept into. Ning Hanwen narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Xia Ting In frowned. This is not good. That demon clan 9th prince has gone mad. Mobilizing all 7 cities in the disaster land, and the front line at Qingstone Gorge is an urgent need. The Qinglan begonia guarding Redstone City was Xia Ting In's demon plant, and he could sense the messages from the various fronts at any time. Jiang Huairan's expression changed. He was worried about both his Huan Yuan and that mischievous kid's safety, and was somewhat irritated that the blood-sucking ants and Qing Tung treemen had ambushed them. He had originally thought to quickly end the war in the disaster land to assist the Eternal Abyss Demon Den, but now it seemed the results of the exchange match had affected the situation in the Great Xia War. The capital was struggling to hold out in the Eternal Abyss Demon Den, and the other 3 major demon dens were also having a tough time. But they could not truly ignore Su Yu. This kid had 2 divine generations with him. Ning Hanwen said, "It's fine, let's head to the front line first. He won't die so easily. Look, his name is still on the Wind and Cloud ranking. A person's death leads to the disappearance of their name. As long as the name remains, one is alive." Jiang Huairan's lips twitched, his voice growing softer. "You have such a big heart. Alas, Huan Yuan, are you alright?" Time waits for no one. The 7 city lords of the disaster zone gathered, and the 3 dared not linger, turning back to the front lines. It hurts. It hurts so much. When Su Yu woke up, all that was left was excruciating pain. Fortunately, the indestructible talent was healing everything, but this time the injury was too severe. Although Ilea had shrunk to a height of 1 meter and 50, she still had several shocking wounds despite her best efforts to treat him. It was only 3 hours after the battle that the wounds could barely be closed. If not for having consumed so much life essence, he might have really perished in this spatial turbulence. Recovering his senses, Su Yu weakly asked, "Ilea, where are we?" Ilea murmured, "Qingyan City." While she was treating Su Yu, Kong Huan Yuan donned a changing skin and went out to investigate. Qingyan City? Damn. Isn't this the city of the ghost-faced fox? So we've been caught in the fox's den? Looking out the window, Su Yu found that although the city's architecture was vastly different from that of the human race, there were still some commonalities, resembling ancient courtyards more. Kong Huan Yuan wiped the sweat from Su Yu's forehead with a towel, and Su Yu sighed. Sigh. All witches, how come one is so gentle and lovely, while the other is so fierce and violent? Kong Huan Yuan's cheeks flushed. Shaking her head, "I didn't expect that the 9th prince of the demon clan would actually be a woman." Su Yu asked in confusion, "Why? Is there a taboo about this?" Su Yu's theoretical knowledge about the demon cave and its myriad races was almost zero. Ilea explained, "The Abyss Demon Clan is the royal family among the demon race, also part of the divine generation sequence. They live in the abyss below and worship the eternal demon god. To succeed the demon king, one must be male, and once a new demon king takes the throne, all siblings of the new king will be killed to inherit their powers. So we never expected this. So, this woman had to disguise herself as a man and even dared not let her guards discover her true identity, because once found out, she would lose her qualification to inherit the demon king's position and might even lose her life. This Abyss Demon clan has a flavor reminiscent of the inheritance law of the Xuanwu Gate." Understanding this, Su Yu realized, no wonder she was so furious at the end, wanting to kill me. Turns out she was afraid I would spill the beans. Ilea and Kong Huan Yuan nodded in unison, very likely. Su Yu shook his head. "Let's not talk about this for now. Can we leave Qingyan City?" Kong Huan Yuan's brows furrowed. "I just quietly slipped out and hypnotized a few ghost-faced foxes with the illusory soul painting. According to them, the city gates are heavily guarded, and no one is allowed to leave without the Lord's order. We are already vastly different in appearance from the ghost-faced foxes. Even if the beasts above Nirvana can shape-shift, it would still be difficult to blend in. We can't expect the Dragon Eagle Guard to rescue us, after all these years. The Great Xia has never truly reached the foot of Qingyan City. Otherwise, Bai Ruhui and Shangwan Ling Wun Ti be left regretting their daughter's matters. Unable to leave, With no one to save us, if discovered in the enemy's den, we would be surrounded and killed. It seems like a deadlock. The two women's complexions were somewhat downcast. Not much better than before being caught in the spatial turbulence. Su Yu's eyes turned, seemingly discovering a blind spot. Ilea, Huan Yuan, don't lose heart. I've thought of a way. A glimmer of light flashed in Ilea and Kong Huan Yuan's eyes. They were at their wits' end. And Su Yu's words seemed to light up the candle of hope that was about to extinguish. What method? The two women asked in unison. Su Yu picked up the changing skin and, based on his memory, imitated the face of Qi Mu Yin wearing a mask. If even the guards beside the ninth prince had never seen her true face, doesn't that mean I could also be the ninth prince? At least, she has no way to prove she is the ninth prince. Even if I stand face to face with her, I dare to say I am a man. Would she dare to admit she is not a man? Huh. The two women were first stunned, then their eyes widened. It really is. Now, only a few people know the true appearance of the ninth prince. Even if they confront each other, Qi Mu Yin would fall into the trap of disproof. She really cannot admit it. Once she admits, it would be no different from suicide. The more Su Yu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. This is the only way to leave the city. Disguise as her, then obtain the Lord's order. We don't even need to look too much like her. I suspect that the Lord of Qingyan City may not even be in the city right now. Others may not have truly seen the ninth prince. Kong Huan Yuan was stunned. No wonder Ilea said that Su Yu's madness is unpredictable yet feasible. The hope for the future can really be realized through him. Ilea, use blood to shape 6 ghostly steeds. Let us make it look a bit more like it. Huan Yuan, use the witching night and illusory soul painting to make the ghostly steeds and carriage look more realistic. We need to make the appearance convincing. The two women exchanged glances and began to act. The whinnying of the ghostly steeds rang out, perfectly replicating the aura of the ninth prince's outing under the witching night that tears apart fantasy and reality. Ilea and Kong Huan Yuan stood on either side, posing as the maidservants in attendance. The ghostly steeds, with the carriage, soared into the sky, treading on flame clouds, racing towards the Lord's mansion. Countless ghost-faced foxes looked up at the ghostly steed carriage in the sky, exchanging glances as if they had heard of it. Could this be the carriage of the ninth prince? Ilea's voice pierced through the Lord's mansion. Where is the Lord? Having seen the prince, why do you not bow? Chapter 70. A transformation. The Lord is outside. His wife is hard to guard against. The ghost-faced fox guards at the door of the Lord's mansion were discussing eagerly. Is that really the carriage of the ninth prince of the demon clan? Haha. Is there any doubt? Who would dare impersonate him? In our borderland, no one would dare offend the holy domain. Exactly. Just look at the maidservants beside the carriage. TSK. Only the ninth prince of the demon clan is worthy of such maidservants, right? These guards of the Lord's mansion were naturally at the Nirvana realm. Having broken through some sequence limitations and mastered shape-shifting abilities, though they were not very skilled at it. The cultures of the myriad races are vastly different, but they tend to converge in aesthetic appreciation. What surprised Su Yu was that, despite feeling that this plan was highly feasible, none of the ghost-faced foxes questioned his identity. Based solely on appearance and rumors, they increasingly believed in him. The limitations of their cognition locked their judgment. Much like ancient farmers thinking the emperor was plowing with a golden hoe, the borderland races had never truly encountered significant figures from the forbidden zones. Since you have seen the prince, why do you not bow? Where is the Lord? Such neglect. Do you not wish to establish yourselves in this disaster zone? Ilea's haughty voice did not provoke resentment among these ghost-faced foxes. Instead, they believed that a prince of the demon clan should behave this way. They all knelt, paying their respects to His Highness the Ninth Prince. The construction of the Lord's mansion resembled a mini version of an ancient palace. In the courtyard, a beautifully dressed woman ran out, her face stunning and enchanting, looking like a mature woman, with an unmistakable foxtail peeking out from behind her skirt. She knelt and said, I am the wife of the Lord, Fox Feng, and my husband is on the battlefield. I am here to welcome His Highness the Ninth Prince. So you felt slightly relieved. He had bet right. The Lord of Qingyan City was indeed very likely not in the city. With figures like Xia Tingyan and others entering the domain, the lords like Fox Feng could only fight fiercely on the front lines against the human race. The only ghost-faced foxes who had a chance to see the Ninth Prince were not present. Wouldn't that leave him free to operate? Tell her we want to go in. Ilea gazed below. Rise. His Highness the Ninth Prince holds a noble identity, to prevent being attacked by lowly humans. We have decided to move to Qingyan City. Can your defenses accommodate this? The Fox G immediately stated, Qingyan City is well defended, and it is our clan's honor to be chosen by His Highness. Our Ghost-Face Fox clan swears to protect His Highness the Ninth Prince with our lives. Please have the prince move to the mansion. I will do my utmost for my husband. Ilea controlled the ghostly steeds. Go. The 6 ghostly steeds stepped on the flame clouds and descended upon the Lord's mansion. In the inner hall of the mansion, The decor had a strong exotic flair, and the burning sandalwood incense masked the undeniable scent of the Fox clan, while also being fragrant and elegant. Wearing a mask and pretending to be Qi Mu Yan, Suyu strode into the inner hall with an air of authority, sitting down unceremoniously in the seat belonging to the city lord, Hu Feng. The Fox Princess showed no signs of dissatisfaction, smiling as she said, "Here is your tea, Your Highness the Ninth Prince. Made from the fine spring of the Zue Mo well in the land of natural disasters." The universal language of all races was not difficult to learn, and with Suyu's mental strength, he had long mastered it before entering the demon's lair. Communicating with the ghost fox was naturally no problem. "Good tea. This is a habit learned from humans in the starting land. I hope Your Highness does not find it unworthy." The Fox Princess looked at Suyu with a captivating gaze, exuding a charm that could mesmerize. She positioned herself very low in her words, clearly at a higher realm than Suyu, yet she dared not overstep even a little. The reason was simple, while appearance could be disguised. The Fox Princess believed that temperament was difficult to imitate. The aura in the Ninth Prince's every gesture indeed resembled her husband's description. Little did she know, Suyu was wearing a thousand-faced skin, and she dared not guess that a figure from the holy domain would don the skin of her Fox clan. Although Suyu had many flaws, anyone truly familiar with the Ninth Prince would surely recognize him. But the Fox Princess was not familiar. Not to mention, her husband Hu Feng was also not familiar with him, let alone the stunning maidens beside him. The Fox Princess sighed that such existences were impossible in this marginal land. There was no doubt, he must be from the holy domain. Her speculation was not entirely wrong. The races of Ilea and Kong Huan Yuan had indeed once been in the forbidden area. So you said, City Lord Qing Yen has been quite loyal and diligent this time. The Ghost Fox clan is brave and unafraid of death, and this prince has indeed seen it. The Fox Princess's heart leaped with joy, smilingly saying, "Your Highness flatters me." Suyu coldly replied, "Do you mean this prince?" The Fox Princess was startled. The demon clan was indeed capricious, and she quickly said, No. What I meant was that our clan is always willing to go through fire and water for Your Highness." Suyu stood up and walked in front of the Fox Princess, pinching her chin with his hand. The Fox Princess's heart trembled. In Qingyan City, no ghost fox had ever dared to treat her this way. After all, she was the lady of the city lord. However, she was not angry at being treated so lightly by the Ninth Prince. Instead, she envisioned a picture in her heart, imagining that if she could climb up to the high branch of the Ninth Prince, she would soar to great heights. She was not foolish but greedy. Even being a concubine of such a significant figure was far better than being a cannon fodder race in this marginal land, and it would be much safer. The Fox Princess excitedly said, Your Highness, her cheeks blushing, her voice gentle and charming, as if she could make a man's bones go soft. Suyu was slightly taken aback. Wow, are all your races so uninhibited? Poor city Lord Qingyan. Truly, in the conflict of Hu Feng, the lady had already been on the prince's bed. This fox demon looked quite good, though not nearly as good as Ilea and Kong Huan Yuan. At most, she could be compared to a star in human society, but with an added charm. However, not everything was worth having for Suyu. There was always an indescribable lewdness about the ghost-faced fox clan. Besides, Suyu had no interest in the possessions used by other foxes. Ilea, standing nearby, said displeased, Lady City Lord, this isn't a serious offense, is it? Do you really think this lowly ghost fox could catch the eye of His Highness the Prince? How dare you use charms on him? The Fox Princess's face turned pale as she realized she had been too greedy. Your Highness, forgive me. I did not mean it. Suyu snorted, Humph. Considering it was your first offense, I shall let it go. However, this prince has said that your Ghost Fox clan has performed well and deserves some rewards. Since Hu Feng is not present, the Fox Princess immediately became excited. Since my husband is not here, I can accept your Highness's grace on his behalf. Suyu responded, You truly have a deep affection for each other. Suyu gently bit the tip of his finger. All right. My blood can allow any demon to undergo a transformation, gaining the power of my demon clan, but the Fox Princess's pupil shrank. That incredibly sweet blood was an opportunity bestowed from above that she absolutely could not miss. Chapter 71, Sinking Under the Crown of Blood. Shock Command Center. The Fox Princess was extremely excited, the brilliance in her eyes overflowing. Transformation. In the demon lair, the order of sequences was absolute. The Fox Princess suffered from the limitations of her race and did not understand the beast taming methods of humans, always unable to advance further. If she could transform into a demon and become a higher sequence, then the insurmountable path to godhood would not be a luxury. She respectfully knelt on the ground, her foxtail swaying in utmost submission. At this moment, even if Suyu wanted to openly take her right there in the city lord's mansion, she probably would not refuse. Suyu took out a golden vessel filled with blood and handed it to her. The intense fragrance emanating from the blood was anything but ordinary. It also indirectly confirmed the extraordinary value of this demon blood. How could she know that this was merely the deadly temptation of Su Yu's blood? Ilea and Kong Huanyuan had felt uneasy since arriving at the city lord's mansion, remaining in a daze, fearing they would reveal their flaws. As a result, when it seemed that everything was everywhere, it absurdly began to operate. Coincidence or accident? The fox princess gulped down Su Yu's blood. In her mind, a blood-red crown forged from blood loomed in her spiritual sea, emanating an ancient and majestic holy might. Only then did the fox princess realize something was wrong. She had not truly transformed. This deadly temptation and her inner greed had caused her to lose her basic judgment. When sinking into the abyss of greed, it was too late. This is not demon blood. The fox princess's eyes widened, glaring at Su Yu with resentment. Su Yu smiled, lifting his mask. You are absolutely right, Lady City Lord. I am Su Yu of the human race, at your service. Sinking under the crown of blood. And by the way, you just so lewd. The fox princess's expression changed dramatically, her beauty fading. Human race. That lowly race. She had gone to great lengths to please, and even offered herself. Her curse had yet to leave her lips when her spirit was already shocked by the blood-red crown. As the lady of the city lord, she had actually been subdued by a mere human. Her twisted face filled with resentment, yet she spoke words of unparalleled loyalty. My king, your loyal blood servant, is always willing to go through fire and water for you. The duration of the blood crown would not be long. And Su Yu did not wish to sign a contract with her. Hand over the city lord's order. Yes, my king. Ilea exclaimed in disbelief. No matter how many times I see it, this little guy's talent is truly terrifying. Kong Huanyuan deeply agreed. She had been forced into a contract by this talent. Su Yu took the city lord's order. How about that? Smoothly obtained. Even the thing Su Yu secretly feared the most, the 10,000 beasts list, had not been triggered as a result. Perhaps the wind and cloud list had some special rules. Ilea teased. Humph, if it weren't for me being here. Would you still be planning to taste the Lady City Lord's flavor? Su Yu raised both hands. That's a misunderstanding. I don't want things used by other foxes. Are all fox clans like this? Ilea shook her head. Not really. The ghost-faced fox is just one of the sequences in the fox clan. There's also the higher-ranked 97-tailed fox clan, which is even more beautiful. As for the anomalies among them, Su Yu was taken aback. Could it be that our target is? Shu, Ilea said. Last time, I sensed her in the Wangxian forest, 200 miles east of Qingyan City. The sequence number of the tail fox lies between 91,100, and this clan also possesses a divine sequence. No wonder Ilea said that this clan is born to charm men. Kong Huanyuan said, this place is not suitable to stay for long. We should retreat early. Su Yu shook his head. Retreat? Not in a hurry. There is still one thing to do. Su Yu had not forgotten that his teacher Shangwan Ling and Bai Ruhui's daughter seemed to have gone missing near Qingyan City. He asked the fox princess, does Qingyan City have any beast tamers who capture humans? Su Yu's lips quivered. The human race and Qingyan City have been fighting for over a decade, leading to mutual captures, but I never expected there would be so many. Perhaps I should do something for the Great Xia. I will call upon the entire city to gather the humans and march them to the Qingshi Gorge front line. By the order of the 9th prince. Additionally, bring me the roster of human captives. The fox lady nodded. Yes. As the fox lady issued the order, Su Yu took out a token made from the leaves of the Qinglan begonia, which contained messages from many people expressing concern for his safety. If there is a chance to rescue all the human captives in the city, I will take them to the Qingshi Gorge front line. Please ask my teacher for her daughter's name. I will do my utmost to rescue her. Qingshi Gorge, the human base. The 7 cities of the demon abyss were going wild, with nearly 700,000 alien beasts, demonic plants, and undead attacking in waves, disregarding their lives. Even though the human race's main force was deployed in the disaster demon abyss, the pressure was still immense. Fortunately, the combat power of beast tamers far surpassed that of the same level alien beasts. Although the first day of frantic attacks significantly drained the stamina of the humans and the magic power of their pet beasts, the losses were not great. Lu Xian and others had just come down from the battlefield to recover their strength, and they were quite worried about Su Yu's safety. If Su Yu hadn't stopped that terrifying demon, perhaps a few of them would have. Chun Mingming squatted by the fire, hugging her legs. Su Yu, will he be okay? Suddenly, there was a commotion from Lu Xian's token. Lu Xian's expression brightened. There's news. Su Yu's news. The others quickly gathered around as Lu Xian read quickly. No, I must tell the teacher. No, I must tell Governor Xia. Lu Xian dashed toward the command center of the human base. Stop, the guarding soldier shouted. Lu Xian anxiously said, move aside. Governor Xia. Principal Ning. Urgent military situation. I need to see you urgently. The command center was filled with many powerful figures, including military and prominent families, and they were somewhat displeased by the shouting outside. Xia Tingyan said, "Let her in. After all, she is the daughter of Commander Lu," and Xia Tingyan did not stop her. When Lu Xian rushed in, the steward of the Li family, Li Zongxing, said unhappily, "This is a military place. Does this little girl from the Lu family not understand the rules?" Xia Tingyan said, "Lu Xian, why have you barged into the command center? If we were to investigate this matter closely, it wouldn't be a small issue." Lu Xian hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping herself. Xia Tingyan added, "Speak. Everyone here can be trusted." Lu Xian handed the token to Xia Tingyan. The Qinglan begonia was his demonic plant, and upon receiving the token, he immediately understood everything. How is this possible? Everyone look. The text on it was projected into the command center with a wave of his hand. Chapter 72. Fully cooperate with Su Yu. The most dangerous moment. The entire room fell silent. No one spoke. Even Ning Hanwen couldn't help but be moved, as it seemed to exceed his psychological expectations. After a long pause, the steward from the Ninth Pillar family, Li Zongxing, was the first to speak. "Do you think this is true? Could it be that the enemy captured Su Yu and forced him to write this?" "There is that possibility, but it could also be true. If what Su Yu said is true, he will undoubtedly become a hero of the entire demon city and even the great Xia. But I don't believe it. This is impossible. This matter is too unbelievable. A mere beast tamer in transformation realm suddenly appears in the enemy's demon city, controlling the city lord's wife and managing the city lord's mansion. Can he even rescue the humans captured by Qingyan City over the years?" One after another. It seemed to crush their worldview. Another steward from the Li family, Li Zongwan, said, "What my elder brother said makes sense. It looks like he was captured, and perhaps he has even betrayed us." Lu Xian firmly said, "Su Yu is absolutely not that kind of person." Li Zongwan snorted, "Humph, who can say for sure? Besides, little girl from the Lu family, this is a military area. You have no right to interrupt, so step back." Lu Xian bit her lip. The Li family must be slandering Su Yu because of Li Mu. Xia Tingyan coldly said, "Zongwan, be cautious with your words. Do not casually accuse your comrades and fellow soldiers of betrayal without verification." Li Zongwan felt Xia Tingyan's displeasure and immediately apologized. "What Governor Xia said is correct. I was merely suggesting a possibility. I didn't think it through." Lu Xian noticed that Shangwan Ling beside her was covering her face and crying. She was trying her best to control her emotions. If it weren't for the command center, she might have broken down completely. Shangwan Ling, her eyes filled with tears, said, "I only told a few people about my daughter's situation, and not many know. I can. Without a doubt, what Su Yu said is true. Although we do not know how he managed to control the city lord's wife and indirectly control Qingyan City, now, at this critical moment of life and death, he did not choose to evade danger, but instead decided to take risks to rescue us. This matter is top secret. We must ensure that this news does not leak. If I find out that anyone here has leaked information, then you will be traitors to the great Xia. Thousands of comrades, if this succeeds. It will be no less than a large-scale victory, at least until the operation is over." Li Zongxing had to declare, "Governor Xia, rest assured. The aristocratic families will not leak this news. The association will also keep it confidential. The Nine-School Alliance will do the same." Xia Tingyan decisively said, "Good. Pass my orders. The Dragon Eagle Guard and the Alliance Army will mount a full counterattack, interspersing and cutting off the enemy's front lines, and must isolate the ghost-faced fox in the north by tomorrow. Then the Dragon Eagle Guard's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 9th battalions will be responsible for the support. Principal Shangwan, please inform Su Yu that all human forces in the Disaster Demon Abyss will fully cooperate with Su Yu's actions. But there are requirements. Feel free to speak." Shangwan Ling wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "Okay." Though she said she hadn't given up hope. She knew in her heart that they could not approach Qingyan City and could not defeat the city lord. Many had gone missing, and the great Xia could not risk the entire demon abyss and the lives of countless people for her. But Su Yu had taken it to heart. Not only had he taken it to heart, but he had also infiltrated Qingyan City, and there was even a real chance to find her daughter. The nightmare that had trapped her for years seemed to be illuminated by the first ray of light. "Su Yu, forgive the teacher's selfishness. My daughter's name is Bai Yaqing. I beg you, if you can find her. Governor Xia said he would fully cooperate with your actions, so let me know if you have any requests." The words on the token gradually became incoherent, and Su Yu could understand this feeling very well. If one day, it were Ilea or his parents leaving him, it was hard to imagine what his feelings would be at that time. The Fox Lady had delivered the roster to Su Yu. He quickly flipped through the pages and found Bai Yaqing's name. Sure enough, she was still alive. There was no time to waste. They must set off immediately. Su Yu's excuse for the Fox Lady to use was that the frontline attack was going poorly, and the ghost-faced Fox clan had suffered significant losses, needing some cannon fodder. And there was no better choice than human slaves. which persuaded the demon generals. Yes, my king. Suyu had infused her with considerable blood. The effect of the blood crown would last for a while. If it exceeds the limit, then even if he continued to infuse blood, it would be of no use. The ghost-faced fox was highly efficient. Within just over an hour, these humans were sent outside the city. Once the dust settled here, after Suyu sent out the news about the escort team, he said to Ilea, Huanyin, it's time for us to go. Ilea asked, should we still use the identity of the ninth prince? Suyu shook his head. No, the news of the ninth prince in Qinyan City has probably spread. Using that dark steed to leave the city now would attract too much attention. It was originally a clever move, better to avoid unnecessary trouble. We got the city lord's order, so we can quietly leave the city in disguise, following behind a human team. When it's safe, Suyu still didn't want to take too many risks. Just as Suyu prepared to change out of Chi Mine's outfit, a sound of breaking air came from outside. The city lord has returned. As the call of the city gate rang out, countless ghost foxes shouted together, the city lord has returned. Suyu's heart instantly leaped into his throat. Suyu and the others peeked out and saw. At the end of the sky, in the opposite direction of the escorting human race team, a carriage pulled by 6 hell steeds, accompanied by 2 demon lords and the lord of Qinyan City, galloping through the void. Wow! Suyu almost shouted out. A strong sense of crisis surged in her heart. How did she know I was here? No, she can't know. Even the beast ranking didn't show Suyu's information. Maybe she really just came to Qinyan City by chance. Oh no. The worst-case scenario. This fake ninth prince, Suyu, just happened to be blocked inside the lord's mansion by the real Qi Mu Yan. Kong Huan Yuan momentarily lost focus. What to do, Suyu? A big crisis situation. A deadlock, another deadlock. Ilea's gaze was initially scattered, then firm. Huan Yuan, can I trust you? Take the little one and go. In an instant. She even made a decision. Suyu resolutely said, no, there is still a way. You two listen to me. Success or failure hinges on this one move. We only have one chance. Chapter 73. I am the ninth prince. Dare you remove the mask? The 2 women turned their gazes towards Suyu. In such a situation, could there still be a way? Suyu didn't have time to explain and directly said, split into 2 steps, Huan Yuan ambush. Wait until that demon woman and her entourage come in. Then you activate the inherent barrier to capture her and the fox princess, and pull me in as well. Just a moment is enough, then you hide in the pet space. At that time, everyone's attention will surely be on that demon woman. No one will notice Ilea's actions. Ilea, you dig a hole into the ground now. The deeper the better, we will escape from underground. As for how to escape, follow my orders. A bold plan was constructed in Suyu's mind. Seeming to sense the worries of the 2 women, Suyu said softly, we won't die here, Ilea. I still want to accompany you to taste the joys and sorrows of the world, and one day I will understand what your wish is, Huan Yuan. I want to accompany you across the Forbidden Sea, to that forbidden zone. Trust me, no need for explanations. Just a simple trust me dispelled all concerns from Ilea and Kong Huan Yuan. Then, Suyu focused on the fox princess. Deadly temptation. The deadly temptation of the transcendence realm, not only seductive but even more lethal. Suyu's blood would transform into a vengeful spirit. In just a few seconds, everything was ready. As long as we are still within the territories of our 7 cities, he won't be able to escape. Foxwind had finally seized the opportunity for the ninth prince to temporarily reside in Qinyan City, naturally wanting to perform well. Perhaps he could cling to this big leg? Qi Mu Yan was sullen and silent. For her, the war in the demon cave had dropped to second priority. Finding and killing Suyu was the most crucial. Otherwise, once the news leaked, the cruel inheritance system of the Abyss Demon Clan would follow. Qi Mu Yan bit her red lips, clenched her fists. And due to her thoughts being too scattered, even Ilea, who was also a deity, and Kong Huan Yuan, who was not far from her, subconsciously did not actively perceive. A group of demons had just stepped into the hall of the Lord's mansion when Foxwind saw the fox princess smiling brightly, wanting to welcome him. Everything seemed so beautiful, so peaceful, when suddenly a black shadow tore through space and spread instantly. Foxwind, the bird lord, and the insect lord were startled. Who? This is the Lord's mansion of the demon city. Who dares to act? And who is hiding here? However, the inherent barrier was already extremely rare. Even the 3 mythic realm existences could not have imagined that Qinyan City actually hid someone capable of using such a barrier. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped the fox princess and Qi Mu Yan. Qi Mu Yan immediately reacted. Suyu. Suyu was right in front of her, and she hadn't sensed him. How lax was that? Qi Mu Yan gritted her silver teeth, hurriedly using her own barrier. Demon Ashen Hellflower. That terrifying purgatory was actually a flower growing in the demon realm. The blooming of the hellflower would trigger destruction akin to the apocalypse. With her current strength, she could only induce the precursor of the hellflower, unable to truly bloom. Even so, the induced barrier was already extremely terrifying. Demon woman, we meet again. At the end of the barrier, a familiar face appeared in Qi Mu Yan's pupils. It was him. Qi Mu Yan gritted her teeth, feeling both anger and joy, mixed with unease. She laughed angrily. Huh. Suyu, this prince didn't come looking for you, yet you threw yourself into the net. Go die? Years of experience told her that she must kill Suyu quickly. His appearance here was highly unreasonable and must have ulterior motives. Suyu clicked his tongue. TSK. Clearly having a stunningly beautiful face, yet always resorting to killing. Why not learn how to please men, little demon girl? However, today, let us set that aside. The troublesome one is not me, but you. Just as Qi Mu Yan's attack was directed towards Suyu, a fox shadow flashed by. Uft. Qi Mu Yan's demonic claw pierced through the fox princess's lower abdomen. Qi Mu Yan was taken aback. She clearly hadn't seen the ethereal demoness. Kong Huan Yuan's illusionary soul painting had created a false impression. Suyu didn't give her time to think. He put on 1,000-change disguise, transforming into Qi Mu Yan's masked appearance. Kong Huan Yuan dispelled the demoness knight and dove into the pet space. The barrier shattered. In less than 2 seconds, Foxwind, the insect lord, and the bird lord once again witnessed a bizarre scene that left their brains in a shut-down state. There are 2 ninth princes? One of them pierced through Foxwind's wife, the fox princess? Huh. Foxwind's face was filled with disbelief. Fox princess, your highness you. Qi Mu Yan panicked. Ever since meeting Suyu, she had been in a state of confusion, being led by the nose. Qi Mu Yan quickly shook her head. Not me, it's him. He is. Suyu interrupted. He is fake. Foxwind, both of you. He is Suyu. He impersonated the 9th prince to infiltrate the lord's mansion and just happened to run into us. Qi Mu Yan was stunned. No, I am the 9th prince. This bastard Suyu actually impersonated her in front of her. Qi Mu Yan immediately retorted. No, he is Suyu. Suyu, you are the bastard. Foxwind held the critically injured fox princess, his mind in a daze. The insect lord and the bird lord were also confused, judging by their auras. Qi Mu Yan was real, while Suyu was fake, but how could the 9th prince harm the fox princess? Although clearing the edges was a secret objective, even the most foolish prodigy from the Forbidden Zone wouldn't massacre their own subordinates, right? The insect lord held his head. Wait, let me sort this out. I can't recognize. Auras can also deceive. Both lords knew this well. Qi Mu Yan was exasperated. You two can't even recognize the 9th prince? The bird lord asked. Your highness, who did you ask me to contact a few days ago? The matter of contacting the wind and cloud tower only involved him, and Qi Mu Yan, the insect lord, knew this. Qi Mu Yan helplessly blurted out, Wind and Cloud Pavilion. The insect lord reacted. Right, this is real. That one is fake. Qi Mu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. These two weren't too foolish after all. The bird lord's mythic realm aura pressed down instantly. You are fake. However, Suyu's next sentence left the bird lord's brain stunned. Fool. Suyu made it onto the wind and cloud list. So the wind and cloud pavilion must have contacted him. Do you think Suyu wouldn't know about your contact with the wind and cloud pavilion? Remembering Li Lingya's words, Suyu quickly filled in the gaps. The bird lord took a deep breath. This is indeed the case. Then, your highness, no matter who is real, think of a way to prove it. Use your abilities. Use our clan's abilities. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back. You two are simply hopelessly stupid. Abilities can't be impersonated. Use your brains. I am the 9th prince. If you don't believe it, the Suyu standing over there, I ask you, do I dare to take off the mask to prove I am the 9th prince? Do you dare? Qi Mu Yan's eyes widened. Huh? Chapter 74. Qi Mu Yan's compromise. I will never tell anyone else. Qi Mu Yan was stunned. Remove the mask and reveal your true identity. One would definitely be able to quickly recognize each other's identities. However, this was equivalent to Suyu dragging her down with him. Suyu was undoubtedly doomed, but once these two demons learned about their daughter's identity, they would no longer be loyal to her. Once this spread, losing the qualification to compete for the title of Demon King, Qi Mu Yan would also face the same fate of death. Suyu smiled arrogantly. Demons are like this. Their brains are dull and ineffective. Never try to prove what you are. There will always be doubts. Instead of proving oneself, it's better to question others. Are you brave enough to remove the mask? Anyway, I'm not afraid of being barefoot. If you're afraid, then you definitely aren't the 9th prince. The bird and insect sovereigns exchanged glances. It seems this is the real deal. It makes sense. His Highness has always been decisive and never hesitates. I have yet to see His Highness's true face. The bird sovereign sternly asked Qi Mu Yan. Could it be that you are the fake? Qi Mu Yan felt her lungs were about to explode from frustration. Even if she used the demon ash dark flower now, it would be useless, as Suyu had casually dismissed her abilities as imitations. How could a mere human imitate a divine series barrier? But that wasn't the key issue. The key was that the bird and insect sovereigns believed Suyu's nonsense. Only those brave enough to remove their masks could be the ninth prince. Theoretically, that was flawless. But she simply couldn't remove hers. Chi Yin glared at the bird sovereign. You guys. For a moment, she felt utterly helpless. Even if her body was covered in mouths, she didn't know where to argue from. It was she who had injured the fox princess. Yet she was still too afraid to remove the mask. The fox wind was already looking at her with a strange expression. Suyu was still fanning the flames on the side. What are you waiting for? Capture that bastard Suyu. Foxwind, don't you want to avenge your wife? Foxwind stood up, eager to act. Chi Muyan's fingertips trembled. She had never suffered such a huge loss, feeling numb. She bit her red lip. She had to admit defeat. The barrier of the demon ash dark flower unfolded again, capturing Suyu inside. Now, whatever she said was futile. She couldn't kill Suyu quickly, and was also worried that if she really killed him, he would panic and expose her secrets. It felt a bit like being on a tigress' back, unable to get off. Inside the barrier, Chi Yin gritted her silver teeth and forced herself to calm down. Let's make a deal. I won't kill you, you leave, far, far away. Also, you must not speak of that matter. Suyu put on a nonchalant attitude. What deal? I am the ninth prince. You should be the one to leave. Chi Yan's mouth twitched. Is he really getting addicted to acting? She truly wished to tear apart this bastard even at the cost of revealing her true identity. But reason told her to endure. Seeing Chi Yin about to lose control, Suyu gently removed his mask. Little Demoness, this isn't a deal. The one in trouble now is you, not me. Chi Yin was surprised to see Suyu softening a bit. She actually sighed in relief because he was willing to negotiate. Chi Yin was astonished by her own compromise. A feeling she had never experienced before spread in her heart. Chi Yin warily asked, what do you want? Suyu replied, at least we should change locations to talk, right? In front of your two foolish subordinates. How can I admit it? Can we even negotiate? Suyu continued, once you release the barrier, there's a deep pit 100 meters to your 9 o'clock direction. You pretend to be me and jump down, while I pretend to be you and chase after you. Let us make it a real act. Change locations. You can't kill me, and I can't do anything to you either. We can negotiate better conditions afterward. I'll disappear on the spot, and you continue being your ninth prince. How about that? Suyu's ultimate goal was still to escape. Killing openly would attract too much attention, and he couldn't find a safe place. It was better to dig underground. As long as those three in the divine myth realm didn't follow, it would be safe. Letting Alia dig in advance was also for this moment. Chi Yin warned, you better not try to deceive me. One condition must apply. You must never reveal my identity. Suyu raised one hand to the sky. All right. No matter what, I will never tell anyone your little Demoness identity. Chi Yin sighed softly. To silence Suyu's loose tongue, she had to endure humiliation. Outside the barrier, although the two sovereigns leaned more towards Suyu's words, they were still hesitant. The insect sovereign asked, Brother Bird, who should we trust? The bird sovereign scratched his head. Let us watch and see. The truth can't be hidden, and a fake can't be real. The fox wind's expression was dark. The one who harmed my wife must be Suyu, he asserted firmly. This not only gave the demon race a way out, but also left the two sovereigns unable to find fault. This city lord would definitely demand an explanation. The insect sovereign said, don't worry, the fake one will definitely be handed over to you for disposal. As the barrier shattered, the two ninth princes clashed in a frenzy. Suddenly, one of them dashed out and opened up 100-meter distance, then jumped into the already dug hole. Suyu chased after him. No one is allowed to follow. This prince wants to personally catch that bastard Suyu. The bird and insect sovereigns, who were originally prepared to chase, hesitated at the command of the one who looked like the real ninth prince, with their divine myth powers. They could have blocked him in an instant. But now that the one who looked like the real ninth prince had spoken, they hesitated again. The demon race is a class structure that is extremely strict. The hesitation and entanglement of the two demons were indescribable. Suyu successfully chased down, and the two demons indeed did not follow. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The identity of the ninth prince was indeed useful. On the surface, the two demons looked at Foxwind. Foxwind understood. You really want to leave this to me to handle? As long as he's the fake. Good. Foxwind clapped his hands. Those detestable humans. Do you think that just because you escaped underground, you can avoid detection? Don't forget, every demon city has not only one divine myth realm city lord, but also a divine myth realm demon plant. The roots of the demon plant are rooted underground. Do you think you can escape? Underground, Chi Yin traveled several thousand meters before reaching the bottom, where a somewhat familiar face came into view. It's you? The two women looked at each other in surprise, then suddenly realized. Following closely behind were Suyu and the escaping illusory kite. Alia's heart finally relaxed. Without a doubt, Suyu had once again passed through a perilous situation. Not only that, but it seemed there were unexpected gains. Alia looked at Chi Yin strangely. Chi Yin coldly said, What are you looking at? If it weren't for you despicable people. Suyu interrupted. Enough, little demoness. If you don't want your two foolish subordinates to catch on, hurry up. Hurry up with what? Digging a hole. Suyu pointed ahead. Chapter 75. Losing both the wife and the soldiers. Humph. Never seen the world before. Chi Mu Yin was so angry that she directly removed her mask, pointing at herself in shock. You want me to do that? Suyu was taken aback. What else? You're the one who wants to negotiate with me. You can't expect me and my woman to do the work, right? Chi Mu Yin. The three of us didn't know what to say. Since birth, she had been hidden by her mother. No one knew her gender. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been made to do manual labor for others. And she had never done such a degrading job, like a burrowing rat. Chi Mu Yin constantly reminded herself to endure. Once the opportunity arose, she must kill this bastard. Alia on the side couldn't help but chuckle, crossing her arms and sizing up this abyss demoness. In terms of beauty, the more she looked, the more enchanting she became. Even as a girl, Alia found herself increasingly wanting to look at her. But the temper was quite stubborn. It wouldn't be easy for the little one to tame this wild horse. Otherwise, making her the third pet seemed like a good choice. Just thinking about putting the pearl of the abyss demon race under her control felt so satisfying. The Blood Clan initially lost to the Demon Clan in the battle for the Divine Demon Well. And this memory's torment gave Alia an indescribable sense of pride at this moment. Chi Mu Yin gritted her teeth and said, "You're good. Remember this." After leaving behind a harsh remark, the little demoness indeed started to work honestly. It seemed she vented all her anger towards Suyu onto the earth and stones in front of her. After a frenzied bombardment, she advanced several hundred meters in just a few breaths, completely burying the earth and stones, turning them into nothingness and sending the energy into the inherent barrier, saving the trouble of transporting it. Alia whispered in his ear, "Did you let her trick you again?" Suyu pinched her delicate nose and replied, "How can it be called a trick when it comes to beast tamers?" Alia felt warmth in her heart. She understood what Suyu meant. When Chi Mu Yin and her group first arrived at the city lordess mansion, even Alia felt a bit desperate and even suggested letting Kong Huan Yuan lead Suyu away to escape. Suyu seemed a bit angry about this, indicating he cared more about himself than life and death. While they were talking, Chi Mu Yin had already advanced over 2,000 meters. As expected of the top of the 10,000 beasts list, even with the three of them, Suyu, Alia, and Kong Huan Yuan, teaming up, they might not win against her. How did she manage this? Was it a difference in magical power, physical strength, or something else? When they advanced to 5,000 meters, strange sounds came from ahead. Boom. Rumble. The entire underground passage trembled, and the sand and stones shattered. Suyu and the others frowned. What happened? Chi Mu Yan's blood pressure shot up. Those two idiots. Idiots. Hopeless idiots. Chi Mu Yan realized something and began cursing the bird and insect sovereigns. It was the city-protecting demon plant of Qingyan City. Those two idiots must have shifted the blame onto Hufeng. I said, why didn't those two idiots follow us in? The two demon lords couldn't recognize who was real, so they simply dumped the blame on Hufeng. They didn't want you to die. But the city-protecting demon plant is also at the mythic level. Isn't it easy to injure it? As long as it gets injured, they can remove its mask to identify it. And if it turns out to be a real demon, Hufeng would have to take the blame. So you took a deep breath, hiss. So it turns out they were just pretending to be confused. They could lead now. What? That city-protecting demon plant is at the mythic level? Aren't we finished? Chi Mu Yin coldly replied. You don't need to remind me. You bunch of uncultured bumpkins have no experience. Let me tell you the truth. The city-protecting demon plant is rooted in the demon city, absorbing the magical power emitted by the citizens of the demon city to achieve mythic status. Therefore, it cannot leave the demon city. And the longer its branches extend outside the city, the weaker it becomes. This mythic-level demon plant can extend its branches thousands or even tens of thousands of meters, at most having the strength of a nirvana-level being. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. At the same time, he noted in his heart that this was a big secret. But conversely, if the branches extending tens of thousands of meters all have nirvana-level strength, doesn't that mean a mythic-level demon plant can equal the combat power of thousands of nirvana-level demon plants? Mythic beings are indeed terrifying. Here it comes. Chi Mu Yin said softly. Bang bang bang. Countless branches burst through the walls of the underground passage, attacking everyone. The three women sprang into action, blood thorns, shattered space, and dark energy magic slashes. Bang. The branches were severed one after another, but Chi Mu Yin did not stop advancing. Suddenly, she frowned. You big jerk. Let your woman come forward and fight with me. The demon plant's trunk is not far ahead. So you didn't ask further and nodded gently. Kong Huan Yuan even summoned her Snow Heart Rose and Heavenly Thunder Nether Pillar to reinforce the passage. The three women joined forces, the fusion of blood and demonic energy. And after Ling Kong Maying broke the earth and stones in front of them, they all smashed towards the giant tree trunk on the opposite side. Swish! The trunk, thicker than a hug, was pierced, and liquid like stars gushed out. Suyu was shocked. Life liquid. He had never seen so much life liquid before. That's right. The liquid is produced by mythic-level demon plants. Bottles, no basins. Wow. Weevee hit the jackpot. You demon plant, not staying obediently in the city, but daring to extend over here? Bring it on. At the same time, Hoofing's expression darkened. The bird sovereign asked, what is going on? Did you catch them? Hoofing looked grim. It's too deep. They're at least 5,000 meters underground, and the power of the crystal mist pine has diminished to almost nothing. Even the trunk has been broken. What a huge loss. The main trunk takes at least 100 years to regenerate. It can be said that it's losing both the lady and the soldiers. The bird sovereign twitched his lips. Useless. Insect brother, what to do? The insect sovereign said, chase. No matter who is real or fake, if Ninth Prince really has an accident, we want to be able to bear it. The plan to shift the blame failed, and the two demons were forced to jump into the pit. But damn it, why is the back blocked? Which direction did they dig in? Hoofing frantically left the city lord's mansion, searching for the main body of the crystal mist pine. It must know Suyu's location. Underground, Suyu was happily scooping up life liquid. How many drops is this? Thousands. 10,000. Can't tell. In short, it's a windfall. Alia and Kong Huanyuan also followed suit, eager to take even the branches of the crystal mist pine with them. This made even the pampered Chi Mu Yin dumbfounded. Don't you feel ashamed? Humph. Uncultured. You're all rushing to grab this stuff? Chapter 76. 9 Extremes Nether Spring. Third on the 10,000 beasts list, today and yesterday. Chi Mu Yin disdainfully glanced at the life liquid. That's natural. She extended a hand, and deep purple branches and blood-red flowers of the mandala bloomed in her palm. Pride filled Chi Mu Yan's eyes. Finally, there was a time to suppress this jerk. Our clan's great miracle, you bunch of bumpkins can only envy it. Suyu asked softly, so where can one obtain it? Chi Mu Yin chuckled lightly. Only the nether flower born in my royal clan's inherent barrier can produce it. Suddenly, her expression changed. Are you trying to trick me? Damn it, I got caught in this jerk's words again. Hee. Suyu chuckled dryly. What subordinates have, the master has too. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Suyu observed the dark purple nether spring flickering on the stamen of the nether flower, emanating a powerful and mysterious aura. This is why her strength surpasses Alia and Huanyuan. He must get it. A magical level treasure, even if he only gets a drop, with the peculiar counterfeit. It would be equivalent to an endless supply of Dragon Level 9 Extremes Nether Spring. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Little Demoness. Here's the deal. You give me 1,000 drops, and I guarantee I'll forget everything that happened today. Not a word will be mentioned. Chi Mu Yin glared at Suyu. 1,000 drops? Do you think it's water? The nether flower can only produce 1 drop a day, and that drop is more effective than 1,000 drops of your life liquid. Chi Mu Yin thought angrily. This jerk is indeed tempted. But he actually makes such a lion's big demand. She had to trick this jerk. The 9 Extremes Nether Spring can produce 10 drops a day, and she needed to use this to take the initiative in negotiations. Who would have thought Suyu wouldn't fall for it? Don't kid around. Your nether flower can at least produce 10 drops. Chi Mu Yin was stunned. Huh? How do you know? Then she blushed with anger. You. Suyu secretly laughed, truly hitting the jackpot. It's only right that I'm making a fortune. He guessed right. Suyu extended his hand. So? Asking for 1,000 drops is not too much. I can swear by the Luo River that this is the most important oath for our human race. The two women beside forced themselves not to laugh. Yes, yes. The master never lies, especially to pretty girls. Suyu nodded repeatedly. See? I'm a trustworthy person. Chi Mu Yin weighed the pros and cons. She didn't lack this thing. Using some resources to completely shut Suyu up wouldn't be a bad thing. Alright, I'll give it to you. But afterward, you have to dig with me. Deal. Suyu happily accepted the 1,000 drops of nether spring. He sighed in his heart. Truly worthy of being a top race from the Forbidden Zone. They have as many resources as they want. Suyu decided that he would never reveal anything about Chi Mu Yin. He needed to use this matter to extract more treasures from this little demoness. On the ground, the two demon lords were frantically punching the ground, each punch creating a pit hundreds of meters deep, yet they still couldn't find Suyu's escape route. After all, thousands of meters below, finding this route was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The insect lord said, "Forget it, brother bird. With the strength of the Ninth Prince, how could he possibly lose to a mere human like Suyu?" The bird lord nodded helplessly. Yes, anyway no one knows. Sizzle. The gray sky was pierced by a golden light, and a scroll unfolded in the heavens, with clouds swirling and golden lights spilling everywhere. When someone stirs the winds and clouds, the wind and cloud ranking will reappear. The two demon lords widened their eyes. What the hell? I forgot about this. The golden words of the beast ranking appeared. Human Suyu successfully escaped with a scheme in front of the two demon lords and successfully took the Abyss Ninth Prince hostage, elevating Suyu to the 3rd place in the beast ranking. Puff. The bird lord spat out a mouthful of old blood. The fact that the two demon lords were played around by a mere human was spread throughout the entire forbidden area among the myriad races. The insect lord's eyes flashed. That scheme might be the only way to salvage their dignity, but it's worse than not salvaging it all. Isn't that just openly calling them fools? The key point is, the 9th prince was also taken hostage. It must be the despicable scheme of the humans. That's right, those cunning humans. The two demons gritted their teeth in hatred. You're right, Brother Bird, we must ensure nothing happens to the prince. Otherwise, we will be held accountable. Yeah, the two demons dared not delay, acting separately, their auras spreading out. In the direction of Qingshi Gorge, countless humans stared at the sky in astonishment. Especially the Blood Spirit Squad, several of them widened their eyes. Captain Dugaming said, I have serious doubts that the wind and cloud ranking might have appeared. The others expressed deep agreement. No matter how strong the old captain was, it couldn't be this outrageous. Mu Chongwei said uncertainly, what if it's true? The others fell silent. He had only been in the demon abyss for a few days. Yet he had turned the disaster-ridden demon abyss upside down, repeatedly escaping from the hands of the mythical realm's demons, and even outwitting the abyss demon race's 9th prince, who held the 1st place in the beast ranking. How could these veterans feel about that? In the team, two people's expressions were noticeably unnatural, even slightly sinister. Above the canyon, Ning Hanwen looked at the sky, a slight smile on his lips. He was confident that there were no elements beyond his expectations. If there were, it must be a variable in the world. Xia Tingyin and Jiang Huiran exchanged glances. This old silver coin was starting again. Can't they be a bit more sincere with each other? However, Suyu had set a new record for humanity on the beast ranking. The beast ranking had never given such an honor to the human race. In the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, the two pavilion masters of Dragon and Beast were playing chess. Masters of the two pavilions, we haven't found where he is, Long 12 said with embarrassment. The Beast Pavilion master lightly placed a piece. No need, I will go personally. He transformed into a crystal of ice, blue light floating, and vanished in an instant. The Dragon Pavilion master glanced at the chessboard. He placed a piece, Tianyuan. Meanwhile, Qi Mu Yin and Suyu Underground were unaware of the events regarding the beast ranking. With everyone's combined efforts, they had dug from the Lord's mansion of Qingshi City all the way to the east of the city. Now it's my turn. The little demoness coughed and said, 9th Princess, it's time for us to talk. Suyu hadn't forgotten about the Wishing Forest, 200 miles east of the city, where the divine descendants mentioned by Ilea were hiding. Qi Mu Yin said unhappily, didn't we just agree? Suyu squinted and said, what I just said was to forget about today. I discovered your gender yesterday. Qi Mu Yin was so taken aback that she almost stopped breathing. Chapter 77. Gold coins are exploding. Spirit Lake Realm mental power. Despicable. Qi Mu Yin gritted her teeth. Only humans can be this despicable. Our noble demons would never stoop to such vile acts. Suyu chuckled lightly. Despicable is the past for the despicable, and noble is the epitaph for the noble. Your Highness, can you compete for the throne like this? Just consider it as paying me tuition. You wouldn't lose out, would you? Qi Mu Yan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and she unusually did not get angry, but instead seriously pondered Suyu's words. Clearly, her strength far surpassed Suyu's, yet she was always led by the nose by him, which made this demon, who had always admired absolute power, begin to think differently for the first time. Suyu spoke. Let's make a deal. You agree to 3 things for me, and I will never mention your gender in front of outsiders. Qi Mu Yan nodded lightly. Say it. Suyu extended 3 fingers. First, there are tens of thousands of human captives being escorted to Qingshi Gorge. My people will rescue them, and you need to acknowledge this. To you, mere humans shouldn't matter, right? Second, I need a treasure that can enhance my mental power. You must provide me with one. Third, tell me why your clan must kill all siblings after fighting for the throne. Rescuing fellow humans and enhancing mental power are crucial. The Wishing Forest is not far away, and Suyu still lacked the extra beast contract slots brought by the Spirit Lake realm. Qi Mu Yin frowned. Is the third matter necessary? Why would we share our clan's affairs with you? Suyu leaned in. Little demoness. I always feel our cooperation isn't just this time, right? Listening to you won't hurt me. You're right. I'm a resource-poor bumpkin. Maybe in the future, I can help you and then exchange resources with you? Qi Mu Yan's enchanting face flushed slightly. Was he trying to help her seize the throne? In the eyes of the demon clan, this was equivalent to swearing allegiance. Soon after, she shook her head again. This must be a psychological tactic of the despicable humans. Suyu looked at her with a strange expression. Why are you blushing like a teapot? Qi Mu Yin cleared her throat. Cough. It's fine to tell you. And many people know about this matter. Our clan emphasizes the unification of all paths. Every time a demon is added to the Abyss Demon clan, it will split a portion of power from the demon god well. To become a demon king, one must kill all siblings and relatives to restore the magic power to the demon god well, thereby surpassing the holy realm. And historically, demon kings have stipulated that only males can enter the deepest part of the demon god well to limit internal strife. As she mentioned this, a hint of darkness appeared in Qi Mu Yan's eyes. She didn't know why, but she just spilled it out to Suyu like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Perhaps she was too in need of someone to talk to. Suyu was enlightened and memorized it in his heart. Qi Mu Yan then threw a package to Suyu. Our clan's unique magic level treasure, the Holy Magic Dual Instrument Fruit, can help you elevate to the Spirit Lake realm. Another magic level treasure. Suyu really wanted to take advantage of the situation to seize her. Suyu glanced at it and said softly, "Your Highness, how stingy. Only one. Just give me another one." Only? Qi Mu Yan was about to explode in anger when Suyu added, "If you give me another one, I'll also give you a gift." Qi Mu Yan frowned deeply and threw over another one. Suyu also tossed a small bottle to Qi Mu Yan. "All right, Your Highness. We shall meet again. I won't tell anyone about this, and if you have any questions in the future, you can come to me. Of course, one question per treasure. Additionally, the gift I gave you, enjoy it slowly, don't overindulge." Suyu turned around generously, disappearing from sight with Ilea and Kong Huan Yuan. Qi Mu Yan gently opened the jade bottle, and a faint blood aura wafted out, carrying a deadly temptation that was intoxicating. This was the sweet scent she had smelled when she first fought Suyu, and the higher the sequence number of the existence, the more susceptible they would be to temptation. She unconsciously extended her mouth toward it. Gulp, gulp. It really was very sweet. That warm feeling made her cold, demonic heart ripple, and a rosy hue spread across her cheeks. After taking a couple of sips, she quickly stopped. No wonder they say not to drink too much. Just give me this little bit. At least give me a little more. Soon, the bird sovereign and the insect sovereign approached from two directions and discovered Qi Mayan standing on the plain. "Your Highness the Ninth Prince, is that really you? My subordinates are dull. Which one is you?" The two demons felt uneasy and tried to shirk responsibility as much as possible. Qi Mayan raised his hand lightly. "Get up. You guys aren't dull at all. Let us not mention this matter again. Just consider it all Suyu's fault." Qi Mayan turned around gracefully, and his calm words left the two demon lords exchanging glances. Compared to his previous dominance and toughness, the Ninth Prince now exuded a depth they couldn't fathom and an aura of unyielding authority. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the dark horse carriage. "You too. Remember this. Humans cannot imitate our clan's dark flowers." The bird sovereign and the insect sovereign gasped. The one they thought was fake turned out to be the real deal. The two demons broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stood on either side of the dark horse carriage. "We acknowledge our mistake. Where's Foxwind?" "Your Highness, Foxwind just want to find his city-protecting demon plant. He might be chasing that human." Don't die, you bastard." Suyu Ilea and Kong Huanyu arrived at a nearby forest. He breathed heavily. "Finally, I escaped." Ilea and Kong Huanyu tightly embraced Suyu from either side. It seemed that every moment in the past few days had been a brush with death. "Kong Huanyu, take a look. Can this really enhance mental power?" Suyu had to be cautious about this unprecedented method. Kong Huanyu carefully checked it 3 times. "Yes, and there's no side effect. The mental energy contained within is no weaker than that of my clan's ethereal heart's dominant species. It truly has a rich foundation." After exploding a wave of little demon girls' gold coins, the most troublesome issue was resolved. Suyu didn't hesitate and picked up a holy demon 2-element fruit to eat. He tried to perceive its structure and effects as much as possible. The reason for needing 2 was to fully understand it, and, after deconstruction, to reproduce a counterfeit holy demon 2-element fruit using strange replicas. Transforming streams into lakes, I merge with nature, and nature is with me. Mental power, Spirit Lake Realm. Chapter 78. You and I shall share the same grave. Foxwind's vow of relentless pursuit. Kong Huanyu's eyes lit up. "Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the Spirit Lake Realm." The enhancement of mental power was a comprehensive boost to cognitive ability. Some magical fluctuations that Suyu couldn't perceive before now had nowhere to hide in his eyes. Suyu smiled and gently stroked her smooth face. "Wait until the war is over, and then give it to me." Kong Huanyu's cheeks flushed red, and she nodded lightly. Ilea was right. Following Suyu, her wishes would no longer be mere talk. If it were such a man, she would be willing to follow him for a lifetime. Affection, unregretfully accompanying through life and death. After experiencing life and death, their feelings were no longer as naive as when they first met. Then, Suyu looked at Ilea with a serious expression. "Ilea, aren't you going to explain this to me?" Ilea's gaze drifted. "What?" Suyu stepped forward and embraced her. "Ouch, what are you doing?" Suyu raised his hand, And when his fist stopped just in front of her flawless face, he choked up a bit. At the Lord's residence, before that little demon girl came. Were you planning to sacrifice yourself to let Kong Huan you take me away? Isn't that already in the past? Ilea. Suyu pushed her against a tree. Facing her. Do you know? You are my woman. You are the most important person to me, and I won't allow you to have such thoughts again. Not even to think about it. Even if we really die, then we'll die together, sharing the same bed in life, sharing the same grave in death. If you dare to do this again, I will hate you so much. Perhaps it was the repeated brushes with death that loosened Suyu's tightly wound nerves. His emotions burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollable. Suyu choked up a little and was embraced by Ilea. Ilea murmured in her heart, I owe you, little guy. But if such a day comes again, I will still choose this way. Because you are also my most important person. Suyu and Ilea held each other tightly, and Ilea changed into a gothic dress, tidying her disheveled hair. The two shared a tacit understanding and said nothing. Ilea, is it in this forest? Ilea felt a bit awkward. Yes. I sensed her aura nearby before. I couldn't be wrong. Moreover, you see, the Wangxian forest looks ordinary from afar, but it is shrouded in a misty white fog inside, seeming to be a kind of disguise to protect itself. After sending the message, Suyu looked up at the sky and suddenly changed his expression. What the hell? When did I become the third on the beast ranking? Suyu, who thought his secret actions were concealed, was actually already widely known. In the Qingstone Gorge, at the command center, Shangguan Ling, upon receiving Suyu's exact message, was silently choked up, tears streaming down her face, unable to speak from excitement. After a while, she calmed down and hurriedly found Xia Tingyan. Governor, urgent report from Suyu. Xia Tingyan read through it 3 or 4 times, still finding it hard to believe. Not just him. The entire command center fell into silence. How did he do it? The demon clan's 9th prince personally escorting? But would they allow us to raid? I have no ill intentions, just want to ask, is Suyu really okay? It was too unbelievable. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. The initiator of this demon cave war would actually listen to Suyu? Li Jia next to him began to ponder. This war had already stolen too much fame and limelight from Suyu. Their own Li Mu had a grudge against him, and the Li family's subordinate family, the Wang family, was also extremely hostile towards Suyu. This was not good. Li Zongxing nodded slightly. No matter how the great Xia is, we cannot continue to let the factors that oppose our family develop, even if it comes to it. I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice those tens of thousands of captives if necessary. Before Suyu escaped from Qingyan City, Fox Wind learned everything in front of the city-protecting demon plant. Good. Is the 9th prince in cahoots with Suyu? Is this a joint act to show me? In the underground cave, Suyu and Qi Mayan were indeed working together against the crystal, mist pine, and cypress. No matter what, the 9th prince must give this city lord an explanation. If it doesn't work out, we might have to turn to the 7th prince's side. The crystal, mist pine, and cypress shook its branches in agreement. Although Fox Wind had suffered a great loss, if they could dig out the secret between Suyu and the 9th prince, it might not be the key to the rise of the ghost-face Fox clan in Qingyan City. A blessing in disguise. Fox Wind made a decisive decision and raced eastward, crossing the wilderness and plains, diving straight into the Wangxian forest. Behind Fox Wind, the Beast Pavilion Master, stepping on ice and crystallized, narrowed his eyes. This little Wangxian forest is quite lively. Let me calculate. Suyu, Fox Wind, huh? Something's off. Why are the spatial barriers of the demon cave so weak around here? Could it be? Interesting. Someone actually wants to forcefully tear open a passage into the demon cave. The Beast Pavilion Master quickly followed into the Wangxian forest. Inside the Wangxian forest, Suyu said softly, So, can you tell me which divine generation's descendant is in this Wangxian forest? Ilea's lips curled up. Well, speaking of it, like that flirtatious fox. They are all of the Fox clan, but their levels are completely different. The Ghost-Face Fox ranks only 231, while the higher-ranking Tail Fox clan is 97. And the divine generation born from it is the 008 Snow Feather Celestial Fox. It is said that the fox's tail transforms like snow, pure and clean. But heaven has bestowed upon it a seductive charm. Little guy, I don't oppose you being close to her. In other words, only such a beauty deserves to serve a man like me. But you must never fall deeply into it. Otherwise, it's easy to be backfired. Kong Huan, you added. Yes, master, you must be careful. It is said that 100 years ago, there was a snow feather celestial fox that killed its master. Chapter 79, A Dance of Demons. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Suyu was taken aback. Hiss, this is so dangerous. And you two still want me to catch her? It turns out she is a rose with thorns. Throughout the history of beast tamers, there have been very few instances of master slaughtering, regardless of the race. Once a contract is signed, it cannot be violated for life. Otherwise, it would not be tolerated by the heavens. The existence of a master slayer would be obliterated by the world's anomalies, leaving no trace behind. What could possibly justify such a cost? Kong Huan Yuan reminded him. The reason is simple. The fox demons have always been known for their seductive charm, and the demon caves all believe that fox demons are licentious. However, the snow-feather heavenly fox has a fierce disposition. It is said that a powerful race once attempted to possess her and even went so far as to threaten her with the lives of her kin to force her to sign a contract, but ultimately failed. So, Master, the fox demon is ruthless while the heavenly fox is affectionate. We cannot judge her by the standards of ordinary fox demons. So you pondered. Gathering the essence of heaven and earth, the heavens had also played a cruel joke on them. With a pure and fierce nature, she possessed a stunning beauty that could enchant all beings. How could she not attract covetous gazes? It was no wonder she had to hide away. Suyu gently squeezed Ailea's face. Don't worry, this is not enough to disturb my heart. No matter how enchanting her appearance is, it cannot compare to pure love. Ailea nodded gently. This was also the reason Ailea brought Suyu here. She believed her little one could tame this wild horse. The deeper they ventured, the more unusual the Wangxian forest became. The cherry blossom petals on the ground were rising against the current, as if cherry blossom rain was falling from the ground to the sky. At the center of the forest was a calm and clear lake. Ailea and Kong Huan Yuan shifted their gaze beneath the lake's surface. She is hiding just beneath the lake. Don't worry. This heavenly fox was merely at the transformation realm when I last saw her. Capturing her shouldn't be difficult. The hard part is how to make her genuinely submit. Based on Suyu's observations, all the beings he had encountered in the divine era, including Ailea, Kong Huan Yuan, and Qi Mu Yan, had wishes they had to fulfill, even tragic ones. This should be the key to breaking down her defenses. Suddenly, in the jungle behind Suyu, a chilling wind swept through, and a powerful energy wave pressed down on the forest, causing birds and beasts to flee. In an instant, Suyu's heart was enveloped by the fear of death, the intense pressure making it hard to breathe. This fox demon was none other than the lord of Qingyan City. Fox Feng. Fox Feng's sharp beak dripped with fox saliva, and his eyes shone with bloodlust, filled with both hatred and greed. Kakik. This lord has indeed heard a tremendous secret. There is a heavenly fox hidden beneath this lake, and since you can sense it, you must also be from the divine era. Did you think that by colluding with that ninth prince, you could escape from under my nose? Despicable humans. You harmed my wife and slaughtered my kin. Today, there is no way out for you. Honestly confess your relationship with that ninth prince. What secrets does he have? Speak, and I will leave you with a whole corpse. Otherwise, if I search your soul, you'll know what that feels like. Suyu's face darkened. He had underestimated the abilities of this mythological beast. Ailea's expression was extremely grim. There was only one way to protect Suyu from the mythological beast. Suyu took a deep breath. He needed to buy some time and gamble on a possibility. Suyu fearlessly faced the pressure from Fox Feng and stepped forward. No. Fox Feng, do you have any evidence that I harmed your wife? Could it be that you are too afraid to offend the demon race and want to pin it on me? Fox Feng's expression changed, as if he had hit a nerve. You really know how to court death. Suyu smirked and tossed his phone to Fox Feng. Haha, Lord of Qingyan City. Let me tell you the truth. Your wife was not harmed by me. She did so willingly. Take a good look. See how your wife flatters me. How she humbly seeks to please me while you are not in the city, even wanting to offer herself. You shouldn't blame me. On the contrary, I saved you from wearing a green hat. Fox Feng saw the image of the fox princess actively seducing Suyu on the human's little device. His heart raced, and he couldn't hold back a mouthful of old blood from spilling out. Fox princess, why would you do this to me? There was no doubt that the fox princess was actively flattering Suyu. Although that was a disguised Suyu, Fox Feng's expression was extremely sinister. Glaring fiercely at Suyu, hatred and anger consumed his rationality. All he wanted now was to rip Suyu apart. Suyu thought for a long time. Perhaps beneath the lake's surface, there might be a glimmer of hope. Just as Suyu was about to act, in the sky, a snake-shaped dagger seemed to split the heavens apart, scattering the cherry blossom rain, and the dark rift in space trembled in all directions, with thunder roaring and winds howling. Even Fox Feng momentarily stood still. What the hell is this? Suyu was even more astonished. What is this? It seemed to have torn apart space. Behind the rift, bizarre lights and shadows appeared, like a passage to a demon cave. Could it be that, as the rift tore open, voices came from within? Wang sang. The intel cannot be wrong, right? Suyu is here, ISNTE? Mr. Ishikawa, this is information directly transmitted from the command center of the Li family. Absolutely accurate. I can already sense Suyu's presence. Haha. Suyu and those old guys from Daxiao must never have dreamed that our Huaying nation has our own way into the demon cave. Wait, why is there a mythological level demon here? Could it be that Suyu has found a helper? Masked assassins entered the disaster demon cave through unknown means. Arriving in the Wangxian forest, what exceeded their expectations was that demons were dancing wildly here, and Suyu was not the only one. 100 masked figures poured in, standing opposite Su Yu and Fox Feng. The atmosphere among the three parties instantly froze, as if no one could understand what was happening. Ilea recognized that group of masked individuals, her heart trembling as she transmitted, Su Yu, the ones who ambushed me back then were them. Chapter 80. The Arrival of the Hidden Hand. Chaos reigns. Su Yu's gaze sharpened as he fixedly stared at the group of masked individuals. Sure enough, some familiar auras were among them. The hidden hand within Daxiao finally revealed its bloodthirsty fangs as Su Yu distanced himself from the Qingshi gorge. Ilea tightened her grip on Su Yu's arm from behind. Little one, Su Yu gently patted her. Don't be afraid. Su Yu's lips curled into a smile, as if he had thought of something, and quietly transmitted. Maybe you won't believe it, but if they hadn't come, we would have had a hard time escaping from Fox Feng. Of course, they came. This meant that those who were watching them had also arrived. Fox Feng warily looked at Wang Yu, Ishikawa Hideji, and the others, pondering. Were these people here to rescue Su Yu? Even if Fox Feng was a mythological level demon, he might not truly win. But judging by their tone just now, Fox Feng said coldly, where did you come from? This human is my enemy. If you don't know what's good for you, I won't mind taking you down with him. Ishikawa Hideji's face darkened. Why was there always an accident whenever it came to matters related to Su Yu? This time, they had meticulously planned, and the scheme was flawless. They had been monitoring the movements of Xia Tingyin, Ning Hanwen, and others through hidden agents in the Blood Spirit Squad and Dragon Eagle Guard. Even voluntarily taking on the task of supporting Su Yu, they thought they were foolproof, but unexpectedly, a mythological beast had emerged. Ishikawa Hideji said cautiously, Lord of Qingyan, don't misunderstand. We have no intention of declaring war on you. You can kill Su Yu, but we want to take the two women beside him. Fox Feng replied coldly, they are also mine. Are you joking? How could I just hand over two divine era beings? Ishikawa Hideji's expression darkened. Indeed, it was impossible to communicate with beasts. Then they could only take the initiative. The other dozens of Turnwheel and Nirvana experts surrounded Su Yu. Ishikawa Hidetaka recited, remember, kill Su Yu, capture Kamishiro, and offer loyalty to Amaterasu. A group of black-clothed individuals echoed in unison. Offer loyalty to Amaterasu. Fox Wind felt a chilling breeze, seeking death. The situation suddenly changed. Su Yu, once a doomed man, became the coveted prize contested by both sides. However, the Han Sakura people had the advantage in numbers, and Ishikawa Hidetaka could first hold back Fox Wind, allowing his subordinates to surround and kill Su Yu. In his eyes, Su Yu was merely at the transformation stage. With a group of experts in the Wheel and Nirvana stages present, he was undoubtedly doomed with no place to be buried. A fierce look gradually grew in Su Yu's eyes. These people were different from Fox Wind. While Fox Wind had some enmity with Su Yu, this group of Han Sakura people sought to snatch away his most important person. It was lamentable that his strength was insufficient, but one day, with a knife in hand, he would slaughter them all. Su Yu recognized the fighting style of Ishikawa Hidetaka's companions and mocked. Heh, isn't that Director Wang? I thought our feud was personal. But it seems your Wang family is even willing to become the lapdogs of the Han Sakura people. All of his suspicions were confirmed. The Han Sakura people, the Wang family, and the Li family had a potential profit chain. When Wang Yu saw that Su Yu recognized him, he no longer bothered to disguise himself and removed his mask. People die for wealth, birds die for food. We and the Han Sakura people are merely in a cooperative relationship. You must be very curious, thinking you made a seamless plan, monitoring whether Mr. Ishikawa and the others entered the country at customs. Unfortunately, we never planned to enter through the demon cave passage of the Great Xia. Your position, the position of the reinforcements you arranged, has already been watched. Your little cleverness is too childish in front of the adults. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Among the group of black-clothed individuals, several familiar figures stepped forward. Wang Hongxi, Wang Feng, Jiang Ying. Su Yu chuckled. You've all come, eager to witness my death. Good. Wang Feng said coldly. Su Yu, you harm my family's only heir. How could I possibly let you go? Wang Hongxi glared at Su Yu with a sinister expression. Su Yu, I want to see you be dismembered. You will watch as we take away your woman. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have inexplicably felt pain under him. That heart-wrenching pain tortured him to the point of wishing he were dead. Su Yu laughed lightly. Then I wish you, the last eunuch of the Great Xia, all the best. Wang Hongxi's face turned pale. You still dare to be tough when death is imminent. Su Yu then looked at Jiang Ying, who said fiercely, Su Yu, if it weren't for you, my life wouldn't be such a mess. You dying would be good for everyone. You shouldn't be alive. Her resentful gaze, her arms bruised, were full of hatred. Ilea and Kong Huan Yuan stood beside Su Yu, softly saying, No, in this king's eyes, meeting the little one is the happiest moment of my life. Master, Huan Yuan would rather die than change masters. Jiang Ying's teeth clenched tighter, her anger intensifying. Wang Hongxi said viciously, "Why waste so many words with him? Just chop him up." Wang Feng waved his hand. Go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of black-clothed individuals summoned their beasts, and 36 cherry blossom trees rose from the ground, arranged in 36 directions centered around Su Yu, gradually forming a formation inscribed with obscure patterns, and its power was extraordinary. The blood-red radiance and ethereal contract in Su Yu's mind trembled. Divine beasts can only sign one contract. Once bound to a master, it cannot be changed. What method are these Hansakura people using? What to do? Su Yu frantically thought of countermeasures. He didn't care about Wang Yu's words. It wasn't just him laying a trap, but time was needed. Should he evade with a barrier? Huan Yuan. Kong Huan Yuan responded and activated the Night of the Witch. Wang Feng sneered. I guess you would use this trick. Unfortunately, a mere transformation stage divine being. If it were Nirvana, we might not be able to stop it. Boom. It seemed nothing could stop the crowd from surrounding Su Yu. Ilea reached for her heart. If truly in dire straits, she still had a killing move that she could hide from the little one at the cost of her life. Suddenly, icy crystals began to condense in the sky, and the falling cherry blossom rain was frozen into ice crystals. All the demons and humans suddenly looked up, only to see a man wearing a beast-shaped mask, stepping on auspicious clouds, disdainfully saying, "What a lively scene. So many people bullying a junior. Don't you feel ashamed?" Chapter 81. Sorry, but we, the Fengyan Pavilion, want this person. The ice-blue ice crystal wind seemed to solidify into substance, spreading out with the arrival of the man in the beast-shaped mask. Both Su Yu and Foxwind, Wang Yu and Ishikawa Hidetaka felt immense pressure. The absolute pressure from an upper-level being was such that it felt as if they could crush everyone like an ant. Puff. Wang Hongxi, with such low strength, directly spat out blood, his mind unclear. The humans and Foxwind split to two sides, vigilantly watching the newcomer from the sky. Foxwind examined for a moment. Terrified, the Beast Pavilion Lord of Fengyan Pavilion. What? The crowd was stunned. The mysterious force, known for maintaining absolute neutrality in the chaotic demon cave and whose main pavilion's location was unknown, had one of the 5 pavilion lords personally descend into this disaster area today. Su Yu was startled. Recalling Captain Li Lingya's words, he instinctively took 2 steps back. They were said to be mysterious and unpredictable, but in reality, notoriously infamous. Ishikawa Hidetaka's heart sank. How could there be another unexpected event? Who could have predicted that the Beast Pavilion Lord would appear here? Could it be that he came for Su Yu? Ishikawa Hidetaka awkwardly asked, "Why has the Pavilion Lord come here? Fengyan Pavilion has always maintained neutrality. Are you breaking that today?" The Beast Pavilion Lord sneered. Umph. Does this Pavilion Lord need to explain my actions to you? Su Yu, this Pavilion Lord asks you, have you ever heard of my Fengyan Pavilion? Suddenly being called out. Su Yu was somewhat surprised. Is he coming for me? Su Yu politely cupped his fists. I have heard a little. The Beast Pavilion Lord stood with hands behind his back on the auspicious clouds. That's good. Then I will ask you again. Are you willing to join my Fengyan Pavilion? As long as you nod in agreement, this Pavilion Lord will take care of all the demons and humans present, leaving not a single one alive. Of course, to join my pavilion, you must abandon your identity as a human and all positions in the Great Xia, and make an unbreakable contract with the Fengyan list. The Beast Pavilion Lord's arrogant declaration left everyone dumbfounded. One of the 5 Pavilion Lords personally came to recruit Su Yu? Jiang Ying and Wang Hongxi beside him looked particularly pale. The man she had cursed countless times in the dead of night was now in the eyes of the powerful of the demon cave. No longer someone of her level could reach. In other words, as long as Su Yu nodded, kicking her would be like kicking a wild dog by the roadside. Ishikawa Hidetaka angrily said, "Sir, this Su Yu is our target of the Han Sakura people. There is an old saying in the Great Xia, those who eat must be heroes. Are you not afraid of offending our Han Sakura nation with such arrogance? If you retreat now, you will gain the friendship of our Han Sakura people." The Beast Pavilion Lord glanced at him, disdainfully saying, "Your Han Sakura people's friendship? That thing is like your plaster banner, disgusting even to use in the toilet." Ishikawa Hidetaka gritted his teeth. Baka. Unappreciative. If you insist on this, the Fengyan Pavilion will become the sworn enemy of our Han Sakura people. Su Yu's gaze sharpened. Abandoning one's stance is not just a casual statement. Making a vow naturally cannot be broken, meaning that even in the future, he could be at odds with the Great Xia. Or even do things detrimental to the Great Xia, he could not escape. Su Yu shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, but alas. The Great Xia has raised me for 20 years. Even if I were to die here today, I would not dare to be a traitor to the Xia. The Qinglan Haidang token at his waist reacted. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a signal that someone was about to arrive. The unexpected arrival of the Beast Pavilion Lord actually bought Su Yu precious time. The Beast Pavilion Master stroked his chin, seemingly in thought. Next to him, The Huaying people and the Wang family members, including Hufeng, let out a sigh of relief. Although Ishikawa Hidetada spoke fiercely, facing one of the 5 pavilion masters of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was somewhat intimidating. Unexpectedly, Suyu actually refused. Wang Hongxi sarcastically exclaimed, "Haha, Suyu, I didn't expect you to be such a fool. You won't even take the lifeline that's right in front of you. Let's see who can save you now." Among the Huaying group, a Huaying person wearing a headscarf and holding kunai stepped forward. "Humph, third on the beast ranking, quite a loud title. This is a rare opportunity. Let me see what you're made of. I am Yamamoto Shoji, ranked 216th on the 1000 Ghost ranking and 28th on the Beast ranking. I don't believe such a weak Disya person can ride on our Huaying people's heads." Suyu's refusal of the Beast Pavilion Master caused those surrounding him to regain their offensive stance. However, the Beast Pavilion Master thought for a moment and laughed heartily. "Huh? Interesting. The type of stubborn person we like most in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Sorry, but I don't care whether you agree or not. We in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion have set our sights on you." Everyone was shocked, and Suyu was momentarily taken aback. It was said that the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's thoughts were unpredictable, and today it was indeed capricious. Bang, bang, bang. Ice crystals shattered in succession, and blue ice lotuses bloomed in the air, while the figure of the Beast Pavilion Master suddenly fell from the sky, heading straight for Suyu. Ishikawa Hidetada, furious, could no longer care. "Stop him. We can't let him take Suyu. Qingyan City Lord, how about we postpone our duel? First, let's drive away this Wind and Cloud Pavilion Master." Hufeng's eyes brightened. Fighting alone, he was not a match for the Beast Pavilion Master and nodded repeatedly. Okay. The two sides, originally fighting over Suyu, immediately teamed up to charge at the Beast Pavilion Master. Crack! Blood mist exploded, and a fierce wind suddenly arose, lamenting throughout the heavens and earth. Ishikawa Hidetada shouted, "Yamamoto, Wang Feng, kill Suyu, seize the pet beast, quickly." Wang Feng nodded. "Let's go. Move fast. Even if we can only injure those 2 women, it's fine." A throng of Wheel and Nirvana Realm Beast Masters surged forward. Suyu chuckled lightly. "Hee, Director Wang, Wang Hongxi, and those bastards, it's unfortunate that your wishes are about to fall through again. Who told you that only you could conceal your intentions and create confusion?" Whoosh, whoosh. A cold, gleaming flying sword tore through the sky, its green light piercing through the demonic gray, nailing a Huaying person to the cherry blossom tree he had summoned. Bang! Brain matter splattered. Everyone looked up in shock. Who? Chapter 82. The Unrepentant Sword Cuts the Huaying Ghost. I am not alone. Immediately, Hufeng, Ishikawa, and the Beast Pavilion Master's fourth force appeared, bringing Suyu a long-lost sense of security. "Who? Show yourself." A white crane, a phoenix, and a land boat rushed into view from afar. Clang! An impassioned crane cry pierced through the demonic gray. On the white crane stood a somewhat aged yet revitalized middle-aged man, full of vigor, his gaze piercing. "Young people really can run wild. If you keep making me work like this, this old man, might just lose my life in this demon cave. Wang Yu, the demon spirit has treated you well. You traitorous scoundrel colluding with foreign enemies. Today I will clean up the demon spirit's door. And you, Wang family, do you really think your actions have gone unnoticed?" Wang Yu's gaze sharpened in shock. "By Ruhui, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to avoid the demon cave at all costs? Shangwanling, Gui you guys." Wang Yu's heart trembled. Could it be that his little schemes had never escaped the principal's eyes? He had been so cautious. Remembering Ning Hanwen's few words and all-seeing gaze, Wang Yu couldn't help but shiver. His confidence had reason, because besides their team, there were also 2 other groups. Wang family head Wang Chonglin and his brothers Wang Ping, Wang Qing, and others were hiding in the 17th camp, and the camp leader, Wang Ziyuan, was his cousin. A few hours ago, the Dragon Eagle Guard secretly summoned the camp leaders to discuss the covert support for Suyu's team, and Wang Ziyuan had resolutely fought for this dangerous task, currently dawdling on the road. Additionally, among the Blood Spirit team, one person had followed the Demon Spirit University's team into battle, constantly monitoring Shangwan Ling and the others' movements. How come there was no advance report? Wang Yu screamed hysterically. Impossible. You shouldn't know. Wang Yu's mouth twisted further, his face darkened. Yes, as long as I kill all of you here, no one will know. At this moment, Suyu stepped forward. Director Wang. Oh no, young Wang Yu. Did you think you were the only one who could strategize? Did you and that Huaying fool beside you think you could deceive everyone? You think that by secretly controlling my classmate Gao Quan, I would know nothing about you? Unfortunately, my old classmate already informed me in his own way. Then I asked my teacher to quietly rescue him, and he followed you all the way, observing your every move. You Wang family, and these Huaying people, have never truly left our sight. But you do have some tricks up your sleeve. You actually have a method to forcibly break through the demon cave passage, almost causing a disaster. Wang Yu and Ishikawa Hidetada were dumbfounded. It's you? They thought at least the principal of the demon spirit was secretly orchestrating everything. They never expected that their every move had been uncovered by a mere Suyu. What a humiliation. Wang Yu looked at Ishikawa Hidetada beside him. Mr. Ishikawa, what should we do? Wang Yu took a deep breath. All right, since you were seeking death, don't blame us. The vice principal of the demon spirit, Gu Yi, shook his head. Irredeemable. Everyone, according to the Blue Star International Convention. Those who trespass on others' demon caves are considered enemies. Wang Yu stopped dreaming. Wang Changlin and Wang Ziyuan have already been captured by camp leader Li Lingya of the first camp. The only path before you now is to surrender obediently, or face immediate extermination. Wang Yu appeared to be mad. I don't believe it. Fight. With a command, the two chaotic teams clashed together. Although they were at a numerical disadvantage, they had the upper hand in realm. Many people smiled and showed respect as they passed by Suyu. As Suyu was puzzled, Shangwan Ling came to his side. Suyu, they, like the teacher, have personally trained students, even some whose children went missing. The news you sent us is a huge encouragement for us. So when they heard you were in danger, they all volunteered to come help. The teacher also wants to thank you. Tears welled in Shangwan Ling's eyes. Her voice slightly choked, and then she wiped them away, resolutely charging into the battle on her phoenix. Suyu's moment of hesitation not only helped others, but also aided himself. Suyu chuckled. It seems not everyone wishes for my death. I, too, am not alone. Jiang Ying nearly collapsed to the ground. Even if she was foolish, she knew what it meant to be discovered colluding with the Huaying people. Wang Hongxi trembled uncontrollably. Brother Yamamoto. Yamamoto Shoji disdainfully replied. Useless. Suyu, do you really think that with some reinforcements you are guaranteed to win? In terms of numbers, you are still at a disadvantage. Bang. Just as Yamamoto Shoji finished speaking, an explosion sounded from behind. Suyu's pseudo-unrepentant sword, crafted from a strange counterfeit, in Bai Ruhui's hands was like a real sword. No. Inheriting the will of the real sword, it only needed the sharpening of sword intent. And the nightmare that disturbed the Dao heart had been shattered by Suyu's actions in Qingyan City. In an instant, the unrepentant sword pierced through the chest of Ishikawa Hidetada's brother, Ishikawa Shuhei. Bang, bang, blood mist rained down, and the heavens and earth wailed. Ishikawa Hidetada's eyes widened. No, this violates the entire Beastmaster's code. This is impossible. For a moment, Ishikawa Hidetada had an absurd thought. Bai Ruhui might have strength above himself. Bai Ruhui drew his long sword, stained with blood, and said softly, "Get lost. I'm not looking for you." His nightmares over the past decade were behind Ishikawa Shuji, the one who had taken his daughter and severely injured him, the lord of Qingyan City, Hufeng. As for Wang Yu and Ishikawa Shuji, they were confronting each other from a distance, separated by Shangwan Ling and Lin Tang from the Demon Plant faction. Gu Yi was closely watching the master of the Beast Pavilion. After a moment of astonishment, Natsum Shoji heard Su Yu's devilish voice. So, where's your advantage now? Chapter 83, Breaking the Ascension Path, Trading a Life Without Regret. Natsum Shoji felt that this seemed unreal. Not just him, Ishikawa Shuji and Hufeng were dumbfounded. Hufeng paused for a moment, finally recognizing who he was. You're that bastard who barged into Qingyan City alone last year? Hufeng suddenly remembered that after the great battle last year, there was a human who tried to invade Qingyan City and killed hundreds of his kin. Bai Ruhui's gaze was like a torch. Last year? No, your ghost-faced Fox clan owes my family too much blood debt. Bai Ruhui and Shangwan Ling had 2 daughters and a son, of which their daughter and son died in the war against Qingyan City, and only their youngest daughter went missing last year. This long war was a tragic song of countless blood and tears. From the day Qing'er died at your hands. I waited for 13 years, and last year's tragedy will not repeat itself. Hufeng coldly said, last year you lost to me, and this year will be the same. Come and take your life. Bai Ruhui's calm eyes suddenly narrowed, and behind him, a towering crimson crown vine rose. Thousands of bloody vines and leaves poured towards Hufeng like a storm of flying blades. The Wuhui sword shot forth a white beam first. The sharp piercing sound like a falling light beam. Hufeng revealed his true form. His white fur turned pitch black, his massive body exceeding 100 meters. And his giant claws reached for that cold light. Boom. Explosions echoed continuously. Hufeng's right claw was drenched in blood, flesh torn apart, his expression twisted. Impossible. You can't have such power. This is something only after ascending to godhood. Have you broken your ascension path? Thus, Ishikawa Shuji felt that Bai Ruhui's strength defied the iron rules of this world. Ishikawa Shuji suddenly realized. This guy actually gave up all hope of becoming a god. Just for this one explosion. Breaking the ascension path meant no future and no chance to become a god. For ordinary people, becoming a demigod could extend their lifespan by hundreds of years, a temptation no one could resist. Moreover, Only those who already had the ability to become a demigod could make such a choice. The master of the beast pavilion in the sky was inevitably surprised, murmuring to himself, I can't believe someone would make such a choice. In 1,000 years of this demon cave, you are the second. Shangwanling looked worriedly at Bai Ruhui from behind. Our son was killed by this beast. Our daughter was taken by it. I no longer want to live with regret. Suyu seemed to sense the determination in his eyes, looking puzzled. Ilea beside him whispered, the ascension path is the window to the soul. Breaking it is akin to shattering the heart, akin to cutting off one's path to life. Trading a lifetime of wasted time for a moment of brilliance. Trading longevity for a life without regret. Suyu momentarily lost his voice, transmitting, is there a way to resolve this? Me? Let's talk about that later, just survive. Suyu focused his mind as Natsum Shoji and his group of Hansakura people began to attack. Natsum Shoji murmured, it's you, it's all you. As long as I catch you, even if many die, it's still a victory. This group of Hansakura demons had figured it out. Their goal was to capture the divine generation, as long as they could take Suyu and escape through the demonic passageway. Anyone who got out would count as a victory. Even if everyone else died here, they wouldn't care. Suyu die? Behind Natsum Shoji, a cherry blossom tree and a beast with a human face and snake body appeared. This was the most common pet of the Hansakura people. Young man, miss. Let us protect you. You should retreat. Suyu smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but let me handle these few people. I'm not weak enough to be taken down in one blow. Several members of the Liu family nodded. They had heard of this classmate of the miss. Although the few in Nirvana realm had the advantage in realm, Suyu possessed divine generation pets, and even if he was outmatched, he wouldn't be killed. Ilea and Konghuan Yuan activated their abilities simultaneously. Each battlefield was thrown into chaos. Shangwan Ling's Qingluan and Wang Yu's purple eagle battled fiercely in the sky. Lin Tang's Linhai Xintong collided and entangled with Ishikawa Shuji's Huayuying, and Bai Ruhui struck fiercely with his sword against Hufeng's flesh and bones. Gu Yi dared not relax in front of the master of the beast pavilion. Sweat dripped from Gu Yi's forehead. Was he a myth? Or a sacred domain? There was an unfathomable mystery, and he couldn't see through his thoughts. The master of the beast pavilion completely ignored Gu Yi, as if this mythic beast master posed no threat to him at all. His gaze was fixed on Suyu, occasionally glancing at Bai Ruhui. Bai Ruhui's fierce offensive made Hufeng's scalp tingle. Hufeng felt extremely aggrieved. He had only come to kill Suyu. How did so many troublesome matters arise? The ninth prince, other humans, the wind and cloud pavilion, and this Bai Ruhui, who came out of nowhere. Damn humans, die? Behind Hufeng, tales began to manifest. Having surpassed the mythic realm, he had already acquired some traits of the higher species, the tail fox clan. Fox light shone brightly, illuminating the gray sky as if under a scorching sun. Die under the heat of the fox fire. Bai Ruhui's eyes filled with determination. Ascension path, appear. Trade a lifetime of strength for a moment of brilliance. In an instant of splendor, break the fox god and extinguish. Years of research, the determination made after last year's failure, and the regretless choice after Suyu reforged the broken sword, at this moment, severed the fox light and cut off the fox tail. Boom. The heavens and earth wailed, and blood rained down. It was as if the sky turned upside down, and the sun and moon lost their color. The master of the beast pavilion's eyes burst with fervor. He really did it. Myth fell, and the sacred domain cried out. Gu Yi and everyone suddenly looked towards Bai Ruhui's direction. The wind and cloud list revealed its phenomena. The sublist of the wind and cloud list, the demon list. And the bloody demonic light surged forth. Chapter 84. Countering the higher species, the azure sky dragon roar of the wind and cloud pavilion. Hufeng fell, and the demon cave wailed. Bai Ruhui finally severed the ascension path, cutting down the myth, and himself became a blazing white flame, falling from the sky. Shangwan Ling, who was fighting Wang Yu, repelled Wang Yu and drove the Luan bird to rescue Bai Ruhui from the blazing white flame. Linger, I avenged our children. I, Bai Ruhui. His voice was thin, like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Shangwan Ling's face was filled with sorrow. I was just angry. I never blamed you. Bai Ruhui said, I know this is what I want to do. Don't be sad for me. I can still swing a sword. Take me over. I will cut down Wang Yu. Wang Yu's pupils constricted. His heart trembled. This old Bai from the logistics department had never seemed so fierce and arrogant. This sudden burst made him feel a primal fear, and he couldn't help but want to flee. Shangwan Ling gently shook her head. Qingluan, protect him well. Wang Yu, I will deal with you. The flame of Bai Ruhui's life was about to extinguish, but there should still be some time, if he overexerted himself. Today's joy might turn into sorrow. At the very least, the convoy from Qingyan City to Qingshi Gorge, due to the large number of people, still had at least 2 days of journey left. During these 2 days, Bai Ruhui must survive no matter what. The Qingluan sang, the blue sea rolled, and Shangguan Ling gave Wang Yu no chance to escape, exchanging injuries for lives, caring little for herself. The master of the Beast Pavilion watched everything coldly and suddenly laughed. Hee hee, this is humanity, and this is why I like humans. Gu Yi tentatively said, if you can withdraw, my great Xia will surely owe you a favor. The master of the Beast Pavilion snorted lightly. Huh, what's the rush? After that, he fell silent, making Gu Yi feel extremely uneasy. Should he take the initiative? No, since he didn't want to make a move, he should refrain from acting rashly. After all, this was one of the 5 mysterious pavilion masters of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, and the only one capable of confronting him in the magic capital was the principal. The master of the Beast Pavilion looked at another battlefield on the ground, where Su Yu and Natsum Shoji's duel was becoming increasingly intense. 6 Nirvana beings were surrounding Su Yu alone, while Elia and Kong Huan Yuan unleashed their full firepower. The Witch of the Night and the Immortal Temple activated simultaneously, pulling the 6 into a fixed barrier. Demonic energy surged, and countless dark knights wielded the witch's death scythe, slashing down on Huaying Sakura, each one trapped in the Blood Clan's castle and the witch's eternal night. Su Yu sneered. Heh, isn't this how you Huaying people always act? Besides bullying the weak, what else can you do when you encounter a real tough opponent? How can people like you change? Huh? Do you think suppressing me by 1 realm can take my life? You should look at yourselves, what kind of trash you are. Relying on age to rank on the 1,000 Ghosts list without knowing how many spots you've wasted, barking here like a dog. Bang, bang. The names on the Wind and Cloud list are only recorded based on realm and combat power, and indeed there are some worthless fighters who have ranked due to age. The Huaying people are just like that. In the land of the night, how can there be a child of destiny? Natsum Shoji's pupils were filled with fear. He could hardly believe the gap between him and Su Yu was so vast. The master of the Beast Pavilion's demonic eye saw through the barrier, capturing every movement inside. Indeed, everything was guided by fate, so let me give you a push. He silently made a decision. The barrier shattered, and Natsum Shoji and the 6 Huaying people's corpses were thrown out of the barrier. Su Yu looked towards Ishikawa Hidetaka in the distance. Heh, your Huaying people are indeed worthless. Killing you won't even trigger the Wind and Cloud list. Su Yu, ranked 3rd on the 10,000 Beasts list, truly lived up to his reputation. He managed to kill 6 Nirvana beings without showing signs of a tough battle. Was he too strong? Or were the Huaying people too useless? After thinking it over, Ishikawa Hidetaka felt that Su Yu's words had some merit. Such achievements couldn't trigger the Wind and Cloud list, which could only mean the opponent was too lacking in quality. Ishikawa Hidetaka's heart sank. The Ishikawa family had mobilized all their strength for this plan after long preparation. They even coordinated with spies and resources from other families. The result? More than half of their numbers were dead. The Wang family was exposed, and they faced a crushing defeat. They were slaughtered like pigs and dogs under the pressure of the Great Xia. It seemed the only option now was to retreat. But the Great Xia clearly had no intention of letting it go. If he were captured, it would lead to a serious international incident. At that moment, Ishikawa Hidetaka felt his mind was in chaos. Although Gui was worried about by Ruhuei's injuries, he still said, don't let anyone escape. Capture them all, and anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. If it weren't for his concern about the master of the Beast Pavilion, he would have already joined the battle. However, the long silent master of the Beast Pavilion opened his arms. Gu Yi's heart sank, and a powerful pressure made it difficult for him to even raise his head. Was the pavilion master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion going to make a move now? Behind the master of the Beast Pavilion, a passionate dragon roar tore through the heavens and earth, the sound shattering eardrums and deafening. A azure dragon shone alongside the sun and moon, over 100 feet long, covering the sky. Gu Yi's gaze sharpened. A beastmaster? The master of the Beast Pavilion is a beastmaster? Could he be human? Or does he have human blood? The azure dragon opened its massive mouth, gathering ice blue light, aiming directly at Su Yu, locked on by the aura of the master of the Beast Pavilion. Su Yu instantly felt a sense of impending death. This was different from the situation in Xingyan City or when he first arrived at Wanxian Forest. It was a kind of inescapable deathlock. Elia, besides Su Yu, felt her deep purple pupils gradually dim. Even she couldn't react in that moment. Gu Yi anxiously shouted, "Stop! Are you trying to declare full-scale war against my great Xia?" The master of the Beast Pavilion ignored him, and the icy crystal roar of the azure dragon ruthlessly pierced downwards. The 10-foot-wide icy crystal roar could not be blocked by any force. Just a single roar was enough to be called a myth reappearing. Su Yu, Shangguan Ling, Gu Yi, and countless others looked on in shock and helplessness as this beam descended upon Su Yu, Elia, and Kong Huan Yuan. They never expected the end would come so quickly. There was no time to lament, but fortunately, he tightly held the hands of Elia and Kong Huan Yuan. Elia smiled back at him. Death was approaching. and it was a dead end. Kong Huan Yuan also gave up struggling. Though there were ties, there was no regret. Don't be so eager to die, young man. I have a feeling you'll eventually join the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Today, let me give you a hand. Chapter 85. The Cold Pond Hidden in 1,000 Lakes. 50 strings of the zither thinking of youthful years. The merciless ice blue light pillar smashed down on Su Yu's head, causing the ground to collapse and shatter. Pulling the three into the cold pond at the center of Wangxian Forest, sending water splashes soaring hundreds of feet high, merging with the drifting blood rain, dripping on everyone. Gu Yi's all-out efforts to stop it were completely useless. The master of the Beast Pavilion's strength was unfathomable, far beyond his own. Even so, Gu Yi angrily said, "Your actions here will be regarded as a full declaration of war by the Wind and Cloud Pavilion against Great Xia. Even if I die here today, I will never let you leave safely." Ishikawa Hidetaka was also stunned. That Azure Dragon was none other than the Divine Sequence 005 Dragon Clan. Such power would crush them as easily as squashing an ant. These Great Xia people actually dared to provoke this killing star. However, Su Yu and the two divine beings were sunk into the cold pond, their bones gone, signaling the complete failure of this Huaying people's secret operation. A total defeat. The master of the Beast Pavilion sneered, sitting atop the head of the Azure Dragon as it spiraled into the sky. Although he never explained his actions to others, he felt it necessary to say a word from the perspective of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. That was not a method of killing. The dragon circled, winds rising and clouds swirling. The golden characters of the Wind and Cloud list and the 10,000 beasts list faintly appeared. Su Yu's name still remained on the 10,000 beasts list and had not been erased. Shangguan Ling and the others, who initially had dim gazes, once again shone with light. Su Yu was not dead. That kind of move, the Azure Dragon's roar, could it be? The calm surface of the cold pond completely concealed Su Yu's figure. The master of the Beast Pavilion rode the dragon away, leaving only a dozen or so Huaying people and Wang Yu's group shivering in fear. Gu Yi clenched his fists. Capture them all. This is not a safe place to linger. Shangguan, you and Bai stay here to support Su Yu. Be careful to conceal your aura. Gu Yi immediately made a judgment. Shangguan Ling gently nodded, as the overwhelmingly powerful Great Xia swiftly resolved the battle, and Wang Yu and others, knowing resistance was hopeless, surrendered. Ishikawa Hidetaka attempted to commit suicide by seppuku, but was pinned down by Lin Tang's demon plant, which pierced his limbs. For safety's sake, the Peepa bone was also shattered, rendering him unable to move. Dragon Eagle guards, the magic capital, who knows how many Huaying spies are lurking. No one could rest easy until they were removed. Looking back at the cold pond, everyone felt a heaviness in their hearts. Su Yu, please don't let anything happen to you. Darkness, an all-encompassing darkness. In the last moment, Su Yu heard the master of the Beast Pavilion's voice, as if in a dream. He thought his life had reached its end, but the rapid descent and the intense pain from his body made Su Yu realize he was not dead. Not only was he not dead, but even under the dragon's roar, he had not sustained any injuries. All he felt was the pain of the cold pond's water pressure and the flowing water slicing his skin. Su Yu's body was fully capable of withstanding it. The cold pool was unfathomably deep, stretching thousands of feet below, and ordinary people could not reach the depths of the cold pool by any means. Only by being struck down. After touching the bottom, it was as if one had traversed a passage to a devil's lair, with bizarre sights flashing by in an instant. And then, Su Yu and the others appeared in the sky, at an altitude of over 500 meters from the ground. The Thousand Lakes Devil's Lair was renowned as one of the two great wonders of the Great Xia, featuring extraordinary scenery with thousands of lakes and lush vegetation. A woman cradling an ancient zither plucked its strings, and the melodious sound attracted the fish in the lake, which leaped and rolled about. With even koi jumping onto the shore, but struggling due to lack of oxygen. The woman raised her hand, and the koi fell into her palm. Little fish. You mustn't do this. She then released it back into the lake. The woman reveled in the springtime beauty of the world, marveling at the wonders of her ancestors. Indeed, the ingenuity of her ancestors was extraordinary, having opened 2 Devil's Lair passages and placing the only entrance in the disaster Devil's Lair, while designating the area of the Thousand Lakes Devil's Lair as absolutely forbidden space. Unfortunately, over time, it had become somewhat lonely, with only the little fish accompanying her. It felt rather dull. The tail feathers behind her were as white as snow, ethereal and transcendent, her beauty capable of causing nations to fall, yet uniquely graceful. She mused. How wonderful it would be if there were no betrayal in this world. If I could have a perfect partner, I would hope he could ride the rainbow clouds to rescue me, becoming the hero who saves our cursed clan. She spoke to herself dreamily, longing for the outside world but harboring no expectations. Throughout history, the celestial foxes had either been betrayed by heartless individuals or occupied by powerful beings, gradually becoming fewer, until the last remaining sprout had to hide here. The strings of the zither moved lightly, and the music ended in silence. 50 strings. Each one seemed to tell the sorrow of the celestial fox clan over the millennia. Chu Xianyin stretched out her hand, a snow-white feather brushing against her palm. That's just a delusion, right? Suddenly, several figures fell from the calm sky. Someone had intruded. The pristine land created by the ancestors of the celestial foxes, hidden in the secrets of the Wangxian forest and the Thousand Lakes Devil's Lair, had never been trodden by anyone for over 100 years, nor had any beings ever discovered it. But today, strangers had barged in. Chu Xianyin felt a sense of impending danger. At the end of her line of sight, 3 battered figures fell down, seemingly without any strength left to rise, and could even die from the fall. She gently raised her hand, and the snow-white feathers transformed into a soft cushion to catch the 3. Meanwhile, she floated away, looking bewildered. 1 man and 2 women. The 2 women fainted but surprisingly had incredible recovery, exuding a unique aura of the divine era. The man appeared to be human, and despite being covered in injuries, he held on without fainting. Their eyes met, and the man smiled faintly, struggling to pull out a jade bottle. "We are still alive. Please save my woman." The 9 extremes nether spring that Qi Mu Yin had given to Su Yu, which could enhance the physical body, would naturally be extremely wasteful to use for healing, but now there was no time to consider that. After saying this, Su Yu also fell into a coma. Chu Xianyin exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, I haven't agreed yet." The 3 were seriously injured, and crossing the cold pool of Wangxian forest must have been forced by an external force. This external force could not have any deviation, as even the slightest excessive force could directly kill a person. Does this mean that the secret of Wangxian forest has been exposed? In an instant, Chu Xianyin's imagination ran wild. This man before her, although vastly different from her ideal type, truly seemed to have fallen from the rainbow clouds. Moreover, didn't he care about his own injuries? As a human, he was inherently much weaker than the divine beings. Chu Xianyin sighed, hands on her hips, muttering, "Humph. You should be grateful that you ran into me. If it had been anyone else, your 2 women, both divine beings, would have long been snatched away." Chapter 86. Pure and clean Chu Xianyin, breaking through 2 realms with a white jade body. When Su Yu awoke, he felt an immense restriction on his body. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself wrapped up like a dumpling. MMM. Su Yu wanted to complain. Which little rascal packed me up like this? Even my mouth is blocked. If I had nasal inflammation, wouldn't I suffocate? Suddenly, a beautiful face appeared before him, with a slightly pointed chin, full apple cheeks, and a flawless contour that combined perfectly in this visage. Just a slight proximity would captivate anyone with her extraordinary beauty, and she seemed to radiate a soft white glow, dispersing any impurities that approached. Without any ornate decorations or flamboyant makeup, she could still present the most beautiful fairy dream in the world. As if one had fallen into an illusion, Su Yu's throat felt dry, and he was momentarily dazed. Ethereal and exceptional, splendid and dazzling, a disaster-inducing beauty. Without a doubt, this was the snow feather celestial fox. "Hey, you can't move around, okay? Your injuries are much more serious than hers." Why is there no sound? Can you hear me? Hey. Chu Xianyin furrowed her brows, examining the jade bottle that Su Yu had given her. "You, a human, actually possess the 9 extremes nether spring. How strange. It's yours anyway. Drink it, just right to reshape your body. You humans are such a hassle. Your constitution is too weak." Before Su Yu could react, Chu Xianyin unwrapped the bandages around him and poured a full bottle of 200 drops of the 9 extremes nether spring into his throat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Unlike the life essence, the 9 extremes nether spring had an unprecedented spiciness that filled his throat. The spirit liquid from the nether flower could not be compared with the life essence at all. However, the 9 extremes nether spring, such a precious magical level treasure, was far superior to the life essence. Every inch of Su Yu's meridians, skin, bones, and blood frantically absorbed the magic power of the 9 extremes nether spring. His silver skin shattered, replaced by brilliant golden hues, and then the golden skin peeled away, revealing a translucent white jade. His physical realm broke through 2 levels. White jade realm. At the same time, the 9 extremes nether spring raised his vitality to an unprecedented height, even at the same white jade realm. Su Yu's vitality seemed to be twice that of someone who had consumed life essence. Most astonishingly, it seemed as if magic power was born within Su Yu's body. The external injuries healed completely, and even the mental fatigue was wiped away. Qi Mu Yin didn't deceive Su Yu. She truly gave it to him. Chu Xianyin floated in the air on her foxtail, quietly observing the man's every move. She was full of curiosity about the male she had never seen before. Even while bandaging Su Yu, she observed a certain part for a long time. "Are you all right?" Chu Xianyin asked with concern. Su Yu broke free from the bandages, not having time to feel the changes in his body, and hurriedly asked, "Where's Ilea? What about the illusionary kite? Where are my women? How are they?" Chu Xianyin's cheeks flushed. "They are fine, but you should put on some clothes first." Only then did Suyu realize something. Even with a face as thick as a city wall, he felt a bit embarrassed and quickly took out a piece of clothing to change into. He felt extremely anxious inside. His first encounter with the snow feather celestial fox was unexpectedly embarrassing. But before he could think deeply, after putting on his clothes, he said, "Take me there. I want to see them, please." Having narrowly escaped death, although Suyu felt relieved, his mind was already in disarray. He could not feel at ease without seeing Ilea. Chu Xianying gently nodded. Come with me." Chu Xianying floated out of the bamboo hut. She lived alone here, with only 3 simple bamboo huts and the most basic furnishings. Outside, several mulberry trees were buzzing with numerous beehives, the sound incessant. The lakes, water plants, flower fields, and beehives created an atmosphere of tranquility and nature. In there, Chu Xianying pushed open the bamboo door of the adjacent hut, and Ilea and the illusionary kite saw Suyu, biting their lips, with tears welling in their eyes. Suyu hugged them tightly. "Haha, heaven does not close off all paths for people." At that moment, I really thought I was going to die. The 3 of them embraced each other, crying tears of joy. This first trip to the demon cave was more turbulent than most people experience in a lifetime. After a while of intimacy with the 2, Suyu turned his head and bowed, saying, "I am Suyu of the human race. Thank you for your great kindness, miss. Your kindness is something I will never forget." Chu Xianying smiled lightly. "It's nothing. I actually didn't do much. However, in such circumstances, not taking advantage of someone else's misfortune is already a great kindness." Chu Xianying curiously asked, "By the way, how did you get here?" This was what she cared about the most. She had been hiding here, and once discovered, it would no longer be safe. Suyu hesitated for a moment and ultimately decided to tell the whole story. At least, he wanted to be able to face his own conscience. Chu Xianying listened quietly and then pouted at Ilea. "Oh, I was wondering why you seemed a bit familiar. It turns out you were the one I met when I went to Wangxian Forest for fun. No matter when. Anyone cannot escape the coveting of the snow feather celestial fox." She felt a little sad and a little lonely. Chu Xianying furrowed her brows and said warily, "So are you here to catch me?" Suyu shook his head. "Miss saved my life, and I have no way to repay you. I can make an unbreakable vow to the wind and cloud list that I will never disclose the situation here for the rest of my life. The divine beasts of the era are indeed important to me, but I cannot betray my benefactor and my own heart. Similarly, if I trample on kindness, my women will also look down on me." Although Ilea and Kong Huanyuan supported Suyu's choice of the snow feather celestial fox as his 3rd divine beast, this time was different from the last. Deep down, they preferred Suyu's current approach. He was true to his kindness and love. Chu Xianyin's smile blossomed. "I can hear the waves of your heart. You are speaking the truth. However, according to what you said, I fear that the so-called Beast Pavilion Master has already guessed the secret of this cold lake, and I can no longer stay here." Suyu had no malicious intent, proving that he did not save the wrong person. Unfortunately, the only pure land would no longer be peaceful. Chu Xianying racked her brain, not knowing what to do in this situation. The reason lay in her previous playfulness, which led to her exposure. Suyu sighed. "Yes. It's a pity about this good place. I didn't expect this demon cave to have such a wonderful sight without even the demon ash of the disaster demon cave." Chu Xianying blinked. "No, it's not. This is not a place of disaster. This is the land of Thousand Lakes." Have I arrived at the Thousand Lakes demon cave? Chapter 87. A heartfelt agreement. Chu Xianyin's choice. Suyu looked at Chu Xianying in shock. "What did you say?" Ilea and Kong Huanyuan were equally astonished. "This is the Thousand Lakes demon cave?" The 3 spoke in unison. The entrance to the Thousand Lakes demon cave is located in Jianghe City, which is nearly 2,000 miles away from the demon capital. Why did crossing the 1,000-foot cold lake lead them away from the disaster demon cave? Suyu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the demon cave. There are still countless secrets in this world that remain unknown. Then, Suyu realized the immense value of this matter. If there was a passage connecting the disaster demon cave and the Thousand Lakes demon cave, it would be significant. Currently, the Great Xia only had 3 cities in the eternal catastrophe demon cave, occupying some initiative, while all other demon caves were passively being attacked. If it weren't for Suyu obtaining the priority to fight in the disaster demon cave, it would have been difficult to achieve such significant results. If Great Xia focused its main force on the disaster demon cave, causing the Thousand Lakes demon cave to become complacent, and then suddenly attack the Thousand Lakes demon cave, wouldn't it be possible to decisively win the entire battlefield of the Thousand Lakes demon cave? The opposite is also true. Feeling the enormous strategic significance, Suyu adjusted his breathing. Chu Xianying blinked. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Suyu shook his head. If he really did that, this pure land would probably become a battlefield. That wouldn't be fair to Chu Xianyin. If it were before, Suyu would have executed it without hesitation. But now he shook his head. No, I just remembered some things. All right, I haven't dared to ask for your name, miss. Chu Xianyin wrote a few white characters in the air. Good name. May I ask where you plan to go next? It probably wouldn't be safe here anymore. Chu Xianyin drooped her head at the thought, her 9 snowy tails swaying, expressing her endless distress and disappointment, finally saying, it's all your fault. You have to help me think of a way. Suyu pointed at himself. Me? Suyu joked, then let me say. You can follow me from now on as my divine beast, and I can guarantee that as long as I'm alive, you will definitely be safe. Otherwise, how can I help you think of a way? Suyu jokingly teased, only to find Chu Xianyin seriously observing him. Her big, beautiful eyes blinked, seemingly racking her little brain to consider this matter. Wait, are you serious? Cough. Sorry, Miss Chu, I was just joking. Suyu quickly turned away. I have to say, Kong Huan Yuan's reminder was very right. When facing the snow feather celestial fox, one cannot keep staring, or it would be easy to fall into their unparalleled beauty. Simple and easy to deceive, with a face that anyone would want to possess, which man wouldn't be moved. If he kept looking, he might really not be able to help but want to occupy her. I ask you, do you really want to take me away? Chu Xianyin timidly asked. Suyu bit off a piece of cloth from his clothing and covered his eyes. Chu Xianyin exclaimed, what are you doing? Suyu replied, I have to say, your appearance will affect my judgment and my true heart. Perhaps you have the ability to judge whether someone is sincere, but I must tell you, humans are beings that can deceive even themselves. So at least, I want you to hear my true feelings. Chu Xianyin's lips curled up. She didn't quite understand the meaning behind Suyu's words. Are there really beings that can deceive themselves? However, Suyu's sincerity towards her made her very happy. So do you really want to take me away? She asked again. Suyu gently nodded. As long as you are willing, I want to take you away. There is no man in this world who doesn't want to have you. Chu Xianyin said softly. Then will I be the woman you love the most? Ilea felt a sudden tightness in her heart. Even though she firmly believed it, there would still be some feelings when it was mentioned. Suyu calmly replied, no. Ilea is the most important and beloved woman in my life. I will never betray the love we had at the beginning. I made an important vow with Huan Yuan, and I will accompany her to the end of her wish. Even if you are willing to follow me, I can only place you in 3rd place. I don't want to deceive you. Suyu hadn't forgotten that he came from another world. The previous him had not truly integrated into this world. Therefore, although he had a lot of love for his family, there was a lack of a sense of belonging, until the moment he met Ilea, when he finally felt that he truly belonged under this starry sky. Accompanying him through life and death, Ilea and Kong Huan Yuan occupied the vast majority of his heart. Ilea gently opened her lips, feeling warm inside. Kong Huan Yuan also smiled slightly. She did not regret following Suyu and knew that no one could replace Ilea's position in his heart. But she still felt that the distance between her and Suyu was closing. Perhaps one day, she would be as important to him as Ilea. Chu Xianyin laughed. You are very strange. My mother's notes say that male creatures are the best at deceiving. My heart-hearing technique is not that powerful. If you deceive me, perhaps I will follow you. Suyu shook his head. Maybe you think it's unimportant, but I will never deceive my women. Except at that time. After all, the big-headed son has to listen to the little-headed father. Chu Xianyin asked, last question, are you a good person? Suyu was silent for a moment. I don't think so. I can at most be considered half a good person. The other half is a bad person. I can be a good person, saving my friends and protecting those fellow beings I have never met, but I am also a bad person. My desire for revenge is very strong. If anyone harms my family or my woman, no matter who it is, I will repay them 100-fold, even if it means rivers of blood and severe consequences. I will not hesitate. The option of considering the greater good must give way to my loved ones. Chu Xianyin closed her eyes, smiled faintly, and pressed her hands together. If this is your answer, do you think I would follow you? Suyu, with his eyes covered, unable to see her actions and expressions, gently shook his head. No, my words may be unpleasant, but how can anyone easily trust others? But this is a decision I have made without guilt. I'm sorry for disturbing your peace. Feel free to ask for anything you need. If I can do it, I will. Chu Xianyin softly said, then please take responsibility. Huh? What do you mean, huh? My ancestors only left this piece of pure land, and now it has been exposed. You have destroyed my home, so you owe me one. So he was a bit confused. Is the Tianhu so easily trusting of humans? Chu Xianyin calmly said, there is a legend in the sacred realm that says the Tianhu clan is cursed. Anyone who has a close relationship with the Tianhu clan has not escaped death for thousands of years. This has made the bloodline of the Tianhu increasingly rare. To this day, there may only be one Tianhu left in this world, and perhaps a few in the sacred realm, but they are either slaves or... Chu Xianyin smiled sadly. When her mother was still alive, she often spoke of the unfairness of fate, which instilled a primal fear of the outside world in her. Suyu was taken aback. Is that it? Chu Xian-yin replied blankly. Huh? Is this not serious? Don't you fear death? Suyu untied the blindfold. Gently scratched Chu Xian-yin's delicate nose. Don't joke around. Who isn't afraid of death? But little girl, I never believe in such illusory curses of fate. It's a complete loser theory. Winners never casually talk about what fate is, but emphasize how fate should exist. I don't understand your clan. But I do understand greed and ambition. This is likely a label placed on your clan to cover up their own corruption and modify their history with lies. Just like how the descendants of a fallen nation always concoct a story of a beautiful seductress to cover up their own incompetence. If this were not rumors spread by your clan's enemies or a deliberate targeting for some secret reason, how could you truly believe that you are cursed? The only curse is that your clan's pure goodness has been cast into a filthy world. Chu Xian-yin stared blankly at Suyu. She had never thought of it this way, but the man's words made so much sense. Suyu smiled. Don't trust such nonsense anymore. If there really is a so-called curse, then I will bear it. Suyu flicked her forehead. Chu Xian-yin gently rubbed her forehead. And the matter that had been on her mind became clearer. Then why are those who are close to my clan? Suyu interrupted. No reason. Why do you always like to blame yourselves? We humans believe in retribution for grievances. Even grievances from 10 generations can be avenged. Your tragedy is that you clearly have power but do not seek revenge, instead always finding issues within yourselves. Please, if you eliminate everyone who has offended you, and make them tremble at the sound of your name, how could you be persecuted to this extent? I understand now that even I, as a human, want to take a chance here because it shows that all the races in the world have no fear of you. Everyone wants to occupy you, let alone the myriad races. Chu Xian-yin, if you can't do it, then continue to accompany these flowers and plants lamenting the unfairness of fate. The Tianhu are the least combative clan among the divine generations. But today, the last descendant of the Tianhu has had Pandora's box opened by a human. Ilea and Kong Huan Yuan slightly supported their foreheads. Even they were taken aback. The last Tianhu must have been charmed by the master. The difference is that the master speaks and acts. Chu Xian-yin blinked. Is this really possible? Suyu gently nodded. Of course it is. Life is the only fairness given to all races in the world, and revenge is the right of all living beings. Take their lives, trample their pride, and make them tremble in hell for their actions. You also said that there may only be one Tianhu left in this world, if you don't go look. How can you make such a definitive statement? Your kin may be suffering somewhere and need you to save them. Chu Xian-yin's beautiful eyes blinked, gently covering her mouth. Looking at Ilea, then at Kong Huan Yuan, she believed she had not met the wrong person today. The other two divine generations surely had better judgment than her. For the first time, she felt that the cursed fate of the Fox clan was so hypocritical. Snow feathers drifted down, wrapping around Suyu's hands, gently lifting them. Then please take me away. Master. The master is right. Perhaps there are still kin waiting for Xian-yin. Xian-yin cannot be as steadfast as the master, so let Xian-yin use everything to serve the master. Please fulfill my wish. Suyu took a deep breath. Leave it to me. Boom. At the moment the contract was signed, a golden light pillar broke through the eternal forbidden barrier, soaring into the sky. The magic creatures of the Thousand Lakes Magic Cave and humans saw the sky, pierced by golden light, on this day. The entire sacred realm and hundreds of borderlands observed this moment's celestial phenomenon. This world does not lack divine beasts. This world does not lack dual divine beast masters. But when the combined divine power reaches 3, what does it mean? Only a group of beings that have lived for countless years knows. Ning Hanwen looked up at the sky. Even in the midst of battle, he still regarded the enemy as nothing. As expected, Qi Mu Yan, in the carriage, furrowed her brows. Could it be that you went to Wangxian Forest because the head of the beast pavilion sat atop a blue dragon, raising a wine glass to the bright moon? I did not misjudge the person. It is not those chosen by fate who are the children of fate, but those who dare to jump out of the circle of fate and break destiny are the true children of fate. The fate of the Tianhu may be fabricated, but is not entirely false. Can you bear it? No. Can this world bear the challenges of later generations? This silent sacred realm needs you to stir the winds and clouds. This world needs the epic of heroes, but will never easily allow the birth of heroes. You will inevitably come to my Fengyan Pavilion because we are kindred spirits. In Suyu's mind, the contract shrouded in white ethereal light condensed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the third pet beast, Snow Feather Tianhu. Unlocking a new talent. Level talent, Destiny Beacon, I am the tide. Note, will evolve into a level talent after advancing to Nirvana realm. Please enhance the host's spiritual power realm and capture new pet beasts to unlock new talents. New pet beast, new talent. At the same time, the white ethereal light of the contract displayed Chu Xian-yin's information. Name, Chu Xianyin. Race, Tail Fox Clan. Sequence, 008. Snow Feather Tianhu. Rank, 3rd Stage Transcendence. Mental Power, Spirit Stream Realm. Talent, Snow Feather Purifying Soul Technique. Abilities, Foxtail Soul Cage. Falling Melody of the Azure Void. Affection, Admiration. Chapter 89. I am the tide. Breaking through the cold pool for a new life. Aaliyah gazed at the brilliant golden light, her smile blossoming. The ordinary boy she met back then had become a proud genius standing tall in the world, capable of stirring the phenomena of heaven and earth. This little guy is like that. Just being with him allows one to feel an infinite strength. It's as if drawn by a certain quality, making one unable to help but want to believe in him. Aaliyah felt that Chu Xianyin must have had her heart defenses pierced by Su Yu, solving the curse that had troubled their clan for centuries in front of this man. Is this answer correct? Not necessarily. But it's much better than having no answer at all. At least, Su Yu had given Chu Xianyin the desire to step out of this pure land for the first time, the determination and direction to integrate into this demonic world. Perhaps the tragic wish of our clan in the future. Su Yu quietly felt the changes in his body. At the same time, the strength of his body, which had just risen to the white jade realm, became evident. Now, even if Su Yu faced a giant cannon, he wouldn't suffer much damage. Moreover, the 9 extremes dark spring gifted by the little demoness could also break through the white jade realm, reaching the star realm body. If he remembered correctly, Teacher Shangwan's body strength as a demigod was also at the star realm. Just thinking about it felt terrifying. If the white jade realm was already so powerful, how strong would the star realm be? No wonder Chi Mayan could face 3 opponents at once and suppress Su Yu and the others fiercely. While Su Yu could still defeat 6 opponents to kill Natsum Shoji, that kind of waste. Nirvana is indeed the dividing line for beast masters. This saying is not false. Aaliyah leaned closer and asked, "Little guy, how are you?" Both Aaliyah and Kong Huanyuan felt that Su Yu had undergone a tremendous change, and their curiosity was piqued. "Xianyin, how do we leave here?" "To be honest, I just experienced a fierce battle and was knocked down, but it should be safe outside now." The last words of the Beast Pavilion Master and his mercy meant that at least for now, they were not enemies. Chu Xianyin pointed to the sky and said, "Of course, we go out from the cold pool. To directly enter the Thousand Lakes, we must unlock the barrier. Once it's unlocked, it cannot be restored." Su Yu gently nodded. "I understand. Let us not unlock it for now. We'll leave this place first, and I'll take you to see the outside world." Chu Xuanyin's beautiful eyes widened. I'll pack my things." She bounced into the bamboo hut, her steps much lighter, filled with longing for the outside world. Aaliyah chuckled. Luckily we met the little guy. If it were someone else, they would probably be sold," while still laughing foolishly. Kong Huanyuan leaned close and whispered, "Hee, sister is the same, master. Just now when you were asked about your most beloved person, sister was so tense, it was quite nervous." Aaliyah's face immediately turned bright red. This king did not. He really didn't he? In that instant, sister's heartbeat soared to 150. Su Yu was taken aback. "Really?" Aaliyah lunged at him. "You shut up." Aaliyah's cheeks were exceptionally flushed, while Kong Huanyuan laughed beside her. "You can't escape either, little demoness. My mental power is already at the spirit lake realm, so you have no reason to evade." Kong Huanyuan lowered her head, shyly nodding silently. Once Chu Xianyin finished packing, she took the 3 of them flying into the sky, passing through a bizarre passage and entering the bottom of the cold pool. In the immortal viewing forest, Bai Ruhui, burned all over, lay on Shangwan Ling's knees, his breath weak. "Old man, hold on a bit longer. The rescue operation should be tomorrow." Bai Ruhui's lips moved slightly, but he could not speak. "I understand. Whether it's the child or the student, none are worry-free. No wonder this student is extraordinary. He made a great contribution to the Great Xia during his first entry into the demonic cave, even earning mercy from the Beast Pavilion Master. Unfortunately, some things cannot be shared, otherwise, so you would truly become famous in Blue Star. He is like a tide, and we elders hope to protect him as he grows." Just as the words fell, a whirlpool stirred in the cold pool, and Shangwan Ling's eyes caught the unusual movement beneath the cold pool, excitedly saying, "Could it be?" Bang! Waves surged up to several dozen meters high, and 4 figures burst out simultaneously. Su Yu, Aaliyah, Kong Huanyuan, and Chu Xianyin broke through the cold pool, this time without sustaining many injuries, and the 3 girls were unscathed under Aaliyah's indestructible enhancement. Su Yu stood on the water's surface, droplets hanging in his hair, giving off an ethereal feeling. Shangwan Ling realized that at this moment, she could not see through Su Yu's depth, as if he had truly undergone a transformation. The 4 landed ashore, coming before Shangwan Ling. Chu Xianyin hid behind Su Yu, peeking out curiously at the 2 humans. Su Yu smiled. "It's a pleasant surprise, I suppose." Seeing the close interaction between the 2, Shangwan Ling guessed most of it. A new pet beast. Su Yu's mental power has broken through to the spirit lake realm? When did this happen? Moreover, this is another stunning demoness. In terms of allure to men, she might even be 3 points more enchanting than Aaliyah and Kong Huanyuan. This student really is. Su Yu looked at Bai Ruhui, teacher Bai Yu. Bai Ruhui could no longer speak, but he looked at Su Yu with great gratitude. Su Yu had created an opportunity for him to take revenge. If the Foxwind were still surrounded by many ghost-faced foxes, he would never be able to create a fair one-on-one opportunity. Even if he could win, he would be intervened and rescued by other city lords. Bai Ruhui's broken ascent to godhood granted him temporary power, but the damage was irreversible. This was not a scar, but a sign of life reaching its end. Aaliyah's indestructibility could heal any injury, but could not fill the missing essence. Aaliyah, you said I have a way to save Teacher Bai? Shangwan Ling suddenly raised her head. She had already prepared mentally for the permanent farewell to her husband. But suddenly hearing hope in her despair, her heart surged with excitement. Su Yu, is that true? Chapter 90. Defying Heaven's Treatment, Sudden Thunderbolt. Under Shangwan Ling's eager gaze, Aaliyah gently nodded. The thing you obtained from the demoness might be useful. The 9 extremes dark spring and the sacred demon dual form fruit, right? One replenishes the body. The other replenishes the spirit. I'll give it a try. Aaliyah continued. First use the life spirit liquid. If it works, then use the 9 extremes dark spring. As for the sacred demon dual form fruit, use your method to try it first. Chi Mayan had given Su Yu 2 sacred demon dual form fruits. One was swallowed by Su Yu, and the remaining one was the only original body. If the replicant body works, it's better to keep it for activating the peculiar counterfeit. Su Yu gently nodded. Shangwan Ling was stunned. The life spirit liquid was fine. She had a little. As for the other 2 items, what are they? Never heard of them. This was not her fault. The Abyssal Demon clan rarely came to the Disaster Demon Cave. And how could their specialty, the demon spirit, be recognized by her? Under Shangwan Ling's astonished gaze, Su Yu took out a bucket of over 100 liters. A whole bucket of star-like life spirit liquid was right in front of her. Not a drop, not a bottle, not a basin, but a damn bucket. When did this thing become so abundant? Are you here to treat injuries, or to take a bath? Su Yu cleared his throat. Ahem. I had a bit of a harvest in Qingyan City. Don't be surprised, teacher. Su Yu did not lack life spirit liquid. Moreover, with the 9 extremes dark spring present, this thing was outdated. Thus, Su Yu pried open Bai Ruhui's mouth and directly poured the bucket into his mouth. Gudu. Bai Ruhui choked several times, nearly fainting, but a large amount of life essence filled his body, while others took just a few drops. Bai Ruhui downed 4 or 5 liters, more than the blood in his body. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Oh, it's working. Let's try this. Su Yu took out a small bottle containing a dark purple nether spring that Shangwan Ling had never seen before and poured it into Bai Ruhui's throat. Bai Ruhui immediately felt a burning sensation flooding his throat as if it were about to be scorched away. It works. Teacher, look, Teacher Bai's burns have completely healed, and his vitality has recovered significantly. Shangwan Ling was already dumbfounded. This must be effective. How many treasures did you pour into him? How could it not work? Finally, a yin-yang fish with black and white flowing in a pattern of the 8 trigrams, filled with both holiness and darkness, was shoved into Bai Ruhui's throat by Su Yu. This was a replica of an extraordinary counterfeit, although it didn't have the heaven-defying effect of forcibly enhancing one's spiritual power by a whole realm, even being a level lower. Bai Ruhui's fading consciousness gradually revived, and after recovering, he took a big step forward. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions kept coming from Bai Ruhui's body, shattering and healing. Shattering, and then healing again. His face twisted in pain, but one thing was certain. He was reviving. Shangwan Ling covered her mouth. It works. It really works. Hang in there, my husband. Su Yu's outrageous treatment plan directly forced a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures into him. Shangwan Ling discovered that there were even demonic-grade secret treasures among them. With such a resource infusion, Bai Ruhui completely awakened, healing as before. He stroked his white beard, as if in a dream. His body felt much lighter. How is it, Teacher Bai? I feel great, even a bit strange. The life force within Bai Ruhui exceeded his own vitality. Although he had shattered his ascension to the divine realm, he felt a different path in the void. Good lad. It was worth it for me to risk my life to save you. Su Yu smiled. It's good that you're fine, teacher. Then he changed the subject. However, let us be clear. I've avenged the Lord of Qingyan City, and I saved your daughter. We're even now. Bai Ruhui's face darkened. He suddenly felt that perhaps dying might have been easier. No, he didn't have so many resources to repay the debt. Bai Ruhui looked at Shangwan Ling for help, who smiled while covering her face. We've already divorced, ex-husband. Don't come to me for your own debts. Bai Ruhui felt aggrieved. Weren't you just acting differently a moment ago? This fight had been satisfying, avenging the enemy, but now he felt miserable for being left bankrupt. Shangguan Ling summoned the Qinghuan, carrying several people into the air. In the sky, Chu Xianin gently tapped Su Yu's back. Su Yu was overjoyed, lying on the soft tail feathers of the snow feather celestial fox, feeling completely comfortable. And since Chu Xianin could fly on her own, they now had their own exclusive seat for traveling. Wow, as expected of a Fox Clan girl. Shangguan Ling didn't know what to say. She was truly grateful to Su Yu for saving her shattered family. From now on, whenever this student was in danger, even if it meant facing fire and knives, she would definitely go to rescue him. Soon, to be safe, under Elia's suggestion, Chu Xianin donned a fake 1,000 transformation skin, slightly altering her appearance. It was better to temporarily conceal the existence of the snow feather celestial fox. After landing at the camp, the atmosphere seemed a bit strange. It was as if every soldier's face bore a hint of sadness. Continuous bloody battles could exert immense mental pressure. But the situation in the disaster demon cave should have been better, right? Humans weren't passively taking hits. Their high-end combat power was not weaker than the 7 city lords. Bai Ruhui even killed a lord of Qingyan City, and they should have been feeling exhilarated. Su Yu wanted to inquire about it, but found that even the soldiers in his camp avoided his gaze. What happened? This left Su Yu completely puzzled. With such impressive military achievements, shouldn't they celebrate together? Noticing the atmosphere was off, Shangguan Ling said, Su Yu, I'll take you to see Governor Xia. Your matter is of great importance. Don't speak carelessly for now. Su Yu nodded. Okay. Just as a few of them were preparing to head to the command center, it seemed they received news of Su Yu's return. In the command center, Li Zongwan and his men hurriedly surrounded Su Yu and the others. Stop. Li Zongwan stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Shangguan Ling asked in confusion, Li Zongwan, what do you mean by this? Li Zongwan replied sternly, what do I mean? During the rescue of the Qingyan City captives, we were ambushed and suffered heavy losses. Su Yu, you were suspected of collusion with the enemy. According to frontline military regulations, you are to cease resistance immediately and accept examination. Su Yu and Shangguan Ling felt as if they were struck by a bolt from the blue. What? Chapter 91. Capture me? Even if I collapse, I won't leave a single drop for you. It was as if thunder exploded in their ears. Shangguan Ling and Bai Ruhui need not say more. Their daughter was among that group. Su Yu was even more shocked. A wave of cold dread surged in his heart. After fighting for his life. You tell me we were ambushed? Who did it? Su Yu's first thought was Qi Mu Yan. Was it her? But he quickly dismissed that idea. Had she gone mad? Would she risk her life for humanity, given her status? It was unthinkable. Once Su Yu revealed that information, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Qi Mu Yan. Then who did it? A terrifying suspicion made even Su Yu shudder. Li Zongwan said with righteous indignation, Humph, what? Do you dare to say you have nothing to do with this? The tragic sacrifice of thousands of lives. What will you use to atone for it? Su Yu felt a lump in his throat, nearly choking. The life he risked for was met with accusations and betrayal piled high with corpses and blood. He was not afraid of being targeted for this, but Su Yu underestimated the limits of some beasts who dared to commit such heinous acts for their own despicable purposes, causing thousands to die in vain. The conspiracy behind this, Su Yu lacked information and couldn't sort it out for a moment. But your Li family is definitely involved. Shangguan Ling nearly fainted but held on. Impossible. Su Yu was chased all the way here, nearly losing his life to the enemy last night. You say he colluded with outside thieves. I absolutely do not believe it. Bai Ruhui stared intently at Li Zongwan. But that doesn't clear Su Yu's suspicion. Perhaps this is just a smokescreen he and the enemy are playing out? Hearing the news of their daughter's rescue, Shangguan Ling and her husband felt much more at ease but still resolutely blocked Su Yu. I will not allow you to arbitrarily capture my student. He has fought for the great Xia, risking his life. He could never betray. Li Zongwan's cousin, Li Zongquan, coldly said, that is hard to say. Su Yu, let me ask you, how could you possibly escape safely from the dangerous Qingyan City alone? I ask again, someone reported seeing the Demon Clan's 9th prince during transport. What is your relationship with the 9th prince? You may not have allied with the enemies of the disaster demon cave, but can you clarify your relationship with the Demon Clan's 9th prince? On the wind and cloud ranking, you escaped from the 9th prince twice, and he even had demon lords protecting him. That is simply impossible. Speak, have you secretly allied with the Demon Clan? What unspeakable secrets do you have with the 9th prince? Besides the Li family, many beast masters and soldiers of the Dragon Eagle Guard surrounded them tightly. After the incident, they certainly didn't believe Su Yu had betrayed the Dragon Eagle Guard. But the Li family had a point. They were waiting for an explanation from Su Yu. Su Yu felt a chill in his heart. Once he fell into the trap of self-justification, he would never be able to prove anything. Even if he opened his guts to prove he had only eaten a bowl of noodles, what would that matter? Su Yu coldly said, I really didn't expect this. Are you all a bunch of stupid pigs? I delivered the person right to your face. and you still managed to drop the ball. And you dare to say I betrayed and colluded with the enemy. It's laughable. Suyu wasted no time and smashed the barrel of life essence onto the ground, simultaneously revealing the main trunk of the crystal mist pine. There was nothing more impactful than a barrel containing hundreds of liters and tens of thousands of drops of life essence in front of everyone. Countless Dragon Eagle Guard beastmasters and soldiers stretched their necks, their eyes wide open, utterly incredulous. You can go to Qingyan City and see if the crystal mist pine in the mythical realm is still intact. Haha, you say I'm colluding with the enemy? While I was risking my life on the front lines, what were you doing? When I was transmitting information under the death threat of being chased by mythical realm plants. You couldn't even manage a connection, and you still have the face to accuse me? Colluding with the enemy? Is it colluding with the enemy when the protective plants of Qingyan City are damaged, or when the city lord of Qingyan City is killed? If your Li family could collude with the enemy 7 times like that, wouldn't the disaster demon cave have been wiped out by us long ago? I think the one colluding with the enemy is you. The thing Suyu threw directly impacted the hearts of the Dragon Eagle Guard soldiers. They whispered to each other, "My God, I've never seen so much life essence." I said before that rumors are unreliable. This is clearly the main trunk of a mythical plant. But what General Li said also made some sense. Suyu shook his head. I refuse. My biggest mistake was not reminding Lu Xian to keep the news under wraps, allowing fools like you to know, which led to the tragic deaths of my comrades. From now on, don't expect to get any information out of me. Li Zhongwan angrily said. What did you say? Suyu, you have some nerve. Are you defying orders on the battlefield? At the same time, he looked greedily at the barrel of life essence. The Li family was already a pillar family. Yet the amount of life essence they had stored combined couldn't compare to what a junior like you possesses. I need to find an opportunity to swallow it. Li Zhongwan spoke imperiously. I, as the frontline commander, order you to confess your crimes honestly, with no concealment whatsoever. Additionally, hand over all your personal belongings for inspection. Otherwise, you and your family will be immediately arrested, and if you resist, you will bear the consequences. Suyu laughed disdainfully. You wish. Even if I pour out this entire barrel of life essence, I won't leave a single drop for you. All right, that's all I have to say. I won't say another word until Principal Ning and Governor Xia arrive. Li Zhongwan clenched his fists. You. Then don't blame me. Just as Shangwan Ling and Bai Ruhui were preparing to step forward, the voice of Vice Principal Gu Yi came from behind. Let us see who dares. Gu Yi, along with a group of teachers from the Demon Spirit Department, elite students from the 3rd and 4th years, and the Star Emblem instructors from the other 9 school alliance. All approached. Gu Yi coldly said. Li Zhongwan, this matter is not yet concluded. Who allowed you to arrest my Demon Spirit students in public? Your Li family publicly threatened Suyu from our school without fully investigating the matter, even using his family as leverage. The 9 school alliance will not tolerate this. The Great Xia Academy alliance will not agree. If you do not give me an explanation today, I will report this to the Grand Chancellor and Li Zhongwan. You will bear the consequences. Shangwan Ling gently patted Suyu's shoulder. Don't be afraid. The teachers are here. Chapter 92. Tensions rise. The real Black Hand remains hidden. Hearing that Suyu had returned and was surrounded by Li Zhongwan's men, Gu Yi quickly called the Star Emblem instructors from the 9 school alliance to support. Many Star Emblem instructors were equally furious. Although they had no close ties with Suyu, the Li family's public arrest of people from the 9 school alliance was too dismissive of them. Li Zhongwan frowned. You can't say that, Gu Yi. As the frontline commander, I have the duty to investigate anyone's faults. Is investigating Suyu and his family a threat? If he has done nothing wrong, why is he resisting the investigation? All actions of the commander are reasonable and legal. On the contrary, Suyu is acting against orders. He likely has something to hide. Suyu, if you are completely unrelated to this matter, why are you unwilling to accept an investigation? Are you the only one being investigated? There are also members of my Li family being investigated, and they are not resisting like you. If you really want to prove your innocence, would you be wrong? Li Zhongwan appeared righteous and just. At least procedurally, there were no flaws to be found. A group of Dragon Eagle Guard soldiers scratched their heads, feeling it was strange. But it seemed that what General Li said wasn't entirely unreasonable. It wasn't just Suyu being investigated. Other Dragon Eagle Guard captains involved in the operation and some beastmasters from the pillar families were also being investigated. Suyu is a student of the Demon Spirit Department. If an investigation is to be conducted, it should be done by our organization. What right do you have to interfere? Li Zhongwan stood with his hands behind his back. He is also a member of the Dragon Eagle Guard. As the commander of the Dragon Eagle Guard, I am naturally within my jurisdiction. Besides, this is just an investigation, not a prosecution. You can send someone to observe if you wish. It seemed that Suyu's control over the life essence had become a crucial point of contention. That barrel of life essence stirred his greed. Such strategic resources should be unified and allocated by Great Xia. And as a pillar family that has contributed greatly, the Leaf family should naturally receive a larger share. There was another reason. Suyu had brought down the Wang family. He only learned later that the Wang family and Sichuan were involved in a plan concerning the Leaf family. Gui sneered. I see you are envious of the life essence in Suyu's hands. If not, why are you here to observe our internal investigation while our school is safeguarding his personal belongings? Li Zhongwan's expression changed. Suyu is one of you. What can you find out if you are biased toward him? His personal belongings must be inspected. Besides his own word, physical evidence is equally important. Elia, besides Suyu, felt her eyes filled with bloodshot anger, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Suyu stood in front of her, signaling her not to speak. Suyu needed to sort through everything from the beginning and consider what he might have overlooked. Just as both sides were arguing fiercely, a golden light streaked across the sky. Governor Xia Tingyin descended in front of the command post, surveying the surroundings with an inexplicable pressure resting on everyone's hearts. Having seen Governor Xia, everyone bowed their heads in unison. Xia Tingyin said calmly, "What kind of decorum is this, arguing in front of the command post?" Li Zhongwan, Gui, are you two still not shutting up? The arrival of this heavyweight figure made the Leaf family members behind Li Zhongwan and the Star Emblem instructors behind Gui all retract their magic power. Xia Tingyin's gaze sharpened. Zhongwan, this matter has not yet reached a conclusion, and you unilaterally claim an arrest. Your words are quite extreme. You are fined half a year's salary. Li Zhongwan exclaimed. I. He was immediately met with a glare from Xia Tingyin, and he quietly said, yes. Rules must still be followed. I guarantee that you won't suffer any unjust treatment, all right? Suyu glanced at Gui, who nodded slightly. Governor Xia could be trusted. Suyu said, all right, Suyu obeys. Lingyaya, you can go down with Suyu first. Let Captain Li Lingya supervise Suyu. At least the attitude is more relaxed. Xia Tingyin then looked at the others. What are you all doing gathered here? The wounded are still waiting for treatment. And the crisis on the front line has not been resolved. Are you all so idle? Before he finished speaking, everyone hurriedly dispersed. Li Lingya approached Suyu and said helplessly, Suyu, you all come with me. Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you. Shang Wanling comforted. Suyu, don't worry. The teachers won't stand by and let you be wronged. Suyu nodded gently and followed Li Lingya to the 1st Battalion station. Although Li Lingya also bore the surname Li, he had no connection to the Li family and was an orphan raised by Xia Tingyin. The room assigned to Suyu was not bad. Li Lingya offered a few words of comfort before leaving. Inside the room, Elia and Kong Huanshuan's eyes were filled with grievances for Suyu, while Chu Xian-yin seemed somewhat at a loss, completely unaware of what had happened. Suyu lay on the bed and comforted. Don't show that expression. Let me think for a moment. Kong Huan Yuandao, could it be that demoness? Suyu shook his head decisively. No, it shouldn't be. Ilia, Kong Huan, from your perspective, do humans really matter enough to sacrifice their lives? Kong Huan lightly shook her head, but added, except for you. Suyu rubbed her earlobe. I need to know some things. Wait, I'll ask Governor Xian a bit. If I'm not mistaken, the little demoness should be even more anxious than I am right now. Moreover, I've come to a realization, Ilia. Perhaps Wang Yu and Huaying are not the real masterminds behind this. Ilia and Kong Huan were taken aback. Huh? Suyu's gaze was piercing. The real conspiracy. The hidden hand behind it may not have been exposed. In Zishuan City, the demon city of blood-eating ants, Qiyu Yen was in a fit of rage. Shirgu, who allowed you to contact other city lords to set a trap without permission. She was furious to the point of nearly exploding. A mere 10,000 humans. If Suyu wants them, just give them to him. The proud demons would never betray their promises. But what Qiyu Yen was even more worried about was if Suyu thought it was her who orchestrated it. Who gave you the power to initiate war without asking for permission? Your Highness, this is news from within the human race. The opportunity for battle is fleeting. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Chapter 93. The Furious Qiyu Yen, the end of the Wang family, and Sichuan. When Shirgu and Tong Qian excitedly approached Qiyu Yen to take credit, the sound of thunder exploded in her ears, nearly making her faint from anger. She had warned them repeatedly, under no circumstances were they to take the initiative, waiting for her next command. As a result, Qiyu Yen was trembling all over. If Suyu found out about this and suspected it was her doing, she wouldn't be able to explain herself no matter how many mouths she had. What to do? Furthermore, the truth of the matter was that Shirgu had received intelligence from within the human race. And this was an action requested by the Daxia human race itself, which had even paid a considerable sum for it, leading Shirgu to set a trap with the blood-eating ants. Even if I tell Suyu, will he believe it? Would he believe that his own people requested to attack themselves? No, that bastard is very clever. As long as she can clarify that this matter has nothing to do with her, he probably won't rashly turn against her. Qiyu Yen and Suyu were in a mutually binding situation. Suyu could certainly flip the table. But that would also mean making their cooperation with the demon race public. This might align with the human race's strategy, but it does not align with their emotions. That bastard wouldn't be that stupid. Realizing this, Qiyu Yin scolded, "Stupid pig. Foolish. Your reckless actions have disrupted this prince's careful plans. You've ruined this prince's plans. And now you shamelessly come to take credit, you." Shirgu and the other demons trembled, shocked in their hearts. Is this true? To be honest. Shirgu's brain quickly adapted to this and trembled. Could it be that the humans paid us to act for his highness? Spare me, I'm confused. Qiyu Yin paused and immediately followed Shirgu's words. Humph, now you understand? For such a large force to insert a few trusted subordinates and infiltrate the starting point to execute a top-secret mission is not difficult. That group of hypocritical humans wouldn't dare to act openly, and instead hypocritically hired you to do their dirty work, and in the end, you. Is there any? If there is. Furthermore, even if they're ISNT, taking the opportunity to attack the races on the fringes, reducing their numbers, or even exterminating them is also the demon race's hidden agenda. So the two demons nodded seriously, as if this matter were indeed true. Qiyu Yin, furious, said, "Tell me, how should I reward you?" Shirgu's face turned dark, although the blood-eating ants' faces were already black. After waiting for about 2 hours, Xia Tingyin walked into the room. The three women were roasting sweet potatoes by the heater, not disturbing the conversation between Su Yu and Xia Tingyin. The two faced each other. This was Su Yu's first time having a private discussion with a powerful figure from Daxia. Xia Tingyin spoke first. Actually, there's no need for an investigation. I know you haven't betrayed Daxia, nor have you betrayed the Dragon Eagle Guard. But something has happened between you and the demon race's ninth prince, right? He saw through everything, as if he had everything under control. So you did not deny it. How did you know? Xia Tingyin said calmly. Analysis, and just now, news came from Zishuan City that Shirgu, the city lord, lost an arm, and the demons from the Disaster Demon Cave have completely retreated from Qingshi Gorge. If nothing unexpected happens, the battle in the Disaster Demon Cave has temporarily ended. I feel this is the ninth prince trying to show goodwill to you. If I'm not mistaken, you must have a secret about him, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't need to let you know his attitude. Su Yu's eyes lit up. The upper echelons of the human race are all clever individuals. They can analyze a lot from limited information and appearances. Su Yu gently nodded. The ambush incident was definitely not his doing. I can assure you of that. Xia Tingyin was silent for a moment. Seeing that Su Yu had no intention of revealing the demon race's ninth prince's secret, he said, I understand. You used this secret to exchange for his protection over the lives of thousands of hostages, but you cannot tell anyone. Su Yu thought to himself that this guy is too formidable. He could grasp the situation in just a few words. If it weren't for the absolute power of the human race being far inferior to the demon cave, one can hardly imagine how the demons would be toyed with by humans. Xia Tingyin's eyes moved. Procedurally speaking, their accusation of you colluding with the enemy is not unfounded. But since ancient times, sages have judged actions, not intentions. The fact is, if nothing unexpected happens, your actions will save tens of thousands of hostages, and save tens of thousands of families. You are a hero of Daxia, and also a hero of the Dragon Eagle Guard. For this, I salute you. Xia Tingyin took out a document and handed it to Su Yu. Su Yu picked it up and browsed through it, his expression darkening. But heroes can't stand against power, right? Xia Tingyin did not deny it. The document detailed the investigation and handling results regarding the Wang family, Wang Yu, and the Sichuan family. In summary, the Wang family was uprooted, with Wang Yu, Wang Feng, and others all captured, but the head of the Wang family, Wang Changlin, and the 17th Battalion commander, Wang Ziyuan, were missing, whereabouts unknown. All members of the Sichuan family in Daxia were captured, and before Daxia could hold Huaying Kingdom accountable, Huaying Kingdom proactively contacted Daxia, stating they were unaware of anything, and arrested all members of the Sichuan family to hand over to Daxia as an apology. Then a series of proactive severing ties, Simi-Masai, and Fire Dragon Burn Warehouse, willing to compensate, left Daxia dumbfounded. And then it ended? What about the traitor in the Blood Spirit Squad? Wasn't he uncovered? There must be connections to the Li family in this matter, yet there are no further developments? Xia Tingyin nodded silently. There is a force trying to capture Ilea. Kill Su Yu, going through great lengths, yet only a little bit was uncovered. The document also described the ins and outs of the ambush, with the Li family accounting for a significant portion of the rescue team. Why did the rescue operation have to involve the Li family? Couldn't it? Xia Tingyin interjected. Couldn't it be kept from them? Unfortunately, Su Yu, this is the military. It's Daxia's 9 guards, not a private army. It has to follow the rules. The Daxiao army is a solid military, and anything that undermines the rules is very difficult to allow. There are no procedural issues. The Li family also suffered considerable losses. Su Yu chuckled. I just don't understand. For what? To target me? Xia Tingyin maintained a calm expression. Yes and no. The heartbreaking thing is that the deaths of thousands of people are merely pawns in their power struggle. The targets are not just you, but the entire Nine-School Alliance. Even the Academy Alliance and Daxia's 9 guards. Such a significant event inevitably requires someone to take responsibility. You, I, and everyone involved cannot escape. Xia Tingyan sighed. It was my oversight to involve you in such matters too early. Now I need to clarify this to you. You should know that the rise of Beast Taming University and the 9 Guardians of Daxia has only happened in the last 1 or 2 decades, right? But the existence of the Abyss has been much longer. The exact time of its appearance is unknown. Why do the Li family call themselves the 9 Pillar Families? Because they were once truly the pillars of Daxia, but in recent years their influence and power have been gradually diminishing. The taste of power, once experienced, is impossible to escape. Chapter 94. Special privileges. I just can't swallow this anger. Originally, they were the main force against the Abyss, and their children could easily become beast tamers. 80 of Daxia's strength relied on these beast-taming families. However, over 20 years ago, the exceptionally talented Chancellor emerged, establishing Beast Taming University, which changed everything. At the very least, it provided everyone with the opportunity to become a beast tamer. What Xia Tingyan referred to was the Awakening Ceremony, which spends a considerable amount of funds each year, allowing many fortunate individuals to become beast tamers and live a prosperous life. The 9 prestigious schools and over 60 ordinary beast taming academies cultivate students at a much faster rate than the birth rate of their families. In just over 20 years, one generation's growth has allowed them to grasp key positions, while the power and resources of the 9 pillar families have been declining step by step, an irreversible decline. Especially in the past 3 years, for 3 consecutive years, the number 1 potential of Daxia has not been from the 9 pillar families. Xia Tingyan looked meaningfully at Suyu. Suyu patiently listened to Xia Tingyan's words, understanding in his heart. Suyu achieved the number 1 potential in Daxia and has a deep conflict with the Wang family, a subsidiary of the Li family, and his perception of the Li family is also very poor. Over time, the family will face an irreversible decline. Therefore, they cannot tolerate Suyu. What about the Lu family? Could Lu Xian's family also? Xia Tingyan shook his head. The 9 pillar families are also divided into 2 factions. Commander Lu and the Yin family are the cooperative faction, advocating for adapting to Daxia's trends and jointly resisting the Abyss, while the Li family and the Pei family are the aristocratic faction. So you took a deep breath. I understand. The military and the academic alliance will protect me, but they won't investigate the truth for me, nor will they thoroughly investigate the Li family because neither the deceased nor I are as important as the Li family, right? The truth is always cruel. These things will be recorded in a little notebook, waiting for the day when Daxia no longer needs the power of the Li family for them to be brought out. This is a compromise, but the defense against the Abyss outweighs everything. If the Abyss is breached, it will lead to the suffering of millions. The collapse of the volcanic defense line in Huaying Nation is a consequence of this. No one dares to gamble. In this war alone, the Li family dispatched 3 myths, 16 demigods, and countless elites to the 5 major abysses. This is their weight in Daxia. Suyu bit his lip and finally said calmly, I understand. Xia Tingyan consoled, but you can rest assured that any tolerance has its limits. If something happens to you, who fights for Daxia, it will completely anger everyone else. So they will either follow procedural justice or secretly act against you. They would never dare to kill you openly. Their goal is probably to use this incident to drive you out of the Dragon Eagle Guard. At least not let the military and the 9 guardians of Daxia stand by your side. I am not sure what the final outcome will be, but you have made a great contribution, so I can promise you one condition. A condition that slightly violates the rules. Although the Li family spread rumors and slandered Suyu as having suspicions of betrayal, many mentors from the Dragon Eagle Guard, the governor's office of the Demon City, and the Academic Alliance sincerely thanked Suyu, even after being ambushed and suffering heavy losses. Suyu remained silent for a long time before speaking. I remember my teacher told me that advanced students are qualified to form beast-taming squads. Since we can slightly violate the rules, I want to form a beast-taming regiment. Xia Tingyan's face stiffened. This is a slight violation of the rules. This is breaking the rules. A beast-taming squad cannot exceed 50 people, but a beast-taming regiment can have 500. Once the regiment is formed, it will be under the jurisdiction of the Daxia military and the Pet Beast Association, and while it is part of the combat sequence, it can also have a certain degree of private nature. Those allowed to form are extremely rare. 5,000. A regiment that is 10 times over the limit? That would already be a quarter of the strength of the beast tamers in the Dragon Eagle Guard. Xia Tingyan's mouth twitched a few times. This is impossible. The military will never agree. Suyu had already made up his mind. Why can the Li family act so recklessly? Because they possess power and authority. Their weight in Daxia is like a mountain. Violence is their background color. Suyu, being weak alone, Any force might choose to protect him, but they cannot support him in taking down the Li family. Perhaps many would compromise, for they are indeed very powerful. But Suyu just can't swallow this anger. You can't do it, you don't dare to do it. I dare. For Ilea, for myself and my family, for those wronged souls. I must dare, and I can do it. He told Chu Xianin that he is only half a good person. If he angers the other half, sorry. I don't care about any consequences. Suyu's expression was as calm as a poker face. In an instant, Xia Tingyan felt that Suyu had undergone some essential change. It no longer felt like he was talking to a passionate youth, but rather like facing a gloomy old coin. Don't worry, Governor Xia. I won't make things difficult for you. I have something to exchange with you. No, to exchange with the Daxiao military, to get them to greenlight me on this matter. Xia Tingyan's gaze sharpened. What is it? What could persuade the military to allow the formation of a privately led beast tamer force, and still a tenfold over limited force? Xia Tingyan said, Speak. Suyu raised a finger. A passage. I have discovered a passage from the Calamity Abyss to the Thousand Lakes Abyss. You are the commander of the Dragon Eagle Guard. Its value does not need me to elaborate, right? If it weren't for this matter, I intended to report it without compensation. Xia Tingyan's pupils constricted, and his breathing quickened. How many great storms had not made this commander lose his composure like this? But this is indeed significant. If handled properly, Daxia has the opportunity to concentrate superior forces and sweep away two major abysses in one go. Even if the battle goes poorly, the two major abysses will occupy absolute initiative like the Eternal Calamity Abyss. Expanding territory in the abyss means massive resources being developed, which means more beast tamers can be trained. The benefits are immeasurable. Xia Tingyan adjusted his breathing. Is this true? Chu Xianin softly said, It's not all the time. It must be within 5 days before and after the full moon each month and during other times. The power of the spatial barriers will recover and cannot be passed through. Xia Tingyan slammed his fist on the table. That's enough. Don't say 10 days. 1 day is enough. Daxiao can hold a war to conquer the abyss in just 1 day. Xia Tingyan said, Suyu, I will try my best to negotiate your conditions, but there are only 3,000 slots. The military won't agree to more. However, once the beast taming regiment is established, you can secretly expand the recruitment. I estimate they will turn a blind eye. This matter is of great importance. I will go to the military right away. Additionally, I think the military's attitude towards the Li family will also undergo a significant change. You are much more mature than I imagined. No, how should I put it? You no longer seem like a hero. In a certain sense, the Li family has succeeded. He said meaningfully. They successfully killed the hero Suyu, leaving behind a devil. Chapter 95, The Li Family's Policy. Endless Evolution of Malice. At the same time, at the Qingshi Gorge, in the Li family camp, their original plan did not actually intend to control Suyu. Instead, they planned to take advantage of Xia Tingyan's absence to provoke internal conflict. Using Suyu's defiance as a pretext to act, inciting Gu Yi and others to evolve into infighting within the camp, coupled with the previous mishaps in rescuing hostages. The two charges could potentially eliminate both Suyu and Xia Tingyan in one fell swoop. As a result, Xia Tingyan's timely arrival stopped all of this. Li Zhongwan could at most maliciously edit the events and throw them into the present world to tarnish Suyu's reputation. Li Zongxing shook his head helplessly. Who would have thought that the Lord of the 6 demon cities would suddenly retreat? With no pressure on the front line, he could come and go freely. Unfortunately, so much life essence was left in Suyu's hands. Isn't this fight just for power and resources? However, it shouldn't be a big problem to expel Suyu from the Dragon Eagle Guard, Li Zongxing added. Someone must take responsibility for the failure of the war. And since this was an action proposed by Suyu, in cooperation with the entire disaster area, even if you are innocent, it is unlikely that you will bear no responsibility at all. Li Zongwan, feeling a bit tired, lay back on the lounge chair. Brother Shang, I am not in the mythic realm, and I still don't quite understand why we should deal with a junior. I only found out yesterday that it was the family internally entrusting the Huaying people to capture that divine vampire from the Wang family. Was it necessary to go around such a big circle? Li Zongxing waved his hand, blocking the tent space. Be quieter, Li Zongxing reminded Zongwan. If in the future your child cancels the priority awakening of talents, cancels the quota for advanced talent potions, cancels the quota for high-level beast pets, cancels the supply of beast control resources, and is only allowed to start from being cannon fodder on the front line. A single word from a company commander can suppress your son to the point where he can't lift his head. Would you be willing? Li Zongwan jumped up immediately. Of course not. Why should that be? Li Zongxing shrugged. Then that's it? The resources of the Great Xia are limited. The more the Academy Alliance and the Great Xia military occupy, the less we occupy. Moreover, traders like the Liu family and the Yin family have also emerged in the Nine-Pillar Conference. The family situation is not what it used to be. If we want to stop this decline, there is a way. Above the Holy Domain, and the entrance to the holy domain requires the divine ticket. Taking the opportunity to suppress Su Yu, Xia Tingyan is indeed after power. This is something they can tolerate. However, capturing the divine is our ultimate goal, which is very difficult to tolerate, and countless eyes are watching us, so we can only go in circles. Additionally, letting you publicly attack is also for the other families to see. The Wang family has fallen, and our Li family should not remain unresponsive. In fact, we must respond very strongly. We must make them pay a price. Otherwise, where is the dignity of the aristocratic families? If anyone can uproot an aristocratic family without paying a price, then the family is truly finished. We have no way to retreat either. Li Zhongwan's heart tightened. This is indeed the case. After Xia Tingyan left, Su Yu came to the heater. Ailia handed the roasted sweet potato to Su Yu, pouting her lips. Su Yu smiled and activated the taste link. Chu Xianin looked a bit gloomy, with a heavy heart. Xianin, why do you look so glum? Chu Xianin whispered. Is it because you brought me out that you are being? Su Yu tapped her smooth forehead with 3 fingers. What are you thinking? Little fox? Didn't I tell you that the curse from your family is just a complete scam? Because humans also have things that can infinitely evolve. That is the endless evolution of humans. Malice. Now that I think about it, it was actually my one-sided wishful thinking. The little has already sent people to my face and can create such a situation. Ailia gently held Su Yu's hand. Little guy, what do you want to do? Kong Huan Yuan also said, no matter what the master wants to do, we will always support you. Chu Xianin shook her tail while chewing on the sweet potato, expressing her agreement. These humans are so bad. How can they be so bad? Although she didn't understand much, she just felt they were very bad. Su Yu said coldly, from what Governor Xia said, it seems that the Dragon Eagle Guard won't be able to stay much longer. I want to form a beast control team. With my abilities, I can arm anyone. The 9 Extremes Nether Spring and the Holy Demon 2 Instruments Fruit. I originally planned to make some replicas for the military, but now, in the future, I will only arm my own people. We need status. We need to surpass the Li family, surpass the status of the 9 pillar families. This blood debt is because I underestimated the malice of these beasts. I will use the heads of everyone in the Li family to pay homage. Moreover, if I don't kill them, Ailia, Huan Yuan, and Xianin, you won't be able to live safely in Great Xia. Chu Xianin frowned slightly. Sigh, I always feel like I shouldn't have come out. It's not fun out there at all. At this point, Chu Xuanin's eyes sparkled again, nodding gently. Su Yu stood up. All right, we've talked about what we needed to discuss. Su Yu walked out of the tent. Captain Li, can you do me a favor? Li Lingyao sighed. The governor told me to keep an eye on you and not let you run around. Can't you just stay put for a while? Li Lingyao rolled his eyes. Really? Su Yu nodded. Absolutely. Can I still run away? Li Lingyao finally said. All right, you guys change into night clothes. Don't let people recognize you. All right. The few of them quietly followed Li Lingyao out of the first camp, and when they arrived at a deserted place, Li Lingyao suddenly whispered, Su Yu, I heard the governor say you want to form a beast control team? Su Yu's heart, which was originally relaxed, suddenly tightened. Wait, wouldn't Xia Tingyan tell a company commander such things? Li Lingyao smiled mysteriously and put on a mask. Don't be nervous, just joking. We have our channels of information. The governor said that you would never submit or be willing to be a self-sacrificing hero, so I think we now have a basis for conversation. Let's get to know each other again. My code name is Fengyan Pavilion Beast Pavilion Member Beast 11. Chapter 96, Nobility and Filth, Night Feast Beast Control Team. Su Yu was taken aback. This was something he had never expected. The trusted captain of the Dragon Eagle Guard, who had reminded him to be careful of the veterans of Fengyan Pavilion, a distinguished beast master, would actually be in such a deserted place. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. This world is truly terrifying. You can never guess when the people around you will surprise you. Captain Li, aren't you afraid I'll expose your identity? Li Lingyao shook his head, removing the mask. You used to, but now you want to, because it does not benefit you. On the contrary, I think our future cooperation will be very smooth. Su Yu's expression darkened. Even now, I have no intention of betraying Great Xia. Li Lingyao clicked his tongue. You misunderstood. I am not asking you to betray Great Xia. In other words, do you think the governor doesn't know about my matters? He just needs someone to do things that aren't seen in the light. Of course, I want to tell him about contacting you. Su Yu's brows slightly relaxed. This guy really knows how to seize the opportunity. Su Yu said irritably. Then please thank the Beast Pavilion Master for me. Although I almost thought I was going to die. Without him throwing Su Yu into the cold pool, based on Su Yu's condition at the time, without Chu Xuanin's help, it would have been quite difficult to cross the 1,000-foot cold pool. If he couldn't cross the cold pool, he wouldn't discover the special passage and Chu Xianin, and there wouldn't be the current results. Overall, the Beast Pavilion Master helped him a lot, but also scared him quite a bit. Li Lingyao nodded slightly. That's not necessary. The master guessed that you would be very grateful to him. Let me give this to you. A mask engraved with a lion pattern, with the number of Beast 99 on the forehead of the mask. You don't need to make an unbreakable oath to the Fengyan list. If you think you are a member of Fengyan Pavilion, then you are. If you think you are not, then you are not. Suyu was taken aback. It can be like this? Don't look at me. I don't understand either. All right, that's all I have to say. If you need our help in the future, as long as you can afford the price, everything is not a problem. Everything. What if I want to wipe out a family like the Li family? Li Lingyao frowned and took out a piece of beast skin paper. That's fine. Let me see, 20 pieces of divine and demonic path seeds, and also, sorry for the interruption. Although he didn't know what the divine and demonic path seeds were, he definitely couldn't afford them. Then help me send a letter. To whom? To the 9th prince of the demon clan. Li Lingyao smiled and said, of course, esteemed guest, 100 drops of life essence. So expensive? Li Lingyao explained. Sending the message itself isn't costly, but the person delivering it carries some danger. Suyu frowned. Heh, do you really think I would believe you? Li Lingyao said, haha. You may not trust the position of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, but you cannot doubt our trading credibility. If we cannot do it, we won't take the job. Once we accept it, we will swear an unbreakable oath. Don't keep emphasizing positions with the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Tell me, which drop of life essence given by the human race is noble? Which drop is filthy? Suyu nodded slightly and said nothing. With the oath of the Wind and Cloud list in place, he felt a bit more at ease. He wrote a letter, and Li Lingyao stood before him and swore an oath to the Wind and Cloud list in the sky. A faint golden light gathered in his heart. If he broke the oath, his soul would be strangled. Li Lingyao held a finger to his lips. The deal is established. Suyu hesitated for a moment before giving 100 drops of life essence to Li Lingyao. Wait, can I pay on delivery? My family is wealthy. But I can't waste like this. Qi Mu Yen, this rich woman, is much wealthier than I am. Li Lingyao's expression was strange, but he eventually nodded. That works too. Then it's pay on delivery. Also send this bottle over to her, to avoid her getting angry. After Li Lingyao accepted it, he patted Suyu on the shoulder. Aside from me wearing a mask to find you, we're still comrades. Please, Suyu. Suyu shook his head with a bitter smile. The Wind and Cloud Pavilion really knows how to pick opportunities. They knew Suyu wouldn't sacrifice himself like a hero, so he could become a trading target. Or even a potential member. The three women behind him exchanged glances, only able to sigh. Human hearts are truly complex. When Ilea thought about how that little demoness would react upon receiving Suyu's letter but needing to pay for shipping, she found it amusing. The scene would surely be quite spectacular. The group arrived at the resettlement camp. More than 5,000 people were gathered there. Unlike ordinary people, they had blank expressions. Many were physically injured, and life as captives had been tough. Besides physical torment, the most important thing was that their spirits were somewhat deranged. It was no wonder. Their fates were tragic. Just when they were about to see the dawn of hope, they were met with a siege, and half of them perished on the spot. Kong Huanyuan frowned slightly. Master, is this okay? My sister's immortality should be able to heal the wounds, but these people's spirits. Suyu's gaze was firm. Exactly because of that, I want to choose them. They have suffered greatly. What is the only thought in many of their hearts? Ilea said, hatred. Suyu nodded right. Who can ignite the fire of hatred in them? They will become death warriors who disregard life and death. Naturally, there are some cowards and softies who surrendered voluntarily. But I only have 3,000 spots, so it should be more than enough to weed them out. Also, there are no forces from noble families here since most of those people have already been taken away. Kong Huanyuan nodded slightly. Thinking about it this way, there was at least no problem with the stance of this group. Suyu stood at the center of the training ground in the resettlement camp. The appearance of this young man sparked a light in the eyes of the numb crowd. Was it another family member coming? Maybe. But my family has probably all died in the demon cave. Suyu cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone, you may have heard of my name. I am Suyu. As soon as Suyu introduced himself, those who had dull eyes stood up one after another. Even if they had severed limbs, they still staggered to their feet. As if they saw light. Not for any other reason. They had heard that the one who risked his life to rescue them from Qingyan City was named Suyu. They didn't expect Suyu to be so young and not particularly high in cultivation. You really are. People looked up, their lips trembling. Suyu nodded gently. Yes, I am. In the eyes of those villains, your lives and my risking my life are merely pawns for their struggles. Even trapped in the enemy camp, I believe none of you has betrayed Great Xia, and I haven't either. But what we ultimately received was a ground full of corpses and tarnished glory. Many urged me, saying I should endure and think of the greater good because they are too important, that they are more important than Mount Tai to Great Xia. They wanted me to prioritize the overall situation, but I just can't swallow this anger. A beastmaster group that uses the flesh and blood of enemies. The lives and souls of those cruel beings who pretend to be high and mighty and call themselves players, as a feast for our revenge victory. The Night Banquet Beastmaster Group. Chapter 97. I will take you to enjoy the feast of revenge. Countless dull gazes refocused, struck heavily by a blow before welcoming the dawn of hope, filling them with fear towards both humans and demon beasts. Within the fear was also anger, also resentment. Suyu continued, the existence of the night banquet is for revenge. To unleash the wrath of revenge against those despicable humans and the ghost-faced foxes still living comfortably in Qingyan City. Perhaps some will say, Suyu, I just want to survive. I'm too tired. I don't want to step onto the battlefield anymore. Yes, what you said is right. Life is indeed too important. But for us, the people of Great Xia, there is something more important than life, and that is dignity. I ask you, are you willing to follow me? To bet our hatred and dignity. Before our hearts stop beating, I will take you to enjoy this feast of revenge. The once numb people felt as if a spark had entered their hearts. To be honest, many were thinking of escaping, of hiding away, but who could truly forget the humiliating experiences of the past few years? Suyu was right. As long as the ghost-faced fox clan did not perish, their dignity and lives would forever live in the past. Their lives would still be controlled by others. A man with a severed arm stepped forward. Suyu, my name is Zhou Zhang. I am the squad leader of the 7th Company of the 8th Camp of the Dragon Eagle Guard. 90% of our squad has been wiped out, and the few of us who survived are like me, with severed arms and lost pets. I certainly want to do as you say, but Zhou Zhang laughed sorrowfully, tears streaming down his face, expressing unspeakable sadness. People like him made up the majority. The ghost-faced foxes had basically crippled them to enslave them, then executed their pets. More uplifting words are useless without that level of strength. Suyu nodded gently. Of course you can, my friend. Ailia gently raised her hand, and red light gathered on Zhou Zhang's severed arm. Countless gazes were fixed on this scene, and to their shock, Zhou Zhang's severed limb was reborn and revived under the influence of the immortality. He wiped away his tears. Suyu, great kindness needs no thanks. Under the witness of the wind and cloud list, I, Zhou Zhang, am willing to swear an unbreakable oath. From now on, I will follow Suyu, and I will not frown even in the face of mountains of knives and seas of fire. Thousands of people were in an uproar. The rebirth of severed limbs was a miraculous power happening right before their eyes. Don't underestimate my low cultivation. I still have some wealth. Although I can't take out too much, I can afford the initial funding of 100 drops of life essence for each person. Suyu brought out a barrel of life essence. Hiss. Thousands gasped. Life essence, a strategic resource that can enhance the physical body, was scarce even in the stocks of Great Xia's 9 guards. Yet Suyu pulled out a large barrel. How much is this? 100 liters? That's at least 1,000,000 drops. This is quite wealthy. They absolutely believed there was no one in all of Great Xia richer than Suyu in terms of life essence. After a moment of silence, thousands surged forward. Suyu, no, Captain Su. I, Lu Chong, entrust my life to you. Captain Su, my talent in Mengqian is the level shadow screen array. I will be the spearhead of the assault team. Even a demigod would never see through my disguise. Life, dignity, wealth, status. Those who have lost their lives and everything they had, today truly see the dawn of hope amidst the great despair. 223 people. Almost everyone is eager to join. And each person is willing to make an unbreakable vow. Only less than 300, although they want to contribute, are hindered by different injuries, a loss of vitality. Those people have turned gray, lost their teeth, and are like a candle flickering in the wind, unable to muster the strength to continue, regrettably withdrawing. Nevertheless, Suyu still had Ailia use the immortal healing power to mend their wounds as much as possible. He did not let Suyu down. The warriors of Daxia who dare to fight on the battlefield are not true cowards. The real weaklings either knelt before the battle or chose betrayal upon capture. How could they have endured so much suffering to remain until now? Li Lingyao behind him couldn't help but sigh. Suyu seems to possess an innate charm that makes people unable to stop believing in him. The governor of Xia and the lord of the Beast Pavilion must have recognized this point, right? Suyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Don't rush, don't rush. Everyone, please don't hurry. I only have 3,000 spots available, and those who exceed that number cannot join the team for now. However, rest assured, from today onward, the Night Feast Beast team will never abandon anyone. It's scary to find out upon closer inspection. Among the more than 4,000 people who expressed their willingness to join on the spot, there are over 100 who are at the Nirvana realm. The rest are mostly at the Transformation realm. There are also more than 40 Beast Masters with top-tier talents. Among them, Zhou Zhang, Lu Chong, Wei Shi, and Meng Qian have even broken through to become Wheel Realm Beast Masters after years of accumulated magical power. Their direct combat strength probably far exceeds that of any battalion in the Dragon Eagle Guard. No wonder Xia Tingyin exclaimed that it was impossible to agree at the time. If it weren't for the incredible value of that passage, there probably wouldn't have been any room for negotiation. Suyu smiled and said, Today, November 7th. is the founding day of our Night Feast Beast team. From now on, in Qingyan City, the Disaster Demon Cave, and the 9 demon caves of Daxia, one day, we will make those beasts wake up in nightmares, even in hell, and any enemy will only be a feast on our table. Chapter 98, Su Yu's First Order. Daxia's decision. Li Lingya quietly left the settlement camp. This is the understanding between him and Su Yu. Once the beast team is established, it is inappropriate for an outsider like him to stay there and listen to their secrets. In addition to distributing 100 drops of life essence to each person, Su Yu also provided them with counterfeit 1000 Changes skin. Although the 1000 Changes skin function forged by the peculiar top-tier talent has weakened significantly, its applicability is still maximized. The crowd held the fox for masks, feeling somewhat confused. Su Yu pointed to the 1000 Changes skin and said, "Everyone, this is the ghost face I tore from the ghost face fox. As long as you wear it, it can somewhat modify your appearance. Gathering thousands of people together makes the target too large, making it easy to be targeted like in Qingstone Gorge. We can only gather together under my command when we take action. At other times, I don't care how you improve, just improve at all costs. Whether it's assassination or kidnapping, as long as it's against the demon cave, you can do whatever you want, even against certain aristocratic families. If it's not convenient to act openly, you can also take underhanded measures. However, I will give the leaders specific targets. The only principle is, no losses. And absolutely do not get captured. My next stop is the Eternal Hell Demon Cave in the Imperial capital. We will meet there again." People eagerly put on the masks, only to discover with surprise that the demon cave equipment provided by Su Yu is different from ordinary magical weapons, as it has no side effects at all. Even wearing it for a long time will not cause any discomfort. If so, the operational space will be unimaginably vast. The crowd shouted, "Understood. Please rest assured." Team Leader Su Yu divided the first batch of 3,000 registered people into 3 battalions. Zhou Zheng, Lu Chong, and Wei Shi were each responsible for organizing 1 battalion, while the remaining more than 1,000 were entrusted to Meng Qian. I remember you said your talent can achieve group disguise. Although these people cannot receive formal organization, others may not recognize them, but I do. I will find a way for your funding. You are the elite battalion of my Night Feast Beast team. Meng Qian cupped his fists and said, "Team leader, rest assured. 5 years ago, we, less than 300 people, ambushed over 10,000 ghost face foxes and held them off for an entire day and night before being defeated. Even if you ask me to do it again, I will not frown." Su Yu patted his shoulder. "That won't do. There will be sacrifices on the battlefield. But it will never be our Night Feast people who will sacrifice. Following me, we only eat meat and only win. Your achievements are worthy of a battle hero. But our team does not need heroes. We only need devils." Meng Qian's eyes brightened, and he pressed his right fist to his heart. "Understood." Su Yu used loyalty as a bond, and everyone made an unbreakable vow. However, in actual command, Su Yu delegated power to the 4-wheel realm battalion leaders and temporarily selected 15 company commanders and 55 platoon leaders as grassroots commanders. A massive force was firmly grasped in Su Yu's hands within just 1 day. At the same time, a heated debate occurred in the high-level meeting of Daxia. "Old Xia, how can this be allowed? A freshman in his first year, even with outstanding military achievements, how can someone so young be allowed to lead a beast team? Moreover, it is over 6 times the standard of 3,000 people. This is impossible." Lu Xingyuan was stunned by Xia Tingyan's bold proposal, as if he thought Xia Tingyan was joking. Besides Lu Xingyuan, Daxia's commander Li Ming, Chief Instructor Qin Yuan, and the commanders of the Demon Suppression Guard and Longjiang Guard gathered together. It goes without saying that if this matter spreads, it will surely provoke fierce opposition from multiple forces. Xia Tingyan calmly said, "Commander Lu, I haven't finished speaking. What I am about to say is crucial and also the condition that Su Yu brought to exchange with us. Before I speak, I must ensure one thing. This matter must not leave this room. There is no wall that is completely impermeable. Everyone's positions are intertwined and complex. Even the 9 Pillars Li family has many members studying in prestigious schools within the Academy Alliance. You are in me, and I am in you, especially the commander of Daxia. If there is someone that Xia Tingyan cannot fully see through, it's definitely Commander Li Ming, Chief Instructor Qin Yuan, and the principal of the Demon Spirit Academy. These 3 are at the forefront. Li Ming is a distant branch of the Li family among the 9 pillars, but has a very poor relationship with them. Having been expelled from the family years ago, no one can guess what these old foxes are plotting. Li Ming said lightly, "Then let's go by the rules." Several people raised their hands simultaneously and made a vow. Xia Tingyan immediately said, "Su Yu discovered a passage that directly connects the Disaster Demon Cave to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave the day before yesterday. This is the condition he brought for exchange. If it weren't for the incident at Qingstone Gorge, he originally intended to offer it for free." As soon as this was said, the room fell silent. A group of old fox's eyes rarely sparkled. What does this mean? It means that Daxia can completely focus its main force on either the Disaster Demon Cave or the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Then create a diversion and sweep through several demon cities, reducing the pressure Daxia faces from 9 demon caves to 8. It also means that a vast amount of resources will come under Daxia's control. The only downside is that Suyu seems to have little trust in the Daxia military. He would rather use it for exchange. Li Ming spoke. This is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Bai, what does your Longjiang Guard think? Jiang He, the governor of the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave and the commander of the Longjiang Guard, Jiang Bai, bluntly said, "We must fight. Jiang Province cannot compare to your imperial capital and demon capital, and the pressure the Longjiang Guard faces is much greater than that of the Demon Suppression Guard and Dragon Eagle Guard. To be honest, if the situation does not change significantly, even if all members of the Longjiang Guard die in battle, they will not be able to hold the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave for 5 years. The quality of students and family strength in the capital and the Magic City are both among the best. Although the war is fierce, the strength of the human race is equally formidable. The situation in other demon lairs is not so optimistic." Li Ming and Qin Yuan exchanged glances and finally said, "All right. I agree." Xia Tingyan informed Suyu that these people are entrusted to him. He is responsible for their placement, and the quota is given to him. But the finances of the great Xia are concerning, so he must take responsibility for it himself. Xia Tingyan nodded gently, yes. Li Ming continued, "Additionally, Lu Xingyuan, go and remind the Li family not to go too far. Patience has its limits." Lu Xingyuan sensed the coldness from Li Ming and responded, "Okay." Li Ming nodded. "Next, let's discuss which demon lair to attack first after the passage opens." Chapter 99, A Heavy Blow. The honor of heroes must not be tarnished. In stark contrast to the brutal warfare in the demon lairs, the interior of Great Xia is peaceful and tranquil. At least, the smoke of war has not spread into the world of ordinary people. This does not mean they do not pay attention to the battles in the demon lairs. On the contrary, they are almost glued to their screens day and night, waiting for news from the front lines, whether official or from rumors. Even the smallest incident can trigger the sensitive nerves of everyone. This includes the scandal of the logistics company in the Qianhu demon lair, which was exposed for allowing donated fruits to rot in the warehouse while only ration food was available at the Qianhu front. Such a minor act can be scrutinized under a microscope. After all, the tragic situation in the Huaying Kingdom's volcanic demon lair is still fresh in their minds. As the war in Great Xia raged on, countries like Milica were also secretly making small moves, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Finally, a shocking piece of news swept across the internet. In a video, Li Zhongwan, as the frontline commander, angrily accused Suyu of treason, editing out Suyu's rebuttal and only showing his shocked expression, as if he were anxiously facing an accusation. At the same time, according to rumors, Suyu was secretly arrested by the Dragon Eagle Guard, but due to concerns about social impact, this was not publicly announced, although the actual losses were incalculable. Once this news broke, it quickly ignited the internet. The title Suyu the Traitor topped the trending searches in just 12 minutes. Oh my god, is this real? He actually is a traitor. I have sensed something off about him for a long time. How could someone who failed the awakening ceremony rise to become the top potential in Great Xia without support from the demon lairs? Adam from the Lika Kingdom isn't even as strong as him. There must be something fishy. Severe punishment. He must be executed. We can't let our taxes feed the dogs. Under the influence of some malicious individuals, a torrent of insults overwhelmed all rational voices. At the Li family's residence, Li Zhongwan was flipping through the forums with great interest. Brother Shang, this move is too damaging. Did you anticipate that Suyu would apply to form a Beastmaster Corps? The smear campaign against his reputation, while not fatal, was quite disgusting. However, just last night, the Great Xia military headquarters sent a message that caused a huge uproar within the 9-pillar families. The military approved Suyu's application to form the Night Banquet Beastmaster Corps, allowing him to establish it independently, with the Corps being under the jurisdiction of the Beastmaster Association and the military, enjoying all welfare benefits. But the resources for the beasts had to be raised independently. Generally, Beastmaster Corps that need to raise their own resources have significant industries in various cities, so this move could be devastating. Li Zongxing smiled. Humph, just a kid. A casual move turned out right. Does Suyu think he can form a power just because he got Xia Tingyan's support? Does he think this is child's play? Thousands of people need food, and what about the astronomical amount of exotic beast meat needed for thousands of pets? It would cost hundreds of billions. I see he has no money or resources. How can he support this group? Additionally, keep an eye on the people from Suyu. Once he leaves the demon lair, follow him the entire way. Li Zhongwan smiled. That's natural. But just as their champagne had not even been half opened, Li Zongxing suddenly received a message from Lu Xingyuan. He listened slowly, his expression darkening, and finally gritted his teeth. Yes. Li Zhongwan sensed something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Li Zongxing slammed his fist on the table. "That bastard Li Ming. Is he still a member of the Li family or not?" The uproar on the internet lasted less than 30 minutes before being swept away by some mysterious force. Just as the public was left in confusion, the Great Xia General Headquarters personally issued a public statement to inform the public of the events surrounding Su Yu, declaring that the honor of Great Xia's heroes must not be tarnished. It seemed as if they had anticipated the actions of those lawbreakers. The official document not only detailed that the leaked video had obvious splicing and voice alteration traces, but also published parts of the battles occurring at the front lines. A member of the Dragon Eagle Guard from our Great Xia, Su Yu, infiltrated enemy lines without fear of death, risking great danger to relay crucial intelligence. He rescued thousands of compatriots trapped in Qingyan City. His contributions to the war against the disaster demon lair are undeniable. The Great Xia Command reiterated, "Heroes must not be insulted. We inform the nation to trace the origins and severely punish those who deliberately distort the truth." In fact, Su Yu had made remarkable achievements in the demon lairs, ranking third on the beast rankings, the highest among humans. Only behind the Abyss's ninth prince and the spirit of the lake, his merits were beyond doubt. In the face of external commentary, the Great Xia Command had never truly intervened before, but their shocking move to vindicate Su Yu blinded the entire internet. Following this was a massive storm of opinions. "Oh my god, what did I just see? Wow, who spread the rumors? Where did those colonizers go just now? A civilian genius emerges from Great Xia, and he's colluding with the demon lairs, while the Lika Kingdom is just naturally talented, right?" The ugly faces of those making accusations were laid bare online, condemned by everyone. It was a heavy blow indeed. The command's sudden change in attitude caught the Li family off guard, especially as all the media outlets controlled by the Li family were sealed. Lu Xingyuan also warned Li Zongxing not to cause more trouble. The command had reached an agreement. According to procedure, some of Su Yu's actions were deemed inappropriate, and given his unclear relationship with the demon race, they agreed to the commander's request for him to temporarily leave the Dragon Eagle Guard. But soon, Li Zongxing realized he had fallen into a trap, because long ago, after the Nine Schools Alliance exchange competition, the Imperial Spirit and the Demon Spirit had reached an agreement that Su Yu would simultaneously join both the Dragon Eagle Guard and the Demon Suppression Guard in the capital. They wanted to expel Su Yu from the Dragon Eagle Guard, thus stripping him of the protection of the Great Xia's 9 guards. As a result, it seemed he still had a position. After a round of maneuvering, this was what he got? How could he not be furious? It was said that night at the Li family residence, chaos ensued, and a nearby mountain was found flattened the next day. Su Yu just smiled at all this. He was not too concerned about external opinions. His Beastmaster Corps did not need to establish industries for funding. What he cared about most was the command's attitude. Su Yu smiled at Chu Xianyin and said, "Did you see that, Xianyin? Just now, I was still being called a traitor by millions. Yet when you show your value, everything reverses, and I become a hero again. So the fate of your clan can be tossed into the dustbin of history. All slander comes from a lack of strength." Chu Xianyin blinked at Su Yu, her eyes seemingly shining with light, favorability, admiration, and trust. Chapter 100. Qi Muyan's grievances and the transformation of Ilia's kin. Su Yu proved through action that the size of one's fist is the true color of defying fate. When Su Yu was being cursed by countless people, Chu Xianyin empathized with him, nearly shedding tears, while Ilia and Kong Huanyuan remained calm. Although they were equally angry, they believed Su Yu could turn everything around. In fact, those filthy words were swept away in less than half an hour. After waiting 2 more days, Su Yu finally received a notification from Li Lingya. He was lifted from his restrictions. 2 orders were issued. One was about Su Yu's plan causing unexpected significant losses. Although it wasn't Su Yu's fault, according to the accountability system of the Great Xia, he was temporarily removed from the combat roster of the Dragon Eagle Guard. The other was the approval document for the Night Banquet Beast Tamer group. Li Lingya chuckled. Haha. I didn't expect that after almost 10 years in the Dragon Eagle Guard, I would be surpassed by a newcomer like you. Su Yu took the approval document, feeling quite emotional. This represented that he would officially lead a force into the power structure of the Great Xia. After speaking, he chuckled and left. The reply had a special seal, indicating it had never been opened. In the past few days, Su Yu had also discreetly inquired about the Fengyan Pavilion. These crazies were known for their trading credibility in the demon lair. Su Yu shook his head and gently touched the beast mask in his pocket, wondering what they really wanted. Qi Muyan's vigilance heightened as she glared at the newcomer. The shadow dissipated, revealing a beast-shaped mask, esteemed 9th Prince of the Abyss. "I have a letter for you from a client." Qi Muyan's mouth twitched at this annoying feeling. She seemed to know which bastard sent the letter. These people from the Fengyan Pavilion were tough. Even if they were ground to dust, This masked person would probably rather tear the letter up. Helpless. She tossed a drop of 9 Extremes Underworld Spring at him. The masked person smiled. Received, esteemed guest. Here is your letter. By the way, the sender said he does not accept cash on delivery. Chi Mu Yin gritted her teeth, unable to stand it any longer. Just as she was about to crush a piece of jade dish to let the 2 demon lords teach this masked person a lesson, the masked person handed over a small vial. The sender also said that if you want to kill to silence, he would give you this as well. Well, I take my leave now. Please remember my number, Beast 11. Chi Mu Yin directly entered her barrier, the demon ash underworld flower. Lying on a petal of the underworld flower, she opened the small vial, and the taste of the extremely tempting blood made her shudder. This big bastard. Opening the envelope, she was immediately met with a barrage of insults that made her feel aggrieved. Little demon girl, has your brain been assimilated by your pig subordinates? If it weren't for my keen eye for pigs, your little affairs would have been known to everyone in the demon lair. I don't care how you demons view humans, but this blood debt is something you owe me. Don't think you can casually brush it off. You must repay it. We are enemies, and there isn't much empathy to be had. Our interest-based transaction has been ruined by your foolishness. Now it is time for you to show sincerity. I want to know who the human is that informed the blood-devouring ant. And also, your war initiation seems very strange. As if you were forcing these mid- and low-ranked sequences to send their heads. You must tell me the reason. Chi Mu Yin felt wrong deep down. This truly couldn't be explained even with 100 mouths. Before the incident at the Qingstone Gorge erupted, her 7th prince brother suddenly descended into the land of disaster, leaving her no time to distract herself, which allowed the blood-devouring ant to take advantage. She also couldn't figure out what was going on with her feelings towards this bastard Suyu. Perhaps it was the slight flutter of her heart when Suyu said he would help her seize the throne for the demon race. That was the most loyal vow. Perhaps it was that she didn't want to be wronged by him. She decided to clarify the whole story and even revealed a little bit of information to Suyu. If you lose, the great demons will descend upon your planet. If you win, eliminating those races with your human hands is also our goal. You bastard. I've told you this leverage. You should believe that I haven't deceived you or deliberately harmed those people. The land of disaster has already ceased fire. But the land of eternal calamity is different. The races there are all offensive types. I can only tell you that my clan's 7th prince will take over the command of the eternal calamity demon lair, and you have 5 days to prepare. After Chi Mu Yin finished writing, she sighed inwardly. Are we really just based on interests? No, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't call me little demon girl. Suyu opened the letter and quietly read through it. Is it killing with a borrowed knife? The reason the demon race did this was something Chi Mu Yin would never reveal, even if she were beaten to death. Being able to say so much to Suyu already indicated her defenses had fallen. Suyu smiled wryly. This little demon girl had blurred the lines with the enemy. But as long as Suyu remembered, that was enough. Before you become my pet, I can only treat you as an enemy. Suyu casually burned the letter. Ladies, pack your things and prepare to head north to the imperial capital. We need to hurry to the eternal calamity demon lair. The situation there is not optimistic. Ilea suddenly remembered something. Wait, little one, I remember there was a female attendant here. Let's see how her transformation is going. By the way, little one, you should prepare to break through to the Nirvana realm. Nirvana is the first watershed for beast tamers. The difference between strong and weak in this realm is extremely obvious. Suyu had no doubt that Chi Mu Yin could take down 20 Xia Mu Xiang Shurs even without breaking through to Nirvana. Suyu nodded. Before we leave, I will talk to teacher Shangwan. The few did not waste time. Arriving at the original camp, in Suyu's room, a girl with twin ponytails was quietly cleaning the dust. Yanlinger was aware of everything that had happened in the past few days. She couldn't forget the powerful demon race's arrival when Suyu told them to leave first while he held the rear. War was washing the nerves of everyone and changing everyone's thoughts. Ilea quietly stood behind her, arms wrapped around her waist. Linger, I'm here to see how your transformation is going. You seem to have grown quite a bit. Chapter 101, Physical Body and Magic Circuit, Transformation and Nirvana. Yanlinger was surprised and broke free from Ilea, her expression complex. She had truly experienced the benefits of the Moonlight Divine Envoy. She had even mastered the top-level talent of the Moonlight Divine Envoy, the Moonlit Night Dance. No wonder her father, the spokesperson of the Yin family, readily agreed to let her follow Suyu. This was a completely artificially powerful beast tamer. As if sensing her troubles, Ilea lightly opened her red lips. What's wrong? Are you still holding a grudge against me? Or are you thinking about your ex-boyfriend? Not willing to serve me and the little one? Yanlinger puffed her cheeks. What do you mean ex-boyfriend? I haven't even started with Long Gu yet. Ilea pressed her little mouth. TSK. Are you trying to say you haven't broken up yet? Don't be silly. You are already my attendant, so you must follow my arrangements. Doesn't your family also enjoy seeing you follow the little one? Yanlinger immediately fell silent. This was the truth. It seemed quite heartless to break them apart. But as a child of a noble family, she had grown up without worries, enjoying the worship of thousands, naturally different from ordinary people, and couldn't act according to her preferences. Moreover, with Su Yu's displayed potential, the Yin family favored Su Yu over the already failed genius Shi Xiaolong. Ilea smiled. Follow me. We are going to the imperial capital. Last time your bloodline had not fully transformed, so I let you leave early. Now you are a qualified combat force. At that time, Yinlinger was weak and couldn't help Su Yu at all. But now, the Moonlight Divine Envoy could already display power close to the Divine Age. By the way, were you really thinking about your ex-boyfriend? Why do you still have to clean the little one's room yourself? As if poked in her heart, Yinlinger turned her head and ignored Ilea, busily packing her things as they left together. At another camp, Shang Wanling smiled at Su Yu. Yiqing, come. This is the benefactor who saved you. Su Yu saw a beautiful young woman behind Shang Wanling, about 1.7 meters tall, around 26 years old, with long hair cascading down her back and an oval face. Bai Yaqing was wearing a single garment, her right sleeve empty. Thank you, Su Yu, she said, gently bowing with heartfelt gratitude. Su Yu quickly reassured, don't worry, teacher Shang Wan, I know what I'm doing. The summoned Ilea raised her hand, and crimson light points gathered. Shang Wanling had rarely slept well these past few days, all thanks to her student, Su Yu. Bai Yaqing held the reattached arm. Overwhelmed with emotion, I really didn't expect there would be a day to wake from this nightmare. Thank you. Su Yu smiled. No need to be polite, senior sister. We're all on the same side. Of course, your father owes me a lot, and being on the same side doesn't exempt him from that. Su Yu teased Bai Ruhui beside him, causing Bai Ruhui's expression to change. My dear wife, you've sold me out in just a few words. Su Yu saved his life, and he intended to repay that by being Su Yu's free enforcer. After all, he owed too much. Bai Ruhui suddenly had an epiphany. From now on, if you have a fight, just call me. Also, since I can never repay this debt in this lifetime, you have so many good things. And you'll definitely encounter many demigod enemies in the future. Just give me more of that demon fruit and special spirit liquid, and I'll back you up. Su Yu's eye twitched. Goodness, is this what it means to have too much debt and not worry? No way, not a drop. He exclaimed. I'm here to discuss serious matters. Teacher Shang Wan, they say that transformation and rebirth are a watershed moment. I want to know what preparations are needed to advance to rebirth. Strength. What you lack is strength. Shang Wanling chuckled. To attempt rebirth after just a month of school, that's somewhat shocking. But it's time for you to consider it. Su Yu's gaze sharpened. At this moment, he realized how terrifying his newly awakened ultimate talent, the destiny down mark of I Am the Tide, truly was. What about the divine era? Moreover, the 9 extremes underworld spring given to him by the little demon girl could help his physical body break through from the white jade realm to the starry sky realm. Su Yu's breathing suddenly quickened. Magic power means everything. Qi Mine's magic power far surpassed his own, which is why her demon ashen flower could suppress the illusory Kite's demon knight. If he could achieve everything he envisioned in his mind, he couldn't even imagine